In the 54th year of Konoha, 6 years after the end of the Third Great Ninja War, in a forest outside the Hidden Leaf Village, birds chirped crisply as mottled sunlight filtered through the dense canopy. A handsome young man, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, leaned against a massive boulder with his eyes half closed. A soft breeze drifted past. The breeze lifted the silver fringe over his forehead. There was no ninja forehead protector upon him, belonging to no village at all, like a lone wanderer. System, when exactly are you going to activate? The peerless blade I just managed to obtain was swallowed by you, and you're not planning to give me an explanation. Careful, or I'll cut you down with a single stroke. With disheveled silver hair, sharp brows, and star-bright eyes, standing around 1.80 meters tall, Yaren spoke impatiently to the system within his mind. Under Yaren's intimidation, the system trembled. Host, do not be anxious. When the proper time arrives, the system will naturally activate at once, and your first generation Kitetsu will also be immediately returned to you. Yaren was hot-tempered. Hearing this answer, he could not help but curse under his breath. You dragged me from the pirate world into the Naruto world, and it's already been half a month. Other than the Ryuo Haki and swordless style, I've comprehended myself. I can't use any of my other blades for more than a few days in my hands. Do you have any idea how miserable that is for a swordsman? Do you know? Yaren suddenly bellowed, startling the system into another shiver. Sorry. Forget it. Yaren waved his hand, letting the system off the hook. He scratched his shining silver hair and muttered to himself. Although my Ryuo Haki combined with the swordless style is enough to barely hang the third Hokage up and beat him, as a swordsman, fighting without a blade that fits my hand is truly dull. It really is no fun at all. You'd better hurry up. Don't make me lose the last of my patience. After lazily throwing this final remark at the system, Yaren lay back down on the boulder and fell asleep again. At some unknown moment, a staggering figure emerged from Konoha's main gate several hundred meters away and headed straight toward the forest. The soft rustle of trouser legs brushing against grass slowly spread. On the huge boulder 100 meters away, Yaren's ears twitched and his star-bright eyes snapped open. His observation Haki granted him an exceedingly keen perception. Even the slightest stir of wind and grass 100 meters away was vividly etched into his mind. Yaren rose slowly to his feet, a flash like lightning crossing his gaze. Someone's coming, and heading straight for me. With a soft swish, after murmuring to himself, Yaren shot off toward the source of the footsteps. The several hundred-meter distance vanished beneath his feet in an instant. A figure gradually came into sharp focus before him. Yaren let out a cold chuckle. In the silent forest, a chill voice suddenly rang out. Swordless style. In an instant, Ryuo Haki surged forth at Yaren's command, a layer of black armament enveloping his arms. Under the sunlight, it gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, a sense of overwhelming power radiating from him. Black rope, great dragon twister. As his words fell, a massive spiraling gale condensed before him. The next moment it seemed that with a single swing of his gathered arms, he could utterly shatter the approaching man. Wait, Lord Yaren. Feeling the immense pressure bearing down on him, the figure suddenly lifted his head. A man wearing a crow mask dropped to one knee and spoke rapidly to Yaren. My apologies for disturbing you, Lord Yaren. I am of Konoha's Umbu. Oh! The black Haki on Yaren's arm slowly dispersed as he folded them across his chest. His eyes fixed coldly on the half-kneeling Umbu. Umbu, are you? I don't recall being one of Konoha's people. What business do you have with me? Beneath the crow mask, beads of cold sweat rolled down the Umbu's cheeks. In his perception, the pressure Yaren exuded far surpassed that of Danzo or the third Hokage. That suffocating sense of death looming near left him too terrified to move. It seemed that the slightest rash movement would see this man, sharp as a drawn sword, cut him down in an instant. I came to deliver a message to you. Under Yaren's crushing pressure, the chromast Umbu's speech became a stammer. A message. What message? Yaren's brows knit slightly. It's Miss Hinata. Yaren's pupils tightened at once. Hinata was the first person he had met after arriving in this world, and the one he now cherished like a younger sister. By his rough reckoning of the timeline, had something happened? Hinata. What's happened to her? His tone turned anxious, his aura flaring out uncontrollably, forcing the chromast Umbu flat onto the ground. Lord Yaren. Your aura is too strong. I can't breathe. Fine. Yaren exhaled lightly, reining his presence in with effortless control. The chromast Umbu on the ground finally drew a breath, not daring to lift his head, as he spoke in reverence. It was Kumogakure. Kumo's people pretended to come to our village to sign a peace treaty, but in the chaos, they abducted Hinata. Yaren's expression suddenly turned scrutinizing, as he regarded the half-kneeling Umbu with a playful gaze. Speak. Who exactly sent you to bring me this news? The Umbu opened his mouth to answer. I prefer hearing the truth, Yaren said coldly. Yais. Cold sweat drenched the Umbu's face. It was Lord Danzo. Oh! Danzo, so it really is him. Borrowblade murder, is it? Yaren smiled faintly. He dares play petty schemes before me. Once I've dealt with Kumo, I'll be sure to pay a proper visit to that filthy insect. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Yaren's mind. First plot trigger detected. System beginning to unlock. System unlocked successfully. Parsing system functions. 50%, 80%, 100%. The plot-altering system has been fully unlocked. This system carries no mandatory missions. Simply by altering the storyline, points will be generated. Once enough points are accumulated, you may exchange them for any item within the system shop. A starter gift pack for this new world has been issued. Would the host like to open it now? Yaren chuckled softly and answered in his mind, open it immediately. Congratulations to the host for unlocking one of the 12 supreme grade Mito of the pirate world of First Generation Kitetsu. Would you like to extract it now? The smile on Yaren's face deepened. Extract it. With a soft clack, a uniquely shaped long blade materialized out of thin air in Yaren's hand. It bore an enormous tachi guard, an exaggeratedly long rounded hilt, and a walnut-wood scabbard. The blade itself measured 66.1 centimeters, curved like a crescent moon. A fervent battle lust flashed in Yaren's eyes. Kitetsu, fight by my side once more. Click! Yaren chuckled softly, reaching out to hang the first-generation ghost cutter at his waist. His taut muscles paired with a pristine white martial arts uniform accentuated his slender figure. Boundless explosive power surged within him. To be honest, I think the cloud-hidden fugitives are heading northeast. But where the hell is northeast? Yaren stood atop a tree, raising his head to look in all directions. After a dozen seconds, Yaren's brow furrowed slightly, and he scratched his head impatiently. His eyes were full of irritation. Damn it! The forest outside my is so huge, how am I supposed to know where those cloud-hidden bastards fled to the northeast? Hey! Yaren scratched his head again. He wondered if this was a hereditary flaw from his master's lineage. His junior brother Sauron also often got lost, and was called directionally challenged. But this time it was really because the forest outside my was too big. It wasn't his fault. He probably couldn't be considered directionally challenged, right? Yes. Definitely not. Hey you! Yaren looked down at the chromast ANPU member, who was still half kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. Do you know where the cloud hidden went? Where are they now? I know. The ANBU dared not hesitate, and nodded directly. Good. Yaren's eyes lit up. Since you know, you'll lead the way. He'll follow behind you. The ANB was startled, then looked up at Yaren standing on the treetop. He opened his mouth slightly. Lord Yaren, you wouldn't be lost, would you? Swish! Yaren with the sword at his waist floated down from the treetop and stood before the ANBU. He slowly bent down, his eyes flashing with dangerous light, staring at the ANBU beneath the mask. Did you say, who is lost? Say that again. Boom. The sudden burst of aura from Yaren nearly suffocated the ANBU. Ah! The ANBU panicked, cold sweat dripping from his forehead into the mask, his pupils contracting instantly. No! No! Lord Yaren, I absolutely didn't mean that. I meant, it'll take you there. Hearing the ANBU's aggrieved voice, Yaren snorted coldly. Humph. You know what's good for you. He straightened up, rolled his eyes at the trembling ANBU lying on the ground. If you're taking me, why aren't you moving? If even a single hair of Hinata is harmed, it'll make the entire cloud-hidden village pay with their lives. Yais! The ANBU lifted the crow mask, wiped the sweat from his face, and led Yaren toward the northeastern forest. Oh, by the way, Yaren, still on the tree, spoke to the ANBU ahead. Bury the fact that I can't find my way deep in your stomach. If anyone else finds out, it'll kill you. Slurp. The ANBU's foot slipped, nearly falling off the branch. He barely steadied himself. The ANBU, not daring to turn his head, stammered to Yaren. Lord Yaren, you absolutely know the way. That's all I know. Swish! Swish! Two figures, one behind the other, moved swiftly through the forest outside my large tree trunks, rapidly receding past them. In less than 10 minutes, a clearing northeast of my village appeared before them. In the large clearing stood three figures, one small, two large. And on one of their shoulders was Hinata, Yaren's target this time. Oh! Isn't this the Hyūga branch family kid? What? Can't stand that we took your little sister. Humph. The young Hyūga Neji already showed some maturity and calmness, staring coldly at the cloud-hidden ninja opposite, his expression unchanged. I advise you to hand over Hinata. The wrath of Mai is something you cannot bear. Ha ha ha. The cloud-hidden leader laughed heartily. Little brat, you clearly don't understand the situation. Mai is already in deep trouble. That old fossil Hiruzen Sarutobi is nothing compared to our fourth Reikage. You? Neji's eyes widened. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This time, he would have to fight for his life. Oh! A cold voice suddenly came from a nearby tree. Hiruzen Sarutobi may not be enough, but what about me? Who? The cloud-hidden leader looked toward the source of the sound, and saw Yaren standing on a treetop, with the ANBU half crouching beside him. TCH. I thought it was someone important. Just my ANBU and an unknown kid. What are you here for, Hinata too? Lord Yaren. Neji's eyes lit up, looking at Yaren on the treetop with admiration. How did you come? Slap. Yaren glanced at Neji, then slowly placed his hand on the first-generation ghost cutter at his waist, speaking coldly. My village is too useless, your Hyūga clan is too useless, so I came. Hinata is my sister, no one can touch her. Hey, you cloud-hidden people. If you release her now, it's still not too late. Don't make me use my blade to negotiate. Neji was stunned for a moment, then seemed to accept Yaren's assessment of Mai. He slowly stepped aside. Ha ha! The cloud-hidden leader laughed as if he had heard a joke, mocking Yaren. A man without even a ninja forehead protector, what right do you have to threaten me? You want Hinata? Come on! The cloud-hidden's expression twisted. Hinata is in my hands, come and get her. Heh. All right. Yaren smiled slightly. The first-generation ghost cutter was drawn directly. The curved blade glinted with a cold, bloodthirsty light in the midday forest. Swish! Yaren charged straight ahead. Humph! The cloud-hidden snorted coldly, his hands forming seals rapidly. Earth, release her spear. One sword style. Whoosh! It was as if a soul-crushing pressure descended. Yaren alone with his blade exuded a powerful aura that left the cloud-hidden ninja, who had just completed his seals, utterly frozen. His eyes were fixed on the colossal blade already slashing toward him. Ugh! An excruciating pain shot through his body. Then, the cloud-hidden ninja's body was cleanly split in two. Even the rocks and trees behind him were instantly pierced through, and the ground rose in a line of rubble. Boom! The cloud-hidden ninja's body slowly fell to the ground. Yaren's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light, and he softly uttered 3 words. Great Tremor! The ghostly blade which had never struck the Yui ninja was slowly sheathed. Nightblade gently crouched down, and picked up the still unconscious Hinata. Turning to glance at another ninja from Yui, the ninja stammered, You? And pointed a trembling finger at Nightblade. How can you be this strong? Why have I never seen such swordsmanship? Who exactly are you? Nightblade casually dug into his ear. Questions, what a nuisance. Stop babbling and quickly return to your Yui village and tell AI that if there's a next time, I will personally pay a visit to Yui. Get lost? Yais. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host has altered the storyline classified as a clever change, awarding 100 points. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host has earned points. The shop system is unlocked. Would the host like to check it out? Nightblade raised an eyebrow slightly. Check. She-la. A blue water curtain slowly unfolded in Nightblade's mind, revealing various icons with golden price tags appearing below. Black Blade Autumn Water 1000 points. Famous Blade Yinmo 1000 points. Snow Walk 500 points. Heavenly Dao 1 character 1000 points. Black Blade Knight 10,000 points. Cloud Cutting Whitebeard Saber 10,000 points. Hiss. Nightblade's eyes instantly lit up as he beheld the legendary blades in the points shop, momentarily losing his composure. To think I can exchange for even Whitebeard's blade and Master's Black Blade Knight. This is truly exciting. He murmured to himself, continuing to scroll down. Hashirama sells 10,000 points. Bloodline Limit Sharingan Initial Version 500 points. Bloodline Limit Byakugan Initial Version 500 points. Bloodline Limit Ice Release 300 points. Bloodline Limit Crystal Release 300 points. One dazzling ability after another flashed before Nightblade's eyes. There were even more terrifying things for sale below. Outer Path Golem 10,000 points. Nine Tails 99.99 points. 8 Tails 88.88 points. Hiss. Nightblade's mouth twitched slightly. I say, system, are you kidding me? What is there that you wouldn't dare to sell? Hey. The system replied proudly, products from the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. This shop sells everything. The host has currently unlocked the Pirate World, and the Naruto World. Anything available in these 2 worlds is available here. Hiss. Nightblade inhaled sharply. No way. Incredible. However, looking at his mere 100 points, Nightblade's lips twitched as he closed the shop. Watching the Yui ninja scurry away into the depths of the forest, Nightblade turned to glance at Neji and the Umbu behind him. Let's go back to the village. Yes. Howl. Okay. Until this moment, Neji and the Umbu were still in a state of extreme shock. Having grown up in the world of ninjas, they had seen various powerful ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and even taijutsu. But this sword technique that seemed capable of cutting through everything. They had never seen anything like it. Moreover, what was more terrifying was that the elite jōnin from Umbu secretly compared the power of that strike. In horror, he realized that if it were him under that strike, there would be no chance of survival. Let alone that blade which vanished without a trace, like an antelope's horns. He had no idea how to defend against it. Half an hour later, Nightblade, carrying the sleeping Hinata along with Neji, arrived at the doorstep of the Hyūga clan. After consulting with Nightblade, the Umbu returned to their base. At this moment, Hinata Hayashi was anxiously waiting at the family's gate. Upon seeing Nightblade and Neji approaching with Hinata in his arms, he rushed forward. Lord. Nightblade. Hayashi stared at Nightblade in shock. You actually took action personally. Nightblade nodded. Aren't you going to let me in to talk? Howl. Okay. Lord Nightblade, please come in. As the second largest clan in Kumogakure, the Hyūga clan's residence was spacious, and the living conditions of the clan members were very good. In fact, compared to the Uchiha clan, their living conditions were even better. Walking down the long corridor, Nightblade nodded in satisfaction at the single-style tatami and architectural style. What a nice place. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Nightblade's lips. However, as a condition for a good life, the obedient Hyūga clan often made some sacrifices to comply with Konoha's wishes. The incident of Hinata being abducted by Yuen was actually Konoha sacrificing the Hyūga clan. If Nightblade had not appeared, then it would have been Hayashi Hyūga who killed the Yuen. And afterwards, in order to protect the village and the clan, Hayashi would have committed suicide in front of the Yuen envoy as a scapegoat. It must be said, this is the tragedy of the Hyūga clan. Lord Nightblade, thank you for bringing Miss Hinata back. I, on behalf of the Hyūga clan, sincerely thank you. Nightblade nodded. There's no need for thanks. I see Hinata as my sister, and saving her is merely something I do out of personal preference. Additionally, please be cautious in the next few days, Hyūga clan. Although I helped ward off the disaster this time, Konoha is a village that devours people without spitting out bones. Hayashi Hyūga was momentarily stunned. Then, he suddenly looked up at Nightblade, a look of uncertainty appearing on his face. You? How do you know this? Hee. Nightblade chuckled softly. How I know this isn't important. Now that I consider Hinata as my sister, I will protect your Hyūga clan to some extent. Remember, never trust Danzo and the third Hokage. Hayashi Hyūga nodded vigorously. Yais. Suddenly, the wooden screen was abruptly pulled open from the outside, and a weary Hayashi Hyūga hurriedly walked in. Hayashi, has Hinata come back? I found traces of battle in the northeast of the village, along with the corpses of Yuen ninjas. As he spoke to his brother, Hayashi suddenly noticed Nightblade sitting leisurely sipping tea on the side. Cold sweat dripped down his brow. Lord Nightblade, am sorry to disturb you. Nightblade waved his hand. You're just in time. I've already brought Hinata back, and I've killed the Yuen ninjas. You can go back and rest now. Ah. Hayashi was momentarily taken aback, looking into Nightblade's eyes filled with fear and reverence. Lord Yaren, may I ask that huge sword/mark in the forest northeast? Was it caused by you? Oh. Yaren nodded. You mean that? That was the mark left when I killed a cloud shinobi. What about it? Hayashi Hyūga was stunned for a moment. Then his expression toward Yaren became even more reverent. Nothing. Still, I am very grateful to Lord Yaren for this matter. Yaren waved his hand. It's nothing. However, there is something I would like to ask of you. Oh. Hayashi's eyes widened. He said to Yaren, Lord Yaren, please speak freely. You are our benefactor. Whatever it is, I will do my best to help you resolve it. Ah. Yaren smiled slightly. Actually, it's nothing major. May I stay at your place for a while? I quite like the two children, Neji and Hinata. When I have free time, I can teach them a thing or two. Really? Hayashi's eyes widened. Yaren nodded lightly. Of course, no problem. Then, Lord Yaren, do you have any other requests? Hayashi asked eagerly. Prepare enough sake for me. Yaren chuckled softly. As a swordsman, drinking and swordsmanship were his two greatest loves. Good. No problem. Hayashi's eyes lit up, and he gave a hearty laugh. Lord Yaren is truly a genuine swordsman. Drinking and practicing the sword, how enviable. Hee. Just a hobby. Yaren smiled faintly. Then he slowly stood up and spoke to the two brothers Hayashi and Hizashi, who looked at him with respect. All right. It's getting late. You should take me to the resting place. I've moved my body after a long time and gained some new insights. A sharp gleam flickered in Yaren's eyes. I need a quiet environment to further contemplate. Oh. Oh. Hizashi was taken aback, then nodded respectfully at Yaren. All right, Lord Yaren, follow me. I'll take you to the resting place right away. Hayashi was the clan head, so he entrusted the entire arrangement for Yaren to Hizashi. At this moment, Hizashi led Yaren out of the guest reception room through the corridor and slowly toward the guest quarters. Slap. Boom. Humph. Rumble. As Yaren followed Hizashi through the corridor, the sounds of ninjutsu and taijutsu training clearly reached his ears. Oh! Yaren casually turned his head. He looked toward the spacious training ground beside the corridor. The Hyūga clan, as the second family of Konoha, had a martial spirit that was second to none in the entire ninja world. It would not be an exaggeration to call them a distinguished noble family. From the elderly to the children, they spent a fixed amount of time each day honing their ninjutsu and the application of the Byakugan. Only in this way could the Hyūga clan have enough capital to consistently hold the second seat among Konoha's families. Huff! A dust-covered Hyūga clan member suddenly stopped his movements. He slowly shifted his gaze to the stir-faced Yaren. Who is this person? Why is he walking with Lord Hizashi and so young? Could he be a descendant of some important figure? As Yaren, with a nearly 1 meter long sword at his waist, followed behind Hizashi through the corridor, all the Hyūga clan members in the training ground began whispering among themselves. Hi! Look at the sword at his waist. Could he be from the Land of Iron? I heard that the Land of Iron has no ninja, only samurai like him with swords at their waists. Before the man could finish his sentence, You don't know anything. Suddenly a voice came from the side. As far as I know, samurai from the Land of Iron carry more than one sword. But this person has only one sword, and moreover, he doesn't have the gas mask worn in the Land of Iron. Clearly he's not from the Land of Iron. Enough. Stop guessing. Have you all completed today's training tasks? You have time to mind others. All of you focus on your training. Hearing the whispers of his clan members, a young man with long hair at his temples frowned and shouted at the people in the field. Why? Yes, sir. Lord Tokuma. These clan members seemed to fear the young man. They all withdrew their gazes and resumed their hard training. Hizashi smiled slightly, glancing at the calm Yaren behind him. Lord Yaren, these in the training ground are the backbone of our Hyūga clan. And this composed young man is Tokuma Hyūga, the only one in our clan to have reached the rank of jōnin in recent years. He is a very impressive young man. Oh! Yaren searched his memories of his past lives Naruto. It seemed there was indeed such a person, who had made outstanding contributions during the Fourth Great Ninja War. A fine young man. Yaren nodded indifferently and spoke slowly. Indeed not bad. While Yaren and Hizashi were talking, Tokuma Hyūga happened to be looking their way, having just cast a curious glance at Yaren. But, upon hearing that Yaren, who seemed younger than him, had given such an assessment of him, he immediately frowned. Shaw! Tokuma Hyūga's feet shifted slightly. With a stern expression, he walked toward Yaren. Pat! Pat! Step! When he reached Yaren's side, Tokuma Hyūga looked straight at Yaren, opened his mouth slightly, and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. This samurai, I thank you for your assessment. But, seeing your calm expression, I imagine your strength must be above mine. Would you be interested in a friendly spar with me in the Hyūga clan's training ground? I, Tokuma Hyūga, wish to witness your skills. Instantly, as Takuma's words fell, the atmosphere throughout the training ground became tense. All the Hyūga clan members' expressions toward Tokuma turned into fanatical worship and respect for a strong one. Their glances toward Yaren became somewhat teasing. It seemed in their eyes they had already foreseen Yaren's defeat and Takuma's easy victory. Only, Hizashi looked at the young man who had issued the challenge to Yaren, and his gaze quickly became solemn. Even deep in Hizashi's eyes, there was also a deep fear. You? Hinata and Neji looked at the most outstanding young man of the Hinata family standing before him, feeling a bit irritated.
What gives you the right to challenge Mr. Yeblade? Shouldn't you just go back? Stop embarrassing yourself in front of important guests of the family.
Hinata Dejian was momentarily taken aback. He felt a bit fearful of Hinata and Neji. However, his combative spirit drove him to muster the courage to continue speaking.
Even so, important guests of the family must possess the corresponding strength to match. So, I, Hinata Dejian, wish to measure the worth of your esteemed guest. I wonder if this esteemed guest dares to fight me. Oh!
Seeing the somewhat straightforward Hinata Dejian, Yeblade smiled lightly and nodded.
All right. Since you sincerely wish to have a match with me, I shall agree. However,
a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Yeblade's eyes.
The loser will face a penalty. As for the content of this penalty, it shall be determined by the victor. How about that? All right. Then it's settled.
A gleam of excitement flickered in Hinata Dejian's eyes at the approaching battle. Bowing slowly, he performed a gesture of invitation toward Yeblade with his palm directed toward the training ground.
Honorable samurai. Please. All right.
Yeblade looked at Hinata Dejian, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Once upon a time, when he first diligently studied the way of the sword, he also possessed such unyielding spirit. And furthermore, Yeblade knew clearly, any samurai or ninja can only reach the pinnacle through perseverance and an indomitable spirit. Talent is merely a higher starting point.
Pat. Step.
Yeblade, with his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, walked calmly to the center of the training ground. His presence was imposing. Just standing there, he exuded a natural authority without anger.
Come on!
Yeblade called out lightly to Hinata Dejian across from him.
Who?
A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting the silver strands of hair on Yeblade's forehead, making him appear exceptionally aloof. The corners of his tightly pressed lips held an air of supreme confidence.
Wow!
The women of the Hinata family watching from around the training ground gasped in surprise.
This young man is so handsome. But I wonder if he can defeat Lord Dejian. Sigh. Lord Dejian is our Hinata family's newly promoted jōnin, capable of executing a rank missions alone. How could he possibly lose? Not necessarily.
A member of the Hinata family expressed a different opinion.
Although Lord Dejian is formidable, I can't help but feel that this samurai's presence is even stronger. Heh heh.
A disdainful voice came over.
How could that be? Nichisama and Zutsusama lack such presence. How could this samurai possess it? Also, do you know what presence is? Daring to spout such nonsense here.
As the crowd surrounding the training ground engaged in heated discussions, Hinata Dejian stepped into the training ground, following Yeblade's pace. Standing opposite Yeblade.
Honorable samurai, please instruct me. Sans!
Hinata Dejian finished speaking, and slightly shifted his feet on the sandy ground, spreading his hands wide, readying himself for combat.
Bakugan! Zong!
Dejian's eyes instantly turned completely white, with blood vessels rapidly swelling around his eyes.
Huh?
Suddenly, Hinata Dejian was taken aback.
Honorable samurai, there seems to be no flow of chakra within you. Heh heh.
Yeblade, with his right hand still gently resting on the sword hilt, smiled lightly.
Chakra? What do I need such a thing for? I am a swordsman, a pure swordsman. Winning through chakra quantity and purity would be an insult to me. No need for lengthy explanations. Just come at me.
Yeblade remained completely still, his body unusually relaxed except for his sharp gaze.
Who?
Hinata Dejian took a deep breath. After Yeblade's explanation, he no longer held back, observing Yeblade with his high-purity Byakugan.
How is this possible?
After a few seconds, astonishment filled Hinata Dejian's Byakugan eyes. He murmured to himself,
the seemingly careless standing posture of the honorable samurai appears full of flaws. With my bagua palm and gentle fist, I even have over 100 ways to defeat him. But
a few beads of cold sweat slid down Hinata Dejian's forehead. He looked at Yeblade, his expression one of disbelief.
Why? Why do I feel such a strong sense of danger every time I think of making a move?
Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Hinata Dejian gritted his teeth, ultimately overcoming his inner unease. The promised challenge could not be delayed any longer.
Whoosh!
Gritting his teeth, Dejian stomped the ground hard, using the recoil to swiftly close in on Yeblade.
Bodwa palm, gentle fist. Too slow. Clap.
Yeblade did not draw his sword. With his right hand gripping the sword sheath just as Dejian's right hand was about to reach him, he gave a gentle push. It directly struck Dejian's wrist.
Sans!
Utilizing Dejian's momentum, Yeblade directly guided Dejian toward the direction he was attacking. This caused Dejian to lose his footing.
Step. Step. Hiss. This is.
Hinata Neji, who was watching the battle, suddenly lit up.
This technique seems to have some shadows of my Bodwa palm in it, but it seems to be on a higher level. No. Neji was directly excited.
After the duel ends, I must ask Honorable Yeblade what principle that was.
This is the fortune of my Hinata family. Ha ha ha.
Compared to Nick, his excitement, the battle between Yeblade and Hinata Dejian continued. Hinata Dejian relentlessly attacked Yeblade with his gentle fist. This foot, elbow, knee, leg. Jumping strikes. And Yeblade merely used the sword hilt to perfectly deflect Dejian's attacks one by one.
Clap. Boom. Boom.
Precise and elegant. He had not taken a single step back.
Who?
The high-intensity prolonged attacks caused Hinata Dejian's chakra and stamina to deplete rapidly. In just a few minutes, he retreated back to where he initially stood, panting heavily.
Samurai! Honorable samurai! Why do you not draw your sword? Huff!
Rishyong Dejian looked at Yaren, gasping for breath.
Oh!
Yaren gently patted the first-generation Guiche at his waist.
You mean this sword? There are only two outcomes when this blade is drawn. 1.
Yaren raised a finger.
A worthy opponent. 2.
Yaren smiled, extending another finger.
Killing. Which one? Do you choose?
Huff. Dejian let out a long breath, restoring his breathing to a steady rhythm, his gaze fixed intently on the motionless Yaren.
Lord Samurai, you are truly the greatest swordsman I have ever seen. Though I may not be your match, I shall still unleash my strongest attack against you with all my might. Boom!
A massive surge of chakra erupted from Dejian's body. Lines and modules forming the 8 trigrams gradually emerged, slowly appearing beneath the feet of Dejian and Yaren.
8 Trigrams 64 Vacuum Palms.
As the deep green trigram array materialized beneath them, the chakra condensed in Dejian's hands was compressed to an extreme density. Then he aimed directly at the vulnerable points of Yaren's body, striking out one after another.
Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh 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 whoosh!
A dense cluster of compressed chakra projectiles shot straight toward Yaren, distorting the air in their path.
Huff!
The massive barrage generated a great wind, blowing Yaren's silver hair.
Oh! Now that's a little interesting. Shing!
The sound of the blade grating against the scabbard slowly arose. The first-generation Guiche revealed its gleaming, menacing edge in Yaren's hand, an aura of ultimate slaughter, emanating from the unsheathed Guiche.
No matter the myriad ninjutsu, I shall cleave them all with a single sword. One sword style.
As Yaren slowly drew the Guiche from its sheath, a surge of air erupted beneath his feet. Dust swirled into the air, and Yaren, propelled by the explosive power in his legs, rose into the sky.
Boom!
A flash of sharp light gleamed in his eyes. The first-generation Guiche was reversed in Yaren's right hand, swiftly brought horizontally behind his back, and then the muscles on his right arm bulged like writhing dragons. In the next instant, Yaren slashed straight down at the dense barrage of vacuum palms.
Flying Dragon Flame. Whoosh!
The geesh as thin as a cicada's wing and eerily sharp effortlessly sliced through the air like a phantom driven by Yaren's terrifying arm strength. Huff! A blue flame burst into bloom in the sky. Due to the arc of Yaren's draw, the blue flame took the shape of a dragon with 2 horns. After a brief hover in the air, it lunged instantly at the dense cluster of vacuum palms. Roar! Boom! Crackle! The massive blue flame dragon rampaged through the vacuum palms, incinerating countless chakra palms in an instant. Whoosh! Not only that, the still raging flying dragon charged directly toward the drained Ryuo Haki. Sweat immediately broke out on Ryuo Haki's face. Watching the blue fire dragon, which grew larger and larger in his pupils, he was frozen in terror. It's over. Standing in the corridor, Ryuo Haki's eyes widened. Even he admitted he could not withstand this technique, let alone Daijin, who was already spent. Lord Daijin. Some of the bolder girls outside the arena gasped at the sight. Some boys clenched their fists, staring in disbelief at the blue fire dragon hurtling toward Ryuo Haki. No! What a bother! A soft sigh echoed. Without sheathing his sword, Yaren made a slashing motion toward the still soaring blue fire dragon. Shing! Crackle! A grating friction sound tore through the air. A silver blade aura, to everyone's astonishment, overtook the blue fire dragon from behind. Boom! In an instant, the blue fire dragon and the silver blade aura annihilated each other in midair. Crackle! Crackle! The first generation geesh, gleaming with cold light, was then sheathed by Yaren. Clang! Yaren hung it at his waist. I have lost. I will fulfill any condition you set, even if it costs me my life. Ryuo Haki lowered his head, speaking to Yaren. Good. Yaren smiled appreciatively. A man who can let go of pride, that's admirable. As for that condition, I haven't decided yet. Let's save it for later. Yaren slowly walked forward. He stopped before Ryuo Haki, whose eyes were still clouded with confusion. Not bad. At least, your move annoyed me. That's why I cut through the mess with this single stroke. Not bad, not bad. Heh. Ryuo Haki smiled bitterly, looking at the young man before him. His spirits sank. Just because you felt annoyed you cut that blow. Huff. Ryuo Haki sighed softly. Yaren had used only 1 stroke. Just 1 stroke, effortlessly dispersing the secret ninjutsu of the Hinata clan that he had painstakingly refined. Was he really so far behind the top tier? Hey! Yaren, seeing the sudden dejection on Ryuo Haki's face, felt a pang of sympathy. Why are you feeling down? Don't think I've always been this skilled with the sword. I've been through countless trials. Yaren lightly touched the hilt of his sword. His eyes took on a nostalgic look. Have you ever trained to split a stream with your blade, keeping the water parted for 10 seconds? Have you ever endured the torment of cutting a fly in half while a 1,000-pound rock hangs from the hilt? Do you have any idea of the agony of being slashed to death every day to hone my haki? You don't even know. Yaren gently removed his clothes, revealing his muscular torso bursting with explosive power under the sunlight. Yet, across Yaren's chest a huge diagonal scar stretched, and countless smaller scars were visible all over his body. But his back had not a single scar. How many life and death trials does it take to become a true powerhouse? You? Yaren gently put his clothes back on. You still need to train more. Is that so? Ryuo Haki suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at Yaren with eyes full of respect and admiration for a true strongman. Then, Lord Yaren, could you take me as your disciple and teach me? Oh! Yaren raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Being my disciple can be quite harsh. It doesn't matter. Ryuo Haki knelt on one knee, speaking firmly to Yaren. I want to become someone like you, Master. For that I am willing to endure any hardship
if only to become stronger one day. Excellent.
Yaren gave a slight nod and extended his hand to help Hyūga Tokuma rise.
Therefore, I shall accept you as a probationary disciple and instruct you in taijutsu and chakra manipulation.
Tokima bowed his head sharply, eyes blazing with exhilaration. And what did it matter if he were only a probationary disciple? So long as he could train under Master Yaren in taijutsu and chakra control, even the absence of formal status meant nothing.
Ha!
Hyūga Hayashi entered the training ground with a quiet chuckle.
Tokima, do not forget to thank your new master.
Oh! Only then did Tokima snap back to awareness. He dropped instantly to both knees, and kowtowed 3 times before Yaren, his voice thick and earnest.
This disciple thanks Master for your benevolent instruction. And from this day forward I, Hyūga Tokima, swear fealty to Master Yaren, my loyalty unbroken until death.
Impressive. Yaren smiled faintly. And he had understood Tokima's unspoken vow, eternal allegiance to him, not to the village. A subtle yet intriguing declaration. And gently he placed a hand upon Tokima's head. Tokima froze, blinking in bewildered silence. And Master Yaren wore only the first. Tokima froze, blinking in bewildered silence. And Master Yaren wore only the first generation ghost cleaver at his waist, nothing else. Was he truly jesting?
Ahem.
And meeting Tokima's gaze, Yaren cleared his throat twice, and tapped the boy's forehead with 2 fingers.
Clang!
You
little runt, do you dare think your master is destitute?
And Tokima rubbed his head, laughing awkwardly.
No, I mean no such thing. And master, you've misunderstood me. Very well. Since you've already noticed I carry nothing but the ghost cleaver, I'll dispense with pretense. I lay my cards bare. The gift I offer you is not some rare or precious artifact.
Yaren regarded Tokima, wide-eyed and utterly baffled, with solemn composure.
It's quite all right.
And Tokima wasn't surprised at all. And he was already preparing gentle words of reassurance. After all, no ceremonial gift mattered. His sole desire was strength, growth, mastery.
Then listen closely.
Yaren rested his right hand upon the hilt of the first-generation ghost cleaver, and spoke with serene clarity.
Let me explain the principle behind how I deflected your gentle fist strike just now with the sword's pommel. Would you like to know? Now I perceived your attack. And why at the precise moment, and from the perfect angle, I redirected your wrist.
Tokima paused, stunned, then gazed at Yaren, eyes alight with fervent longing.
Yes. And I want to know. Please, master, enlighten me.
And how precisely had Yaren so effortlessly parried Tokima's gentle fist? The younger clan members watching from the periphery might not grasp it, but Tokima, who had faced Yaren in direct combat, knew. The Hyūga's ancestral gentle fist was said to embody fragments of Taiji philosophy, yet Taiji had vanished centuries ago. And yet in every motion Yaren made during their clash, its essence resonated unmistakably. Moreover, this Taiji-infused taijutsu surpassed even the Hyūga's own lineage.
Instruction begins now.
Hyūga Hayashi, standing nearby, stood frozen in astonishment. Just moments earlier he'd been debating how to broach the subject, how Yaren's taijutsu differed so profoundly. Now the master offered it freely. Hayashi swallowed his pride and addressed Yaren directly.
Master Yaren, this art fascinates me deeply. Might I not serve alongside Tokima?
Yaren turned, meeting Hayashi's gaze.
You too are curious. Yes, and indeed I am.
Hayashi hesitated beneath Yaren's steady gaze. This art transcended even the Hyūga's most guarded traditions. His request, he realized, had been reckless, impulsive. As Hayashi braced himself to withdraw in shame, Yaren slowly nodded.
Very well. If you wish to learn, join us, and furthermore.
Yaren turned slightly, surveying the assembled Hyūga disciples across the training ground. A faint smile touched his lips.
Summon Hinata and Neji as well, and let these younger generations attend too. How much they comprehend rests entirely upon their own cultivation.
To Yaren Konoha's two great clans, the Hyūga and the Uchiha, inspired genuine admiration. Thus he held them in high regard, offering guidance and support where he could. Yet at heart his aim remained focused, safeguarding only those few individuals he deemed worthy, Neji, Itachi, Shursui. The fate of entire clans lay beyond his concern. N.
Excellent.
N.
No problem whatsoever.
N.
Tokima.
And Hayashi's face lit with radiant joy as he turned to Tokima, eyes gleaming with anticipation.
Hurry, fetch Neji and Hinata at once. Nan, summon the clan's elite shinobi.
N.
Yes.
And Tokima fully grasped the gravity of the moment, and bowed his head deeply in affirmation.
Oh, and don't forget the clan head. Bring him too.
N.
Understood.
And with a soft whoosh, Tokima blurred into a streak of afterimage, vanishing toward the heart of the Hyūga compound. A soft chime echoed within Yaren's mind, in systems notification.
Detected deviation from canonical narrative. Hyūga Tokima's future ascension exceeds jōnin rank. And designated as Class C narrative alteration. Reward 100 points. Pa.
Yaren spat contemptuously into the void. N.
Worthless system. Stingy as hell.
System. In half an hour later, in the vast Hyūga training ground, non-massive lectern stood at the center. Upon it rested a jar of rich aromatic sake. Yaren stood arms crossed atop the platform, gazing calmly over the sea of white-hood Hyūga clansmen below. For figures knelt in the front row, Hyūga Hayashi and Hyūga Hizashi seated apart, flanked by the two delicate children, Neji and Hinata. Behind them sat Tokima's generation, strong seasoned warriors. In beyond them came elders and youths alike. Yaren's gaze lingered gently upon Hinata in the front row, and smiled.
Little Hinata, were you injured?
N.
Ah.
And she stiffened, then clasped her hands tightly together, twisting her fingers nervously. A breeze stirred, lifting her princess-cut hair to reveal cheeks flushed deep crimson like ripe tomatoes. And head bowed low, she whispered, barely audible.
Thank you, and thank you, brother Yaren. I'm unharmed. That's good.
Yaren nodded at Hinata and Neji sitting below, then glanced at Hayashi and Hizashi.
It's about time. Then it'll begin.
Yaren smiled slightly.
Hello everyone, I am Yaren. Today I will teach you advanced applications of the gentle fist. Whoosh.
In an instant, as Yaren's voice fell, the entire training ground erupted into uncontrollable clamor. Some ninjas who didn't know Yaren couldn't help but speak out.
What? A young man like him is going to teach us advanced gentle fist. Who does he think he is? He's only about the same age as Takuma. Yeah. And the gentle fist is a top-tier taijutsu that combines chakra and physical techniques passed down in our clan for countless generations. Can he really do it at such a young age? Let's just wait and see him make a fool of himself.
Listening to the intermittent voices from the arena, Yaren just smiled slightly and continued speaking.
I know many of you haven't seen me before and aren't convinced. But I hope you listen carefully, because I'll only say this once.
Yaren lowered his head slightly, his cold eyes sweeping over the entire crowd. Instantly, a fierce, irresistible aura surged from the depths of Yaren's soul, like being stared down by a wild beast. Everyone, including Hizashi and Hayashi, felt a deep suffocation, as if the air itself froze the moment Yaren locked his gaze on them.
Phew!
The crowd collectively heaved a heavy breath. Looking at Yaren on the stage, their eyes were filled with solemnity.
All right.
Seeing the training ground instantly fall into dead silence, Yaren nodded slowly with satisfaction.
Since you have no objections, let me explain some advanced applications of the gentle fist in combat. As everyone knows, the gentle fist is a taijutsu that injects one's own chakra into the opponent's body, damaging the chakra pathways, the meridian system, and internal organs. Moreover, it can only be fully effective when combined with the Hyūga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan. This technique of attacking internal organs is impossible for enemies to defend against. That's why the Hyūga clan has maintained its glory for so many years.
As Yiren's words fell, all the Hyūga clan members in the arena puffed out their chests, fully agreeing with what he said.
But
then Yiren's emotionless voice rang out again.
You have far from fully utilized the most powerful aspects of the gentle fist. You only focus on using chakra to destroy the opponent's internal organs. Could it be?
Yiren looked down at the crowd, his oppressive pressure causing even the two clan leaders to break out in cold sweat.
Has the essence of Tai Chi within the gentle fist been completely forgotten? Boom!
The people in the training ground widened their eyes in shock, staring at Yiren standing like a blade on the podium.
It can't be true, can it?
Hyūga, who hadn't heard this news, stood up in astonishment, looking at the young man on the podium. His face was full of disbelief. Their shock wasn't because Yiren had said their practice of the gentle fist had forgotten the essence of Tai Chi. That was just a curse. Rather, could the essence of Tai Chi actually be applied to the gentle fist? If so, how should it be used? This was a height that generations of the Hyūga clan had never reached. Could this young man on the podium truly achieve it today?
Tai Chi!
Before the training ground could start discussing, Yiren continued.
Movement in stillness, softness, overcoming hardness, avoiding the substantial, and striking the void, borrowing force to generate force. If the gentle fist is combined with this combat style, its variations will multiply, its practicality will increase, and its application on the battlefield will become far broader. Do you understand?
These 16 words from Yiren were like a thunderclap crashing heavily into everyone's hearts.
Ah, so that's it. I've spent over 20 years studying the gentle fist, yet I couldn't even grasp this simple truth. So it's like this. Truly unbelievable.
Hyūga and several clan elders exchanged glances, each seeing the deep shock in the other's eyes. Many experts, who had been immersed in the techniques of the gentle fist, wore expressions of sudden enlightenment. As they pondered deeper, their looks toward Yiren shifted from distrust to shock, and finally to worship and fervor. The name Yiren took root in their hearts.
Bang!
Yiren in high spirits laughed, and slapped the seal off a jar of wine. Tilting his head back, he took a hearty gulp.
Ha! Delightful. So does anyone want to spar with me? Come on up. Don't worry.
Yiren laughed heartily.
This sparring is just to help you understand the essence of Tai Chi. I want go all out. This is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Still not coming. Let me go first.
The relatively young Hyūga stood up and performed a disciple's bow to Yiren.
Master Yaren, please instruct me. Good.
Yiren leaped down from the podium and began sparring with Hyūga.
Boom!
Hyūga was sent flying with an excited expression, muttering about the essence of Tai Chi and new insights into the gentle fist. Yiren tilted his head back and took a sip of strong liquor, his face slightly flushed.
Come! Next! Boom!
His Hyūga was sent flying, his face also flushed with excitement.
Next! Boom!
Tokuma Hyūga was sent flying, equally excited.
Heh!
Yaren tilted his head back again and took another gulp of strong liquor, beckoning with one hand.
Next!
This teaching session lasted until evening. After everyone in the arena had been trained by Yaren, the only ones left were the two 5-year-old children, Neji and Hinata. At this moment, little Neji looked at Yaren with full admiration. Beside him, little Hinata also gazed at Yaren with excitement.
Brother Yaren, I want to learn the essence of Tai Chi and the gentle fist too. Hey! Ha!
With that, Hinata clumsily swung her fists a few times.
Can you teach me?
Though Hinata was gentle, her blushing face held a pair of determined eyes.
Oh!
Yaren slowly crouched down, leaning closer to Hinata.
Why, little Hinata? Burp!
You? Little Hinata wrinkled her nose and fanned the air in front of her face.
You smell like alcohol. Uncle Yaren, you're such a drunkard, it's so gross. Hey, you little brat.
Yaren's cheeks flushed crimson, yet his mind was remarkably clear. He looked at Neji and Hinata standing beside him, the smile in his eyes growing more pronounced.
How about this?
He said, placing his left hand on Neji's head and his right on Hinata's.
Since you both wish to learn the essence of Tai Chi,
he smiled faintly,
the two of you shall be my direct disciples. What do you think?
Yaren patted the first generation Goichi at his waist.
I can teach you not only the Tai Chi essence of the gentle fist, but also various physical techniques, and the swordsmanship I excel in. Really?
Neji's face lit up with sheer delight. At this moment, thanks to Yaren's intervention, Hayashi Hizashi had not yet sacrificed himself in place of his elder brother, and Neji had not been branded with the cage bird seal. He was still a kind-hearted, adorable little boy. Hearing Yaren's words, he was instantly captivated, and looked up at Yaren with unbridled excitement.
Thump! Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Ah!
Yaren waved his hand, reached out to lift Neji from the ground, and brushed the dust off his knees.
From now on you are my direct disciple. In my lineage there aren't many rules. Just call me Master when we meet. Yes.
Neji gazed at Yaren with admiration.
This disciple understands. Good.
Yaren nodded, then turned his gaze toward Hinata.
Little Hinata, what about you? Have you made up your mind? Yes.
The blush on Hinata's face had faded. She looked at Yaren with a slightly chubby face, but her tone was resolute.
I am willing to take you as my teacher. Because...
When it came to the reason, she became shy again, her cheeks flushed red, and she seemed reluctant to speak.
Ah.
Neji cut in directly.
Hinata, just say what you want to say. Don't be so shy. Ah. Okay.
The redness on Hinata's face deepened. Her voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible as she spoke to Yaren.
Because I want to become as strong as Master Yaren, so that one day I can protect the village.
After saying this, she seemed to lose all her strength, leaning against Yaren's leg and burying her face in it.
Ha ha. Good.
Yaren burst into a hearty laugh upon hearing this.
What's protecting the village? Do you want to become Hokage? I can teach you personally and make you the Hokage, the strongest existence in the village. Ah.
Neji's mouth dropped open in surprise.
Hokage. I want to be one too. Teacher, can I?
Neji looked at Yaren with wide, watery eyes and asked.
Ha ha. You? Of course you can. But you have to let Hinata be the Hokage first.
Humph. Neji's cheeks puffed up in dissatisfaction as he looked at his teacher and sister.
Why should Hinata go first? I'm the older brother. Exactly.
Yaren shook his now empty wine flask and ruffled Neji's hair.
Because you're the older brother. You should let your little sister go first.
Neji was momentarily stunned.
Is that so? Splash.
Yaren suddenly pulled Neji into a headlock, his breath reeking of alcohol, as he exhaled directly onto Neji's face.
Of course. Would your teacher lie to you? Teacher, you've drunk too much. The smell of alcohol is too strong. By the way, speaking of master-disciple relationships, I have something to tell you too.
Yaren set down the empty wine jar. He sat cross-legged facing them, his expression suddenly turning serious. With unmatched confidence and a hint of killing intent, he looked at Neji and said, Since you are my disciple, you must understand my sex rules. Sect rules? Neji was taken aback, then his expression became serious, and he nodded firmly.
Every teacher sets rules for their disciples. Please speak, teacher. Neji will remember them well. Mom.
Hinata nodded vigorously as well.
I will definitely follow whatever teacher says. It's not that serious.
Yaren reached out again to ruffle Neji and Hinata's hair, speaking with authority.
Listen up. My rules are simple, just two of them. First, whether you bully someone or they bully you, hit them back. If you can't win, run away, and then come find me. Your master will cut them down for you.
Neji. Hinata.
Ah.
Yaren rubbed the two children's heads, speaking with a tone of exasperation.
Look at those expressions. You're too rigid at such a young age. Listen to your teacher. If you can't handle it, just call me, and I'll cut them down for you. Okay.
Neji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Hinata
nodded softly, looking at Yaren with deep gratitude.
And the second rule.
Saying this, Yaren scratched his head lightly, and looked at Neji and Hinata sitting cross-legged beside him.
Ahem. Regarding the fact that your teacher can't find his way, you must not only keep it a secret, but also cut down anyone who says I don't know the way.
After Yaren said this, Hinata and Neji stared at their teacher with malice agape.
Teacher.
Neji opened his mouth.
Master is actually directionally challenged. How embarrassing. Hey, say that again, you little rascal.
Yaren's eyes widened, and he hoisted Neji up directly.
Air.
Neji, seeing himself suspended in the air, immediately backed down.
Hee. Teacher, I meant that whoever dares to call you directionally challenged, I will use the physical techniques and swordsmanship you taught me to kill them. Don't worry. Hee.
Neji scratched his head nervously, his eyes wide and innocent as he looked at Yaren.
Thud.
Yaren rolled his eyes and set Neji back down on the ground. He thought to himself, indeed, carefree Neji was more adorable, and Hinata, without any worries, was more innocent and lively than her counterpart in the original story.
Hee. Good. Burp.
Yaren smiled faintly, his face flushed, and let out a burp.
Boom.
While thinking, Yaren collapsed onto the training ground like a collapsing mountain, falling into a deep sleep. Half asleep. The system's voice echoed in his mind.
Detected that the host has altered the storyline. The achievements of Hinata Hyūga and Neji Hyūga will not be inferior to the legendary Sannin. System evaluates this as a level plot change, granting 500 points. Current points 700. Is the teacher drunk? Seems like it. Hee. Let's draw a turtle on his face.
Neji thought mischievously.
Good. Good idea.
Hinata silently pulled out a pen. At that moment, the little boy and girl busy working on Yaren's face might not have realized that. Years later, their achievements would indeed become boundless. At least, they would not be inferior to the legendary Sannin. Hinata and Neji collaborated, quickly drawing a large turtle on Yeblade's face, even adding different colors. Upon closer inspection, it even had an extra leg. Although the drawing wasn't very good, it resembled a chibi version, a colorful turtle hanging on the sleeping Yeblade's face, creating an indescribable harmony.
Ha ha. It's done.
Neji looked at the result on Yeblade's face and laughed heartily. Only Hinata expressed some concern.
Neji brother, don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? Oh.
Neji waved his hand dismissively.
What's wrong with this? It's our greeting gift to the master.
Hinata paused slightly, then nodded.
That seems to make some sense. But the teacher won't punish us when he wakes up, right?
Neji's smile turned a bit forced.
What are we afraid of? We just want to tell him we did it right.
Hinata nodded seriously.
You're so smart, brother. Of course. Yeblade is still sound asleep.
After their busy work, the two little ones also felt a wave of drowsiness. They didn't return inside, but collapsed on either side of Yeblade, grasping the sides of his white martial arts uniform, and soon fell into a deep slumber. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated Yeblade's face, his star-like eyes slowly opened, a habit developed over the years, allowing him to wake up very early, and his drowsy thoughts returned to his mind. Yeblade held his head and sat up.
Damn, is this Hinata family's alcohol this strong? I only drank 1 jar, and am down for the count. What?
Yeblade chuckled.
It's actually quite to my taste. Not bad, not bad. Next time, I need to ask Hizashi for more.
Yeblade's movement startled Hinata and Neji awake, and they rubbed their groggy eyes sitting up beside him. Still a bit confused, they looked at the pattern on Yeblade's face, and froze in unison. They couldn't recall at all that they were the ones who did it. They burst into wild laughter.
Ha ha ha! Teacher! Teacher, you have a turtle on your face! Hee hee! Yes, teacher, you have a...
Hinata couldn't finish her sentence because the word turtle was just too hard to say.
What?
Yeblade immediately became agitated. Damn it, how could my flawless, charming face that captivates countless girls have a turtle on it? This is intolerable.
Clang!
The sword ghost chopper at his waist was drawn. On the supreme blade, Yeblade's figure was perfectly reflected. And on the gleaming mirror-like blade of ghost chopper, the colorful turtle on Yeblade's face was also clearly visible.
Hiss!
Yeblade was shocked.
There really is a turtle. You too.
He turned his head abruptly to look at the bewildered Hinata and Neji.
Who did this? I don't know.
Neji stammered, looking at Yeblade in a panic. Yeblade turned to Hinata, gently coaxing her.
Little Hinata, look at this turtle on the teacher's face. TSK. This turtle is drawn so uniquely, the colors are distributed so evenly, and it even has an extra leg as a unique design. Truly clever. The person who drew this must be a young artist with great skill.
Yeblade pretended to examine the turtle seriously. He nodded from time to time.
Oh!
The 3-year-old Hinata directly waved her hand at Yeblade, proudly declaring,
This isn't the work of a skilled young artist, this is clearly Neji's doing.
At this point, Hinata suddenly realized something was off. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Oh, Yeblade nodded.
It was Neji.
With Yeblade's gaze locked on him, Neji's face instantly turned pale. He turned to look at Hinata, somewhat dazed, not knowing what to say.
Oh dear,
Yeblade continued.
Neji is really impressive, being able to draw such a beautiful turtle. Not bad at all, such a young age, and already has strong painting skills.
Hinata couldn't help but speak again. Pouting at Yeblade, she said,
That's not true. This turtle was drawn by me and brother Neji together. I contributed too.
Oh, Yeblade grinned mischievously as Neji's face grew paler. He then picked up both of them.
Slap.
This was the sound of Yeblade's palm landing on Neji's backside.
Let this be a lesson for drawing. Slap.
This was the sound of Yeblade's palm landing on Hinata's backside.
Are you still not confessing? Slap. Slap. Slap.
The early morning training ground was filled with the crisp sounds of slaps, occasionally mixed with the soft sounds of crying.
Woo-woo. Teacher, can you go easy on me?
After an hour, Yeblade brought the teary-eyed Neji and Hinata to the dining hall while eating breakfast. He was also teaching these two.
Next time you draw, can you make it look a bit better? Why do you always draw on my handsome face? This is outrageous. Lord Yeblade.
Just as they were eating, a middle-aged man from the Hyūga family approached Yeblade, bowing his head.
Patriarch, please come to the clan's council hall. Oh, what is it?
Yeblade frowned slightly.
It's the people from the Cloud Village. They are causing trouble in the council hall and demand to see you. They said that if they can't see you, they will sever ties with Konoha. Understood.
Yeblade nodded, reaching out to pat the heads of the two little ones.
You eat first, I need to handle some matters. Okay. All right.
Hinata and Neji were unaware of the severity of the situation. They were still angry at Yeblade munching on their breakfast.
Let's go.
Yeblade nodded at the middle-aged man beside him.
Take me to the council hall. Lord Third Hokage, our team responsible for signing the peace agreement with Cloud Village has perished. And it was at the hands of your Hyūga clan in Konoha. Are you suggesting that you and Konoha are using this as an opportunity to provoke war between the two villages?
The representatives of Cloud Village and the Hyūga clan sat facing each other, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage, had kept his head down, his face dark.
No.
Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head.
We are very eager to reach a peace agreement with Cloud Village. Oh.
The envoy from Yōnin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with not a trace of respect in his eyes, and spoke directly in a pressing tone.
Sincerity. Is your sincerity defined by killing the leader of our delegation, Lord Third Hokage? That hardly seems fair, does it?
In the dimly lit room, under the flickering lamplight, the row of Yōnin representatives seated on the right were arrogant and overbearing, pressing Sarutobi Hiruzen step by step.
People of Yōnin, you should know that your leader died because he abducted the white-eyed princess of our main house first. It was you who broke the rules first.
Hyūga Hayashi furrowed his brow and spoke to the Yōnin group seated on the floor without any restraint.
Ha ha ha. We broke the rules first.
The leader of the Yōnin delegates suddenly flashed a ferocious grin at Hyūga Hayashi.
May I ask if a single hair of your white-eyed princess was harmed? No.
Hyūga Hayashi ground out through clenched teeth.
Good.
The Yōnin leader's eyes lit up.
Then let me ask you another question. Is our operation leader, who is responsible for this mission, alive or dead?
Dead. Dead. Hyūga Hayashi's eyes widened, and uttering these two words seemed to drain all his strength, his figure suddenly stooping.
Then there we have it.
The Yōnin leader gave an exaggerated laugh.
The facts before us now are that the white-eyed princess you claim was kidnapped is perfectly unharmed, yet our operation leader died at the hands of your Hyūga clan. How shall we settle this?
Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hyūga Hayashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to figure out how to respond. The current Konoha was pathetically weak. The White Fang had committed suicide, the fourth Hokage was dead, and the legendary three were nowhere to be found. The entire village of Konoha was utterly incapable of standing up to Yōnin. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the only option was to compromise first.
Not speaking.
The Yōnin leader sneered at the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyūga Hayashi.
Fine. Since you want to speak, you'll state our demands. Since our leader died at the hands of your Hyūga clan in Konoha.
The Yōnin leader gave a cold smirk.
A life for a life. Use the life of your Hyūga clan leader to exchange for our leader's life. What? You're delusional. Yōnin, have you gone too far? Bullshit. You were clearly in the wrong first, yet you dare demand our clan leader's life. Lord Hokage will never agree. Ahem.
The third Hokage seated in the center cleared his throat, softly raised his head, and looked at the Yōnin envoy beside him.
Envoys of Yōnin, such a demand is far too excessive. Change the terms. Konoha Shinobi Village will surely comply.
Though lacking confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen still put on a facade of assurance, hoping to bluff the aggressive Yōnin envoy.
Heh.
Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the Yōnin envoy let out a soft laugh.
Change the terms. I'm sorry, but with all due respect, given Konoha's current strength, what gives you the right to challenge Yōnin? If I recall correctly, 2 of the legendary 3 are no longer in the village, and the remaining one Orochimaru has already defected. The 4th Hokage died sealing the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, our Yōnin village is at its peak. And look at you, Konoha. What gives you the right to ask us to change the terms?
The Yōnin envoy pressed relentlessly, showing no regard for Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face grew increasingly dark. In their eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was nothing more than an old man on the verge of death. Their AI and Killer Bee were the ones in their prime.
Must it come to this?
A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen as he frowned at the Yōnin envoy.
Are you willing to risk another war between our 2 villages?
The Yōnin envoy's expression instantly turned solemn.
Of course. For the dignity of Yōnin, we will not hesitate. Ahem.
Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure suddenly slumped, his aura gradually receding. With eyes that seemed to have grown dim, he turned to the Hyūga representative on his left.
This matter,
he said slowly,
I will discuss it with the Hyūga clan leader. Within 3 days, I will give you all a satisfactory answer. Good.
The Yōnin envoy's eyes lit up.
Then I shall await your good news, Lord Hokage. Good. Boom! Crash.
Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and was about to finish his good, the meeting room door was violently smashed open from the outside, sending dust, and with chips flying everywhere. The sheer force startled everyone present.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
Footsteps of identical rhythm echoed from the doorway. Against the light, a tall, upright figure appeared at the entrance of the meeting room.
I say!
A young yet icy voice rang out in the room.
That so-called leader of yours from Yōnin, I killed him. You're looking for the wrong person. Who goes there? Clatter. Clatter.
All the members of the Yōnin delegation drew their long swords, aiming at the figure at the door. The Hyūga clan members, however, looked as if they had seen a savior. Everyone perked up.
Master Yaren! Master Yaren! Master Yaren is here! We're saved!
Hearing the Hyūga clan's cries of Master Yaren, and were saved with Master Yaren, here Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. This man would be the greatest threat to his authority.
Who are you? This matter between Yōnin and Konoha is none of your business, is it?
The Yōnin envoy glanced at Yaren, then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen.
Isn't that right, Lord Third Hokage?
Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, though displeased with Yunin's attitude. Still he fixed his gaze on Yaren at the door, and spoke slowly.
Yaren, I don't know where you came from, but this matter is between our village and Yōnin village. It has nothing to do with you. I suggest you stay out of it. Oh!
Yaren gave a light laugh.
Which eye of yours saw me meddling in Konoha's affairs?
Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback.
Then you am dealing with the Hyūga clan's business, none of your damn business.
Yaren disdainfully glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, coldly reprimanding, showing him no face at all.
What about you?
Yaren rolled his eyes.
You can't protect the Hyūga clan, nor can you safeguard the village. How dare you sit in the Hokage's position with such a shameless face? You old fool. You should step down. Ha 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 ha.
As soon as Yaren's words fell, the Yōnin members, who had drawn their swords from their waists, burst into laughter, looking at Yaren with disdain.
Who is this? Lord Third, when did a nameless nobody get to intervene in the meeting between our two villages? Still mocking you. What do you want? I'll help you teach him a lesson. Whoosh. Crack.
Yaren's figure instantly appeared in front of the Yōnin leader, and at the same time, the stone slab, where Yaren had just stood, exploded into pieces. With a swift motion, Yaren grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up.
Teach me a lesson. You think you're worthy?
Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. Yaren's incredible speed reminded him of a deceased disciple, the one who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Namikaze Minato. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't see clearly, he knew that Yaren's speed was not due to spacetime ninjutsu. Even so, Yaren's speed was comparable to that of spacetime ninjutsu. This was entirely Yaren's physical skill. Terrifying.
You? Better put me down. Or else. Gah.
Yaren sneered, tightening his grip. The Yōnin leader's face turned crimson.
Or else what? Or else. Our Raikage will not let you go.
The Yōnin leader threatened Yaren.
Oh, then you can be on your way.
Yaren nodded.
Crack.
Yaren's iron-like right hand twisted the Yōnin leader's neck with force, and a mouthful of blood spilled from his lips.
Boom!
Like tossing out trash, Yaren threw the Yōnin leader to the ground. Clapping his hands, he turned to the surrounding Yōnin delegation and began counting on his fingers.
Let me calculate for you. Previously, I killed one of your leaders. Now I've killed your delegation leader, so you've suffered a huge loss this time, right? Oh dear. This is really something. I'm slapping your Yōnin in the face. What will you do about it? Not saying anything.
With that, Yaren directly quoted the Yōnin leader's earlier words.
All right. Then let me tell you what to do. Go back to where you came from.
Yaren's voice grew colder.
And also tell your Raikage, If he has any dissatisfaction with how I handled things today, he is welcome to come to Konoha and fight me. I'm always ready. Good.
The Yōnin delegation, who had just been commanding in the meeting room, suddenly lost their nerve. One by one, they walked around Yaren, and in less than a minute, the entire meeting room was left with only Yaren, the Hyūga clan members, and the third Hokage.
Lord Yaren.
Hinata Hizashi sincerely bowed to Yaren.
Thanks to your help this time, our Hyūga clan could turn danger into safety. We truly appreciate it. No need.
Yaren shook his head and helped Hinata Hizashi up.
Firstly, it was indeed me who killed that person. Secondly, now that Neji and Hinata are both my disciples, it is only right for me to take the lead in this matter. But?
Hinata Hizashi frowned.
Rumor has it that the fourth Reikage has mastered the lightning release armor, so he might not be easy to deal with, Lord Yaren. Ah.
Yaren waved his hand.
What do I care about that? Don't talk about lightning release armor. Even Uchiha Madara Susanoo I could slice through with a single sword. The Reikage. He's still far from it. Young man, you're talking a bit too boldly. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Susanoo they summon, is said to be the ultimate combination of the strongest spear and shield. You think you can cut through it with one strike? This is something even the samurai of the Land of Iron cannot do. Can you?
Sarutobi Ryzen, dissatisfied with Yaren's attitude towards him, was even more upset that the Hyūga clan treated Yaren much better than they did him. Hearing Yaren boast, he immediately voiced his opposition.
Humph.
Yaren turned to look at Sarutobi Ryzen, who was wearing the Hokage hat and cloak.
What you haven't seen doesn't mean it can't happen. In the way of the sword, with a fearless heart, all things can be cut down. Don't believe me?
Yaren smiled slightly.
You can come and try it yourself.
Sarutobi Ryzen narrowed his eyes.
Good. You're not young anymore, but your words are quite big. Today I shall test your capability.
Known as the professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Ryzen naturally had his pride. Repeatedly challenged by Yaren today, he couldn't swallow this grievance.
Whoosh!
The Hokage cloak fluttered without wind, and Sarutobi Ryzen quickly formed hand seals.
Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Boom!
As Ryzen's voice fell, a fire dragon engulfed and flames roared directly towards Yaren at close range.
Clang!
The crisp sound of drawing a sword rang out. Yaren held the sword in his right hand, his biceps bulging, and with a fierce swing of his hand holding the demon-cutting sword.
One sword style. Tornado. Whoosh!
A violent and fierce tornado appeared instantly in front of Yaren, blowing away the massive fire dragon that had just reached him.
Wah! What?
Ryzen was taken aback, cold sweat dripping slowly from his forehead. Yaren's casual/already possessed the power of an A-rank ninjutsu, and what was more terrifying was, Yaren's strike didn't show any signs of using chakra.
Who?
Ryzen exhaled lightly, suppressing the shock in his heart. His eyes fixed on Yaren, he once again began forming hand seals like a phantom.
Swish! Lightning release. Thunderclap.
Ziz! A blade like lightning appeared in Ryzen's hand, swiftly sweeping from his feet towards Yaren. The highly concentrated lightning blade was extremely fast. The next moment, it looked as though it would split Yaren in half.
Clang!
The demon-cutting sword just sheathed was suddenly drawn out again with great force. At the moment the demon-cutting sword was drawn, an extremely sharp slash erupted instantly.
One sword style. Vermilion bird seal departing fire.
With a sharp sound of whoosh, the blade of the ghost chopping sword swung swiftly by Yaren, directly transformed the air into a flame. The flame began to dance in the air. Twisted and enhanced by the blade's wind, its shape morphed into that of a phoenix, with its colors shifting from orange to crimson.
Sizzle!
The sound of space being torn apart echoed. The lightning blade, moving at incredible speed, was split in two by the recently formed fire Kekkei in front of Yaren. Not only that, the crimson flames climbed up the lightning. In an instant, they burned away the surging lightning completely.
This.
Rijon was stunned. If Yiren's first strike could be considered in a level ninjutsu, the second strike imbued with crimson flames already possessed the strength of a shadow-level expert. It was undeniably its class ninjutsu level.
I refuse to believe. If every strike of yours can unleash shadow-level power, let me see whether your swordplay is greater or my ninjutsu is more abundant. Swish, swish, swish.
Sarutobi Rijon quickly formed seals.
Shadow clone technique. Bon!
A puff of smoke dispersed, and 5 identical Sarutobi Rijon directly stood opposite Yaren.
I want to see how you plan to cut through this move. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet. Earth release.
Earth-style Great River. Wind release. Cyclone. Lightning release. Thunderstrike. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The 5 clones formed seals simultaneously, and 5 different elemental ninjutsu erupted from Sarutobi Rijon's mouth. All 5 clones shouted in unison.
5 releases. Great multi-strike technique. Boom! 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 Boom!
Ninjutsu containing the 5 elements of fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind charged towards Yaren. As soon as the 5 different elemental ninjutsu converged, an unparalleled explosion would ensue. At that moment, even a defensive technique like Susanoo would be stripped away.
Hee. Still too young.
Sarutobi Rijon chuckled lightly, as if already envisioning Yiren's incredulous expression when blasted away.
5 elemental techniques, huh?
Yaren looked at the 5-fold assault approaching him, and smiled slightly.
Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Good evil peace. In a person's life, there are 36 troubles that haunt the heart. 1 sword style.
Yaren switched the sword from his right hand to his left, his arm slightly bent, as he slowly raised it upwards, gripping his right hand at the base of his left arm.
36 troubles wind. Song.
The immense force from Yiren's combined arms directly impacted the blade, unleashing a rapid slash that shot forth like a cannon towards the 5 ninjutsu.
Boom!
The spiral slash wave directly pierced through the water dragon bullet, scattering the earth-style Great River. In the moment, Sarutobi Rijon became slack-jawed. It directly pierced through the 5 powerful ninjutsu before they could converge. Even after breaking through the ninjutsu, the slash wave formed by 36 troubles wind shot straight up, creating a 3-meter-wide hole in the ceiling of the conference room.
Whoa! What the heck?
The young Hyūga Hizashi, witnessing Yiren's effortless strike, couldn't help but exclaim foul language.
This Yiren's strike is terrifying, this kind of power. Even some class ninjutsu can't match it. And there isn't even a hint of chakra fluctuation. This
Hizashi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Could this be the limit of swordsmanship? Boom! The ceiling, shattered by the slash wave, began to collapse in pieces. Amid the falling bricks, and with chips, Yaren slowly lifted his foot and walked straight towards Sarutobi Rijon. Pat, pat!
The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed. The ghost-chopping sword was returned to his right hand, and a solemn expression covered Yiren's face.
How could this be?
Sarutobi Rijon maintained his sealed posture, but the shock on his face had frozen there. His hands trembled slightly.
This is not a power of humanity. Who exactly are you? Heh.
Yaren, walking with disdain, had not even broken a sweat after several fierce exchanges.
So dull.
Yaren shook his head.
I originally thought your strength could barely match me in battle. I didn't expect you couldn't even serve as a warm-up.
What a disappointment.
Don't be arrogant.
The shock on Sarutobi Rijon's face gradually calmed down. As Yaren approached closer, he abandoned the ninjutsu attack and aimed to summon the monkey demon to clash with Yiren's sword using the Rui Jingu Bang.
Swish, swish, swish.
Sarutobi Rijon, watching Yaren draw nearer, quickly began forming seals. His hands became a blur of phantom images. Sarutobi Rijon was confident
that with just one more second the summoning technique would be fully prepared. At that time, in the face of the weighty Rijin Gubang, who would win or lose was still up for debate. Crack! The sound of the floor breaking echoed beneath Yaren's feet. At that moment, Yaren vanished without a trace. Boom! The sonic boom of air being pierced instantly erupted. In just 0.1 seconds later, Yaren appeared right in front of Sarutobi Rijin, a gleaming first-generation ghost-chopping sword resting against the latter's neck. Meanwhile, the seals in Sarutobi Rijin's hands were barely half-formed. Ding! The instant Yaren's sword pressed against Sarutobi Rijin's neck. The system in his mind issued a prompt. Detected that the host has altered the plot, repelled the hidden cloud during the negotiations, defeated the third Hokage, and changed the course of the upcoming war. Gained a reward of 500 points. Current points 1200 points. Sarutobi Rijin looked at the first-generation ghost-chopping sword pressed against his neck, emanating a chilling light and murderous intent, and his eyes widened in shock. How could you be so fast? I told you. Yaren sheathed the sword, slowly returning it to its scabbard. Looking at Sarutobi Rijin, he coldly stated, Without fear in the heart, then, all things can be severed, all matters can be achieved. Do you now understand my caliber? Yaren's eyes were fixed firmly on Sarutobi Rijin, making the latter feel as if a beast was staring at him, exuding an overwhelming aura. This rendered Sarutobi Rijin unable to move. Understood. Sarutobi Rijin slightly parted his lips, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Good. Yaren nodded, retracting his aggressive gaze, and returning to his usual lazy demeanor, not even glancing at Sarutobi Rijin. He waved his hand to the people from the Hyūga clan nearby. Let's go! Everyone disperse. Huh? Freed from the pressure exerted by Yaren, Sarutobi Rijin took a deep breath, his hands, that were forming seals, slowly retracting and hiding within the Hokage cloak. He trembled slightly. Yaren. Sir! Overwhelmed and awed by Yaren's extraordinary martial prowess, Sarutobi Rijin had no choice but to lower his proud head and address Yaren as Sir. Yaren halted and turned to look at Sarutobi Rijin behind him. Is there something else? There is indeed something, but I would like to discuss it privately with Yaren, sir. No problem. Yaren, sir, Hokage, sir. Then we shall take our leave. Hyūga Hisashi glanced at Yaren, and Rijin smiled faintly, and slowly exited the meeting room, with his clan members thoughtfully closing the door gently behind him. Bang! The large door of the meeting room closed gently, leaving only Sarutobi Rijin and Yaren inside. Yaren crossed his arms. All right, now that there's no one else, you can speak your mind quickly. Okay. Sarutobi Rijin nodded. I won't beat around the bush. The current situation in Konoha is quite grim. Just as you've seen, even when facing the threat from the Cloud Village, we must respond carefully. Moreover, aside from me, Konoha hardly has any shadow-level combat power available at the moment. Our situation is very difficult. Yaren nodded. I understand, so what now? Sarutobi Rijin was momentarily taken aback. He continued, speaking to Yaren. Thus I need your assistance, Yaren, sir, to help us through this extremely challenging time. I, Sarutobi Rijin, represent the entire village in being profoundly grateful to you. Yaren rolled his eyes. What good is gratitude? Can gratitude be eaten? After all this talk, you simply want me to become a temporary advisor for Konoha, helping you deal with external invasions. There's no need to dress it up with such grandeur. That's too hypocritical. Danzo. Sarutobi Rijin was caught off guard, feeling embarrassed, as Yaren exposed his true thoughts. However, Sarutobi Rijin was not foolish. I understand. Yaren, sir, what conditions would you require to agree to my request? As long as the demands aren't excessive, I have the authority as Hokage to agree to you. Since you say so, all right. Yaren nodded, a slight smile forming on his lips.
He extended 3 fingers towards Sarutobi Rishin.
I have 3 conditions.
Sarutobi Rishin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as he smiled and gestured for Yaren to continue.
Yaren, sir, please go ahead. Good. The first condition.
Yaren raised his index finger.
If I'm to be Konoha's temporary advisor, I expect compensation. As far as I know, the monthly salary for advisors, like Kurama Akatsuki and Nido Gate, is 100,000 ryu. My demands aren't high. Just multiply that by 10.
Sarutobi Rishin paused, displaying a contemplative expression, but after about 5 seconds, he still nodded with furrowed brows.
Given your abilities, Yaren, sir, I can offer you that price. Decisive.
Yaren nodded, then raised his second finger.
The second condition. Hand over Itachi Shursui and Yuzuki Yusuke to me. I will be their jōnin instructor. And the villagers must not interfere with my teaching of them. This.
Sarutobi Rishin's brows furrowed immediately. Leaving Yusuke aside, Itachi and Shursui were crucial parts of the plan he had discussed with Danzo, necessary for controlling the Uchiha clan. If handing over these 2 to Yaren could lead to unpredictable outcomes, Sarutobi Rishin began to hesitate. He could not grasp Yaren's strength, background, or intentions. Could he truly hand over these 2 children to Yaren?
What do you think?
Yaren said impatiently.
Have you made up your mind? Are you already hesitating over the second condition? Where has your capacity as Hokage gone?
Sarutobi Rishin remained frowning deeply. This condition had exceeded his expectations and went beyond his authority. After all, utilizing Shursui and Itachi to resolve issues within the Uchiha clan had already been agreed upon by him, Danzo, and the 2 advisors of Konoha. If he handed these 2 children over to Yaren, their previous plans would undoubtedly be shelved.
Let's do this. Yaren smiled slightly.
I know what you're worried about. Why not listen to my third requirement before making a decision?
All right.
Sarutobi Rishin sighed in relief.
These 3 requests are actually quite simple.
Yaren smiled gently.
I want Danzo's life. No question.
Isn't it just a life? Sarutobi Rishin nodded. As long as it could secure Yaren's assistance, what was one life worth? Suddenly, Sarutobi Rishin, who had begun to say no problem, froze.
Who?
Sarutobi Rishin turned and glared fiercely at Yaren, incredulous.
Shimura Danzo. You heard correctly. That's right.
Yaren nodded casually.
Shimura Danzo wanted to use me, and I absolutely detest the feeling of being used, so he must die. Impossible. Sarutobi Rishin clenched his fists.
Shimura Danzo is an essential combat force and core member of Konoha. He absolutely cannot die.
I can't possibly agree to this condition. No, no, no.
Yaren shook his head gently.
I didn't speak to you for negotiation. My meaning is, these 3 conditions are non-negotiable. All must be met for me to help you temporarily protect Konoha. If you agree, that everything can be discussed. If not, I will only protect the Hyūga clan. As for Konoha.
Yaren's smile turned cold.
What does that have to do with me?
The cold, emotionless words of Yaren jolted Sarutobi Rising awake. Is Yaren negotiating conditions with him?
No.
Regardless of whether he agrees or not, the biggest victim would be Sarutobi Rising himself and the entire Kumogakure.
Is there really no room for negotiation?
Sarutobi Rising, with a tentative attitude, looked at Yaren and asked again.
No.
Yaren shook his head.
You are now in a position where you must act. Kumogakure has already provoked Yōnin village. If I do not step in to protect Kumogakure at this moment, what do you think Yōnin will do to you? It was you who provoked them. It was not me.
Sarutobi Rising looked at Yaren, feeling somewhat aggrieved.
Damn. Don't.
Yaren couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he saw Sarutobi Rising looking at him with a resentful gaze.
Don't give me that look. You're an old man. What is that resentful gaze supposed to mean? It's really disgusting.
While speaking, Yaren took a few steps back. He distanced himself from the scruffy Sarutobi Ryzen.
All right. You don't need to think about it anymore. Let me help you make a decision.
Yaren rolled his eyes at Sarutobi Ryzen impatiently.
I will kill Shimura Danzo, help you preserve Konohagakure, and then become a temporary advisor to Konohagakure. At least for 1 year, I can guarantee the prosperity of Konohagakure. And what about Danzo?
Yaren smiled lightly.
Can his existence protect the village from being invaded by Yōnin village? Can he compare to A or the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi? My role far exceeds that idiot Shimura Danzo.
Sarutobi Ryzen.
Cough, cough.
He lightly coughed twice, mildly acknowledging the nickname Yaren gave to Shimura Danzo, while also beginning to contemplate the pros and cons of Yaren's words. Shimura Danzo is very important. But this crisis that Konohagakure is facing, Danzo won't be of any help at all. Yaren is very arrogant and has many demands. However, at least for now his strength is formidable, and he is not the type to procrastinate or go back on his word.
Aye.
A cold glint flashed in Sarutobi Ryzen's eyes. For the village, sacrificing the leader of the Hyūga clan is acceptable, so sacrificing Shimura Danzo is also not out of the question.
I agree. Okay.
Yaren smiled with satisfaction and nodded at Sarutobi Ryzen.
Since you agree, then actively cooperate with my demands. I will go kill Danzo tonight. Tomorrow morning, I want to see Shursui Itachi and Yuhi Kurenai. All right.
Sarutobi Ryzen gritted his teeth.
Tomorrow at the village gate, these three will meet you on time, and I hope you.
Sarutobi Ryzen looked at Yaren, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading.
Leave out those unrelated to Danzo. Rest assured.
Yaren waved his hand toward Sarutobi Ryzen behind him, then pushed open the conference room door and stepped out.
Thud. Thud.
Watching Yaren's gradually fading figure, cold sweat trickled down Sarutobi Ryzen's forehead.
Is your arrival a blessing or a curse? This terrifying strength. Only the first Hokage might be able to contend with him. Yaren.
Hinata Hizashi, seeing Yaren walk out of the conference room, immediately approached with great respect and asked,
Lord Hokage didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Difficult? Huh?
Yaren waved his hand directly.
You saw it yourself. That old man can't beat me, how could he make things difficult for me? Rest assured. Oh!
Hinata Hizashi thought for a moment and nodded.
So, Lord Yaren, do you want to return to your room to rest, or do you have other arrangements? I can provide you with anything you need. No need to be so troublesome.
Yaren waved his hand.
I just need to rest in my room. You can. Bring me some good fine liquor and prepare a decent wine gourd. It's hard to do anything without a bit of alcohol. No problem.
Hizashi nodded and looked at Yaren.
Is there anything else?
Yaren shook his head.
Nothing for now. All right then, Lord Yaren, you go back first, and I will prepare what you need. I will have someone deliver it to your room shortly. All right.
Yaren nodded. He turned to walk towards the backyard of the Hyūga clan. But when Yaren turned around to leave, he froze. Looking at the twisted pathways, several corridors, ponds, buildings, open spaces, and the flowers and trees of the Hyūga clan, Yaren was left dumbfounded.
This.
Yaren twitched the corner of his mouth.
Does having money mean you have to build a house like this? What if I get lost?
After mumbling a few words, Yaren turned around and called out to Hinata Hizashi, who was about to go prepare the liquor and wine gourd.
Hizashi, come here for a moment. Huh?
Hizashi was taken aback and quickly walked over to Yaren's side, frowning as he asked,
Does Lord Yaren have anything else?
Yaren furrowed his brows and asked Hizashi,
Who designed the layout of your clan's land? Why is it so strange? Huh?
Hizashi was stunned. Although Hizashi did not understand why Yaren suddenly asked who designed the clan's land, he still answered straightforwardly.
The layout of our Hyūga clan's land was personally designed and constructed by the renowned architect of the Land of Fire, Susanoo. How about that? Hee.
Hizashi smiled proudly.
Does Lord Yaren also feel that the environment of our clan's land is pleasant, the scenery beautiful, and the layout of the houses perfectly conceived? Perfect. Susanoo, huh? When I get the chance to go to the Land of Fire, I will definitely drag that bastard out and kill him with my sword.
Hizashi.
Cough, cough. Lord Yaren, why is that? Heh. Why?
Yaren smiled coldly, speaking with certainty.
Designing the clan's land to be so complex, I think. Even your own clansmen would often get lost in it, right? Such a designer, should we keep him around for the new year?
Complex. Hizashi was slightly taken aback and gently scratched his head.
It's not that complicated. And our clansmen don't get lost. Oh.
Yaren turned his head, casting a cold gaze at Hyūga Tokuma, who was muttering to himself.
You say, none of your clan members ever get lost.
Yaren's chilling eyes locked onto Hyūga Tokuma, causing the latter's entire body to break out in goosebumps.
Well?
Hyūga Tokuma cowered.
Many of my clansmen still get lost in this bizarre layout, so I often lament how utterly inhuman this design is. How about this, Lord Yaren?
Hyūga Tokuma wiped the cold sweat from his brow.
Given the extreme complexity of our clan grounds, allow me, who is more familiar with the area, to escort you to your residence. Follow me.
Sensing the beast-like aura emanating from Yaren gradually subside, Hyūga Tokuma let out a faint sigh of relief.
Phew?
He quietly lowered his head and walked ahead of Yaren. Then, led by Hyūga Tokuma, Yaren returned to his residence. Around 3 in the afternoon, the Hyūga family delivered several jars of strong liquor and a head-sized gourd as requested by Yaren. After some simple preparations at 5 in the afternoon, Yaren hung the gourd filled with liquor at his waist, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Since Yaren couldn't find his way at all naturally, Yaren directly grabbed a random Hyūga clan member on the street, who led him out of the Hyūga clan grounds and onto the bustling streets of Konoha.
Not bad, not bad. How delightful.
Yaren gazed at the lively Konoha streets, gently clasped his hands behind his head, and began strolling leisurely. Listening to the vibrant sounds of the street, Yaren's tense body gradually relaxed.
Huh?
Suddenly Yaren halted in his tracks. He turned his gaze to the right.
This is Ichiraka Ramen.
On one side of the street, a ramen shop of about 10 square meters was open for business. The sign above the entrance read Ichiraka Ramen in bold characters. A plume of steam carrying an irresistible aroma wafted continuously from behind the Norin curtain.
Gulp.
Yaren rubbed his slightly empty stomach.
I've long heard that Konoha's Ichiraka Ramen is a culinary gem, and am a bit hungry. Better grab something to eat first.
With a faint smile, Yaren slowly approached the Ichiraku Ramen shop. Reaching out, he lifted the Norin curtain and sat down on a stool. Yo.
Good afternoon, sir. What would you like to eat?
Ichiraka flashed a smile at Yaren, his wrinkles nearly squeezing his eyes shut.
You'll have.
Yaren glanced at the price list posted on the wall. His eyes locked onto the ramen listed at the very bottom.
Miso chashu ramen, please. Coming right up. I am prepare a large bowl of miso chashu ramen. Yes, father.
I am wearing a white chef's hat. Nodded, skillfully placed the gleaming noodles into a strainer and lowered them into boiling water while simultaneously preparing the toppings and sauce. In the prime of her youth, Ayam radiated pure vitality and energy. Suddenly,
clatter!
A faint sound rang out not far from Yaren. A slender black-clad figure appeared on a rooftop not far from Ichiraku Ramen. Black inner were silver-white armed guards and armor, and a mask painted with a green floral pattern resembling a Chinese opera face. Unlike the animal-themed masks of the Anbu, this mask signified the organization known as Root. The members of Root had no names, no emotions. No past, no future. They were the silent benefactors entrenched deep within Konoha, dedicating their entire lives to bearing the burden of the village's glory and decline. However, under Danzo's leadership, this organization gradually became twisted. Guided by Danzo, Root deviated from its original mission of protecting the village, transforming into Danzo's personal tool and weapon. Moreover, to satisfy Danzo's own desires, the members of Root had gained a notorious reputation in recent years.
Heh.
Yaren sipped his liquor, while using his observation haki to sense the Root member.
Oh! Not moving a muscle, waiting for me to appear.
Yaren chuckled softly.
Then wait. After I finish my meal, I'll let you take me to Danzo.
Fool!
Clang!
A steaming bowl of miso chashu ramen was placed before Yaren by Ayam, its fragrant steam rising in front of him.
How fragrant!
Yaren's eyes lit up.
Ha, thank you for the compliment. Please enjoy.
Ayam gave Yaren a gentle smile and placed a glass of water beside him. Then she said softly,
Young man, drinking too much isn't good for your health. Even the shinobi can't drink often, and you're still so young. Heavy drinking is a bad habit. Better drink some water. All right.
Yaren scratched his head, pausing his motion to uncork the gourd. He reached for the glass and took a sip of water.
Ah!
He let out a refreshing sigh. Yaren smiled faintly. He finally felt a sense of belonging in this world. With Hinata and Neji as his disciples, becoming a temporary advisor to Konoha, and even receiving Ayam's concern at Ichiraku Ramen. He had finally put down roots here.
Slurp! Slurp!
The sound of slurping noodles echoed from behind the Norin curtain as Yaren indulged himself heartily in the tiny ramen shop.
Delicious! Boss, another bowl.
Who would have thought that such a figure had completely dominated the third Hokage not long ago?
Phew!
Letting out a deep breath, Yaren pushed aside the Norin and stepped out of Ichiraku Ramen. With a sidelong glance at a 4-story building across the street, a cold smirk tugged at his lips. He turned and walked into a small alley. By now Konoha had fallen into night. Aside from a few scattered lights on the main road, the alley was shrouded in complete darkness.
Shuffle! Shuffle!
Yaren's footsteps echoed faintly in the dark alley, accompanied by a shadow that followed closely behind.
Hey! I said!
Yaren gently rested his hand on the hilt of Kiryu, eyes glowing red as he stared into the depths of the alley.
Have you been waiting this long without showing yourself? Of Root!
As the voice of Yaren fell, a tall figure appeared in the dark alley before him.
Have you discovered me?
The black figure slowly drew a knife from its waist. The finely crafted iron blade glimmered with a bright silver light in the moonlight.
How did you know I was here? Are you a reconnaissance ninja? Speak. Who exactly are you?
A somewhat youthful female voice echoed in the alley. A member of the Root organization wearing a green-patterned mask raised her long sword, pointing it coldly at Yaren.
TCH. You're just a woman.
Yaren scratched his head.
I knew it. In the Root organization there are indeed quite a few fools. I merely noticed your presence, and you think him a reconnaissance ninja.
Yaren rested his right hand lightly on the handle of his knife, lazily addressing the female ninja.
Do you still think I'm a spy sent by another country? I say, little sister, your imagination is quite rich, isn't it?
Humph. Root 13 let out a cold snort as she looked at Yaren not far away.
No matter what you say today, you can't escape the fact that you illegally intruded into the village. Come with me. Dangerous element. Go with you.
A playful glint flickered in Yaren's eyes.
Where to? Of course to our Root interrogation room, to undergo the most brutal interrogation. Only after confirming you are truly innocent will you be released.
Root 13's voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Just like the other members of the Root organization. No emotions, no friends, no life, only the absolute belief of better to wrongfully kill than to let go.
Oh, may I ask you a question?
The smile in Yaren's eyes became even more peculiar.
Speak.
Root 13's voice remained emotionless.
That.
Yaren smiled slightly.
I want to inquire if the interrogation room of your route is far from your headquarters.
Why do you ask this question? Route 13's indifferent voice finally carried a hint of confusion.
TCH.
Yaren waved his hand.
It's nothing much, just asking. Am quite in awe of your route leader Shimura Danzo, so I wanted to know if I might have the chance to meet him.
Hearing Yaren express admiration for their leader, Route 13's guard relaxed slightly.
If you're lucky enough, you might see our leader when you pass the long bridge. Of course. Not everyone has that kind of luck. All right.
Yaren nodded, excitement flashing in his eyes. Just when he was at a loss for how to get into the route headquarters, such a naive Route 13 appeared, voluntarily offering to take him back to their headquarters. Isn't this like a pillow arriving just as one feels sleepy?
Then let's go. I'll go with you to the route interrogation room to prove my innocence.
Route 13 coldly nodded, putting away the long knife in her hand.
You're quite perceptive.
She jumped down from the eaves, walked slowly to Yaren's side, and took out a special handcuff, locking Yaren's hands behind him. Tightly secured.
TSK.
Yaren tested the strength of the special steel lock and smiled slightly.
You think this level of lock can restrain my movements? It's probably not enough. Aren't you going to change it for a tougher one? TCH.
Route 13 rolled her eyes under the mask.
What big talk! If you have the ability, show me now how you can break free from these handcuffs. Snap!
Route 13 lightly tapped a certain part of the handcuffs, and with a crack several thin strands of special steel wire tightened around Yaren's hands from 4 directions.
This steel wire was developed and manufactured in our route laboratory. Its hardness can even restrain a jōnin-level expert for a short time. Don't even think about breaking free. Oh!
Yaren frowned.
To restrain a jōnin-level expert, is this lock's strength truly that terrifying? What do you think?
Route 13 rolled her eyes. Yaren slowly tested his hands, and said seriously to Route 13 beside him.
I say, little sister, what if I do break free? Impossible.
Route 13 shook her head directly.
With your strength, you can never break free from this confinement lock. You might as well give up that thought. TCH.
Yaren was immediately displeased.
What if I manage to get it off? Get it off.
Route 13's expression under the mask showed disbelief that Yaren could break free from the confinement lock, somewhat arrogantly and defiantly saying to Yaren,
If you get it off, they'll call you Daddy. Huh? What a playful bet.
Yaren smiled slightly.
Since you are so sincere about wanting to bet with me, I accept your wager. Let's do this. If I can break free, you'll call me Daddy. If I can't, I'll call you Daddy. How about that? Sure.
Route 13 did not hesitate at all, proudly puffing out her chest and giving Yaren a provocative glance.
Who's afraid of who? Break it free now. What's the rush?
Yaren rolled his eyes.
I will naturally break this lock at the most opportune moment. At that time, you just need to call me Daddy. Still talking tough when death is imminent.
Route 13 glared coldly at Yaren.
When you enter our route interrogation room, I hope you can remain as optimistic as you are now. Oh!
Yaren was startled.
Is it that thrilling? What's the matter? Are you scared?
Route 13 smiled softly, looking at Yaren with disdain.
Hee.
Yaren smiled too.
So what are we waiting for? Lead the way.
Route 13. Grinding her teeth, Route 13 grabbed Yaren's shoulder with one hand and his locked hands with the other, jumping up the wall. Then, without pausing, she leaped towards the outside of the village, not knowing if it was an illusion or something else. As a prominent chōnin and a rising star in the route organization, Route 13 felt that tonight's target was a bit unusual. However, she could not clearly articulate what was unusual about it. She just felt that this person's shoulders were very strong, extremely strong. Like iron, unshakable. The route organization. As the name suggests, the purpose of this organization established by Danzo is to serve as the most crucial component firmly rooted underground for Konoha, providing sustenance for Konoha and sacrificing everything for it. However, in recent years Danzo has gradually become inflated and radical, leading to the infamous conduct of the root organization. First, Danzo allied with the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, directly intervening in the internal strife of the ranged shinobi. Next, Danzo instructed Kakashi, who had just been promoted to jōnin, to assassinate the third Hokage, aiming for the position of Hokage. All of this has caused the informed individuals in the village to resent this organization, and Danzo has become someone whom people fear. Whoosh! Outside Konoha village in the pitch-black forest, two figures swiftly traversed through the trees. One of them was the Night Blade being hurried along. The other was the newly promoted jōnin of the root organization, Gen 13.
I say!
Night Blade impatiently twisted his neck.
After all this time, are we there yet? What's the rush? We're almost there.
Gen 13 remained calm and collected, not even glancing at Night Blade as he continued on his way.
I'm not anxious at all.
Night Blade felt a slight headache.
But how am I supposed to get back after traveling this far? It's pitch black here. Who knows the way? What did you say?
Vaguely it seemed Gen 13 heard Night Blade muttering something and tilted his head.
What do you mean you don't know the way? It's nothing.
Night Blade rolled his eyes.
Do you even know the way? You're not some road idiot, are you? You haven't made it this far yet. Bullshit.
Gen 13 was instantly angered.
Do you see that?
While leaping among the branches, Gen 13 pointed with a finger at a massive gray-black tree trunk not far away.
That is the headquarters of the root. Right at the base of that giant trunk. Whoosh. Boom!
As they approached the trunk, Gen 13 slowed down and finally dropped down, with Night Blade right in front of the trunk. Gen 13 set Night Blade aside. Then, after checking left and right to confirm that no one was around, he gently reached out and tapped on the tree trunk.
Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock.
After Gen 13 knocked about a dozen times, the seemingly real giant trunk split open to both sides.
Boom!
After a slight tremor of the ground, a stone staircase, about a meter wide, extended downward inside the massive tree trunk.
Let's go!
Gen 13 placed a hand on Night Blade's shoulder, leading him down into the darkness.
Boom!
As the figures of Night Blade and Gen 13 gradually disappeared into the depths of the staircase, the giant trunk slowly closed up again. Just like it was at the beginning. Deep in the forest it remained inconspicuous.
Pat pat! Pat pat!
The sound of their footsteps echoed one after another on the dim stone staircase. Not knowing how far they had walked, a faint light finally appeared ahead in the darkness. The light gradually grew larger, and the stone steps widened as Night Blade and Gen 13 descended the final steps, standing on a platform carved from black rock.
Oh!
Night Blade looked at the scene before him, somewhat surprised.
It really feels familiar. The deep underground dim stone steps, the vast abyss, and...
Night Blade smiled faintly at the long narrow suspension bridge ahead.
Long bridge.
Gen 13, standing beside Night Blade, froze for a moment. Turning to look at Night Blade, he asked,
You know this is a long bridge.
Of course. Night Blade rolled his eyes.
This bridge is long and narrow. Would it be called a narrow bridge instead?
Gen 13.
Stop showing off your tongue. Follow me. After this long bridge is the interrogation department of our route. Once we get there, you'll know what true despair is. Oh.
Night Blade nodded expressionlessly.
Remember to call me Daddy later.
Gen 13.
You?
Gen 13 looked at Night Blade helplessly. She, who was not very talkative to begin with, was no match for Night Blade in a war of words. Fortunately, they had already arrived at the base. Gen 13 ignored Night Blade, leading him straight across the narrow, long bridge to the platform on the other side.
Cough, cough.
A slight cough suddenly echoed from the darkness. Gen 13 immediately stopped, knelt down toward the dark figure, and respectfully said,
Lord Danzo.
In the darkness Danzo replied with a strong voice, and then slowly walked out leaning on his cane.
Who is this?
Danzo's left eye sparkled with sharp light as he looked at Nightblade, who appeared unfazed despite having his hands bound, and questioned Gen 13.
Reporting to Lord Danzo. I suspect he is an infiltrator sent from another village.
Oh! Danzo was taken aback.
Which village sent him?
Gen 13 began to stutter.
I haven't found out yet. I was just about to take him to the interrogation room for questioning. Once I ascertain where he comes from, I will report to Lord Danzo.
Good. Danzo nodded at Gen 13.
You may go. Yes. Wait.
Suddenly, Nightblade called out to the departing Danzo. He sarcastically said,
What's the matter, Danzo? Have you forgotten who I am?
Nightblade sneered.
Just the other day your Umbu informed me that Hinata was captured by the Cloud Village using me to help you out, and now you pretend not to know me. What? Did you leave your eyes at home? Are you in a hurry to go back and get them?
Oh! Danzo turned around and carefully observed Nightblade, and after a moment his pupils slightly contracted.
So it's you. Nightblade. Damn! Isn't it just me?
Nightblade grinned at Danzo.
I absolutely hate being used by others, so guess what? What is my purpose for seeking you out tonight?
Purpose? Danzo smiled lightly.
Hee. It's nothing more than coming to take revenge on Old Man. But do you think that with you alone you can do whatever you want in the headquarters of my route? Nightblade.
Danzo's eyes widened in shock.
You are too arrogant. I can't do whatever I want at your rude headquarters.
Nightblade asked with a smile.
Are you sure? Bang!
For special threads along with a sturdy special metal were instantly snapped by Nightblade's hands, which were as strong as iron. Steel shards flew, sparks scattered.
What?
Rinshirsan's eyes widened beneath his mask, staring in disbelief at the unscathed wrist of Yaren. You actually managed to unlock this lock. Yaren flexed his slightly stiff wrist and turned to the shocked Rinshirsan. Otherwise, did you lose your eyes at home? Am I not struggling enough? Yaren rolled his eyes. Enough? I'm currently dealing with Tuanzong, so wait for me over there. They'll find you once I'm done. Oh! Rinshirsan nodded obediently and walked to the side. All right. By the way, remember to call me Dad. Yaren chuckled. Rinshirsan. Yaren's eyes regained their previous indifference as he looked at Tuanzong, who stood not far across from him. Tuanzong, how are you? Are you ready to face my wrath? He. Tuanzong's wrinkled face showed no signs of panic, calmly gazing at Yaren as he spoke slowly. Wrath. You merely escaped the special handcuffs designed to restrain even a jōnin. What does that prove? Wind. Bring the roots. Swish. Swish. Two figures rushed out from the dark corners and stood behind Tuanzong. One was a tall man with orange hair, Shan Zhong Feng from the Shan Zhong clan, skilled in mind manipulation techniques often used for gathering intelligence and controlling enemies. The other was a man in a leather coat wearing black goggles, Yunuchu Jin. Although the goggles had somewhat cute round lenses, his body was covered in phosphorus insects that often instilled fear in enemies. Both were now Tuanzong's dedicated bodyguards. Tuanzong. We're here to protect you. Shan Zhong Feng nodded at Tuanzong. Then he exchanged glances with Yunuchu Jin before turning to the depths of the darkness and shouting, Where are the roots? Where are the roots? Swish, swish, swish. Boom. The roots are here. Dozens of shadows suddenly appeared from the dark corners, kneeling half before Tuanzong, their synchronized shouts even causing the rocks beneath to tremble. With the two powerful figures from the Root Organization behind him, and the elite forces of the Root Organization in front, Tuanzong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with cold light.
Now, you can show your wrath. Oh! Yaren lightly rested his right hand on the hilt of the sword, sneering in disdain. With those two useless fools behind you, or these rotten potatoes and stinky eggs in front of you, just this little bit of people, this little bit of strength, think they can stop me? Yaren gave a chilling smile. He pointed at Tuanzong among the crowd. Today you Tuanzong will surely die. I said it. No one can hold you back. Humph. Shan Zhongfeng sneered coldly. Stop boasting. If you really have the ability, let's see your strength. Roots. Jia Yi Bing Ding. All of you charge. Yes. The roar resounded through the vast underground space. Dust began to fall slowly from the rocks above. In the next moment, dozens of root members in standard armor, wearing various patterned masks, including 4 elite ninjas codenamed Jia Yi Bing Ding, charged straight towards Yaren. Good timing. Yaren's eyes flashed with sharp light. I was worried that I hadn't had a thrilling battle since arriving in the Hokage world. Since you're all coming, then bring it on. Swish. Crack. Yaren didn't retreat, but advanced, the tremendous force shattering the rocks beneath his feet like a spider web. He charged into the swarm of dozens of ninjas. Bang. With a swift motion, Yaren grabbed a ninja's mask midair. Crack. The muscles in his right arm bulged, and the incredibly hard mask shattered instantly in Yaren's hand. The ninja, bleeding from all 7 orifices, was slammed down towards the ground by Yaren. Boom. The hard ground was smashed into a pit. A root member whose face was no longer recognizable lay at the edge of the pit, his head embedded in the black rock by Yaren's immense strength. Super strength. Shan Zhongfeng furrowed his brows, carefully observing Yaren's combat style, constantly analyzing methods to counter him. At the same time, he searched for an angle to strike. Since his mind manipulation technique could only be released in a straight line, Shan Zhongfeng needed to be absolutely certain before daring to engage with Yaren. Zung. The long knife was drawn. Yaren slowly pulled out the original guiche, resting his right hand on the hilt. The thick elongated blade still shimmered with a chilling cold light in the dim environment, causing everyone who saw it to inexplicably break into a cold sweat. This blade. Shan Zhongfeng was slightly taken aback. It's a bit strange. What's strange? Yunu Chujian asked in confusion. I can't quite explain it. I just feel this blade seems incredibly sharp even. Shan Zhongfeng's temples dripped with cold sweat, an unprecedented sense of crisis slowly sprouting in his heart. It surpasses the 3 ancient artifacts. What? Yunu Chujian exclaimed in surprise. This person's strength is probably not to be underestimated. Who knows? Shan Zhongfeng slowly crossed his arms, closing his mouth. His expression darkened as he watched Yaren devastate the battlefield. Swish. Swipe. Swish. Slash. Swish. Diagonal cut. Yaren didn't even use any combat techniques, relying solely on his raw strength and skill to slash madly through the crowd. Blood splattered and screams echoed. No one was a match for Yaren. Huh? He gently exhaled a breath of hot air. The pupils in Yaren's eyes flickered with a mesmerizing red glow. The guiche in his hand was still dripping blood. And on the ground there already lay over a dozen corpses of root members in disarray. Just this. Yaren mocked the retreating root members. I just warmed up, and you can't handle it already. Tuanzong. Do you want to come up and fight me? It would save me some trouble. Insolent. Yunu Chujian adjusted his glasses, and black phosphorus insects flew rapidly out of his clothes towards Yaren. You don't need Tuanzong to take action against me. Let me have a go with you. You? Yaren said expressionlessly. Do you want to dance as well? Humph. Yunutsugen was not adept at verbal sparring, so he simply ignored Yaren's words. He directly drove the phosphorus destroyer bugs resembling a black cloud to swiftly devour Yaren. Phosphorus destroyer bugs. Poison dust technique. Buzz.
The moment Yunakujin's voice fell, the dense swarm of phosphorus destroyer bugs charged directly toward the nearby Yaren. This technique was Yunakujin's strongest move aside from forbidden arts. The phosphorus destroyer bugs were released in swarms, by Yunatsugen contaminating the environment as they traversed the space. Once the target inhaled the poisonous dust, they would die instantly. This technique had caused many formidable ninjas to meet their end on the battlefield during Yunakujin's missions. Sugen believed that even someone as formidable as Yaren before him would not easily pass through this poisonous mist. Then, as long as he confined Yaren to a small area with the poison, then Shanzhong Feng would have the opportunity to use the mind transfer technique to control Yaren. At that moment, no matter how strong Yaren was under Shanzhong Feng's manipulation, would he not be doomed to die. Poisonous dust. Yaren frowned. The Yuna clan excelled at controlling bugs that could kill human cells. Once a bug burrowed into a body, it would frantically destroy the cells. Those infested by the bugs had only one path: death. If it were anyone else facing these detestable insects today, it would likely be extremely difficult. But Yaren looked at Yunatsugen, a mocking curve lifting the corner of his mouth.
Sorry, but you've met me.
Click. The hilt of the first generation Kitetsu turned lightly in Yaren's right hand, flipping the long narrow blade around, which he then firmly grasped in a reverse grip. Then he fiercely swung the blade forward. V-room. One sword style. Tornado. Her. A violent raging tornado instantly coalesced in front of Yaren. In Yunakujin's incredulous gaze, the phosphorus destroyer bugs, which had not yet reached Yaren to form an effective disruption, were directly torn to shreds by the furious tornado.
How is this possible?
Yunatsugen stared wide-eyed at the vast swaths of phosphorus destroyer bugs dying under the tornado.
He can even create a small tornado. What is the origin of this man? Hey!
Shanzhong Feng shoved Yunatsugen beside him.
What are you spacing out for? I've observed. His tornado can only control its initial flight direction. So now is the best time. Hurry and release your phosphorus destroyer bugs in the gap while the tornado has already flown away to restrict his movement. Don't let him charge again. Oh. Okay.
Yunatsugen steadied himself. He summoned another large swarm of phosphorus destroyer bugs, which pounced toward Yaren with even greater speed. Buzz. The dense black swarm of phosphorus destroyer bugs emitted a heart-stopping sound. They rapidly approached Yaren in the distance.
Repeating the same trick.
Yaren sneered coldly. He slowly straightened up, and then gradually sheathed the first generation Kitetsu.
Do you think the same move can work on me twice? You underestimate me too much.
Yaren slowly exhaled a scorching breath, the extreme heat generated by cell activation.
One sword style Aido.
Whoosh. The moment the words fell, the rocks beneath Yaren's feet shattered into pieces, and he vanished from everyone's sight in an instant.
What's happening?
Shanzhong Feng, who excelled at observation, broke out in a cold sweat.
Where did he go? Clang!
The sound of a sharp blade cutting through armor and flesh merged into one.
Lion song!
Yaren's cold, emotionless voice instantly sounded to Shanzhong Feng's right. SHRR. Accompanied by the faint friction of the long blade slowly being sheathed, Shanzhong Feng, as if realizing something, turned to look at Yunatsugen beside him.
Sugen. Splash.
Instantly, crimson blood gushed from Yunakujin's waist, spraying in a fan shape across the black rocks.
Ugh!
Yunatsugen lowered his head in disbelief to look at his waist. Then he slowly raised his head, casting his last glance at Tuanzang.
Tuan! Lord Tuanzang! Thud!
Yunatsugen collapsed to the ground. This loyal right-hand man who had risked his life for Tuanzang for nearly a decade had reached the end of his life today.
You killed him!
Shanzhong Feng glared at Yaren with bloodshot eyes, gnashing his teeth.
It'll make you pay for his life. Mind transfer technique. V-room. In a straight line, Shanjong Feng unleashed his strongest control technique at Yaren with lightning speed. Whoosh! Yaren lightly tapped the ground with his foot. He left his spot just before the attack arrived. Not only that, but his predicted landing point was merely a step away from Shanjong Feng. Click! While still in midair, Yaren's right hand grasped the hilt of Kitetsu. He stared coldly at Shanjong Feng. You go accompany him. Swoosh! Kitetsu, still in its scabbard, was instantly raised above Yaren's head. One sword style. Demon Horse. A downward drawing slash was unleashed in an instant. The sharp Kitetsu, as if severing the constraints of space, arrived before Shanjong Feng's eyes in the blink of an eye. Shanjong Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Clang! Metal clashed against metal, emitting a piercing sound. A metal staff with a dull gleam directly blocked between Yaren and Shanjong Feng. The end of the staff was held firmly in Tuanzang's hand. Stop! Tuanzang glared at Yaren with wide eyes. Then, under Tuanzang's incredulous expression, the specially made metal staff lasted less than 0.01 seconds later. It was cut apart by Yaren's blade. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Swoosh! The blade of Kitetsu continued to slash down without any hindrance. Like a hot knife through butter, it sliced the immobile Shanjong Feng in half from head to toe. Clang! Boom! Half of the staff fell to the ground, while Shanjong Feng's body slowly toppled to both sides. Gushing blood directly stained Tuanzang's clothes. He. You want to save Shanjong Feng? Yaren smiled slightly at the pale-faced Tuanzang. Can you really protect him? Worthless. You? Danzo, drenched in blood, glared at Yaren with his left eye, his voice carrying a forced bravado. You actually killed two of my most capable subordinates in a row. Indeed, Yaren replied, casually flicking the blade in his right hand toward the ground. A curved trail of blood splattered onto the floor from the edge of the first generation geisha, producing a soft sound. Yaren looked at Danzo with a disdainful smirk. And they died miserably. Didn't you see it all? What's there to be so surprised about? They were elites protecting Konoha, nameless ones hidden in the shadows and dirt. Those sacrifices are common in guarding the village. But? Danzo let out a faint sigh. Their deaths today were not worth it. Just to protect me, there was no need for such a great sacrifice. Huh? Yaren rolled his eyes, giving a slight twist of his right hand. The gleaming tip of the Geiche blade pointed downward, slanting toward the ground. Why all this talk? I might know you better than you know yourself. Stop wasting words. Are you ready? You're next to die. Yaren lifted his head, coldly addressing Danzo, whose face still remained calm. Swish! At his words, Danzo's left pupil sharply contracted, and he leaped far backward, immediately putting distance between himself and Yaren. Yaren's incredible speed genuinely troubled him. Humph. Danzo stared fixedly at Yaren. Originally, I reserved these things and made these plans for a very important matter in the near future. But tonight you appeared before me. While speaking, Danzo drew a kunai from behind his back. Then, to deal with you whom I have classified as the highest threat to the village, I decide to expend everything I have. Danzo's eyes abruptly widened. To keep you here? Fine. Yaren nodded. Ambitious. Then here I come. Swish. As he spoke, Yaren moved swiftly, dragging the first generation Geiche behind him, firmly gripped in his right hand. In the next moment, he was directly in front of Danzo. Swoosh! The gleaming blade swung down toward Danzo's head. Clang! Danzo, calm and composed, used his kunai to intercept the geisha's blade from the side. Instead of meeting it head-on, he lightly deflected the sharp edge. Oh! Yaren chuckled lightly, teasing Danzo, whose expression had turned somewhat grave after blocking that strike. You blocked that one. Your fundamentals are quite solid. Swoosh! Yaren laughed softly, swinging the first generation Geiche horizontally toward Danzo again. What about this strike? Clang! In Yaren's hand.
The slash nearly doubled in speed, caught Danzo still immersed in the previous pace off guard, forcing him to instinctively raise the kunai in defense. Years of combat instinct also made him lean slightly backward while blocking the strike. Crack! The moment the kunai met the goichi, the indestructible kunai was effortlessly sliced in two by Yaren, and the geisha's blade without slowing swept past Danzo's face at close range. Only thanks to that instinctive backward lean did Danzo avoid having his face split open by Yaren's sword. Swish! Thud! He discarded the remaining half of the kunai. With a grave expression, Danzo leaped backward again. Only after widening the distance once more did he stare at Yaren and slowly speak. You are truly strong, but your strength is limited to close combat. If I keep my distance and attack you with long-range ninjutsu, not letting you approach me easily, what can you do? Oh! Yaren curled his lips in disdain. You think dodging that one slash with a tactical lean is something to be proud of? Keeping distance can suppress me. I have to say, your combat analysis is quite sharp, and you know how to use your strengths and avoid weaknesses. If anyone else faced you, you'd be a troublesome opponent. But Yaren, holding the geisha, walked toward Danzo step by step unhurriedly. The gap in our strength is far too vast. The intelligence you've analyzed won't do you any good. Is that so? Danzo said expressionlessly, staring at Yaren. Then let me truly test it, see how capable you are in long-range combat. Whoosh! With that, Danzo opened his mouth and sucked in all the surrounding air. He reached behind his back. Clink! Two shuriken instantly appeared in his hands. Danzo, with a solemn face, took one shuriken and slipped the central hole onto the index finger of his other hand. Whoosh! A fierce gale burst from his mouth, slowly wrapping around the shuriken on his finger. The powerful wind spun the shuriken wildly on his index finger. Swish, swish! The shuriken, originally only 10 centimeters in diameter, became encased in a meter-wide blade of wind. It appeared incredibly sharp. Wind release. Wind blade shuriken. Swish! Without hesitation, Danzo hurled the wind blade shuriken directly at Yaren. Simultaneously, another shuriken appeared on his finger. Whoosh! A gale burst from his mouth again, and the second shuriken also became wrapped in a meter-wide wind blade. Swish! Danzo predicted Yaren's evasion direction, and threw the shuriken from below upward. But that wasn't all. Danzo's chest swelled, suddenly drawing in a massive amount of air. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Puff! Puff, puff, puff. Puff, 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 puff. Clusters of dense compressed air mixed with Danzo's chakra shot from his mouth toward Yaren, the invisible spheres distorting space itself as they passed. Heh! A triple attack! Yaren watched the two wind blade shuriken hurtling toward him, and the dense vacuum spheres coming close behind. He merely smiled lightly, slowly raising the first generation goichi horizontally before him. Nothing more than this. Ding. SSS. A deafening clash and grating screech of metal erupted before Yaren. The horizontally held Kitetsu's tip pierced with uncanny precision into the central aperture of the shuriken. Then, in one devastating downward slash, Yaren unleashed his full force. The shuriken was hurled backward along its original trajectory. Clang! Midair it collided head-on with another shuriken. The two opposing wind blades locked in fierce friction, then mutually dissolved into nothingness. Deprived of momentum, the shuriken clattered lifelessly onto the ground. Whoosh! No sooner had Yaren dispelled the airborne wind blade shuriken than he heard the shrill vacuum-sharp whistle of the vacuum sphere slicing past his ear. Speed is passable. A faint smile curved Yaren's lips. An ethereal ripple surged outward from him, radiating silently in all directions. For that single instant, the very heavens seemed to hold their breath. Yaren's unique ability, Ryuo Haki, also known as the Heart Net, had been activated. Through this power, the vacuum sphere erupting from Danzo's mouth no longer appeared as invisible energy, but shimmered instead as distinct orbs each glowing with a soft violet luminescence. Heh. Yaren let out a quiet chuckle. His right hand gripped the first-generation Kitetsu. His feet glided forward in light, elegant strides, sidestepping, shifting, cleaving, with the blade deflecting with the hilt. Leaping, lateral, dashing. Before Danzo's disbelieving gaze, Yaren strolled leisurely through the storm of vacuum spheres, calm and unruffled, advancing steadily toward him. The overwhelming aura of sovereign dominance radiating from Yaren made beads of cold sweat glisten upon Danzo's brow.
Your aim is already failing. You evaded every strike.
Yaren's gaze held Danzo's with withering mockery.
You? What are you? Some kind of monster.
Danzo's voice trembled faintly. The true horror lay not in facing an invincible foe, but in confronting an enemy so profoundly unfathomable despite exhaustive analysis and intelligence gathering. Engaging with absolute commitment, staking one's life in desperate mortal combat, only to realize at last that your opponent remains utterly impenetrable beyond measure. And now, watching Yaren draw nearer with unhurried grace, Danzo felt utterly powerless, paralyzed, unable to act. Even moments earlier, when Yaren cut through the root operatives, Danzo had remained unmoved. When Yuhi fell beneath Yaren's blade, Danzo felt only anger. Even when Yamashiro Fu perished before his eyes, Danzo responded only with profound self-reproach and fury. But now, having faced Yaren directly, having fought him hand-to-hand, Danzo finally knew fear. A veteran of countless battles, he experienced for the first time the instinct to flee, to abandon all resistance.
Monster!
Yaren arched a brow.
If you insist on calling me that, it's not entirely inaccurate. Thank you for bestowing such a fitting epithet. But you still must die.
Yaren's eyes hardened, cold, merciless, as he brought down his sword in a lethal arc. Huff! Though flustered, Danzo inhaled sharply, compressing chakra and air deep within his lungs, then expelled the volatile mixture onto a freshly drawn kunai.
Wind release. Vacuum blade.
Clang. 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 The first-generation Kitetsu, one of the 12 supreme-grade blades gleaming with brilliant silver radiance, collided violently again and again with the swirling wind blades.
Not bad.
Yaren laughed heartily.
Accuracy may be lacking, but the power behind it, adequate.
Ha ha.
Come on, Danzo, summon every ounce of strength and skill you possess. I'll match you blow for blow, no advantage taken. It's been ages since I've dueled with a swordsman. How nostalgic. Those daily sparring sessions with Master.
Yaren smiled faintly. In the world of pirates, those daily sword drills had been pure exhilarating catharsis. At first, the gap between him and his master Dracul Mihawk had been vast. Yet without question, Yaren's innate talent was the most terrifying Mihawk had ever witnessed. In just 18 months, Yaren mastered every sword technique Mihawk possessed, and soon fought him to a standstill in real combat, ultimately prevailing by the narrowest margin. Bathed in blood and bearing fresh wounds, Yaren earned his master's seal of graduation. That intoxicating all-out sword duel, pushing body and spirit to their absolute limits, still stirred his pulse with fierce excitement. And now, this world of shinobi ignited the same anticipation within him. First challenge the 5 Kage. Yaren smiled faintly. Hiruzen Sarutobi has already fallen. Next, the Reikage. Shink. Another precise power-laden slash descended from Yaren's blade. Clang. Danzo strained every fiber to block the strike, then riding the blade's momentum he recoiled violently backward. Huff, huff, huff. Danzo gasped for breath, staring at Yaren, calm, unflushed, unwavering, his mind reeling in silent shock. He sensed it unmistakably. Yaren was deliberately holding back his strength. Their disparity lay solely in mastery of the blade. Danzo was utterly outmatched in swordsmanship. Though he'd once battled Sanbai early in his career, and could claim only rudimentary understanding of Kenjutsu, he grasped its fundamentals well enough. Yet when he truly wielded a sword against Yaren, He realized their gulf was that of heaven and earth.
Sigh.
Yaren exhaled softly, shaking his head at the faltering Danzo.
Weakness is weakness. Opportunity given, you still proved inadequate. Enough.
Yaren raised Kitetsu coldly, its point leveled at Danzo.
Warm-up complete. Chance granted. Time to part ways, Danzo.
Whoosh. Before the final syllable faded, Yaren vanished, leaving behind shattered rock pulverized by the explosive recoil of his departure. A mere 0.01 seconds later. Shink. Kitetsu plunged deep into Danzo's chest. Splurt. A trickle of crimson seeped from Danzo's lips.
You?
With eyes wide in disbelief, Danzo watched expressionless as Yaren slowly withdrew Kitetsu from his chest. Splurt. Scarlet blood sprayed forth. Danzo clutched his wound and collapsed. Heh. Yaren smiled faintly.
Did you truly believe you could deceive me? That right eye, you bear the Sharingan of Uchiha Miru. You're not dead. You merely invoked Izanagi.
SSS. Shink. Kitetsu slid smoothly back into its scabbard. Then an imperceptible wave pulsed outward from Yaren, rippling across the battlefield. Kinbunchaku Haki, the hard net.
Oh!
Yaren turned lightly, gazing with quiet amusement at an empty patch of ground nearby.
Will you appear there?
With a soft hum, a light sound echoed. Nightblade's right hand, hidden beneath his sleeve, instantly turned black, emanating a faint glow like a peculiar hard metal in the darkness. This was the armed color Haki that Nightblade had comprehended. The unparalleled hardness of the Haki enveloped Nightblade's right hand, as if he were donning a suit of armor, its hardness rivaling that of diamonds, with astounding defensive and offensive capabilities. At the same time, the Haki not only wrapped around Nightblade's right arm, but also coiled like two entwined dragons down the sword hilt of the Ghost Cutter, and then onto the blade itself. Finally, it enveloped the entire scabbard, until the entire Ghost Cutter was transformed into a shade of dark blue-black. Nightblade slowly lifted his head, while maintaining his grip on the sword hilt. He exhaled a hot breath, asking, "Can you evade this strike?" Nightblade chuckled coldly. "One sword flow, aye. Black blade art." With a sharp clang, the piercing sound of the blade echoed from the original Ghost Cutter, and the two entwined dragons of Haki on the blade instantly retracted. Concentrated upon the blade, the entire Ghost Cutter radiated a visually striking pure black color, emitting an eerie glow in the night. Death Lion's Lament. With a whoosh as Nightblade's voice fell, his figure froze for a moment. In the next instant, his afterimage was blown away by a gentle breeze. His real body had already moved 10 meters away. Thud. This was the sound of Danzo's feet landing after using Izanagi. Clang. Riot. This was the sound of Nightblade's black blade Ghost Cutter executing an eye strike, severing Danzo's armor and body. Ugh. Danzo's right eye, having used Izanagi, had turned completely white. His body also froze in place with disbelief and shock filling his remaining left eye. "You? When did you? What's wrong?" ZZZ. ZZZ. The black-armed color Haki that enveloped Nightblade's hand slowly faded, gradually sheathing the now normal Ghost Cutter. Nightblade spoke to Danzo behind him. "Is it because this strike was too comfortable for me? Could you not react at all?" Vivid red blood gushed from Danzo's mouth, and not only that, but his waist was already stained red, dripping thick blood. Thud. Danzo collapsed to the ground. The will of the roots. Rooted in the soil, leaning against Konoha, I still have many plans to complete. I won't accept this. Danzo's vision gradually blurred. Shoe. At one moment, a pair of white shoes appeared before him, and the owner of the shoes squatted down, slowly leaning closer to his ear and saying, "You are merely a remnant of the old era. Only with your death will this era become better." Slap. Nightblade slapped Danzo's face. "Stop trying to glorify yourself. What qualifications do you have to say you do it for others, when you could kill your own comrades for the Sharingan? A grandiose waste. You're just a troublemaker. You, Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared unblinkingly at Nightblade until he took his last breath. You actually killed Lord Danzo. Route 13, who had been standing by, finally reacted after witnessing Nightblade kill Danzo, exclaiming in surprise. No way, little girl. I've already killed him, and you only now want to stop me. Nightblade lazily stood up, speaking to the only remaining Route 13 in the underground structure. How can you be a ninja with such slow reactions? Did you cheat to graduate from ninja school? Route 13. Who said that? I was among the top 3 in my ninja exams, otherwise how do you think I got into the Root organization? Moreover, Route 13 looked at Nightblade as he slowly took off his mask, revealing an unmatched beauty beneath the mask. Her hair was a bright purple, and her face, stunningly beautiful, bore enchanting phoenix eyes. At this moment her gaze towards Nightblade was filled with seriousness. I do not endorse Danzo's methods. I infiltrated the Root organization because it was a mission given to me by Lord Third Hokage to monitor him here and report Danzo's movements at any time. Oh! Nightblade looked slightly surprised. In the original storyline, Yuzuki Yugao indeed worked en route for a considerable time, but Nightblade was unaware of this supervisory aspect. Then, since it was merely supervision, why didn't you stop me from taking action against Danzo? Yuzuki Yugao smiled brightly. Because I received orders from Lord Hokage. Not to stop you from killing Danzo. Hee. Nightblade nodded, smiling gently. Nara Shikaku is indeed an interesting person. It seems Danzo was a thorn in his heart for quite some time, right? That. Yuzuki Yugao suddenly looked a bit shy while speaking to Nightblade. Lord Hokage said you will be my jōnin instructor. Is that true? Oh! Nightblade nodded. You're talking about that. Of course it's true. Ah! Yuzuki Yugao's phoenix eyes were filled with excitement and eagerness as she looked at Nightblade with a mixture of admiration and a hint of fear. Then does that mean, Nightblade Sensei, you can teach me swordsmanship? Of course. Nightblade nodded with a smile. He had specially requested Yuzuki Yugao from Sarutobi Hiruzen because she was someone who had an extreme passion for the sword path. Moreover, as an elite jōnin who inherited the Konoha-style swordsmanship, Yuzuki Yugao had created several sword techniques comparable to a ranked ninjutsu. With such passion and talent, Nightblade was very pleased. That's wonderful. Yuzuki Yugao smiled broadly, her phoenix eyes squinting in joy, appearing extraordinarily charming and cute. With Nightblade Sensei's guidance, my Konoha-style swordsmanship will reach new heights. So, Nightblade Sensei. Yuzuki Yugao excitedly rubbed her hands together, her adorable face filled with anticipation. When do we start training? Am already ready? Nightblade rolled his eyes at Yuzuki Yugao. What are you ready for? We still have a mess to deal with. Let's first think about what to do with the Root organization. As Yiren's words fell, the system's prompt sound coincidentally appeared in his mind. Detected that the host has altered the plot by assassinating Danzo before the Uchiha clan's extermination, changing the fate of the Uchiha clan, and received a reward of 1,000 points. Current points 2,200 points. Yaren smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This time you stingy thing finally acted generously. The system. Ah. Shiyen was taken aback. Then she followed Yiren's gaze to the devastated headquarters of the Root organization. In every corner dozens of massed corpses lay scattered, with the wind of the mountain and oil girl Taki being cleaved in half by Yaren. Even the leader of the Root organization, Danzo, lay beneath Yiren's sword, eyes wide open in death. It was a pitiful sight of a lair being wiped out. What do you think should be done about the Root organization? Teacher. Shiyen looked at Yaren and asked. You go ahead and share your thoughts. Yaren smiled and said, Root, as an organization, has its uniqueness. I must admit that the initial intention behind its establishment was quite good. As the roots of Konoha, it stood underground supporting the village. It was an organization that secretly protected the village, unafraid of sacrifice. This undoubtedly deserves respect. However, Danzo, in pursuit of his ambitions, forcibly transformed the entire root organization into a private organization shrouded in darkness, cold-blooded in its actions. This cold-blooded fear even overshadowed the residents and ninjas of Konoha village. This is the path to ruin for this organization.
The root organization is merely a clandestine entity somewhat akin to the Umbu. If you ask me, I think it could be merged into the Umbu. What do you think?
Shi-Yen looked at Yaren with anticipation, waiting for his praise.
No way.
Yaren decisively shook his head.
The root was originally a subdivision of the Umbu, merely led by Danzo as the captain of 4 small teams.
Yaren looked at the number of deceased root members on the ground. He let out a cold laugh.
According to regulations, a subdivision consists of 4 small teams, each divided into a team leader and 3 members, so the normal configuration of root should include 17 people, including the captain. Look.
Yaren gestured towards the corpses on the ground.
Are there 17 corpses here?
Mizugetsu Shi-Yen.
Far from it. It far exceeds that number. But?
Mizugetsu Shi-Yen looked at Yaren in confusion and said,
What does this have to do with the inability to merge the root organization back into the Umbu? Given the current situation, shouldn't more people be better? Hee.
Yaren chuckled softly.
If you consider it from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, the more people who submit, the greater the power in his hands. Naturally, that's better. However, if I were to take this organization for myself...
His words stirred 1,000 waves. Mizugetsu Shi-Yen was suddenly taken aback. Looking at Yaren in disbelief, she stammered.
You? Teacher Yaren, what do you need an organization for? Of course it's useful.
Yaren shot a cold glance at Mizugetsu Shi-Yen, slowly tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, and spoke.
Everyone has ambitions. I plan to establish my own organization, gathering all the young talents of the world for me to personally instruct. One day,
Yaren declared with authority,
anyone who emerges from my organization will possess the strength to challenge even those at the level of the shadows.
Mizugetsu Shi-Yen felt somewhat lost. She looked at this man in front of her, who was of a similar age to her. In that moment, she actually began to believe it. Moreover, from the depths of her heart, she started to yearn to join the organization that Yaren would establish. To follow Yaren's footsteps, and become someone capable of contending against shadow-level powerhouses.
Then,
Mizugetsu Shi-Yen looked at Yaren expectantly and asked,
What name do you plan to give this organization? As for the name,
Yaren pondered for a moment before speaking.
Let's call it Shadow.
He lightly tapped the hilt of his sword. Yaren raised his head, speaking passionately.
Where the light cannot reach is the shadow. The strongest power in the glorious ninja world is the shadow, interwoven with light and darkness, a neutral powerhouse in the night. If we're going to do it, let's be the strongest. From today onward, the shadow organization is officially established.
Yaren slowly turned his head, looking toward Mizugetsu Shi-Yen.
So as the founder of the organization, I am the first to extend the invitation to you to join. Do you want to join? Aye.
Mizugetsu Shi-Yen wanted to say yes. However, she clearly understood that she was still a member of Konoha's Umbu, and everything must be considered for the village.
I don't know.
Mizugetsu Shi-Yen felt conflicted. Yaren was destined to be her teacher, and she was also destined to follow him out of the village to train in swordsmanship. In essence, she could be considered as having joined Yaren's organization. But loyalty to the village was a mental hurdle that wouldn't be easily overcome.
All right.
Seeing Shi-Yen struggle, Yaren waved his hand.
I won't put you in a difficult position. Think it over well, and you can still join when you have made up your mind. Now just go home, take a hot shower, and get to bed early. Wait to meet your 2 new teammates tomorrow. New teammates?
Mizugetsu Shi-Yen raised her head and asked in confusion.
Yes. New teammates.
Yaren nodded.
Who are they, Teacher Yaren? Can you tell me in advance? Oh.
Yaren smiled slightly.
Why are girls always so impatient? Can't it be a surprise that will only be revealed tomorrow? Alright. Yaren waved his hand at Shien.
I'm going back to sleep now. You can handle the aftermath here.
Ah. Mizujutsu Shien was stunned and pointed at herself, saying in surprise.
But I'm all alone. Oh. What's wrong with being alone?
Yaren turned around on the long bridge. He said to Mizujutsu Shien with utmost seriousness.
Moving corpses and handling the scene is also a form of training. It not only strengthens your body, but also tempers your iron will.
This is something many people can't even beg for. You've gained something.
Mizujutsu Shien was taken aback.
Really? Really? Teacher Yaren. Of course it's true.
Yaren's expression turned serious.
Look at me, do I seem like the kind of person who would deceive? Not like that.
Mogetsu Shiong recalled the supreme sword technique used by Yaren during the battle against Tuanzo, and thought of the unparalleled dominance Yaren displayed when establishing the Shadow Organization. He immediately shook his head.
Thank you for teaching me, Master. I will definitely work hard. All right.
Yaren appeared to nod seriously at Mogetsu Shien, but in reality, he was just being perfunctory before continuing to walk towards the other side of the long bridge. He walked step by step up the black steps. After a while, Yaren arrived at the entrance of the initial mechanism door.
Click!
Yaren gently pushed a beast head embedded in the stone wall.
Rumbling.
In the center of the dark passage, a crack appeared from above, and the cold moonlight shone down, illuminating Yaren's cold face.
Huff!
Taking a gentle breath, Yaren lifted his foot and stepped out of the underground. He felt the secret door behind him slowly closing, listening to the sounds of insects and frogs around him. Yaren sighed involuntarily.
Indeed, it's much more comfortable on the ground. Here there's fresh air, a vast blue sky, flourishing forests, and even the azure sea. Only someone like Tuanzo would enjoy living underground. Sigh. Let's go.
He stretched lazily. Today's goal was achieved. Tuanzo, the little brat who dared to scheme against him, had become his prey. Yaren smiled with satisfaction, preparing to return to the village to sleep.
Rustle! Rustle!
The sound of his shoes brushing against the grass echoed as Yaren slowly moved through the silent forest under the moonlight. Suddenly, Yaren's footsteps vanished. With a grave expression, Yaren frowned, standing still as if facing a great enemy.
Hiss! Damn it!
Yaren suddenly looked up. Rubbing his head irritably with one hand, he scanned the surroundings, with a fierce expression illuminated by the moonlight.
The forest surrounds me. Which way leads back to the village? To be fair, isn't this forest outside Konoha too easy to get lost in? Tomorrow I must have Sarutobi Hiruzen set this forest ablaze. Isn't that going to delay my plans? Damn!
Although he couldn't find the way, Yaren was determined to return to the village. He had to meet his new team members at the village entrance tomorrow. He couldn't let them down, could he? Reluctantly, Yaren had no choice but to grit his teeth and search for a way in the forest. For the first time, Yaren ran quickly towards the east, only to discover an hour later that this side ended at a lake. Helpless, Yaren ran in the opposite direction. Another hour later, Yaren found himself at the edge of a desert.
What the hell?
Yaren's mouth and eyes twitched.
I didn't just end up in the Sunagakure, did I? Damn! Here we go again!
This time Yaren was smarter. He directly ran in a completely different third direction from the previous two, a confident smile on his face.
This time, I definitely won't get it wrong.
An hour later, Yaren stood in front of a massive rock formation made of black-brown yard-on landforms, angrily spitting on the ground.
Damn! I left Sunagakure and ended up in a Wagakure. What is this fate trying to screw me over? Just wait. Next time it'll directly take on both of your villages. Huff.
He slowly calmed the anger in his heart. This time Yaren had genuinely learned. The previous 3 times he had randomly chosen 3 unrelated directions, which was too random. So, Yaren decided to climb the tallest mountain at the border of the land of Earth. Peering far into the distance, he sought a place with dense forests. Then, he would head directly in that direction. Surely he would find Konoha deep within the forest. Even if he couldn't find it. As long as he could reach the land of fire, he could simply grab a random ninja to take him to Konoha. Wouldn't that be delightful? Hee. Yaren smiled confidently. Standing at the top of the mountain, he noticed that there was a vast forest in that direction. After memorizing it, he quickly descended the mountain. He rushed towards that direction without stopping. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The sound of him swiftly moving through the forest echoed continuously. A man dressed in a white martial arts uniform, with an exaggerated large sword at his waist, wore an impatient expression, as he continuously traversed through the forest.
This is too difficult. Going out in the world of shinobi is definitely hell-level difficulty. Sigh.
Yaren sighed helplessly.
Next time I go out I must bring someone who knows the way.
Suddenly. Yaren's eyes lit up. Before him appeared a very familiar scene, the familiar forest, the familiar large tree, and the familiar hidden passage. This series of familiar sensations almost brought Yaren, the man known as the great swordmaster, to tears.
Thud!
He eagerly jumped down from the massive tree crown. Yaren arrived at the entrance of the underground secret passage leading to the root organization. He extended his hand and knocked directly on the massive tree trunk.
Bang, bang, bang.
Inside there was complete silence. Yaren frowned and knocked again on the tree trunk.
Bang, bang, bang.
Several seconds passed, yet there was still silence, as if there were no root members guarding the other side of this passage. Wait. Guarding.
Damn!
Yaren cursed directly. He almost forgot that apart from Mogetsu Shien, he had wiped out the entire root organization. And if Mogetsu Shien was not busy cleaning up the battlefield, she certainly wouldn't hear Yaren's knocking from outside.
Clang! Without a second thought, Yaren drew the original Kayatachi from his waist and struck the thick wall in front of him with several slashes. Clang, clang, clang. Rumble.
The harsh sound of metal scraping against stone erupted as the thick wall shattered, revealing a dark and deep path before Yaren.
Thud.
Yaren sheathed his sword. He descended once more.
Rustle. Rustle, rustle.
Suddenly, a more hurried sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the passage, quickly approaching Yaren.
Huh?
Mogetsu Shien looked at Yaren, who had returned with confusion.
Master, why have you come back again? Cough, cough.
Yaren, with his hands behind his back, spoke solemnly.
I was worried you might encounter dangers left behind by Toanzo alone in the root's lair, so I came back to check.
Yaren nodded to himself.
Seeing that you are fine, Master can relax.
Mao Shien was taken aback, then suddenly lifted her head to look at Yaren standing at the passage entrance. For a moment she was moved. For a long time she had been an orphan with no one to care for her or cherish her. She was only dispatched by the Umbu to carry out various missions. No family, no friendship, only the daily reiteration by the third Hokage that she could make any sacrifice for the village. Mao Shien had thought such a life would continue forever. Until today. She met Yaren, a man who was both powerful and brought her warmth.
Master!
A hint of glistening shimmered at the corners of Mao Shien's eyes.
You are so good to me. It's the first time someone has cared for me like this. Hi.
Seeing Mao Shien on the verge of tears, Yaren felt a bit embarrassed instead. He scratched his head. Yaren descended a few steps, walked up to Mao Shien, and looked down as he stroked her smooth purple hair. He smiled gently.
I am your teacher after all. I will not only teach you to become skilled, I will also care about your life. Let you experience the warmth of family. That is the meaning of being a teacher.
Yaren gave Shien a warm smile.
Master!
Mao Shien looked at Yaren, and a trace of admiration gradually appeared in her eyes. This feeling was not the emotion between a man and a woman. Rather, it was that Mao Yuxian had begun to recognize Yaren from the bottom of her heart, regarding him as the start of a lifelong mentor and friend, respecting and gradually relying on him.
All right.
Yaren ruffled Mao Yuxian's purple hair again. Looking at her seriously, he asked,
We'll talk about these things later. Have you completed your first training goal for today?
Mao Yuxian nodded, gently rubbed her slightly reddened eyes, and looked up at Yaren.
The former Gen division, including Tuanzong and his guard Shan Zhongfeng, and Invincible Gen, all 35 are dead. The original Gen organization has been wiped out, leaving no one alive. The fatal injuries of all the deceased.
As she said this, Mao Yuxian looked at Yaren with reverence.
Were all a single huge sword wound that pierced through the body. All killed in one blow.
Yaren's eyes flickered with a strange light. He looked down at Mao Yuxian and asked,
Have you observed these sword wounds?
Mao Yuxian was startled. Then she replied with a serious expression,
I have observed them. Gathering intelligence from wounds on corpses is a necessary skill for a qualified umbu. Good.
Yaren nodded with satisfaction.
Then, from the perspective of a swordsman, analyze for me, if you were faced with these slashes, what would you do?
The question Yaren posed was rather tricky. He knew his own abilities well, although he had not used any swordsmanship when facing the Gen members. But these instinctive swings and slashes in battle were all exquisite strikes, embodying the simplicity of the great Tao attacks that could easily cut down a jōnin. The title Sword Saint was not earned in vain. Compared to most of the dead Gen members, Mao Yuxian had only just reached the rank of Chunin, still a considerable distance from promotion to jōnin. Therefore, Yaren's request for Mao Yuxian to analyze how to dodge these lethal strikes was somewhat demanding. However, this was also a small initiation test for Mao Yuxian. If after observing a full 35 corpses killed by a single stroke of his sword, she still had no insight, Yaren would have to reconsider whether to include Mao Yuxian in the Shadow Organization.
Mao
Yuxian furrowed her brows. Her mind recalled the disorganized sword wounds she had seen while arranging the corpses. After a long while, she finally spoke to Yaren.
These people killed by the sword all have only one wound, except for the three, Shan Zhongfeng, Invincible Gen, and Tuanzong, who were directly cut in half. From the other wounds, I saw your masterful skill.
Oh! Yaren's eyes slightly brightened.
How so?
The sword sliced through muscle, severed bones, and finally, with the tip of the blade precisely, and without excess, severed their life force. Mao Yuxian frowned.
Master's control over the sword and understanding of human anatomy have reached a supernatural level. But?
Mao Yuxian gazed at Yaren with burning eyes.
What kind of talent allowed you to possess such godlike infinitesimal control? This is incredible. Talent.
Yaren shook his head at Mao Yuxian.
Everything else you said is correct, but this point is wrong. Some things cannot be achieved with just a little talent. For example, I have divided swordsmanship into 4 levels that I can understand and have created myself.
Yaren counted on his fingers.
They are divided into iron-cutting, sky-severing, wind-splitting, and the final level, disintegration. To achieve the first level, perhaps talent is enough. But the later 3 realms can only be mastered through life and death trials. 4 levels.
Mao Yuxian was stunned. Listening to Yaren's detailed explanation of the levels of swordsmanship, it was as if a vast treasure trove had opened before her, causing her eyes to gradually brighten.
Master, what level are you currently at?
Yaren smiled slightly, gently stroked the hilt of his sword, and uttered 2 words.
Disintegration. SSS.
Although she had mentally prepared herself when Yaren told her that he was at the highest level of disintegration, Mao Yuxian still sharply inhaled a breath of cold air.
Then, what about me? Master, what level do you think my swordsmanship is at? Yours.
Yaren smiled slightly, looked at Mao Yuxian and said,
Not yet reached iron cutting. Not yet reached iron cutting. Mao Yushi-yin was stunned. She was a successor of the Muyi-style swordsmanship praised, even by the third Hokage for her unparalleled sword skills, yet she couldn't even achieve the first level. No way. Mao Yushi-yan's expression grew somewhat dejected. What else? Yaren looked at her seriously. Are you underestimating the 4 levels of swordsmanship I mentioned? Do you know what the requirements are for the first level iron cutting? What is the requirement? Mitsuki Shien truly did not know that there were 4 levels to the sword path, as neither her previous village Kumogakure nor the Umbu had ever mentioned it. No one was a master of the sword path except for Suki no Kaze, who could be considered a skilled swordsman. There was no one else with whom she could exchange knowledge about the sword path. To cut iron. Yaren looked seriously at Mitsuki Shien and said, as the name suggests, if a sword practitioner can slice through steel with a single stroke, then they have reached this first level. This? Mitsuki Zion's eyes flashed with confusion. If that is the case, then I should already be able to cut iron. Why do you still believe I haven't reached this level? Yaren shook his head. A simple stroke to cut through steel is something you can do, as can the warriors of the Land of Iron, and even Danzo can do it. But? Do you see Danzo as my equal? Mitsuki Shien slowly shook her head. No. That's right. Yaren nodded in agreement. If it were merely a simple matter of cutting through steel, most people could achieve it. What I mean by cutting through steel requires certain conditions. Conditions. Mitsuki Shien looked at Yaren with interest. What kind of conditions? Hee. Follow me. Yaren did not answer Mitsuki Zion's question, but patted her shoulder signaling her to come along. Without hesitation, Mitsuki Shien followed closely behind Yaren. Within the headquarters of the Root organization, there were many departments, each with different functions. For example, the Intelligence Department, Task Retention Department, Interrogation Department, and the most important Danzo's office. Among these 4 places, the Intelligence Department was undoubtedly the most crucial. Yaren brought Mitsuki Shien to a stop at the entrance of the Intelligence Department. As the core structure of the Root organization, the Intelligence Department held many secrets about the 5 great nations and the latest intelligence from various ninja villages. It was truly a gathering place, an exchange point for vast amounts of information. As such an important core, the security of the Root organization was incredibly stringent. Surrounding the entire Intelligence Department was a huge steel gate 10 meters high, 5 meters wide, and approximately 3 meters thick. On it was a gigantic wheel resembling a ship's helm. Usually members of the Root organization entered and exited through a small door embedded in the large gate. This large gate served as a barrier against potential invasions. Now it stood as an obstacle preventing Yaren and Mitsuki Shien from entering. Do you see this gate? Yaren pointed at the massive steel door before him, speaking to Mitsuki Shien. Gulp. Could it be? Mitsuki Shien felt a surge of panic. Is he asking me to slice through this gate? I see it. Yaren nodded. If I asked you to cut through this steel gate, how long would it take you, or how many strikes would you need? Mitsuki Shien opened her mouth. Then she let out a wry smile. Teacher, please don't joke with me. This gate is 8 meters long, 5 meters wide, and has a terrifying thickness of 3 meters. Such a gate. Mitsuki Zion's smile grew increasingly bitter. I would at least need to cut through 1/3 of its area or sever one side to break this gate. That is truly an impossible task for me at the moment. Oh! Yaren smiled slightly. He unfastened the initial version of the demon blade from his waist and handed it directly to Mitsuki Shien, who looked on in disbelief. What if I change it to my sword? Do you have the confidence to cut through it? This? Mitsuki Shien gazed at the exaggeratedly large sword before her. The white sheath was wrapped in bandages adorned with beautifully intricate cross-like patterns. The massive guard featured hollow designs, while the elongated grip indicated that it was a two-handed sword suitable for its wielder to perform slashing actions. If it's this sword used by the teacher.
A glimmer of confidence flashed in Mitsuki Zion's eyes. I can give it a try. All right. Yaren extended his hand, taking down the sword from Mitsuki Zion's waist. Both swords appeared in Yaren's hands. Yaren smiled. He continued to ask Mitsuki Shion, now that I have given you 2 swords, can you cut through this steel gate with greater speed and more methods? 2 swords. Mitsuki Shion explained in surprise. Although I have seen some dual-wielding warriors who possess great strength in battle with multiple swords. Shion shook her head bitterly. I do not know how to fight with 2 swords. Using 2 swords would simply mean having 2 separate swords without any enhancement in power. All right. Yaren nodded, looking seriously at Mitsuki Shion. When I asked you to use your own sword, you said you couldn't. Now that I have given you my sword, you feel confident. But when I give you 2 swords, you say you cannot use them. So, Yaren gazed at Mitsuki Shion earnestly. Does being able to cut through this gate really depend on the sword? If you could only reach the cut iron level with a divine weapon, do you think that level holds any meaning? A flicker of realization crossed Mitsuki Zion's face. Yaren's words struck her heart like a resounding bell. Yaren reattached the initial version of the demon blade to his waist. He slowly drew Mitsuki Zion's slender sword, flicked the blade, producing a crisp ringing sound, and nodded in approval. Not bad. It's considered a fine sword. Watch closely. Yaren slowly returned Zion's sword to its sheath, lifted it above his head, and firmly gripped the hilt with his right hand. Hoo! A breath of scorching air escaped his lips. His pupils gradually turned red. One sword style. Mague. Zing. Before Mitsuki Shion could even see clearly, the seemingly light and narrow long blade in Yaren's hand flashed with a stunning blade light from top to bottom. Crack. Standing still after sheathing his sword, Yaren watched as the massive steel gate began to tremble behind him. It then emitted a creaking sound under strain. Zila. Zila. The harsh sound of steel grinding began to resonate as Mitsuki Shion looked on in disbelief. The steel gate behind Yaren was broken at a 45-degree angle, collapsing amid a cloud of dust. Using the war sword without utilizing the properties of chakra. Only relying on your own strength and conviction to slice the steel before you into 2 parts. This is the true cut iron realm. With a thunderous crash, the upper half of the towering 8-meter, 5-meter wide steel gate collapsed the instant Yaren finished speaking. Dust billowed up, ruffling Yaren's silver hair. The rising dust also brushed aside Mayu Zion's violet bangs, revealing her beautiful almond-shaped phoenix-like eyes, which shone with reverence and admiration as she looked at Yaren. With a metallic clink, the sword slid back into its scabbard. Yaren returned Mayu Zion's sidearm to her and asked, "Did you see that cut clearly?" He stared at the still-dazed Mayu Shion and asked. She snapped back to her senses with a startled, "Ah," and after a few flustered seconds answered him. "No, I didn't see it clearly," she said. Yaren nodded. "If you didn't catch the exact instant my blade came down, did you at least notice what accompanied that cut? For example," she began, "my condition when I struck. Teacher, my condition." Mayu Shion frowned and fell into recollection. In her mind, the entire motion, Yaren raising her blade above his head, and the subsequent swing, replayed itself over and over. Gathering power, raising the blade, drawing, then the II slash. Gathering, raising, drawing, then the II slash. The sequence looped endlessly in her mind, tightening the furrow between her brows. Yet nothing in the technique itself seemed amiss. Yaren's build-up and cut were textbook. If there was any deviation at all, it was that he abandoned the usual waist-drawn II for a top-down descending II slash. But that was not the crux. What mattered most was the aura, the state Yaren emitted at the moment of the strike, something Mayu Shion could not quite recall. Was it his gaze, his bearing, or something else? She replayed the entire motion once more in her mind. Suddenly her eyes brightened. It was his gaze. She had noticed Yaren's eyes at the very instant he cut. It was a look of utter contempt for everything, fearless and unconcerned, as if a savage beast dwelled within him, an overwhelmingly aggressive stare.
It's the eyes.
Mao Yuxian lifted her face and explained to Yaren aglow with excitement.
Your eyes were filled with fearlessness.
She struggled for words.
It feels like,
but could not articulate it, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yaren smiled softly.
It is the conviction of fearlessness and invincibility.
Mao Yuxian nodded emphatically, her eyes shining as she looked at him.
That is it, fearlessness and invincibility.
Yet as she spoke, her excitement dimmed, her voice grew low and heavy.
Such conviction comes effortlessly to you, teacher. I cannot summon it at all.
Yaren patted her shoulder gently.
Listen, what you lack is not sword technique nor understanding of the way of the blade.
It is a heart that is invincible and fearless. Then, what should I do to truly enter the realm of Zhantai? Mao Yuxian looked at Yaren with hungry longing for that supreme strength. Yaren smiled faintly.
Don't panic.
These things cannot be rushed. Today's demonstration was only to show you what qualities a true swordsman must possess. How you develop thereafter depends on your own effort. She paused, then nodded uncertainly yet respectfully, gazing at Yaren with admiration.
I understand. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. No need to thank me.
Yaren waved his hand.
All right, it's late. Let's head back to the village. Get a proper sleep. Tomorrow you and your teammates will face a brutal examination. Be prepared. I will.
Mao Yuxian nodded, fiercely, resolve hardening in her gaze.
I will work hard.
It was now 3 in the morning. My village lay shrouded in darkness, only a few places still burned with light. Huing's office was one of them. Yuanfei Rizhan sat there clutching the intelligence that the Jin faction had been wiped out, staring blankly at his desk. After a long while he exhaled.
The ninja world may be on the brink of upheaval.
Half an hour later, Yaren and Mao Yuxian appeared together outside the gates of my ninja village.
By the way,
Yaren said solemnly to Mao Yuxian,
do you know the way to the Rishiang clan's territory?
She blinked in surprise.
The Rishiang clan's territory. Teacher, why do you ask that?
Yaren rolled his eyes in mock impatience and fibbed seriously.
I've been staying at the Rishiang household these past few days, but it's too dark tonight, and I can't see where it is from the gate.
Point me the direction.
Mao Yuxian hesitated, then, half believing him, extended a finger toward a direction and said,
That way.
Just follow that direction for about 2 kilometers, and you'll reach the Rishiang territory. Oh!
Yaren nodded and prepared to step toward the direction she indicated, but suddenly halted. He scratched his head.
If you have time, could you take me? I know the direction, but once inside the village, I still can't tell the way.
Mao Yuxian shot him an odd look.
Teacher.
Yaren's face darkened at the implication that he might be lost.
Lost? How could I be lost? I can see it's dark, and I can't make out the paths. If it were daytime, I'd go myself. Will you lead me? Fine, I'll go by myself then.
Yaren insisted, scowling. As he forced his explanation, Mao Yuxian covered her mouth and stifled a giggle.
All right. Teacher, the Rishiang place is really far. If you don't mind, you could stay at my house for the night.
Huh? Yaren was taken aback, and before he could answer, Mao Yuxian seized his arm.
Let's go. Teacher, don't be so formal with your student.
Yuzuki Yugao resided on the outskirts of the village, though not so remote as to be considered the suburbs. Still, it was a considerable distance from the bustling center of Konohagakure. Many houses had recently been built in this area, most occupied by ninjas or civilians who had lost their families in the war. This clearly reflected the plight of many war orphans in the village after the Third Great Ninja War ended. The third Hokage's talk of properly arranging for the families of fallen heroes. Huh? That was nothing but empty words. A soft click of the door echoed. Yuzuki Yugao switched on the light and turned to address Yaren.
Please come in, master.
She offered him a gentle smile. Then she stepped inside and slipped into a pair of slippers. Under the soft lamplight, Yuzuki Yugeo's crystalline feet adorned with purple nail polish slid gracefully into the slippers. She then turned her back to Yaren and bent down to search for a pair of slippers for him. Her exquisite figure, accentuated by the bending motion, gave Yaren a momentary pause.
Ahem. Yugao, have you found the slippers yet? Not yet. Where on earth did those damn slippers go?
Still bent over, Yugao brushed a strand of hair from her temple and rummaged deeper into the large shoe cabinet. As she searched, her body swayed from side to side. For a moment, Yaren, a normal man, found his throat dry.
Found them!
Yugao suddenly exclaimed. She then pulled out a slightly larger pair of pink slippers and placed them before Yaren with an apologetic look.
Master, these slippers should fit, though the color. The color might not suit you, but please make do for tonight.
Yaren. He sucked in a sharp breath, his eye twitching.
Yugao, I am a man, you know. Giving me pink slippers isn't quite appropriate, is it? Ah.
Yugeo's elegant face flushed with panic.
It's not what you think, master. Because no man has ever visited my home, I've never prepared men's slippers. These are the largest I have. Master, you. Forget it.
Yaren shook his head. He recalled that at this point in time Yuzuki Yugao indeed lived alone. Although she had already met Moonlight Gale at the Ninja Academy, having just joined the ANBU, Yugao had not yet progressed to that stage with him. In fact, they were not even very familiar with each other. So it was only natural that no man had ever been to her home.
It's just one night, he'll skip the slippers.
As he spoke, Yaren walked to the living room sofa and sat cross-legged, waving his hand at Yugao.
Don't worry about me. Get some rest early. Tomorrow morning he'll take you to meet your other two teammates to begin your new training. All right. Very well.
Yuzuki Yugao blushed, her face full of embarrassment, and placed the pink slippers back into the cabinet.
Then, Master, please rest. I'm going to take a bath first. I've been on missions all day and spent the night cleaning up bodies. A bath will make sleep more comfortable. Good. Go ahead.
Yaren nodded, watching Yugao disappear into the room. He reached for the gourd of wine at his waist, uncorked it, and took a small sip. A rich aroma of alcohol slowly filled the room with his breath.
2 days already. The plan to challenge the 5 Kage must be set in motion after meeting with Itachi and Shursui tomorrow. It's a trial for them, and my own cultivation. It's time to exchange for another sword.
Yaren sighed. Exactly 2 days had passed since he came from the world of One Piece to the world of Naruto. There was still much to be done. Fortunately, Danzo had already been eliminated by him first.
Gulp!
The strong liquor went down his throat, and Yaren smiled faintly.
System, reveal yourself. I am here. What does the host request? Open the system shop. Understood.
A blue light screen instantly appeared in Yaren's mind, displaying various swords of different shapes on the system shop's blue page.
The host currently has 2200 points remaining. Should I filter out items exceeding the points?
The system asked in Yaren's mind.
Filter. Filtering complete.
After a second, the system shop page refreshed, leaving only items priced at 2200 points or lower. In Yaren's mind, a virtual finger pointed at an item.
Ding! Does the host wish to spend 1000 points to exchange for one of the great grade swords, the famed blade Inma?
Yaren smiled.
Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host, exchange successful. One of the great grade swords, the famed blade Inma, has been exchanged. Does the host wish to retrieve it? Retrieve. Swoosh.
As Yaren's words fell, a tremendous hum resonated through the air. Before Yaren, in the empty air, a massive sheathed sword slowly materialized, its rugged form emerging. The black scabbard was engraved with cherry blossoms, symbolizing the land of Wano. The tsuba was shaped like 3 petals, and the blade displayed a chaotic crimson cross pattern. The entire blade reached an astonishing length of 82 centimeters. The airborne Inma revealed its full form. Yaren smiled and reached out to grasp it firmly. The hilt wrapped in alternating black bands was held tightly in Yaren's hand. With a sharp sound, the black and crimson chaotic cross blade was drawn from the scabbard, emitting a unique deep and resonant hum. The moment Yaren unsheathed the feigned blade inma, a streak of black flowing sakura spontaneously crept from the tsuba along the blade, slowly spreading upward. The blade's crimson-black hue instantly transformed into a deep dark black.
Not bad.
Yaren nodded. The legendary blade inma was known to release the user's flowing sakura, i.e., armament haki on its own, unleashing tremendous power. For an ordinary person, it would drain their haki and kill them. But wielded properly, it was an incredibly powerful blade. For Yaren, this sword, the one closest to the supreme grade swords among the great grade swords, could unleash the power of a supreme grade sword in his hands. With a satisfied smile, Yaren slowly sheathed the blade. The deep black flowing sakura haki gradually faded as the sword returned to its scabbard. Just as Yaren finished examining the feigned blade inma, and sheathed it, Yuzuki Yugo, wearing a bathrobe with steam still rising from her body, froze at the entrance of the living room.
What is that black aura? How can it be so terrifying?
Is this it? Nightblade drew out the inma, and a dark, overwhelming aura instantly seeped out from the blade. The gradually dispersing, terrifying pressure suffocated the atmosphere in the entire room. Mizuki Shion suddenly nodded.
It's this dark aura. This feeling seems incredibly sharp.
Nightblade nodded, and sheathed the inmo, addressing Mizuki Shion, who stood at the doorway.
You are not mistaken. This is the 4th level of the sword path I told you about, disintegration. Anyone who can practice the sword path to its extreme will obtain a substance that can arm their body and enhance the lethality of their sword techniques. The unique dark aura is called Luing Dominance, also known as armament. Armament.
Mizuki Zion's eyes instantly brightened.
What a cool name. Teacher, will there come a day when I can practice to the point of condensing armament? Of course you can.
Nightblade slowly unfastened the ghost cutter at his waist. He gently placed both swords on the table and leaned back comfortably on the sofa.
Huh? Anyone can practice swordsmanship. Here I don't just look at a person's talent, I place greater importance on one's efforts and mindset.
While speaking, Nightblade smiled gently at Mizuki Shion.
As long as you work hard, you will definitely succeed. I understand. I will definitely work hard.
Hearing Nightblade's affirmation, Mizuki Zion's face suddenly burst into a radiant glow. Amidst the hazy warmth and the contrast of her pristine bathrobe, she appeared exceptionally alluring.
Then, teacher.
Mizuki Shion bowed slightly to Nightblade and spoke.
I won't disturb you any longer. See you tomorrow.
After bowing for quite a while, without hearing a response from Nightblade, Mizuki Shion felt a bit puzzled. She then secretly raised her head and glanced at Nightblade, who was sitting on the sofa out of the corner of her eye.
This?
Mizuki Zion's eyes widened instantly. Her bent body straightened in an instant, and she tightly covered her chest, shyly looking at the dazed Nightblade. Her face flushed.
Teacher, what are you looking at? Huh?
Nightblade suddenly came to his senses, and feeling unsatisfied, smacked his lips.
I wasn't looking at anything. Just watching a game.
Hearing this, Mizuki Zion's face turned even redder, staring at her constantly moving feet while looking down.
Teacher, you. Oh.
Nightblade was taken aback, then followed Mizuki Zion's gaze down to her feet.
Pat, pat. Bang.
Mizuki Zion's face instantly flushed to her ears as she turned and rushed back into the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a bang.
Teacher, you should rest early. See you tomorrow morning. Oh.
Nightblade smiled slightly, looking at the droplets of water lingering at the entrance and the tightly closed bedroom door with a faint smile.
She really is shy.
A night passed without a word. When the sun shone through the window, the next day, Nightblade had already dressed with 2 long swords at his waist, standing on the balcony, looking at the people coming and going below and the bustling street. Nightblade picked up the wine gourd at his waist, uncorked it, and took a sip.
Huh?
The rich aroma of wine was blown away by the morning breeze.
The weather is nice. Teacher.
The bedroom door gently opened and Mizuki Shien, fully armed, walked out. The standard dark attire gave her a valiant and elegant demeanor. Her long purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, dignified and graceful. However, at this moment Shien was frowning at Nightblade, expressing some dissatisfaction.
Drinking early in the morning is not good for your health. You should quit drinking.
Nightblade turned around upon hearing this, and waved the wine gourd at Mizuki Shien.
Oh, you just talk nonsense. Wine is something every swordsman loves. Without wine your sword will only be limp and lack strength. How can you talk about cutting people then? Really?
Mizuki Shien looked at Nightblade with a puzzled expression, questioning him with skepticism.
Of course. How could it be false?
Nightblade replied earnestly to Mizuki Shien.
Just look at any swordsman, they all drink. A sip before battle invigorates you, and a sip after battle refreshes you. When maintaining your beloved sword, take a sip and wipe it with a white cloth. Oh, how delightful!
Mizuki Zion's eyes lit up, and she felt somewhat tempted after hearing Nightblade's words. Her throat moved.
Gulp. Then teacher, can I have a taste? A taste.
Nightblade hesitated, glancing at the wine gourd which contained nearly 60-degree liquor, unsure if he should let Mizuki Shien have a sip.
Don't worry, teacher.
Mizuki Shien saw Nightblade's hesitation and smiled as she assured him.
He'll just have a small sip. Then,
Nightblade handed the wine gourd to Mizuki Shien.
Just a little bit. Mum.
Mizuki Shien took the wine gourd from Nightblade's hand and repeated.
A little bit. Splash.
Mizuki Shien tilted her head, aiming the wine gourd at her small mouth, ready to take just a small sip, but unexpectedly. The opening of the wine gourd was too wide. As Mizuki Shien looked bewildered,
glug glug,
2 large gulps of nearly 60 degrees strong liquor rushed down her throat.
Cough cough. Aye. My throat. It hurts.
Mizuki Shien hurriedly took the wine gourd away from her mouth, her cheeks flushed as she began to cough.
Ah.
Nightblade scratched his head, momentarily unsure how to react to the scene before him.
Burp.
Mizuki Zion's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were hazy, watching Nightblade leisurely burp.
Teacher, what are you swaying in front of me for? Don't move, stand steady. Also,
Mizuki Shien pointed at Nightblade's feet while wobbling.
Don't you only have 2 swords? When did you have so many swords that you weigh 6 in total? Isn't it heavy?
Nightblade.
Heavy, what nonsense.
Nightblade frowned. It was clear that Mizuki Shien hadn't drunk much. 2 gulps of such strong liquor could easily make her dizzy.
Hurry, and give me the wine gourd. You're drunk. Oh.
Mizuki Shien waved her hand, mimicking Nightblade's way of speaking.
Who is drunk? I can still drink. Glug glug.
Under Yaren's stunned gaze, Mayu Shien once again raised the wine gourd in her hand, and gulped down several large mouthfuls of strong liquor with a glug glug sound. Drip, drip. The crystal clear droplets of strong liquor trickling from the corners of Mayu Shien's mouth splattered all over the ground. Seeing this, Yaren felt a pang of distress. Swoosh! Before Mayu Shien could again wildly pour liquor into her mouth, Yaren instantly flashed to her side, and snatched the wine gourd from her hand.
Huh? Where's the wine?
Still holding the drinking pose, Mayu Shien was momentarily stunned. Then her hazy eyes turned to Yaren, who was now holding the wine gourd.
Teacher. Hee. Burp. If you want to drink, you should buy your own. Why? Burp. Are you stealing my wine? Give it back to me.
With that, Shien, usually dignified and elegant, directly threw herself into Yaren's arms, continuously reaching for the wine gourd in his hand. The reek of alcohol on her breath made Yaren frown.
Alas! How much did she even drink?
Yaren's face darkened. With a distressed shake of the wine gourd which still had a little less than half left, he hung it on his waist. Then he shook Mao Yuxian and said,
"You're drunk. Wake up!" Who's drunk?"
Mao Yuxian immediately looked up at Yaren, and even reached her hand to his face, pinching hard with 3 fingers.
"You? Are you the one who's drunk?" "Hi."
Mao Yuxian let out a silly laugh.
"I told you not to drink so much, but you insisted. Look, you're drunk, aren't you? Next time, listen to me." "Uh-huh."
Burp. Yaren. His face darkened completely. Feeling his face being pinched and pulled, and looking at Mao Yuxian wildly struggling and behaving recklessly in his arms, a bold idea suddenly formed in Yaren's mind.
"I'll give you 3 seconds. Sober up right now. Otherwise I won't be nice." "What do you mean not nice?"
Burp. Mao Yuxian chuckled, eyes hazy, looking at Yaren.
"Oh, teacher, please don't be polite with me. As long as you give me wine, I'll do anything."
Yaren was taken aback. With a dark face, he said to Mao Yuxian in his arms,
"It seems you can't sober up. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." "Ruthless? What?" Bang!
Yaren's hand struck hard on Mao Yuxian's neck, instantly rendering her unconscious. At that moment, Yaren smiled with satisfaction. The world was indeed much quieter. At this time, at the gate of my village, 2 gatekeeper buddies, Gang Zidi and Chunyun, were chatting.
"Hey, did you hear?"
Gang Zidi said to Chuyu beside him.
"Lord Tuanzang's Jin organization was wiped out overnight last night."
The toothpick in Chunyun's mouth shook a few times.
"Of course I heard."
Then, with a grave expression, he said to his good buddy,
"I've been hearing about this from my Ambu friend since early morning." "But?"
Chunyun took the toothpick out of his mouth and lowered his voice to ask Gang Zidi.
"I heard that the one who wiped out the Jin organization and killed Lord Tuanzang is a young man around 20 years old. Is that true? If that's true, that's just too incredible."
Gang Zidi was stunned, then a strange expression appeared on his face.
"I also heard that a young man annihilated the Jin organization. What was that young man's name again?"
Gang Zidi scratched his head.
"It seems to be Yaren." "Right,"
Gang Zidi said firmly to Chunyun.
"When I went to report to Lord Huing's office this morning, I vaguely heard the name." "His."
Chunyun sharply drew in a breath.
"This young man is really formidable." "Yeah."
Gang Zidi nodded.
"He single-handedly took down all members of the Jin organization, including Shitsu and Tuanzang, who was a teammate of Lord Third Generation in the same era. Such strength. Truly unfathomable." "Yeah. Who can deny it?"
Gang Zidi sighed. Glancing at the towering wall of my village above, he suddenly felt somewhat dispirited.
Sigh.
When will he ever be this awesome, and no longer have to guard the gate?
"So do you think the village will send someone to hunt down this young man who wiped out Jin? Will Lord Third Generation take action himself?"
Chunyun's expression became somewhat excited. Think about it. Lord Third Generation Huing is known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. Rumors say he is also proficient in all 5 elemental jutsus, and his summoning beast is the mighty ape, the ape demon.
Just thinking about such a thrilling scene, I can't contain my excitement. Hee. What are you hee-heeing about? Don't even think about it.
Gang Zidi rolled his eyes at Chunyun.
You probably don't know this yet, but the destruction of the Jin organization and Tuanzang's death were both approved by Lord Third Generation for that young man named Yaren. What?
Chunyun's face changed drastically, and he let out a cry.
Slap.
Gang Zidi rolled his eyes, and directly slapped Chunyun.
Keep your voice down. What if someone hears? I got this inside information from Senior Kakashi. Don't you go blabbing it around. Oh, okay.
Chunyun scratched his head sheepishly. Then looking at Gang Zidi, he continued to ask.
Why is that? Aren't Lord Third Generation and Lord Tuanzang former teammates? How could he agree to this young man doing such a thing? Heh.
Gang Ziti let out a cold laugh.
Although I don't know the reason the destruction of the Gen organization and Tuanzang, even as a ninja guarding I feel a great sense of satisfaction. The infamous Gen organization should have been destroyed long ago. Shoo!
Suddenly Shinyu Chuyu nervously made a silencing gesture to Gang Ziti.
Someone's coming. Okay. Rustle. Rustle.
2 sets of footsteps approached the gate of my village one after another. One of them was a short-haired youth carrying a vertical sword on his back, while the other was a young man, with 2 lines at the corners of his eyes, and a small ponytail at the back of his head. The former was slightly older than the latter. However, these 2 were both equally renowned prodigies of the Uchiha clan.
Shizuki.
The young Uchiha Itachi with faint lines of maturity on his cheeks called out to Shizuki walking ahead.
You seem quite mysterious. He said we would know the task when we reached the gate of Konoha.
Shizuki remained silent, not answering Itachi's question immediately. This morning he had just received news from the organization about the annihilation of the Root organization along with its leader Shimura Danzo. To be honest, he was quite shocked, because not long ago Danzo and the Hokage had sought him out. They hoped he could change Uchiha's thoughts of betrayal while closely monitoring Uchiha Itachi. The higher-ups of the village suspected that Uchiha Itachi had already betrayed them. At the same time, Shizuki discovered the patriarch Uchiha Fudoka's thoughts of betrayal. For the past few days, he had been pondering how to resolve this matter. Perhaps he would need to use the illusion technique Byakunshin. But suddenly, how did Danzo die? And at the hands of someone named Yeblade. Moreover, according to the information given by the third Hokage, this seemingly appeared individual named Yeblade had the highest danger level of SSS.
Shizuki.
Feeling that Shizuki was lost and thought ahead, Itachi called out to him again.
What is it? I just asked you why the Hokage's task for us is so mysterious. What exactly are we supposed to do?
Shizuki smiled slightly.
I don't know either, but we should find out when we arrive, right?
Uchiha Itachi paused, looking at Shizuki with a helpless expression.
Sigh. I knew you would respond like that. Asking is futile.
The rumored genius duo of the Uchiha clan actually had such a dull daily exchange behind the scenes. Most of their usual conversations were composed of such boring dialogues. Who would have thought?
Let's go,
Itachi sighed.
Let's wait at the village entrance first. I hope the task target doesn't arrive too late.
With his arms crossed behind his head, Itachi followed Shizuki towards the village entrance.
Rustle.
As the 2 pushed through the morning mist and arrived at the gate, Steel Iron and Kamizuki Izumi were slightly startled.
Oh, it's Itachi and Shizuki. What's going on? Do we have a big mission today?
Kamizuki Izumi smiled at the 2 Uchiha geniuses who had reached the gate. Generally speaking, as long as either of them appeared, it signified a major task. However, with both appearing together, this mission was likely extremely challenging.
The
gentle Shizuki nodded at the 2.
The mission target will meet us at the village entrance. The specific task level is still unknown. But it seems...
Shizuki looked at the empty village entrance, smiled slightly, and nonchalantly said,
We should have arrived first. We'll have to wait. No problem. Just wait a bit. Those related to higher level tasks always tend to be late. Hee hee.
Steel Iron tried to strike up a conversation with a forced smile. But upon realizing that Itachi and Shizuki were completely ignoring him, he retreated back to the entrance, yawning. Ugh! In the mist, Steel Iron and Kamizuki Izumi stood guard on either side of the Konoha gate. Meanwhile, in the center of the gate, Shizuki and Itachi, dressed in Umbu attire, patiently stood still, waiting for the appearance of their mission target in a dense fog.
Pat!
At a certain moment, a footstep echoed through the thin mist. The footsteps were steady and rhythmic. Itachi and Shizuki exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes.
Damn it!
A man's voice of cursing drifted through the fog.
Why is there fog so early in the morning? Just as I finally remembered the location of the village gate, fog starts up again. Are you deliberately trying to mess with me? Damn it!
Itachi. Shizuki. Steel Iron. Kamizuki Izumi.
Huh?
A gentle breeze blew, and the figure quickly passed through the fog heading towards the gate. His image gradually became clear in the eyes of the four. Silver-tousled hair danced in the wind. He wore two huge long swords at his waist, dressed in pure white martial artist robes, tall and handsome. But what attracted the most attention was not these, but the humanoid object slung over the man's shoulder.
His.
Kamizuki Izumi squinted his eyes.
Old Iron, can you see if that person is carrying Sakia?
Steel Iron frowned, looking at the distant figure, and slowly nodded.
It's Sakia. So this person.
Kamizuki Izumi and Steel Iron exchanged glances, their expressions instantly becoming serious.
You damned bastard, did you come to Konoha to kidnap our Umbu members?
The two exclaimed in unison.
Draw your weapons.
Steel Iron raised a massive iron hammer with sharp spikes from behind, while Tsukio swiftly pulled out a large blade from his back.
Huh?
Yaren blinked, looking at the four people staring at him in astonishment.
Do you know me? Of course we do. Uchiha Itachi calmly eyed Yaren and began to list as if reciting a treasured collection.
Yaren. 3 days ago, you suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the ninja village with no unusual actions.
But by that afternoon you followed an Umbu member to the path the Cloud Shinobi would take for their return, slew the Cloud Shinobi, and retrieved Hinata Hyūga. 2 days ago, you taught the Hyūga clan members the advanced version of the 8 Trigrams 64 Palms at the Hyūga compound, earning their trust. And just yesterday. Itachi's expression turned grim as he looked at Yaren.
You killed the Cloud Envoy in the Hyūga meeting hall, provoked the 4th Raikage, and easily defeated the 3rd Hokage.
Ah. Wah. What?
As Itachi recounted, Kitetsu and Izumo broke out in a cold sweat. They had thought Yaren's overnight annihilation of the Root organization was already legendary, but now they learned of such a feat. The two gatekeeping guards fell silent. Their gazes at Yaren were filled with nothing but admiration.
Even
Uchiha Itachi's eyes toward Yaren grew complex. A hint of reverence and respect.
And last night you wiped out the entire Root organization. Such a man. Uchiha Itachi spoke with a solemn tone.
How could I ever forget? Hi.
Yaren walked over to a tree, set down the drunken Yagugo Yuzuki, and leaned her against the trunk.
Then he turned to face Itachi and Shisui, who were watching him.
Since you know so much about me, guess what I'm about to do now? Do what?
Hearing Yaren's question, Itachi and Shisui exchanged a glance. Both saw shock in each other's eyes.
Could it be?
Shisui, usually calm and gentle, stammered and used an honorific. He stared at Yaren in disbelief.
Are you going to the Cloud Village to pick a fight with the 4th Raikage?
Yaren.
Ahem.
He cleared his throat, placed his right hand on the tsuba of his 2 blades, and calmly said to Shisui and Itachi,
Picking a fight with the Raikage. That's a good idea. But not now. Right now. There are still many problems in this village. Let's call them tumors.
Yaren smiled slightly.
Though this village means nothing to me, I do like some of its people, those who uphold the will of fire. Where leaves dance, the fire burns on. So,
Yaren smiled at Shisui and Itachi, who were visibly moved.
To secure the country, we must first eliminate internal threats. I will first cut out the tumors within Konoha. So,
Shisui's eyes blazed as he looked at Yaren.
You're going to.
Itachi also looked at Yaren with eager anticipation. As Umbu of Konoha, both were all too aware of the village's internal problems, and they deeply understood. Yaren was right. To secure the country, we must first eliminate internal threats. Yaren said seriously.
I plan to form an action squad. It'll be the captain, and the members will be you two plus Yagugo Yuzuki. What? Us two?
Shisui, usually calm, was shocked for the second time and Uchiha Itachi was equally incredulous.
Lord Yaren.
Shisui clenched his fist.
Are you serious? Yep.
Yaren nodded.
After much thought, you three are the most suitable at this time. So?
Yaren smiled.
Want to join me for some big moves? This.
Shisui frowned and said to Yaren.
I acknowledge your strength, but you said yourself you're not from this village. So I have reason to suspect your methods and perspectives might be biased. So unless you convince me, otherwise I'd rather die than follow you. Sigh.
Yaren touched his forehead with one hand on the tsuba.
How troublesome. Shisui.
Yaren stared at him.
In your heart, what does protecting the village really mean?
Shisui was startled and replied firmly.
Eliminate anyone who threatens the village and protect Konoha with my life. Good.
Yaren nodded.
Then let me ask you, if an enemy nation invaded, would you kill anyone for the village? Even civilians?
Uchiha Shisui paused and frowned.
If necessary. Yes. I see.
Yaren nodded and continued shocking Shisui.
Then I think your belief in protecting the village is narrow. What?
Shisui was startled and looked at Yaren in confusion.
Why?
Yaren stared at him intently.
Because your so-called protection is only for your own village. To other villages and nations you are still a murderer who killed their families and heroes. You are a man hated by enemy nations. This.
The resolve in Shisui's eyes wavered as he looked at Yaren, who suddenly seemed towering.
Then what should I do? Abandon narrow views,
Yaren declared.
See the 5 great nations and other smaller countries as a whole and strive for peace across the entire continent. Not by slaughtering innocents for your own village's strength. But?
Shisui was confused.
How can I do that? My individual efforts are far too insignificant. That's why.
Yaren smiled.
I have founded an organization named Shadow, where light and dark intertwine, neutral yet powerful in the shadows. Young man, are you interested in joining?
Shisui's eyes lit up.
Will joining achieve overall peace? Of course.
Yaren smiled confidently.
Then he'll join.
Shisui no longer hesitated. Yaren's words had won him over, and he was willing to strive for this grand goal together.
Heh.
Yaren smiled, having successfully convinced Shisui, and turned his gaze to Itachi.
What about you, Itachi? Me.
Uchiha Itachi pointed at himself, then smiled faintly at Yaren.
Although I regard Shisui as a brother, my thoughts are entirely different from his. I care about the village, but I care more about my clan and my brother. I have to say there is some truth in what you said. If what you say is true, and the Akatsuki organization you established can bring peace to the entire world, I wouldn't mind joining it. But
Uchiha Itachi looked at Yaren, his eyes flashing with the fervor of battle.
Even so, I am more concerned about your strength, whether it is truly as strong as the rumors say. Oh.
Yaren smiled faintly.
So you want to compare skills with me?
Itachi calmly nodded.
That is precisely my intention. I wonder how you feel about that.
Dressed in a neat umbu uniform, Itachi's expression was serious, his right hand positioned in front of him ready to form seals, while his left hand rested on a short sword at his back. Glaring intensely at Yaren, ready to strike.
All right.
Yaren did not refuse. Although Itachi seems very calm, and appears to dislike competition in the original story, deep down, he is extremely proud and confident. Having become a legend at such a young age, he naturally wanted to measure up against Yaren, this legendary figure, who had recently risen to fame. One must be convinced to truly work well under him.
Then I shall begin. You should be careful.
Itachi smiled slightly. The black pupils of his eyes suddenly shifted, and the three-tomo Sharingan appeared in an instant, as his right hand began to form seals, while his left hand quietly drew the short sword from his back.
Fire style. Great fireball technique. Boom!
A massive ball of flame radiating intense heat surged rapidly towards Yaren, singeing the grass along its path. Even the air surrounding the fireball was stirred into a scorching wave. Crack! Yiren's right hand resting on the hilt of his knife at his waist moved slightly, as the completely black cross-shaped blade Yen-mo was slowly drawn out by Yiren. Whoosh! However, the pure black blade Yen-mo in Yiren's hand did not slash at the great fireball. Instead it was held diagonally behind him, resting on his shoulder. At the same time, buzz! The black armored gauntlet instantly enveloped half of Yiren's arm. No blade style. Yiren's lips curled slightly. Black rope gray tornado. Whoosh! As Yiren's voice faded, his pure black right arm violently oscillated towards the right. Immediately after, a spiraling tornado appeared, effortlessly engulfing the oncoming massive fireball completely. And at the same time, clang! The sound of metal clashing came from behind Yiren. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Itachi, wielding the short sword, had already used his highly skilled body flicker technique to appear behind Yiren in the blink of an eye, delivering a fierce slash. Yet this slash was also seen through by Yiren. Realizing that his intentions were uncovered, Itachi raised an eyebrow and immediately attempted to retreat. What? Yiren swiftly turned around, a cold smile on his face. You think you can leave after coming here? Whoosh! With a fist clad in armor rushing forward, with the sound of wind, it struck directly towards Itachi's face with lightning speed. Itachi, unable to retreat as fast as Yiren's attack, froze momentarily. He then quickly positioned the short sword horizontally in front of him, using his right arm to shield behind the blade. Buzz! The fist wrapped in armed Haki collided directly with the silver short sword. And then, under Itachi's incredulous gaze, the silver short sword barely held for less than half a second. It exploded into fragments. The shattered pieces of the sword flew in all directions, while Yiren's fist did not stop smashing down on Itachi's arms. Boom! Ugh! Itachi's body was directly sent flying by Yiren, crashing violently into a nearby tree trunk. The tremendous force caused the trunk to dent inward. The point of contact cracked into a spiderweb pattern. Boom! Itachi slowly descended from the tree trunk. Gently moving his trembling right hand, which was shaken by the immense force, his gaze towards Yiren became increasingly serious. You underestimated me, Itachi. Yiren looked at the panting Itachi with a slight smile. He gently swung the famous sword Yen-mo, resting it behind his back. This shouldn't be the case. You are known as a cautious ninja. How could you underestimate me? Take it seriously. Otherwise you won't have the slightest chance of winning. Itachi said nothing. His pair of 3-tomo Sharingan seemingly began to rotate slowly, as the blood-red illusionary space instantly enveloped Yiren. An illusion technique. Yiren smiled faintly, and directly closed his eyes. Mind net activate. Buzz! 100-meter radius centered around Yiren vividly appeared in his mind. The enemy's position number, and the actions they would take in the next moment could be sensed by Yiren even with his eyes closed. Oh! You closed your eyes to resist my illusion. Itachi smiled faintly. Then how will you deal with my next attack? Whoosh! Tossing aside the short sword, Itachi charged directly towards Yiren. At the same time, he swiftly formed seals with both hands, and 3 shadow clones swiftly appeared at his sides. While the main body continued to form seals, a residual image followed. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Whoosh! Whoosh 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 whoosh. The shuriken enveloped in scorching flames carrying intense heat, and the sound of cutting wind rushed towards Yiren in the distance. At the same time, his 2 clones also drew shurikens from behind and charged towards Yiren. Hee. Yiren smiled slightly. Too few in number. Not dense enough. Just before the Phoenix Flower Jutsu arrived, it was as if Yiren had predicted Itachi's attack direction. Yiren directly sidestepped, moving horizontally, tilting his head, and slashing with the sword. Clang clang! In the brief encounter, the densely packed fire shurikens were all evaded by Yiren. Moreover, facing the sneak attack from the 2 clones that had already arrived, Yiren slashed down from above with his sword. Bon!
One clone along with the shuriken was directly cut in half. Immediately after, Yaren did not even glance back, bending down into a drawing stance. Bon! The other clone had not even reached him before it was pierced through by the separated Yin-mo. Too weak. Yaren slowly sheathed his sword. He beckoned towards Shursui with a gesture. You two. Together now. The confident and arrogant action of Yaren instantly left Gang Zitai and Shinyu Chuyun, who were watching and shouting 666, dumbfounded. Gang Zitai looked at Yaren standing with a sword, his eyes twitching. Chuyun. Did Master Yaren just call for Jishui to join as well? Am I not hearing things? Shinyu Chuyun awkwardly took out the broken toothpick he had bitten off, looking at Gang Zitai. I was just about to ask you that. Did I hear incorrectly? Gang Zitai was taken aback. He turned to look at Shinyu Chuyun, who also wore a face of disbelief. How about this? Gang Zitai's eyes suddenly lit up. I'll slap you, and if you feel pain, then what we saw and heard must be real. What do you think? Not really. Smack. Before Shinyu Chuyun could finish his sentence, he was slapped hard in the face by Gang Zitai, producing a crisp sound. Instantly, a pink palm print slowly appeared on Shinyu Chuyun's dumbfounded face. Gulp. Gang Zitai swallowed hard, looking at Shinyu Chuyun with expectation. Does it hurt, Chuyun? Shinyu Chuyun's expression darkened. What do you think? Then that means there's no problem. Is Master Yaren being a bit too presumptuous? After all, Jishui and Itachi both possess strength comparable to that of a shadow. Is it really okay? Shinyu Chuyun rubbed the palm print on his face, and said to Gang Zitai with annoyance, what does it have to do with you? Can't you just watch? Together. Jishui frowned. Looking at the confident Yaren, and then at Itachi, who was showing signs of being outmatched, Jishui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. All right. If Master Yaren can't hold on, you can call for a stop at any time. Call for a stop. Yaren smiled slightly, and replied confidently. No need. You shouldn't hold back either. Let me see the true strength of the two geniuses from the Uchiha clan. I hope you can ignite some fighting spirit in me. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Jishui were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances, seeing the fighting spirit and the determination to give their all in each other's eyes. Good. Uchiha Jishui nodded slowly, reaching for the small blade on his back. Be careful. Master Yaren. Whoosh. Whoosh. As if they had agreed, Jishui and Itachi rushed towards Yaren from two directions in quick succession. Both were ninjas skilled in body flicker technique, moving at a speed that could dazzle ordinary people. At this moment, they reached their maximum speed, rapidly enlarging in Yaren's pupils. Fire release. Great Fire Dragon technique. Jishui quickly formed hand seals, summoning a fire dragon engulfed in blazing flames to sweep towards Yaren, while his right hand suddenly drew out the small blade. While moving, he formed a unique seal. Body flicker technique. Whoosh. Whoosh. As the three great fire dragons charged towards Yaren from behind, the fire dragons Jishui transformed into countless copies surrounding Yaren from the west. At the same time, Jishu's calm voice surrounded Yaren from all directions. This is the first level of the essence of the body flicker technique that I've comprehended. My body flicker technique can be said to have no physical form, but it can also be said that all are physical forms. How will you counter this move? Heh. Yaren chuckled lightly. Your body flicker technique is simply speed so fast that it leaves an afterimage. So as you said, each clone is a physical form, yet each one is not a physical form. If I merely attack any clone, my attack will surely miss. But Yaren's blade Yin-mo slowly became coated in a layer of black-purple domineering aura. Unlike the black-armed color domineering, this black-purple domineering is a unique Yin-luo domineering created by Yaren through rigorous training. The effect of using this domineering far exceeds that of the original version of the Conqueror's Haki.
While enhancing the user's speed and power, it reduces the weight of both the user and the objects entangled in the domineering. In other words, it accelerates oneself. Who? A scorching breath was exhaled from Yaren's mouth. This move is my creation, just right to counter your body flicker technique. Watch closely. Yaren's eyes widened. Wind, forest, fire, mountain. The swiftness of the wind, the richness of the forest, the intensity of the fire, the stillness of the mountain. Opposing yet nurturing each other. One sword style. As swift as the wind. Whoosh. Yaren lightly thrust the Yen-mo forward, and at the moment of the thrust, he seemed to flicker in and out of existence. In an instant he attacked, and then returned to his original position. The three fire dragons passed straight through Yaren's afterimage. Not good. Jishu's Sharingan spun. He vaguely saw that in front of each of his body flicker clones Yaren flashed past with his blade. Suddenly appearing, then suddenly disappearing. A sense of danger surged into his heart. With no time for unnecessary reactions, Jishu quickly positioned his small blade horizontally in front of himself. Just like the real body, countless Uchiha Jishu also uniformly raised their small blades at the same moment, horizontally blocking in front of them, presenting a defensive stance. Who? After Yaren's figure flickered, it solidified again, and a gentle whirlwind rose from beneath his feet. Zila. Suddenly, a shadow of Jishu using the body flicker flickered, and then vanished from the spot. Zila. Zila. Following that, as if a chain reaction had been triggered, Jishu's body flickers began to disappear rapidly, and within just a few seconds, all the body flickers in the field vanished, leaving only Jishu's real body. Crack. A soft sound of shattering echoed. Jishu widened his eyes, and looked down, seeing his small blade neatly severed in two. He opened his mouth. This? Did you strike each of my clones with a blow? Jishu looked at the blade tip that had fallen to the ground, a bitter smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. This speed has completely surpassed me several times. Am no match for you. All right. Yaren tilted his neck, somewhat bored, and slowly sheathed Yen-mo, just about to speak. Whoosh. A member of the Umbu wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared on the wall of the Konoha gate, speaking out. Master Yaren, the third Hokage is waiting for you in the Hokage office for an important matter. Yaren ignored the Umbu, instead turning to Itachi and asking, What do you think? Convinced? Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath, then slowly lowered his proud head, and spoke respectfully to Yaren. I am convinced. From now on I voluntarily join the Shadow Organization, acknowledging Lord Yaren as the leader. Others might not understand, but Itachi himself knew the truth. Before Shisui intervened, he had already been completely defeated by Yaren. After Shisui stepped in, it seemed Yaren broke Shisui's great fireball and body flicker technique with a single move. In truth, his own attack was also effortlessly shattered by Yaren's blade. Even his prized Sharingan couldn't perceive the trajectory of Yaren's strike. This gap was like a chasm. Good. Yaren laughed heartily. The Shadow Organization gains another fierce warrior. After we finish here, he'll take you all on a big adventure. He'll show you something new. Yes, Chief. Uchiha Itachi and Shisui exchanged glances, then respectfully answered Yaren. Lord Yaren. The Umbu crouching on the wall frowned, seeing that Yaren paid him no attention, and repeated with some impatience. The third Hokage requests your presence in his office for important matters. 3 Hokage. Yaren tilted his head, looking at the Umbu on the wall with displeasure. Did the third Hokage tell you to watch your attitude toward me when he sent you? Attitude? The ninja perched on the wall was startled, not understanding. Yaren sneered coldly. Without further explanation, he walked straight to the wall beside the main gate of Konoha. He slowly lifted his foot. Buzz! Brown armament Haki instantly enveloped Yaren's right foot. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Yaren kicked the base of the wall with force. Boom! A deafening roar. The base of the huge wall at Konoha's entrance was kicked open by Yaren, leaving a hole as tall as a person. This section of the wall became precarious, and after a few seconds it collapsed with a crash. The Umbu, who had been crouching coolly atop the wall, now jumped down and panic-rolled awkwardly on the ground, his back covered with green grass.
You?
The Umbu stood up, pointing at Yaren to speak.
Slap.
Yaren's speed beyond the body flicker technique flashed as he appeared directly in front of the Umbu. He raised his hand and slapped the Umbu.
Disrespecting the village's advisor deserves a beating. You?
The Umbu, shocked by the slap, immediately switched to a respectful address.
Are you a village Umbu? Nonsense.
Yaren sneered coldly.
Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen tell you?
At this point the Umbu dared not show any arrogance. Standing before Yaren, he was like a chick, even trembling.
No.
The Umbu quickly shook his head.
Lord Hiruzen really asked me to invite you to the Hokage's office. He said there are important matters to discuss.
Yaren nodded.
Get lost. Okay.
Hearing Yaren tell him to leave, the Umbu felt no discomfort, but rather a sense of relief. Others might not know, but he had experienced it firsthand. The aura of this man named Yaren was simply incomparable to the third Hokage. In just that short moment, after a few words, he felt his entire body drenched as if soaked in water, cold sweat streaming down.
Let's go!
Yaren walked to the tree, hoisted the still snoring Yugugo Yuzuki onto his shoulder, and said to Shursui and Itachi behind him.
Since the third Hokage has invited us, let's go see. After all,
Yaren smiled slightly.
Now I am also a nominal advisor of Konoha. I should speak up on some matters, otherwise those stubborn old men will ruin this village. All right, Lord Yaren.
Shursui and Itachi exchanged a glance. They saw in each other's eyes a new hope, a new vitality for Konoha that was about to burst forth with Yaren's arrival. A new era was about to begin. At this moment in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind the central desk. In front of the desk stood 2 rows of people. One row represented the conservative faction led by Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado, who advocated peaceful development, preferring to avoid war at all costs, even if it meant making certain sacrifices to quell conflict. The other row was the young hawkish faction led by Shikaka Nara and Kakashi Hitaki. They advocated a strong response to enemy provocations.
Hiruzen,
Koharu Utatane said with narrowed eyes.
What do you think about this matter? Is it necessary to discuss it with the Reikage to ensure the peace of Konoha?
A smoke ring slowly rose from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. Frowning, he looked up at everyone.
I want to hear everyone's opinions. The village belongs to everyone. We cannot make such a major decision based on my thoughts alone. Shikaku, what do you think?
Well, Shikaka Nara had a few beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Although he was the representative of the young faction, and with the loss of the key figure Danzo from Koharu's camp, he still faced immense pressure.
I think the fourth Reikage demands are excessive. We cannot seek survival through compromise. Oh!
Koharu Utatane squinted at Shikaka Nara.
So, young Nara, do you have a better plan?
Well? Shikaka Nara scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed.
I haven't thought of a good solution yet, but my purpose in speaking is to hope everyone can approach this issue with the principle of never compromising. I would rather fight to the death with Kumogakure than give an inch.
Hamura Mitokado snorted coldly. He said bluntly in front of everyone.
Fight to the death. With the current strength of the village, what can we use to fight Kumogakure to the death? After suffering heavy losses, how will we face the 5 great nations surrounding us like wolves? In my view,
Hamura Mitokado's eyes flashed.
The position of Hokage cannot be compromised. But this Yaren can be handed over. Boom!
As soon as Hamura Mitokado finished speaking, the door to the Hokage's office was violently kicked open from outside, and a cold voice came in.
Who said that I should be handed over?
The moment those words were spoken, the Hokage's office fell into absolute silence. Every young reformist and staunch traditionalists turned their gaze toward the doorway. Crack. Crack. Yabin strode calmly into the office, stepping over the shattered remains of the door, shouldering Yui Kurenai. Behind him walked two prodigies of the Uchiha clan. The three entered in formation, one leading, two following, and came to a halt at the center of the Hokage's office. Then Yabin tilted his head toward Hamura Miyokado and gave a chilling, predatory smile. "Just now, was it you who said I should be handed over?" Hamura Miyokado. His throat tightened as he met Yabin's cold, gleaming gaze, and behind him the unwavering presence of the two Uchiha prodigies. He flinched. "Gulp. We were merely discussing options. Nothing has been decided. If you have thoughts, you're more than welcome to join the discussion." "Oh." Yabin nodded slowly, then turned his eyes toward Sarutobi Hiruzen seated behind the desk. "Hiruzen. What's happened? I arrived late. Please bring me up to speed." "Very well." Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke, lifted a formal letter from his desk, and began speaking to Yabin with measured gravity. "This is a letter delivered by the Reikage on behalf of Kumogakure. It states that they dispatched an envoy to negotiate a peace treaty with Konoha, only for their delegation leader to be assassinated abroad. To demand accountability, Kumogakure sent a second envoy, only for its chief to be slain once more. And the killer was—" Here Sarutobi lifted his gaze to meet Yabin's. "Yabin. And word has spread that Yabin himself declared whatever action Kumogakure chooses to take, I will accept it. Hence this formal letter." Sarutobi's voice deepened, resonant with solemn weight. "First Aya, the fourth Reikage, on behalf of all Kumogakure, issues a stern condemnation of Konoha, and demands that the third Hokage reflect upon his failure to maintain discipline among his subordinates, and temporarily relinquish the title of Hokage. Second, surrender the head of Yabin, the instigator responsible for both provocations against Kumogakure." A murmur erupted the instant Sarutobi finished speaking. "Preposterous. Do they presume Konoha has no warriors left? How arrogant. These terms, we will never accept them." "Humph. Refusal changes nothing. Though we cannot accept such harsh demands, negotiation remains possible. If war can be averted, certain sacrifices may be warranted, even for any one of us." "What do you mean by that?" "Would you still speak so freely if it were your own family sacrificed? Spare us your hollow rhetoric." Bang. Bang. Sarutobi struck the desk sharply, calming the clamor. "Let us pause. Everyone please voice your opinions one at a time. That is precisely why I summoned you, to resolve this crisis. I believe, as long as Konoha stands united, we shall overcome this trial." Hearing Sarutobi's familiar unshakable rhetoric, the assembled shinobi fell silent, lined up neatly, and prepared to speak in turn. "Kakashi, what is your view? How should we proceed?" Sarutobi nodded toward Kakashi, standing just behind Nara Shikaku. Having recently drawn Kakashi away from Danzo Shimura's faction, Sarutobi held high hopes for the young prodigy, and granting him the floor here carried unmistakable undertones of mentorship. Kakashi, silver-haired, and with his left eye concealed beneath a forehead protector, paused thoughtfully before speaking. "The Reikage's demands are clearly insidious. Replacing the Hokage would plunge Konoha into internal chaos, precisely the opening Kumogakure seeks to invade. Such a move would only serve their advantage. Therefore, the first condition must be rejected outright." Sarutobi nodded approvingly. "And the second?" Without glancing at Yabin, Kakashi continued. "I have investigated the incident thoroughly. Kumogakure sought to abduct Hinata Hyūga of the main house, to unravel the secrets of the Byakugan. We merely fulfilled our duty. Where lies the fault?" Sarutobi nodded again, but his expression had shifted from approval to quiet, searching intensity as he studied Kakashi closely. "So what do you propose?" "I believe." Kakashi lifted his gaze to meet Sarutobi's. "Stand firm. If they seek war, we fight." "Excellent." My guy standing behind Kakashi roared in immediate support. Kakashi speaks truth. I too say let war come. We of Konoha, die upright, never kneel. I disagree. Suddenly Koharu Yutate, the elder voice of the conservative faction, interrupted Guy's declaration. She surveyed the room before speaking deliberately. By Kakashi and Guy's reasoning, our actions were justified. So must we dig in our heels regardless. The current situation favors Kumogakure, not us. To resist blindly will exact catastrophic losses. If you insist on war, who bears responsibility for its devastation? You, or you? After her words, Kakashi and Guy opened their mouths, then closed them, finding no retort. Koharu was right. Before overwhelming power, moral absolutes dissolve. Even if Kumogakure bore guilt this time, Konoha must swallow its pride, at least until it regains the strength to stand equal. Well, well, old woman. Yabin, standing at the chamber's heart, fixed Koharu with a sharp, unblinking stare. Your rhetoric flows like a sow wearing lipstick, endless layers of pretense. What now? So, Hiruzen must retain his title, yet my head is yours to offer Kumogakure as tribute to soothe their fury. Is that truly the extent of your vision? Heh. Koharu narrowed her eyes at Yabin's icy, unyielding gaze, then spoke with steely conviction, unafraid. Yes. For the village any sacrifice is permissible, including you, newly appointed special advisor. I trust you will make that sacrifice, for Konoha. Oh. Yabin's right hand settled slowly upon the hilt of Yamato, his feral eyes locking onto Koharu with lethal focus. His voice dropped low, edged with menace. Old woman, are you instructing me how to act? Humph. Koharu Yutate nodded fearlessly at Yaren. So what if I am? This matter concerns the very survival of Konoha. You are not even a member of Konoha. What right do you have to make decisions on its behalf? And I believe, she continued, that among those present not a few share my opinion. If you doubt me, you may ask. Very well. With a grim smile, Yaren turned to face everyone, slowly drawing the famed blade Inma from its scabbard. The cross-shaped reddish-brown edge gleamed with a sharp, piercing light. Raising the sword level, Yaren addressed the assembly. I declare war on behalf of the village against Kumogakure. Who among you is for it, and who is against? I oppose. Koharu Yutate narrowed her eyes, took a firm step forward, and shouted with righteous indignation in the office. Her stance ignited a spark in the eyes of most conservatives, who began to stir restlessly. Oh! Yaren gave a slight nod. So it's you who opposes, huh? Whoosh! Before anyone could react, the flat of Inma, which Yaren held level, smacked directly across Koharu Yutate's face with a whistling sound. Smack! A crisp sound echoed across her cheek. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Koharu Yutate was sent flying by the immense force from Inma. She crashed through desks and chairs, shattered the glass of the Hokage's office, and flew out the window. Crash! The sound of a heavy object hitting the concrete floor. Everyone in the office, including Hiruzen Sarutobi, swallowed hard, their eyes filled with wariness as they looked at Yaren. Now! Who is for and who is against? Yaren gripped the cross-edged black blade Inma, once again addressing everyone in the room. Gulp! I am for it. After a few seconds of silence, the first conservative ninja, caught by Yaren's gaze, went weak at the knees and voiced his agreement. I am for it too. Might Guy looked at Yaren with eyes full of admiration. I am also for it. Kakashi nodded toward Yaren. I am for it. I think it's feasible. Yes. If we fight, are we afraid of those cloud ninjas? Exactly. What is Kumogakure anyway? Weren't they our defeated foes in the Third War? At first it might have been that conservative ninja, compelled by Yaren's presence, who uttered an involuntary endorsement. But in the end, the entire momentum was seized by the pro-war faction. Through a chorus of passionate reasoning, everyone came to believe this battle was absolutely necessary. Good. Yaren clapped his hands, then turned his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sat behind his desk with a stony expression. He spoke slowly.
Hiruzen, now that we all agree on war with Kumogakure, I wonder what you think. Heh?
Yaren smiled faintly, staring at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a calm demeanor.
Make sure you think carefully before you speak. Ahem.
Hearing Yaren's blatant threat, Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed awkwardly, a puff of smoke caught in his throat. After a few violent coughs, Hiruzen Sarutobi managed to lift his head and look at Yaren as well as all the Konoha elites standing in the office.
Actually, Yaren has a point. Our village has long prided itself as the leading ninja village among the 5 great nations, its status in the ninja world beyond question. If we were to let the Hokage abdicate hand over the head of our highest advisor merely because of the Cloud's threats, that is something none of us wish to see. However,
Hiruzen Sarutobi placed both hands on the desk, took a drag from his pipe, and said slowly,
given our current strength, if we go to war with Kumogakure 80% of the time we would lose. So, if everyone supports war, I would like to ask, how do we fight this war? And if we lose, what then? This.
Most of those who had just supported the war were taken aback. As Konoha's elite, they were well aware of the village's current situation. After the Third War, Orochimaru had defected, Tsunade had gone into seclusion. Jiraiya too had vanished while tracking Orochimaru. In terms of cage-level combatants, only Hiruzen Sarutobi remained, along with a few rising stars, like Kakashi. Such a lineup against a fully powered Kumogakure was far from certain.
We need to deliberate carefully.
Shikaku Nara sighed softly.
Given this situation, we can only rely on strategy, not direct confrontation. I think we can follow the example of the Canopy Bridge battle, launch a surprise attack on their supply lines.
Kakashi frowned and said,
even if we can't defeat Kumogakure Hiden, if we can hold them off and send a team to cut off their supplies, they'll collapse without a fight once their logistics are gone. Ah.
As soon as Kakashi finished, a murmur of admiration spread through the office.
Kakashi's idea is excellent. Since we can't attack directly, we can outsmart them. Cutting off the enemy's supplies is indeed a brilliant tactic. I think it's feasible.
Shikaku Nara pondered for a moment, then nodded emphatically.
I also think Kakashi's plan is workable. But,
he added,
to ensure the mission's absolute success, to stake the lives of countless Konoha villagers on one person who can bear such a heavy responsibility.
Everyone froze. Then, as if by silent agreement, all eyes turned to the man standing in the center of the office, holding the black cross-edged long sword. Yaren.
Oh!
Yaren smiled faintly.
Why are you all staring at me? Don't tell me you want me to carry out this cut-off-the-enemy's supplies mission. Yes.
Shikaku Nara nodded firmly.
Among everyone present, only you, Lord Yaren, possess the strength to execute this mission flawlessly. Please, for the sake of Konoha, personally undertake the supply disruption plan. Heh?
Yaren chuckled lightly. He patted Yugugo Yuzuki on the shoulder, then pointed to Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha standing behind him, and said slowly,
with such a formidable lineup, you want me to go on a mere supply disruption mission? I think this plan is too troublesome. But...
Shikaku Nara frowned.
It is the most foolproof plan we have. TCH.
Yaren waved his hand dismissively at Shikaku.
What I mean is, since I already have such a luxurious squad at my disposal, why not be a bit more ambitious? Let's take down the Raikage himself, how about that?
Nara Shikaku was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Yaren and opened his mouth.
Ah. This. What's wrong?
Yaren smiled slightly, and casually drove the chaotic blade, the black knife Yinmo, into the hard floor, producing a metallic clang.
Is there anything wrong with my suggestion? Well?
Nara Shikaku's lips twitched slightly, as he forced himself to speak.
Lord Yaren, it's not that there's something wrong with your suggestion, but rather that it's simply unfeasible. Oh!
Yaren smiled slightly, looking at the strongest intellect of Konoha, Nara Shikaku, as he asked,
what's unfeasible? Please elaborate. First of all.
Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow and began to speak.
The Raikage resides in the center of the village with layers of guards that need not be mentioned. Even if you Lord Yaren could break through the village's defenses, the guards around the wreckage are no ordinary foes.
Yaren nodded.
That makes some sense. Continue.
Secondly, Nara Shikaku, having received Yaren's affirmation, began to speak fluently in front of everyone.
In addition to facing the powerful guards around the wreckage, there are currently 2 Jinchuriki in Yunnan village, one of whom is the two-tailed Jinchuriki of the Wu clan. This Jinchuriki is 19 years old, and can easily control the power of the tailed beast with a danger level of a. One who can fully control the 8-tailed beast for combat is indeed formidable. I'm afraid.
Nara Shikaku looked at Yaren with concern.
You might not be able to win, Lord Yaren. What you said is very reasonable, and it shows that you are truly diligent in overseeing the village's intelligence agency and collecting information effectively. Very good, very good. Keep up the good work.
Yaren patted Nara Shikaku's shoulder in affirmation.
So,
Nara Shikaku looked at Yaren expectantly and asked,
can we continue with this plan, cutting off Yunnan village's supplies and gradually wearing them down?
Yaren patted Nara Shikaku's shoulder again.
We can, but it's unnecessary. Some things can be won with intellect, but some matters can simply be resolved with sheer strength. One strength can break 100 cleverness. Did you remember that?
Nara Shikaku was stunned. He looked at Yaren's back, muttering one strength can break 100 cleverness repeatedly in his mouth, as Yaren slowly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and knocked on the table in front of him.
Then it's settled. This matter has nothing to do with you. You send a reply to the wreckage saying that my head is already on its way to the land of lightning, and let them wait a few more days. I'll handle some matters in the village, and I will set off once I'm done.
Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded blankly.
Should we prepare for battle?
Yaren smiled and waved his hand.
Prepare for battle? No need. The people from the land of lightning can't even cross the borders of the land of fire. With just myself, I can stop tens of thousands of Yunnan. What's there to prepare for? Let's end the meeting here. That's it. Everyone go back to their homes, each find their own mothers.
Sarutobi Hiruzen, the higher-ups of Konoha. Under the breathless gaze of everyone, Yaren carried Yuzuki Yugo on his shoulder and slowly walked out of the office with Uchiha Shursui and Itachi. Once Yaren left, everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief.
Lord Yaren is just too terrifying, isn't he? Just standing there, his aura is somewhat suffocating.
An elite jōnin wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking with lingering fear.
Indeed. And when he said one man can stand against tens of thousands of Yunnan, I was simply filled with passion.
A red-faced ninja spoke.
Of course. I'm still filled with passion. Don't believe me. Feel my pulse. Ha ha, refreshing.
My guy's eyes sparkled.
Lord Yaren is truly powerful. I like this character. I really want to find an opportunity to compete with Lord Yaren. Such a strong opponent is really exciting. Heh.
Kakashi glanced at my guy.
Let's get going. You can't even beat me, and you want to compete with Lord Yaren. I see your skills aren't that great, but your bravado is. What? You want to go out and compete right now?
Kakashi yawned.
Let's compete. The loser treats the winner to ramen. Deal.
It seemed that Yaren's strength had spurred him on. Even Kakashi, who usually just lazily held onto his book, took the initiative to challenge Guy. The remaining people in the office also became invigorated.
Oh dear, I have to go home. I just remembered I haven't lifted that 500-pound stone lock at home today, so I'm out. I'm going back to lift the stone lock.
Another elite jōnin nodded.
Hey, speaking of lifting the stone lock, I just recalled I haven't completed my rock climbing task of 20,000 meters from yesterday. I'm going to increase my training today 50,000 meters. Seeing everyone working so hard, I too have reignited my fighting spirit.
Miyokage looked shakily at the young men who were leaving the Hokage office with their arms swinging and raised his hand to break his cane.
Crack. To hell with the cane. I'm still young. I'm going to rock climb too.
Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yaren, who had just exited, was completely unaware that his actions today would ignite a fervent training craze in Konoha. Moreover, it was precisely because of Yaren's actions in front of all the high-ranking officials in Konoha today that he established his unshakable position in the village.
Chief, shouldn't we draft a plan and directly go to Yūnin village to cause trouble for the Raikage?
After leaving the Hokage office, Shursui looked at Yaren ahead, asking with some concern.
Of course.
Yaren nodded.
Do you have any other ideas?
Shursui shook his head.
I don't have any other ideas. I just want to ask the chief what are our chances of winning when we go directly to face a village. 100%.
Yaren said confidently.
Shursui, I hope you always remember that one should have a sense of reverence, which is essential for success. It is the experience of learning from the strong and being humble. However, one must also have a certain mindset.
Fearlessness leads to invincibility. Fearless. Only then can one be invincible.
A flicker of confusion crossed the calm face of Uchiha Shursui, but after that phrase echoed in his mind a few times, his expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise.
He promptly walked up to Yaren and bowed sincerely.
Thank you for your guidance, leader.
Yaren reached out to help Uchiha Shursui up and smiled.
What are you being so polite for with me? Just do your best to follow my lead. If I tell you to fight someone, you fight them. If I tell you to do something, you do it. This way you won't betray my teachings.
Shursui nodded. Seeing the usually composed Shursui, Yaren rolled his eyes, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. He smiled at Shursui.
What do you mean by You need to say Mimata.
Shursui looked at Yaren in confusion.
Mimata? Exactly.
Yaren smirked and began to jokingly explain to Shursui.
This is something I invented. It represents our organization's subordinates expressing unconditional obedience to the commands or instructions of their superiors. So whenever you want to say there's no problem, or that you understand, you must say Mimata. Got it.
Shursui nodded, feeling an odd sensation in his heart for some reason.
I understood. Sigh.
Yaren rolled his eyes at Shursui.
Didn't I just tell you how to say understood in our organization's way?
Shursui promptly puffed out his chest and said to Yaren,
Mimata. Hee.
Yaren smiled slightly and turned his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi, who was beside Shursui.
And you, Itachi, don't keep showing that bossy face all day. From now on, when you agree to my requests or respond to my commands, you also need to say Mimata. Remember.
Uchiha Itachi nodded, a strange expression flashing across his face, but he still spoke up.
Mimata. Good. Ding dong. Detected that the host has altered the plot, refusing to negotiate with the Cloud-Hidden Village, leading Yuzuki Yugo Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui to the Cloud-Hidden Village, altering the fates of the three.
Earned 2,000 points. Current points 3,200.
Yaren nodded in satisfaction.
Recently the pace of altering the plot has accelerated, and the points have been increasing more and more. The unlocking of the next Supreme Blade should not be far off. Carrying Yugao, and walking with Shursui and Itachi on the streets of Konoha, Yaren let out a gentle sigh. If one were to say who had the most twisted fate in the Uchiha clan, it would definitely be these two. All along, Shursui and Itachi, as the trump cards of the Uchiha clan, had been bound by the clan's rules since they revealed their talents. To demonstrate the Uchiha clan's loyalty to Konoha, they had even sent the two to join the village's umbu at a young age to pledge their loyalty to the village. And because of this reason, the two had learned various ways to hide themselves early on, caught between the village and the clan. Aside from each other, any other friendships were a luxury. In fact, if Yaren hadn't changed the course of the plot, one of them would have committed suicide after Danzo took his eyes, while the other would have been forced by Danzo to massacre his entire clan. They would have gone undercover in the Akatsuki organization. Their lives would have ended in tragedy. Fortunately, this time Yaren arrived in Konoha, and led the two young ones away from the path of destruction right from the start, heading in a positive direction.
Grilled meat. Grilled meat grand opening promotion. Eat grilled meat and get dango. Eat grilled meat and get beer.
As Yaren and the others passed by, a newly opened barbecue restaurant was fervently advertising on the bustling streets of Konoha.
Gurgle.
Itachi was slightly tempted by the offer of free dango with grilled meat.
Gurgle.
Shursui heard about the beer with grilled meat and involuntarily swallowed.
What? Grilled meat.
However, the one who could express her desire most vividly was Hyūga, who was being carried on Yaren's shoulder, and was already fast asleep, like a hanging ornament.
Thud!
She struggled and flipped off Yaren's shoulder. While wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, she ran wildly towards the new barbecue restaurant. She shouted loudly at the plump owner.
Boss! Grilled meat. All right. How many of you ninja masters are there?
The plump owner smiled and asked Hyūga.
There are 4 of us.
Before Hyūga could respond, Yaren and the others had already walked up to the owner and said with smiles. Yaren thought it through. After all, today was their last night in Konoha, and for a while he and the 3 young ones wouldn't be coming back. Letting them enjoy a barbecue in their hometown could be regarded as a way of farewell.
All right. Come on in. When did you wake up?
Yaren frowned as he looked at Hyūga, who was sitting across from him at a loss.
Hee.
Hyūga smiled awkwardly.
Just woke up. No way.
A hint of suspicion flashed in Yaren's eyes.
I suspect you're lying to me. You've been sleeping on my shoulder for so long and don't want to get down. I suspect you might be.
Facing Yaren's scrutinizing gaze, Hyūga's face instantly turned red. Even Itachi and Shursui beside her wore expressions as if they were watching a drama. Could it be that Hyūga and her leader Yaren had some indescribable relationship?
No.
Hyūga hurriedly lowered her head, shyly saying.
Still saying no.
Yaren instantly rolled his eyes.
You've been lying on my back all day, and yet you say you aren't being lazy and don't want to walk. Young lady, such thoughts are unacceptable. Young people can't be too lazy.
Hyūga, Itachi, Shursui. Silence. It was tonight's Kansio.
Cough, cough.
To ease the awkwardness, Itachi quickly picked up a piece of sizzling grilled meat and handed it to Shursui.
Quick, Shursui. The grilled meat is ready. Eat it while it's hot. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. Mm.
Shursui nodded and reached for a can of beer to hand over to Itachi.
Quick, Itachi. Drink it while the beer is still cold. It tastes better. Okay. Hiss.
Yaren slowly put down his chopsticks, frowning in disbelief as he looked at Itachi and Shursui.
You two aren't secretly in love with each other, are you?
Shursui spat the half-eaten roasted meat all over Itachi's face. Itachi, just having taken a sip of his cold beer, ended up spilling it all over Jishu's collar.
Ahem.
Itachi suddenly coughed a few times, then grabbed some paper from the table and handed a few sheets to Jishui. The two of them focused on cleaning up. Itachi's face showed a look of distress, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes began to slowly furrow.
I say, leader, you can't say that, and this matter has nothing to do with Jishui and me. Isn't this about you and Chien? Ahem.
Jishui immediately stopped coughing, nudged Itachi with his elbow, and whispered,
Hey, haven't you figured out what kind of person our leader is? A love fool. Hiss.
Itachi gasped in shock at the completely oblivious Yaren sitting across from them, and nodded in agreement with Jishui.
Although this man is very strong, he does seem indeed inept at handling matters of the heart. Should we help him? No. Let's not.
Jishui shook his head, while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead.
Let's allow Chien and the leader to develop their relationship freely. Wherever it goes is where it goes. As subordinates, we shouldn't intervene.
Itachi nodded in agreement.
What are you two mumbling about? Have you finished cleaning up?
Yaren frowned as he watched Itachi and Jishui whispering. Under the slightly flustered expressions of the two, he slowly lifted the beer on the table. Instantly his expression changed, and he smiled at the three of them.
Ha ha. Once you're done cleaning, let's all have a drink together. Speaking of which,
Yaren smiled slightly.
This is our first gathering since the formation of the Shadow Organization. Tomorrow we will head to the Land of Lightning's Cloud Ninja Village, so let's treat today's gathering as a chance to relax before we depart. After the meal, I'll treat everyone to a hot spring. Really?
Mitsuki Shiyen immediately turned her head to stare at Yaren, her lively eyes fluttering with her eyelashes. Indescribably cute. Yaren nodded.
Yay! It's rare for the leader to be so generous, so we must eat our fill of roasted meat today. Boss, bring us another 10 jin of pork belly.
Itachi. Jishui. The corner of Yaren's eye twitched.
Can you finish another 10 jin? Sigh.
Mitsuki Shiyen, not knowing when she learned Yaren's way of speaking, waved her hand directly at Yaren.
If we can't finish it, we can take it with us. We can eat it on the way to the Land of Lightning. All right. Today is meant for everyone to relax, so let's eat and play freely. Mitsuki Shiyen.
After finishing the roasted meat, Itachi and Jishui, reeking of alcohol, pushed aside the warm curtain of the barbecue shop and slowly walked out. Yaren was still helping the slightly tipsy Mitsuki Shiyen with the checkout.
Huh? I haven't relaxed like this in a long time.
Itachi, with a slightly flushed face, let out a slow breath. He looked at the sky filled with stars and smiled faintly. This was perhaps the most relaxed he had been in many years, without having to engage in power struggles with the village's higher-ups, without the pressure from his clan, and even without worrying about where he would be tomorrow. Such a life is truly wonderful.
Itachi.
Jishui smiled slightly beside him, a faint blush on his face indicating he had also drunk quite a bit.
It seems we've chosen a good leader. Yeah.
For some reason Itachi's mood suddenly brightened.
Although the leader is a bit inept with emotional matters, he is definitely a good leader. Following him, our clan will surely receive protection, right? Certainly.
Jishui nodded.
Danzo has been killed by him now. Even the Hokage's voice in the village is not as high as his. Just look at the situation in the Hokage's office today. What he says. No one dares to refute because his methods are too shocking. Shocking, huh? Itachi smiled slightly.
I would rather call it simple and brutal. It's the way I like.
Hi. What are you all doing standing at the door? Aren't you going to take me to find the most upscale hot spring in the village that suits our status?
Yaren helped the slightly tipsy Mitsuki Shiyen slowly lift the warm curtain and walked out, smiling slightly at Itachi and Jishui.
Let's go. While it's still early. All right.
Jishui smiled, faintly nodding, as he led Yaren, Mitsuki Shiyen, and Itachi straight to the most famous hot spring.
Tanghi Pin
is the most renowned natural hot spring in Kumogakure. Every day a large number of ninjas or visitors come here to soak in the hot spring. Moreover, there are very strict regulations for separating men and women, and the security is tight, making it impossible for any peeping incidents to occur. However, even with such precautions, there are exceptions. For example, Jiraiya, the author of the most best-selling novel in the ninja world,
Paradise of Affection,
the legendary Sannin and the most renowned hero. He is also an excellent ninja, deeply entrenched in the ninja world's 3 prohibitions against lust. A frequent visitor for peeping at the hot springs.
Huh.
A few minutes later the 4 of them finally arrived at the entrance of the hot spring. After explaining their intentions to the owner, each received a tag for storing their clothes and a set of bathrobes.
It's been a long time since I've soaked in a hot spring. I wonder if this bathhouse has changed. Is it still the same as before? Itachi held the robe in one hand and the number tag in the other as he slowly walked into the men's hot spring pool.
It should still be the same.
Following closely behind was Jishui, dressed similarly. After Itachi and Ji Shui had entered Mitsuki, Shi-Yen glanced at Yaren, and then at her own women's hot spring pool, quietly saying to Yaren, "I'll go in first, okay? We'll meet again in a bit." Yaren nodded, watching Mitsuki Shi-Yen disappear at the entrance of the women's hot spring. After ensuring no one was watching him, he glanced around. A strange smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. He circled around to the women's hot spring from the other side. This hot spring establishment is designed very scientifically, with a men's bathing area on one side and a women's bathing area on the other, separated by adjacent enclosed changing rooms. Therefore, it is generally impossible for anyone to be able to peep. However, Yaren smiled faintly and stealthily approached the perimeter of the women's bathing area. In Yaren's heart, if there was truly someone who could see what they wanted under such a harsh and poor design against peeping, that person must be Jiraiya. A soft pat sound echoed outside the walls of the women's bathing area. A man with long white hair hung down to his waist. Dressed in a red outer robe with a brown garment underneath, wooden clogs on his feet, and wearing something akin to protective armor, a middle-aged man was stealthily approaching a section of the wall. This spot is a dead angle of all the walls. People outside cannot see here, and those inside will not notice it either. Ha ha ha. The man with white hair chuckled softly to himself. Fortunately, I took precautions while building the hot spring and bribed the workers. Otherwise, wouldn't these materials have been wasted in vain? As he spoke, the white-haired man pulled out a small silver telescope from his clothing and slowly poked the telescope through a gap in the wall. As he laughed, his mouth widened to the roots of his ears, bringing his eyes close to one end of the telescope to observe the scenery inside. Hiss. A trickle of blood flowed from the nostrils of the white-haired man. He smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. This is another good source of material. Oh, this girl seems to be quite well nourished. I really envy the other girls. This girl also looks promising. She has the potential to develop like a papaya. It's just this appearance." As the white-haired man saw the girl's looks, he immediately shook his head. A bit unrefined. The white-haired man continued to watch, while muttering his evaluations. From time to time, he even reached up to wipe the blood from his nostrils, his mind constantly constructing the framework for a new chapter in his book. Slap. Suddenly a silent hand slapped directly on the shoulder of the white-haired man, startling him into a shiver. "Who is it?" The white-haired man felt a bit guilty, and quickly used his sleeve to cover up the telescope at the wall gap, turning to look at the unfamiliar face of Yaren. He frowned immediately. "Kid, what are you doing here? You're not thinking of doing something like peeping, are you?" "Huh." Yaren smiled faintly. "Jiraiya, you still haven't changed your habit of peeping at beautiful women, huh? It's clearly you who's peeping. How can you pin this on me?" Jiraiya. "Oh no. Has he been recognized?" Jiraiya's heart jumped. Then he turned to Yaren, forcing himself to say, "Kid, sometimes not everything can be said recklessly. You say I was peeping. Do you have any evidence? Accusing an elder like this is very inappropriate." Swish. Before Jiraiya could finish his words, Yaren, without saying a word, calmly pushed aside Jiraiya's hand that was blocking the gap in the wall, and took out a small monocular telescope. "Uncle." Yaren looked at the telescope in his hand, and rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. "I said if you're going to lie, at least make it look believable. You didn't even hide the tool of your crime, and already started to make up a clumsy excuse. This is not how an elder should behave, right?" "Wait." Jiraiya's playful expression suddenly vanished as he felt the force with which Yaren pushed his hand aside, and noticed the exaggerated two long swords hanging at Yaren's waist. Frowning, he asked, "Are you the swordsman named Yaren who has recently gained fame in Konoha?" "Right, I am indeed. I am who I am. So it's you." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, finally taking a proper look at the young man before him, who was rumored to have single-handedly wiped out the entire Root organization in a single night. His threat level has already surpassed SSS rank, firmly placing him at the Super Shadow level of strength. "I heard you decided to take Sure Sway,
and the others to the Cloud Village to challenge the Raikage, and see just how capable he really is. Is it true? Jiraiya asked Yaren with a serious expression. In Jiraiya's heart, regardless of the circumstances under which Yaren made the decision, it felt somewhat reckless. Since he happened to encounter him today, he decided to properly educate this young man. No. Yaren shook his head, calmly looking at Jiraiya, and spoke. It's not about challenging the Raikage, but about taking him down. Do you understand? Jiraiya. Jiraiya's mouth twitched as he looked at the young man standing before him, trying his best to persuade him earnestly. Young man, I know you just accomplished something big. You wiped out Danzo and his root organization. But this trip to the Cloud Village and the Raikage and various experts from the Land of Lightning you are about to face are not on the same level of strength. This trip to the Land of Lightning will definitely be extremely dangerous. Oh! Yaren nodded. I know. The Raikage's strong killer bee is also strong, and the overall strength of the Land of Lightning is not weak. Indeed? Jiraiya nodded. As long as you understand, I want to remind you, young man, that this time you must plan carefully. Some things cannot be accomplished just because you wish to do them. The world of ninjas is very complicated. Jiraiya sighed softly. He recalled his 3 excellent disciples, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and his old comrade Orochimaru, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I understand now. Yaren nodded, slowly raising the monocular telescope in his hand, looking at Jiraiya, and slowly speaking. But? No matter how you change the subject, it can't cover up the lewd fact that you were peeping. Jiraiya. Kid, are we talking about peeping here? I was clearly trying to give you advice, okay? Is it interesting to keep bringing up this peeping thing? Jiraiya's countenance darkened instantly, a flicker of irritation rising within him, as he glared at the young Yaren before him. Brat! I gave you earnest advice to act within your means, yet you refuse to heed it. Not only do you dismiss my words, but you provoke me. Are you seeking a brawl? A brawl? Fine. Then let's fight. Yaren placed his hands directly on the hilts of Yinmo, and the first-generation geisha, a fierce fighting spirit surging within him, as he gazed at Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3. Let me see if the legendary Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku truly lives up to his reputation. Very well. Brat, take this. Whoosh! Jiraiya charged straight at Yaren, and the ninja renowned for his exceptional taijutsu immediately engaged in close-quarters combat. Clack! Yaren pushed his right hand forward, sheathing the half-drawn Yinmo. He too advanced unarmed toward Jiraiya. Boom! Smack! Smack! Crash! The two engaged in an exhilarating bout of hand-to-hand combat on the narrow open ground beside the women's bathhouse, the dull thuds of their bodies colliding echoing continuously. Jiraiya had trained rigorously since childhood, his foundation in taijutsu exceptionally solid. Yaren, honed by his sword practice, was equally formidable in both strength and reaction speed. They fought to a standstill. Ha! Yaren smiled faintly. Exhilarating! It's been so long since I've had such a thrilling duel. Senior Jiraiya, you're still vigorous in your old age. Jiraiya snorted lightly. Though inwardly astonished at the young man's formidable prowess, his brows were alight with the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. He then bellowed, Enough chatter. Show me everything you've got. If this is all you can do, I'd advise you not to throw your life away in the land of Lei. Very well. Yaren smiled. Since you wish to see my true strength, I shall oblige. Armament. Yaren uttered a low cry. In an instant, a black armor wrapped around his fists, and within moments his entire forearms turned into a jet-black metallic hue. What is this? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he stared at the black substance suddenly covering Yaren's arms. A protective armor for the body. Quite rare. However, Jiraiya charged at Yaren again, delivering a heavy punch aimed directly at his face, the wind of the strike whipping up a fierce gust. So what? Boom! Yaren's pitch-black, fists met at heat and their knuckles colliding directly in a resounding impact. Sensing the extraordinary hardness of Yaren's black fist, Jiraiya's expression shifted. He disengaged, instantly retreating backward. "Impressive," Jiraiya remarked in slight astonishment. "That black substance of yours is truly hard. Did you create this technique yourself? Tell me, what do you call this move?" Jiraiya cradled his slightly stiff right fist, flexing it gently, and asked with an appreciative look. "I didn't create it entirely." Yaren shook his head. His jet-black hands tapped together lightly in the air, emitting a metallic clang like the sound of colliding steel. "I call this technique armament. The user can envelop any part of the body in a layer of armor-like hardness, enhancing defense. It can also provide an attack boost proportional to the user's proficiency. Some skilled users can even apply this armament to their weapons, increasing their hardness or..." Yaren patted the two swords at his waist. "Sharpness." Yaren looked at Jiraiya with a smile. "In other words, the power of my taijutsu against you now is 3 times what it was earlier. Don't you feel a bit of pain in your right hand? Doesn't it seem like you're at a disadvantage engaging me in hand-to-hand combat now?" Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled softly, speaking to Yaren standing opposite him. "I see. I underestimated you. However, the people of the Land of Lei won't give you a chance for close-quarters combat. I wonder if your ninjutsu is as impressive as your taijutsu." Jiraiya smiled. He began forming hand seals rapidly, and the sides of his face visibly swelled at an astonishing speed. "Fire style. Great flame bomb. Boom!" As Jiraiya's voice fell, oil condensed from chakra shot from his mouth, ignited by his fire style in midair. A massive wave of searing flame surged toward Yaren with incredible speed. Clang! The soft sound of a blade being drawn echoed. Yaren's lips curled into a confident arc. He raised his black inma, a chaotic blade cross-patterned sword, and slashed diagonally from above. "One sword style. Igangyo. ZZZZ." The black sword Yinmo, enveloped in armament, cut through the air with a swift diagonal slash, sending a pale blue shockwave directly toward Jiraiya's great flame bomb. Swish! Faster and razor-sharp, the Igangyo sliced the great flame bomb cleanly in 2 right before Jiraiya's incredulous eyes. Boom! Amid the scorching flames, a figure carrying a sword slowly emerged through the fire. "What's the matter?" Yaren smiled at the astonished Jiraiya. "Is your ninjutsu only this powerful? It couldn't even block that single slash of mine. It seems the title of the Legendary 3 is somewhat overrated." Jiraiya was not angered. His expression toward Yaren grew even more appreciative. "Your swordsmanship is the finest I have ever seen, but no matter how strong your sword skills, how will you dodge this summoning technique?" Jiraiya bit his finger and rapidly formed hand seals. "House collapse technique." As Jiraiya completed the seals, he slammed his palm onto the ground. Boom! A massive cloud of white smoke erupted directly above the Konoha hot spring. Within the smoke, an enormous toad loomed, gathering its strength to crush down upon Yaren. "Oh, such a big one! Its power must be immense, right?" Yaren smiled. "Then let me test my new move." Clang! With his left hand, Yaren slowly drew the First Generation Guiche from his waist, exhaling a hot, searing breath. "Two-sword style. Air Jean. Dang Lu." A low hum resonated. Yaren held the Yen Mo in his left hand, and the First Generation Guiche in his right hand. The black-armed color domineeringly coiled up the blades, like 2 agile little snakes. At one moment, the black-armed color domineering extended to the tips of the 2 swords, instantly retracting. Both swords flashed with a sharp black light. With a swoosh, in the sky, the giant toad summoned by Jiraiya swung the 2 enormous katana in its hands, striking down towards the small figure of Yaren by the hot spring. At the same time, Yaren raised the 2 large black blades from below, slashing diagonally towards the giant katana in the toad's hands. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed around the bathhouse. The two giant katana in the toad's hands barely held for half a second before being cleaved into two by Yaren's black blades. The severed blades flew off into the distance, heading straight towards the center of the hot spring. Ding! They landed right in the midst of a group of girls still enjoying the hot spring, with their eyes closed. All the girls fell silent, staring at the two glimmering blades in the water instantly. Ah! The scream pierced the sky. Help! Where did the blades come from? Ah! I'm not wearing clothes, what should I do? Me neither. What a disaster! The girls in the hot spring erupted into a series of piercing screams, and at this moment, the giant toad also descended from the sky. Boom! The massive weight of the giant toad combined with the inertia from its fall landed right beside the hot spring. It sent the wooden fence flying. Crash! Crack! Boom! The hot spring and the surrounding structures were directly blown away by the tremendous force of the giant toads, landing first the wooden fence, then the rock formations and trees around the hot spring. Next, the fitting room of the girls in the hot spring. Whoosh! The impact mixed with strong winds centered around the toad swept across the entire hot spring, affecting not just the women's area, but even the men's. As the fence, rock formations, and plants were all blown away by the massive shockwave, the men's and women's pools were exposed to the misty steam of the hot spring. Ah! Pervert! Don't look at us! What's going on? Someone help me! Seeing a group of men in the hot spring staring at them from the other side, all the girls screamed again. The male guests, after a brief moment of being stunned, swam towards the edge of the hot spring, gazing at the girls' area, pointing and drooling. What are you looking at? Suddenly a girl with purple hair, dressed and wielding a sword, rushed over towards the men's area. Mizuki Shien, who had just entered the changing room to change clothes, was drawn by the sounds of fighting just in time to witness the roof and fence being blown away. Everyone get back in the corner and cover your eyes. Otherwise... A fierce glint flashed in Mizuki Zion's eyes. I'll kill you all. Ah. Okay, no problem. Please don't be impulsive, Lord Ninja. We know we were wrong. The male guests gathered at the edge of the hot spring trembled in fear, collectively swimming towards the corner, faces filled with terror amidst the mist. Humph. Mizuki Shien pouted as she watched Yaren battling a giant toad from a distance. If you want to see the girls, just say it. I'm not stopping you from looking. What does teaming up with a toad to overturn the girls' hot spring mean? The leader is really bored. Did you see it? Itachi Uchiha slipped into the hot spring, just as the roof was blown away, with only his wet head showing. Is that white-haired person the legendary Sannin Jiraiya? Itachi, also showing only his head, frowned. It seems to be indeed. Oh! Suddenly Itachi's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of a figure fighting the giant toad amidst the dust, whose hair seemed to be silver. This person. Itachi twitched his mouth. Could it be our leader? Who? Where? Stopping also sparked interest in Shisui, who followed Itachi's gaze to look into the distance. His eyes slightly narrowed. As expected, in Shisui's line of sight, Yaren was engaged in a duel with a giant toad, with Jiraiya standing on the toad's back, occasionally collaborating to unleash a jutsu. However, even with the summoning of a spirit beast for a Onionsuo, Jiraiya was being pressured and forced to retreat by Yaren. Itachi gasped. The leader is too strong. I remember he has never lost since we knew him, right? Indeed. Shisui's eyes sparkled as he watched Yaren wielding his sword. To be able to firmly suppress even the legendary Sannin's such strength. It's truly exhilarating. When will we reach the leader's level? But? Suddenly Itachi frowned and said with some confusion. Aren't we here just to take a bath? For just a bathing session, the leader ended up fighting Jiraiya. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Shisui, who was exhilarated, paused. Right. We came in obediently to soak, but the leader ran off to fight. That's not right. Shui struggled to get up.
I need to help the leader. Help with what?
Itachi rolled his eyes at Shui.
Have you thought about where Jiraiya would appear, and where our leader would encounter him? And what could cause them to fight?
Itachi smiled confidently.
When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. What? What do you mean?
Shui scratched his head, still looking puzzled.
Oh dear,
Itachi said to Shui with exasperation.
Think about it. What does Jiraiya like to do? In those exclusive hidden corners that only Jiraiya knows about, the leader must have found them, and they probably fought over some prime spot. Taste that. Savor it.
Shui gasped, staring at the Itachi beside him in disbelief. He ventured cautiously.
Could it be that Lord Jiraiya is working here?
Working. It was a euphemism, a refined term used by all Konoha ninja to describe Jiraiya's activity of seeking inspiration before writing his books.
Itachi
nodded, affirming Shijui's speculation. Shijui's eyes widened abruptly. He turned to look at Yaren, who was locked in an intense battle with Jiraiya and Gamabunta in the distance, and his expression shifted.
How can the leader seem so emotionally detached on the surface, yet pull off such elaborate stunts in private? Heh.
Itachi gave an awkward smile. Staring at the fierce battle unfolding in the distance, he somehow found his spirits sinking.
Let's just soak for now. When the fight's over, the leader will come back to us. All right.
Shui nodded, found a comfortable position, and continued watching the duel between Yaren and Jiraiya.
Kid.
Jiraiya, cold sweat beading on his forehead, eyed the hot spring bath that had been utterly destroyed by Gamabunta, whom he had accidentally summoned, and spoke with a hint of guilt.
We've caused too much commotion. The bath is wrecked. How about we find another spot to settle this properly? TCH.
Yaren rolled his eyes at Jiraiya.
You're the one who started this mess, aren't you? A giant toad like that comes crashing down, and any building underneath is smashed to pieces. What's that got to do with me?
Having just warmed up, Yaren stripped off his white martial arts robe, revealing muscles that gleamed with a metallic sheen, steam rising from his skin. Without any sword techniques, relying solely on raw slashing power, he matched Gamabunta's immense strength blow for blow. This exhilarating contest of pure force ignited a fierce excitement in Yaren.
Well, ahem.
Jiraiya's face flickered with embarrassment, then he cleared his throat and smiled at the young man who firmly gripped his twin blades.
This outcome is something neither of us wanted. Since it's already come to this, there's nothing we can do about it. But to avoid further damage to the village, let's take this outside,
Jiraiya proposed. Yaren pondered for a moment, then slowly sheathed both Ketsu and Enma, leaped onto Gamabunta's back, and said to Jiraiya,
Fine. Lead the way. Ha ha. Good. Hold tight.
Jiraiya laughed heartily, crouched down, patted Gamabunta's back, and shouted,
Gamabunta. To the outskirts of the village. Gwa.
The red toad, bearing twin swords on its back, let out a deafening croak. Its powerful legs tensed, and after a few seconds of gathering strength,
CR. Crack. Whoosh.
The ground beneath Gamabunta shattered under the immense recoil force. The giant toad was propelled by that force, soaring toward the distant forest beyond Konoha. The wind howled. Bare-chested, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Yaren stared impassively at the receding scenery and spoke to Jiraiya beside him.
Have you found Orochimaru over the years?
Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, then slowly returned to normal. He looked at Yaren and replied,
No, I haven't. Kid, how do you know I'm looking for him? Do you know where he is?
Well, Yaren smiled faintly. He could not possibly tell Jiraiya that Orochimaru was in the Hidden Sound village researching the immortality technique. That would spoil the fun.
I'm not entirely sure, but if you owe me a favor, I might consider helping you look for him someday. Deal?
Jiraiya answered without a moment's hesitation, looking at Yaren seriously.
I accept. As long as you provide a lead on Orochimaru, I, Jiraiya, will owe you a favor. No matter what it is, I'll do my best to help you. Good.
Yaren nodded. Jiraiya, renowned as a hero of the ninja world, was loyal and true. Such a promise was worth a fortune.
Boom!
As they spoke, Gamabunta descended slowly from the air, landing in a dense forest outside the village.
Puff!
A burst of white smoke. Having fulfilled its mission, Gamabunta's summoning time expired, and it returned to Mount Myaboku.
Rustle!
Standing opposite Jiraiya, Yaren slowly stepped forward, one stride at a time.
Clink!
He gently pushed the tsuba of Enma with his thumb. A smile curled on his lips.
Lord Jiraiya, without Gamabunta now you're unarmed. Better be careful. One wrong move, and my famous blade might cut you.
Swoosh! Gripping the sword hilt firmly, Yaren suddenly accelerated, charging toward Jiraiya like a phantom.
One sword style.
His right arm muscles bulged slightly.
Moon shadow.
Swoosh! The blade of Enma with its chaotic crosshatch pattern flashed from the scabbard in an instant. A single beam of light. A sharp, swift slash formed before him. The air itself seemed compressed by the speed and keenness of the strike. It coalesced into a silver crescent-shaped slash, weaving through the air as it hurtled toward Jiraiya in the distance.
Huff!
Jiraiya stared solemnly at the approaching slash, his hands forming seals rapidly.
Earth release, earth-style wall. Boom!
A massive wall of earthen brown rose from the ground, a meter-thick barrier of hard stone that interposed itself before Jiraiya just as the slash arrived.
Clang!
The slash met the thick wall. Dust flew, chunks of earth scattered. To Jiraiya's slightly stunned gaze, the seemingly indestructible earth wall was cleaved diagonally by the moon shadow. The silver slash continued on undiminished, racing toward him. Swoosh! Jiraiya flipped backward, retreating, while forming a unique hand seal.
Ninja art needle Jizo.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiraiya wrapped himself in his white hair, each strand standing erect like steel needles, and braced against the incoming moon shadow slash.
Boom!
The impact produced a thunderous roar. Dust and smoke billowed, obscuring the sky. Jiraiya's figure slowly faded into the depths of the haze. Oh! Yaren hoisted the black blade Yenmo onto his muscular shoulder, coldly sneering as he gazed into the distance, where smoke and dust obscured the sky. Elder Jiraiya, have you hidden away? Hee. It is merely a simple illusion. Do you think hiding in this forest gives you the chance to ambush me? Yaren slowly sheathed the black blade Yenmo. With his arms crossed in front of him, a profound and heavy aura suddenly emanated from his body. Armament Haki. With Yaren's voice falling, his crossed arms were immediately enveloped in black Armament Haki armor, a chilling sense of power gradually spreading. No blade style. Yaren slightly raised his head. A bloodthirsty red glimmer flashed through his black pupils. Black rope, great tornado. A fierce whirlwind over 10 meters high suddenly appeared in front of Yaren, wildly rotating and absorbing the wind elements of the world, rapidly expanding towards the surrounding forest. Crack. The massive tree trunk, thick enough for a person to embrace, could not withstand the violent tornado for even a few seconds before it shattered. Shattered into wood chips swirling upwards. Boom. A giant stone half a person's height exploded under the tornado's assault. Stones the size of human heads were effortlessly sucked into the whirlwind, colliding with other objects, producing thunderous sounds. Still not coming out, Elder Jiraiya. Yaren crossed his arms, watching the ever-growing tornadoes spread outwards, lightly laughing as he called out to the surrounding forest. If you don't come out soon, you might just ascend to heaven. Humph. Just as Yaren's words fell, a cold snort came from the treetops above him. Kid, I must admit this move of yours is indeed powerful. To be able to execute such a strong technique without relying on that sword in your hand. Not bad. But I am not someone you can easily look down upon. Shadow clone technique. Bong. 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 6 Jiraiya clones stood at various positions in the treetop, shouting in unison. Ninjutsu. Jiraiya, along with his clones, leaped down from the treetops a pale blue chakra orb spinning wildly in his hands, descending towards Yaren with frightening momentum. Spiral sphere. Yaren hunched over like a bear, swiftly unsheathed his blades. Yenimo, and the first generation ghost chopper instantly appeared in his hands. Yaren's arms were immediately enveloped in black armament haki, and the haki like black serpents suddenly coiled around the blades. A sharp aura burst forth. Two-sword style. Black blade blaze. 1800 troubling winds. Boom. The two long blades gleaming with black light were directly gripped in Yaren's hands, his muscular arms bulging. A powerful slash containing immense strength surged towards the 6 Jiraiya clones charging at him. Swish. The originally blue slash wave, under the influence of Yaren's armament haki, transformed into a mysterious pure black. Countless black slash waves flew out from Yaren's dual blades. In a moment, an overwhelming number of slashes stacked together, rushing towards the 6 massive spiral spheres. Feeling the power of this slash, Jiraiya frowned. However, before he could decide to retreat, the stacked myriad black slashes collided violently, with the 6 spiral spheres radiating faint blue light. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupted from the point of contact between Yaren and Jiraiya, radiating in all directions through the forest. The wind from the shockwave sent trees toppling in all directions. Gravel, leaves, broken stones, trees, and even insects and animals were scattered in disarray by the tremendous shockwave generated from the clash between Yaren and Jiraiya's techniques. Click. After several seconds, the violent shockwave gradually subsided. The dust cleared and the trees stopped swaying. In the center of the shockwave's epicenter stood 2 figures. One was Yaren, bare-chested with explosive muscles, carrying 2 blades over his shoulder. The other was the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, wearing a brown coat, wooden clogs on his feet, and long white hair down to his waist. Phew! Letting out a gentle breath, Jiraiya straightened his somewhat disheveled clothes, rolling his eyes at Yaren, who was still calm and collected. Kid, you truly are a monster. After fighting for so long, you haven't even taken a deep breath. Hee. It's just a small matter. Yaren smiled slightly. He raised his hand, and slowly sheathed the 2 long blades, turning to Jiraiya, and speaking earnestly. But Elder Jiraiya, I have seen your strength, and so I would like to invite you to join my shadow organization to establish peace in the world together. What do you think? Oh! Jiraiya smiled slightly. The shadow organization. He did not rush to respond to Yaren's proposal. Establishing peace in the world together. As far as I know, besides the 5 great nations recognized by the ninja world, there are many other small countries with so many factions and so many powerful individuals. You think achieving peace in the ninja world is easy? What gives you the right? Your mouth. Hee. Yaren smiled slightly, directly patting the 2 swords at his waist, laughingly addressing Jiraiya. You might not believe it, but the sword I used to strike you just now only used about 1% of my strength. I have many more sword techniques, and even stronger moves yet to be unleashed. Click. Yaren's right thumb gently pushed the tsuba of the first generation ghost chopper, revealing an extremely sharp blade glow. If you still want to ask me what gives me the ability to bring peace to the ninja world, Yaren looked confidently at Jiraiya. Then I will tell you. It is because of the sword at my waist and my unwavering will to cut down anything. Interesting. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Yaren's youthful face, speaking with a hint of approval from a senior to a junior. Your confident demeanor reminds me of my younger self. I am starting to believe what you say. If you truly accomplished that day, Jiraiya would gladly call you a hero. Of course. The bare-chested Yaren's muscles were tightly defined, his right hand gripping the already sheathed sword hilt, his entire body brimming with explosive power. The mist of sweat slowly rose from his shoulders and head. Turning to look at Jiraiya, Yaren smiled confidently. In my hands? There will come a day. All right. Jiraiya looked at the confident Yaren and laughed heartily, patting Yaren's shoulder, which was the same height as his own, before continuing. However,
I won't join that Akatsuki organization you mentioned. I still have my ties to Konoha. So let's forget about this invitation. Yaren casually nodded. Actually, before the invitation, Yaren had anticipated that Jiraiya would not join his Akatsuki organization. After all, he was someone who truly cared for the village and the world. It was impossible for him to betray his heroic narrative. He had a different perception of the value of his life. Speaking of invitations. Suddenly Jiraiya looked at Yaren with a mysterious smile, directly wrapping his arm around Yaren's shoulder and winking at him. I actually want to invite you to be the Hokage of Konoha. What do you think? Oh! Yaren smiled slightly at the playful Jiraiya. Your master, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, is still in office. Are you so eager to find his successor? Do you think your master is not competent enough as Hokage? Even you, his disciple, don't recognize him, and are hastily looking to replace him. Sigh. That's not the reason. Jiraiya suddenly sighed, his playful expression gradually fading into seriousness. Actually, at his age, the third should have retired long ago, but due to the death of Minato during the Ninetales invasion, he had no choice but to continue serving as Hokage. During his time in office, he worked diligently, and even in his twilight years, he was a good Hokage. But Jiraiya gently shook his head. At his current age, both his strength and energy have significantly declined. If this continues for a few more years, who knows? Jiraiya did not finish his sentence. But Yaren understood what Jiraiya wanted to say, slowly nodding as he spoke. I understand. However, rather than pushing the position of Hokage onto someone like me who has little connection to the village, wouldn't it be better for you to take on this role yourself? Hee. Jiraiya smiled slightly. No. I have my own mission. Many years ago, when Orochimaru defected from Konoha, I couldn't stop him, and that is my greatest regret. To this day, I am still searching for his whereabouts across the 5 great nations. As long as I can't find him, I won't have the face to return to Konoha. All right. Yaren nodded. Though he wanted to tell Jiraiya that Orochimaru was currently in the Sound Village, it was not yet the right time for Jiraiya to discover it. As for Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha 6 years later, Yaren smiled gently. By that time, not to mention whether Orochimaru would dare to act against Konoha with Yaren present, the existence of the Sound Village itself 6 years later would be a question. Are you really not interested? Jiraiya looked at Yaren seriously, seemingly speaking to him with some certainty. I can feel that if you were to become Hokage, Konoha would step into an unprecedented glorious era. This would be good for you too. Oh! Yaren smiled slightly, gently unfastening the wine gourd at his waist, pulling out the stopper, and taking a sip. He then asked Jiraiya beside him. Are you so sure? I can lead Konoha to glory. Jiraiya smiled slightly confidently, stating, I have never doubted my ability to judge character. I did not before, and I still do not now. All right. Yaren smiled lightly again, tilting his head back to drink another gulp of strong liquor. I have my Akatsuki organization, and like you, I have my own pursuits and goals. The position of Hokage is not suitable for me. However, Yaren extended his hand to pass the wine gourd to Jiraiya. Your words mean that you have recognized me from the bottom of your heart. You are the first person who has recognized me not because of my strength. To float a big white, strong liquor. Jiraiya smiled lightly. Without hesitation, he directly took the wine gourd Yaren offered and tilted his head back, gulping down several mouthfuls. Ha! Refreshing. Little brother, your words have a deep meaning. Not bad, not bad. 1,000 cups are too few for a friend. Jiraiya said, his face flushed as he looked at Yaren. You are still the first person who can make me want to drink to the point of unconsciousness. Young man, you are very much to my liking. Yaren directly rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. What kind of nonsense do you like? It's one thing to write Ika Paradise, but do you have other plans? I warn you not to have any designs on me. I am not that kind of person. Jiraiya was taken aback. What do you mean? Humph.
Then Jiraiya quickly reacted, punching Yaren's strong chest hard. Nonsense. I, Jiraiya, am not the kind of person you think I am. I only peeked, cough cough. Peeking is for artistic creation, it is something I had to do. Kid, don't speak carelessly. Hee hee. Yaren chuckled coldly. No matter what you say, it cannot cover up the fact that you peeped, you old pervert. Jiraiya was stunned. Who are you calling an old pervert? Are you looking for a fight? Clang. Yaren frowned and instantly drew his sword. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Who's afraid of who? You old pervert. You're asking for it. Jiraiya frantically formed hand signs and charged towards Yaren. Fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Ninja Art Spiral Sphere. Clang. Two-sword style second slash ascending the building. Two-sword style second slash responding to ascend. Boom. Outside Konoha, as Yaren and Jiraiya clashed once more, a spectacular cloud of dust rose, obscuring the sky as it drifted toward Konoha. On this day, everyone who witnessed the battle between these two referred to it as the Battle of Heroic Friendship. Huff huff huff. He gasped heavily. Jiraiya leaned against a large rock, observing the surrounding ruins, and the calm Night Blade, who was resting his arms behind his head and gazing at the sky. A twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. You really are a monster. After fighting for so long, you don't even seem tired. Am genuinely curious about where your limits lie. Nightblade rested his hands behind his head, biting the bitter stalk of grass in his mouth. This was one of Nightblade's favorite pastimes during the brutal training in the pirate world, which he described in his own words as reminiscing about hardships and savoring joys. Limits, huh? Haven't you also not reached your limits either, Senior Jiraiya? At least. Nightblade tilted his head to look at Jiraiya. Your strongest combat power, your Sage Mode, is of no use. Jiraiya was taken aback, and then laughed heartily. Good lad. You even guessed that I just mastered Sage Mode. What else is there in this ninja world that you don't know? Oh! Nightblade's mouth curled into a smile. Just mastered it, huh? In fact, Nightblade had suspected for a long time. When Jiraiya truly mastered Sage Mode, it seemed that he had probably only just begun to grasp it during this period. As for why it wasn't used during the battle with Orochimaru years later, Nightblade believed it was due to not mastering it completely, and the time being insufficient. Since you've mastered Sage Mode, why not use it to battle me? Nightblade looked at Jiraiya with a slight smile. He asked tentatively. Ha ha. Jiraiya was taken aback, and then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Well, because we are old friends, right? In your words, we are kindred spirits. How can we go all out in a battle between kindred spirits? Nightblade's guess was entirely correct. Jiraiya really was not very familiar with the Sage Mode he had just learned. He directly scorned Jiraiya without holding back. Are you really saying this to me? When you used over 100 shadow clones to unleash over 100 Rasengan directly at my head, that wasn't going all out. I see you haven't fully mastered Sage Mode at all. Jiraiya. Ahem. One shouldn't say it like that. Even if I'm not very proficient in Sage Mode, I can still manage to use it. Heh. Nightblade chuckled coldly. But the chance of turning into a stone toad is quite high. Jiraiya. Ahem. All right. Jiraiya coughed lightly, his expression becoming serious. We've been fighting for a long time. Let's not discuss these tedious matters. I heard you're setting off for the Land of Lightning tomorrow. I have a few pieces of advice to share with you. Nightblade smiled and nodded. Am all ears. The first, Jiraiya said seriously. The ninjas of the Land of Lightning not only utilize lightning release chakra, many of them also master bloodline limits related to lightning release, which is very dangerous. Because lightning in their hands serves not just as a simple attack. It can also accelerate themselves and slow down enemies. For example, the current Raikage has refined lightning release chakra to an astonishing level. Wrapped in blue lightning, his speed is incredibly impressive.
Nightblade nodded. I know this, what else? Jiraiya continued. Also, the two Jinchuriki of the Land of Lightning one is the second a woman. Her body contains the two tails Matatabi. Her combat style is flexible, and her strength is formidable. The other is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. Speaking of this person, Jiraiya glanced at Nightblade's two long swords at his waist, a strange smile appearing on his lips. He is also a swordsman, and he's an 8-sword style user. Oh, Nightblade nodded. I also know that Killer Bee's nickname is the Killer Bee. He loves to sing, dance, rap, and compete in swordsmanship. He is the only known Jinchuriki that can perfectly control a tailed beast. His danger level is SS class. Jiraiya. Taking a light breath, Jiraiya realized that any information he provided to Nightblade was useless. He already knew it all. He suddenly felt a bit dejected. Alright, since you already know all this, I won't say more. Be safe on your journey to the Land of Lightning. Okay. Nightblade smiled and nodded, reaching for his white robe from the large rock beside him and gently draping it over his shoulders. He turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. Itachi and Shursui are still waiting for me in the hot springs. Wait! Jiraiya suddenly called out to Nightblade. If there is anything else of value to you, I think there are two more things. As Nightblade turned around slowly in confusion, Jiraiya gradually opened his hands, revealing 3 small scrolls in his palm. First, no matter where you are, no matter what you encounter, whenever you need my help, you can contact me through my toad summoning technique. I will lend you a helping hand. Nightblade looked at the serious Jiraiya and smiled slightly. Although they had just met a day ago, they considered each other as kindred spirits, even if they didn't say it aloud. However, Nightblade still felt a bit touched. Second, Jiraiya looked at Nightblade in the distance and slowly placed his right hand back into his robe. When you head to the Land of Lightning, the journey will be long. There will definitely be times when you feel lonely and cold. So at that time, swish! A pink-covered book with the words 18 and above sketched on it suddenly appeared in Jiraiya's hand. You will definitely need a copy of the Paradise of Love. It can soothe your lonely heart, Jiraiya said, looking at Nightblade with a wink. Don't worry, the one I'm giving you hasn't been published yet. It's a completely new work. This is Jiraiya's exclusive custom edition. Nightblade was taken aback. Then, without saying a word, he walked towards Jiraiya. Russell, what do you take me for? Nightblade directly snatched the 3 small scrolls from Jiraiya's hand and placed them into his robe. Do you think I would read this boring book? As he spoke, Nightblade quickly took the Paradise of Love from Jiraiya, who looked incredulous. To prevent you from corrupting the ninja world. This new work. I confiscated. Jiraiya stared blankly at the Nightblade, who was clearly refusing with his mouth, but being honest with his body, a faint smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. As expected, little brother Nightblade. Jiraiya stood with his arms crossed, watching as Nightblade gently placed Paradise of Affection into his embrace, smiling slightly. You and I indeed share the same interests and personalities. Ha ha ha. Nightblade immediately rolled his eyes at Jiraiya. What do you mean by sharing the same interests? Boring. Am leaving. Nightblade turned around and waved his hand at Jiraiya, the breeze rustling his robe, the pure white garment gradually tinged with gold under the setting sun. Ha ha ha. Watching Nightblade's figure slowly disappear at the horizon, Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. He really is an interesting young man. Though young, he gives off a sense of having endured many hardships, and what's even rarer is, his strength is terrifyingly exceptional. It seems. Jiraiya looked up at the clear blue sky and lightly clicked his tongue. The ninja world is about to undergo a change soon. Russell. Suddenly, just as Jiraiya turned to leave, soft footsteps approached from afar. Oh! Jiraiya was taken aback. He then stopped and looked toward the horizon not far ahead. Today is quite lively. I wonder who discovered the traces of our battle, and came all the way here with what purpose. Whoosh! Jiraiya quickly raised both hands in front of him ready to form seals, and attack at the first sight of an enemy. Rustle! Rustle! The footsteps gradually became clearer. At a certain moment, a face filled with furious emotions appeared in Jiraiya's sight. Hey! Jiraiya! Nightblade, with his right hand resting on the two gigantic blades at his waist, spoke to Jiraiya with confidence. Aren't you going back to the village? If you're going, let's go together. Keep up. Don't dawdle. Jiraiya was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion, then gently nodded at the extremely agitated Nightblade. All right. I also need to return to the village for some matters, so let's head back together. Hearing Jiraiya's response, Nightblade's expression softened a bit. He waved his hand at Jiraiya. Let's go! Both were powerful individuals, their speed naturally far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas. As they proceeded steadily, the scenery resembling a primeval forest rapidly receded behind them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two leaped between the branches one after the other. Jiraiya noticed that Nightblade's expression seemed a bit off. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke up. Little brother Nightblade, why does your face look a bit off? Jiraiya looked at the silent Nightblade, feeling a bit strange, but did not dwell on it, continuing to ask. You aren't feeling unwell, are you? If so, you can tell me. I happen to know a rather skilled medical ninja. Jiraiya finally sensed something was off. Nightblade, who had just fought him, and accepted his scroll and paradise of affection, shouldn't be reacting this way. Even if he wasn't overly excited, he should be in a decent mood, right? This indifference. Absolutely something is wrong. I say. Jiraiya frowned, glancing at the silent Nightblade again, and spoke. What on earth is wrong with you? You're not saying a word, suddenly acting like a different person. You're not having a split personality, are you? Nightblade still frowned, and remained silent, even darting ahead of Jiraiya. Sigh. Smack. Jiraiya immediately slapped his face, helplessly watching the suddenly darting Nightblade, giving a bitter smile. What on earth is going on? But? Hey. Jiraiya frowned slowly, as he watched Nightblade darting farther ahead. You better stop. Whoosh. Nightblade continued to rush forward without saying a word, completely ignoring Jiraiya's words. Hey. Jiraiya's eyes widened, exhaling loudly, as he shouted at Nightblade in the distance. Don't go that way. If you keep going that way, you'll end up in the land of rice fields. Rustle. As soon as Jiraiya's words fell, Nightblade, who had been rushing ahead, with his head down, suddenly stopped, one hand resting on a tree trunk, turning his head towards Jiraiya. He said coldly, you should have said that earlier. I thought it was in this direction. Whoosh. With that, Nightblade leaped expressionlessly back toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya frowned, as he watched Nightblade rapidly approaching. After hesitating for a while, he finally slowly asked Nightblade. You don't know the way, do you? Nightblade was taken aback by the remark, then slowly lowered his head, his right hand reaching for the two swords at his waist. A dense aura of killing intent instantly surged forth. You say? The chilling voice echoed from Nightblade's mouth. The swirling, hissing black killing intent wrapped around Nightblade, causing Jiraiya, who was close by, to break into a cold sweat. Who doesn't know the way? Jiraiya slowly reached up to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, looking down at Nightblade, who seemed ready to draw his sword at any moment, and his mouth twitched as he spoke. It definitely isn't that you don't know the way. Hee. Jiraiya pointed ahead with a smile. Look, Konoha is in that direction, you surely know that, right? Let's go, you lead the way. Nightblade nodded in agreement, the killing intent and hostility around him gradually dissipating. He turned to Jiraiya, and said, then let's speed up a bit, otherwise Itachi and Shursui, in the hot spring, will be waiting impatiently. Follow me. All right. Watching Nightblade quickly set off in the direction,
he pointed out Jiraiya gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself in lingering fear. This kid. When angry, he looks just like a demon, making me feel somewhat paralyzed. What on earth kind of existence are you? Truly eerie. With a splash, as the sun set in the west beside an empty street amidst the remnants of broken walls, two figures were weakly moving their arms in the steaming hot spring.
Itachi, do you think the leader will come back? If he doesn't show up, will we have to keep waiting here? Who knows?
Shirzue said, slightly warming the towel on his head and placing it back on top. Itachi rolled his eyes.
Who knows if the leader is fighting with Jiraiya Sensei or has gone somewhere extraordinary? Extraordinary place.
Shirzue looked curiously at Itachi beside him, always feeling that this brother-like companion had some strange thoughts.
What do you mean?
Itachi quickly waved his hand at Shirzue.
It's nothing, I was just rambling. Don't take it to heart. Speaking of this.
Itachi slowly stood up from the hot spring, addressing Shirzue beside him.
We should hurry up and clean up to leave. Although I suspect there's some unspoken secret between the leader and Jiraiya Sensei, but if the leader comes back and sees us still soaking in the hot spring,
Itachi scratched his head.
We're definitely going to be in trouble. That makes sense.
Shirzue nodded in agreement.
Actually, I completely agree with your thoughts. I've wanted to leave the hot spring for a long time, but...
Shirzue pointed to the changing room, now just a pile of ruins not far away. His eyes twitched slightly.
Excuse me, where is the changing room? Where are our clothes? Are we really going to go out naked like this?
Itachi.
Ahem.
Itachi immediately sat back down in the hot spring.
Then let's just stay here quietly. I'd rather be scolded by the leader than be a spectacle for others. Let's wait for the leader to bring us clothes.
An hour later, Yeblade entered through the village's main gate with Jiraiya. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Yeblade glanced at the most severely damaged area of the village and headed straight for it. Because that place is where the hot spring is located.
Hey!
By the remnants of the hot spring. Yeblade looked down at the slightly embarrassed Itachi and Shirzue and asked in confusion,
Why are you two still soaking here when everyone else has left the hot spring? Is it too comfortable to want to get out? And
Yeblade looked at the two who were only showing their heads above the water and said with narrowed eyes,
Where did Yuzuki Yugao go? Why are you three as teammates not together?
Itachi shrank back slightly at Yeblade's gaze.
Leader, you might not believe this, but when you were fighting with Jiraiya, the shockwave from Jiraiya's giant toad landing completely destroyed the changing room of this hot spring bath. So it's not that we don't want to leave the hot spring, but...
Itachi's expression was a bit awkward.
We can't go out because we have no clothes to wear. All right.
Yeblade rolled his eyes and said to the two,
You two wait here. I'll go find you some clothes. Later come with me to Yu-Gi-Oh's house to make some plans. We're about to set off, and we need to discuss this trip in detail, so we don't end up in trouble. Okay. All right.
Itachi and Shirzue immediately straightened their faces and replied in unison. At 8 in the evening, as the lights came on, Yeblade walked ahead in a white martial arts outfit, followed by Itachi and Shirzue in black martial arts outfits. The streets of Konoha village were brightly lit at night. Various performances and restaurants lined both sides of the street, bustling with activity.
This is really nice.
Yeblade, arms crossed behind his head, felt a bit better as he admired the scenery around him.
I'm afraid only the streets of Konoha among the 5 great ninja nations are this vibrant. Other nations.
Yeblade recalled the Wind Country, Lightning Country, Water Country, and Earth Country. The architectural styles and people's clothing in these countries were all determined by their unique climates.
Either the environment is harsh or the climate is poor. Konoha is truly a wonderful place. Indeed.
Itachi, walking behind Yeblade, nodded. He said in a deep voice,
This is precisely the reason why conflicts have occurred repeatedly over the past few hundred years, mainly due to the other four nations coveting the geographical position of our fire country, and the recent provocations from the lightning country.
Itachi continued to analyze calmly.
On one hand, the lightning country's hidden village covets our village's bloodline limit, Byakugan, and on the other hand it's because our Konoha ninja village's power has diminished after the Third Great Ninja War. They want to take advantage of our weakness and seize opportunities. If it weren't for you this time, the village would have faced tremendous trouble.
Yablade smiled slightly, not replying to Itachi's words. Isn't that exactly the case? If Yablade hadn't intervened this time, Konoha would surely have suffered greatly, with the head of the branch family of the Hyūga clan being forced to commit suicide, leading to a decline in Konoha's development. It wasn't until the emergence of the Konoha 12 and Tsunade's governance that Konoha finally got a chance to breathe and move toward a stronger stage. As they talked, the three of them had already arrived at Yukio's doorstep.
Bang bang. Creak.
Just as Yablade reached out to knock on the door, it was gently pushed open, and the three of them entered, a delightful aroma wafting through the room. Shirzue suddenly sniffed the air, his face full of anticipation.
This smell is so delicious. Could it be that Yugao is cooking? It seems we might have a treat today.
Itachi also smiled lightly.
The smell is really nice. I'm starting to look forward to it.
Suddenly, at the kitchen door appeared a girl with purple hair tied into a big braid, wearing a cute pink apron, and holding a frying spatula. She sweetly looked at Yablade and said with a smile,
"You're back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner."
Shizuo's eyes widened instantly as he looked at the adorably dressed Yuzuki Yugao, letting out a gasp.
It really is Yugao. I didn't expect the seemingly tough you to be able to cook. That's quite impressive.
Yugao. Mao Yuxian, clad in a cook's dress with her hair tied in a ponytail, fell instantly silent at Zishui's words. Amid the awkward hush and everyone's scrutiny, Mao Yuxian slowly wiped her hands on her apron and lifted her dagger from the table. With a bright ring and a swift slash, a cold gleam burst from the scabbard, and the blade was pressed to Zishui's throat.
Who are you calling a braggart? Try saying that again. Heh.
Cold sweat broke out on Zishui's brow. He reached out, gently pinched the icy blade, and offered an awkward smile to the sullen Mao Yuxian.
Well, I wasn't calling you a braggart. I was only joking. Don't take it to heart.
Though the disparity in strength was great and Jishui could have easily defeated Mao Yuxian, he had insulted the girl first and then reached for her. That would look wrong, wouldn't it? Mao Yuxian snorted coldly. She lowered the sword from Zishui's throat and spoke with visible displeasure.
Don't think you can bully me. I plan to be the leader's wife. You'd better think about the consequences before you provoke me. Let's see whether you can beat Yaren.
As Mao Yuxian finished, the three others in the room fell silent. Yu and Jishui turned to stare at Yaren in disbelief. Yaren, equally incredulous, looked at Mao Yuxian.
Ahem. What are you staring at? Hurry up and serve the food.
Mao Yuxian blushed under Yaren's gaze, and in a slightly haughty, bashful tone, called out to him. Yaren paused, then recovered and led Yu and Jishui into the kitchen.
Leader.
Jishui poked Yaren while scooping rice and whispered,
Is what Mao Yuxian said true? Will she marry you when she grows up?
Yaren was silent. Yu, ever the gossip, burned with curiosity and looked at Yaren expectantly.
Yes, yes.
Yaren exhaled softly, turned expressionlessly to Yu and Jishui, and then flashed an unusually genial smile.
Ask that question again. It'll kill you.
Yu, Jishui.
Serve the rice, serve the rice. Dinner served.
Jishui and Yu broke into a sweat, hurriedly portioned the food, and rushed it out of the kitchen, eager to avoid spending another second with Yaren there. After Yaren's little intimidation in the kitchen, the four of them enjoyed a relaxed and pleasant dinner and conversation. During the meal, whenever Yaren and Mao Yuxian proposed plans for the march or offered opinions on the trio's training. Yu and Jishui could not help but nod in agreement. Yaren and Mao Yuxian even listed the powerful ninja of Lake Country they intended to face, and the methods and locations for those confrontations. Yu and Jishui continued to nod obediently, declaring they had no objections. In the end, the entire marching plan was finalized amid the light-hearted dinner. Staring at the map of the 5 great nations spread before them, a red line ran straight from the Fire Country's My Ninja Village through the Tian Country's Yin Ninja Village, finally cutting across Lake Country's Yunlei Gorge and the Laying Office. Yaren smiled and nodded.
Heh. This way we'll never lose our way, and I like the feeling of barging straight through. That's direct enough. I like it.
The next morning at my village's gate, the gatekeepers Gang Zitai and Shinyu Chuyun appeared on duty on time.
Sigh. Guarding the gate every day is so tedious. Chuyun, when will we ever be promoted to Shangren? This gate duty is soul-crushing. Shangren.
Shinyu Chuyun glanced at Gang Zitai, a toothpick tipping in his mouth.
At least 10 years, I'd say. With our aptitude, that's probably the earliest. Ah.
Gang Zitai sighed once more. He looked at the post at the gate, a flicker of nostalgia lighting his eyes.
Lord Yaren was incredible that day, 1 against 2, easily crushing 2 genius Shangren of the Yuzhibo clan. If I had even a tenth of that power, I'd be satisfied. Pa.
Shinyu Chuyun spat out his toothpick.
A tenth? Don't even dream it. You probably haven't heard yet, have you? Just yesterday, Lord Yaren dueled Lord Zilai near the hot springs. From the start, Zilai was completely suppressed by Yaren. In the end,
Shinyu Chuyun's eyes shone with reverence for the strong.
Worried the commotion would ruin my ninja village, they moved the duel to the forest outside the village. That battle. Tisk tisk.
An exaggerated look crossed Shinyu Chuyun's face.
They say hundreds of square kilometers of forest were leveled. The force was immense. People 100 kilometers away could feel the ground tremble. Gasp. Could it really be that terrifying?
Gang Zitai was stunned, a bitter smile tugging at his mouth, as he recalled his earlier boast about reaching even a tenth of Yaren's level. A tenth. Truly he had been dreaming. Soft footsteps whispered from within the village, and slowly drew nearer to Mui's gate. 4 figures gradually came into Gang Zitai and Shinyu Chuyun's view.
What is this?
Shinyu Chuyun's pupils narrowed.
Lord Yaren. And
Gang Zitai swallowed.
Yuzhibo Yu and Yuzhibo Shishui, and the former ANBUs. Mao Yuxian.
Hearing such a formidable lineup, Gang Zitai and Shinyu Chuyun exchanged a glance and inhaled sharply.
Could those rumors really be true?
Yaren paused slightly at the gate, smiled at them, and said,
On duty.
The 2 were taken aback, then scrambled to nod vigorously.
Ah. Yes, we're on duty. Lord Yaren, are you about to? Oh, so you want to ask why I'm taking those 3 out of the village, right?
Yaren smiled faintly.
Heh. Of course we're going to go get the rakeage.
Nightblade's words prompted a glance between Shinyu Chuxin and Gang Zitai, who simultaneously swallowed hard. It seems this matter is true. Huh? Nightblade asked in confusion, looking at the astonished duo. What's true? What are you talking about? Exactly, gulp. Gang Zitai gulped as he spoke. We heard that you Lord Nightblade punched Spring in the Hokage office, and stepped on Mito's flames, finally slamming the table and chair in front of the 3rd Hokage, declaring that you were going to attack the Hidden Cloud Village. We thought it was a joke. Didn't expect. Gang Zitai's expression grew increasingly excited. So everything you said and did is true, Lord Nightblade. You are truly my idol. All right. Nightblade frowned, looking at the chattering Shinyu Chuxin and Gang Zitai beside him, and impatiently waved his hand. What are you making a fuss about? Isn't it just going to the Hidden Cloud Village to deal with the rakeage? What's so surprising about that? Look at you 2, you've never seen the world, don't embarrass yourselves.
Let's go. Nightblade waved to the three behind him in front of the astonished gatekeeping duo. With a graceful departure that left the confused gatekeeping duo with four meaningful figures behind. Awesome. Incredible. At this moment in the underground chamber of the Land of Rice, several figures stood under dim lighting. What's the situation? Have you found any news about Nightblade whom you were asked to investigate recently? A middle-aged man with long black hair, golden vertical pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to his nostrils asked the young man kneeling before him. Crack. The young man, hearing the question, slowly raised his head and adjusted his round-framed glasses. There is news. According to the intelligence I stole from the Umbu of Konoha, this Nightblade excels with a sword, and he carries two exceptionally powerful swords at his waist. At the same time, he seems to be completely incapable of using chakra, yet his strength is extraordinarily formidable. Somewhat like a warrior from the Land of Iron, but not quite. This Nightblade's strength is even greater. Hiss. A crimson tongue slowly extended from Orochimaru's mouth, licking his lips, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What else? Kabuto nodded slightly, and continued speaking. Recently Nightblade has had conflicts with several individuals in Konoha, including the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen Uchiha Itachi Uchiha Shursue, Konoha's advisors, and Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Oh! Orochimaru was slightly surprised. This kid has only appeared for a few days, and has already defeated the elite forces of Konoha. Kabuto gently adjusted his glasses. From the intelligence, that seems to be the case. Then, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. What was the outcome? No defeats. Kabuto's calm voice echoed in the vast underground space. No defeats. Orochimaru was taken aback. Yes. Kabuto glanced at Orochimaru, whose brows were deeply furrowed, sighed lightly, and began to speak. I might as well tell you the details of their encounters. All right. Half an hour later, in the underground secret base, Orochimaru sat at the table, gently tapping on the stone surface. During this half-hour, Orochimaru's mindset underwent a significant change. From initial curiosity upon hearing Nightblade's name to slight shock after learning that Nightblade challenged most of the strong, and later to Kabuto's detailed narration of the battles. Orochimaru was left speechless. A few drops of cold sweat trickled down his temple. Hee. How ironic. Orochimaru chuckled self-deprecatingly, originally thinking that Nightblade, this kid, who emerged from nowhere, must have some miraculous bloodline limit to serve as his next vessel. Unexpectedly, Nightblade was not his prey, but an enormous entity. Orochimaru deeply understood that someone who could suppress Konoha to the point where they dared not challenge him was not someone he could provoke. So, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Have you found out what kind of relationship Nightblade has with Konoha now? Is it cooperation or mutual dependence? Or perhaps, Orochimaru chuckled, a relationship of interests? Kabuto adjusted his glasses lightly, smiling confidently at Orochimaru. This is the key point I wanted to tell you, Lord Orochimaru. I have observed Nightblade, and based on the data, he is a person who acts without reservations, and has low principles, showing no feelings for Konoha. His current position is merely a temporary advisor to Konoha, earning 1 million ryo per month. In my opinion, Kabuto smiled lightly. This strong individual should be easy to recruit. We just need to offer enough money, and something more advanced that we have, but Konoha does not. He will soon turn against Konoha. Hiss. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils flickered, then he smiled and nodded. Well said. Everyone has weaknesses, and this Nightblade's weaknesses are simply numerous. Ha ha ha. Kabuto. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils sparkled with excitement as he looked at Kabuto, who was half kneeling before him, and smiled. Find out where Nightblade will appear. Recently seized the opportunity to contact him, and see what kind of price we must pay to have him work for us. If possible, bring him to see me. I want to talk to him face to face. Yes. I take my leave.
Kabuto smiled, slightly mischief gleaming under his round glasses. He slowly straightened up, bowed to Orochimaru, and then disappeared at the end of the underground passage. Hee. Orochimaru smiled lightly, his long tongue extending like a snake's, licking his lips, while muttering to himself. Nightblade, huh? What an interesting young man. I wonder, what kind of results will it yield if I make him my next body, ha 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 ha. Just thinking about it excites me. At that moment, Nightblade, walking in the forest at the border of Konoha, sneezed loudly, instantly furrowing his brows. Furrowing his brows, Nightblade said, "Not good. Which dog is cursing me?" The Land of Lightning lies at the far northern edge of the Land of Fire, bordered by several smaller nations, most notably the Land of Rice Fields, which shares borders with both the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. During the Third Shinobi World War, Orochimaru led an elite force to victory at the Battle of Kumogakure Pass. Yet this triumph came at a terrible cost, slaying 1,000 foes while losing 800 of his own. Thereafter, Orochimaru grew disenchanted with war and the pursuit of ninjutsu. Confronted repeatedly with life's fragility and the ceaseless cycle of sorrow and joy, he became obsessed with unlocking immortality, a forbidden art of life itself. The body replication technique. This ultimate forbidden jutsu, delving into the deepest mysteries of life, had recently been perfected by Orochimaru. Rustle. Rustle. Soft footsteps echoed across the rice paddies. The Land of Rice Fields lies at the frontier between Konoha and Kumogakure, occupying lowlying terrain flanked by sea on two sides. Its climate resembles Konoha's, but whereas Konoha is cloaked in dense forests, the Land of Rice Fields stretches endlessly as cultivated fields. For generations, the Land of Rice Fields had no shinobi village. To preserve national prosperity and stability, its daimyo restricted development exclusively to grain cultivation, supplying staple crops to nations across the continent. After defecting from Konoha, Orochimaru bribed the daimyo of the Land of Rice Fields and founded a new hidden village, its forehead protector marked with an 8-note insignia. Otogakure. We've entered the territory of the Land of Rice Fields. By this afternoon, we should reach the border of the Land of Lightning. According to this map, said Shisui, frowning as he studied the parchment. I hope our passage remains unimpeded. Yaren gazed toward the distant plains where dark brown boulders rose like ancient sentinels, and smiled faintly. I've heard the daimyo of the Land of Rice Fields maintains close ties with the Land of Lightning, and Otogakure, that newly established village, appears deeply entwined with them as well. If my intuition serves me right, the Land of Lightning will have deployed overwhelming forces along the border, waiting for us to walk straight into their trap. You don't think so? Tsukuyo Uyami shook her head. Do the people of the Land of Lightning even know we're coming? After all, only Konoha's highest echelon and ourselves are aware of our movements. Surely Kumogakure remains ignorant. Yaren's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed toward the distant mountain range. Our quartet presents a conspicuous target, and Otogakure too will be keenly interested in tracking our whereabouts. They'll have no qualms about revealing our position to the Land of Lightning. In that case, Shisui stroked his chin, thoughtfully fixing his gaze upon Yaren. It seems every step we take has already fallen under their watchful eye. Stealth is no longer viable. Then perhaps we march boldly forward, straight through their lines. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. That would be reckless. Tsukuyo Uyami nodded in agreement. If stealth fails, we may simply pivot to another approach, but forcing our way in risks catastrophic losses. Let's reconsider. Shisui fell silent. You raise valid points, but even now our discovery is all but certain. Rather than being ambushed in shadow, let us meet them openly, deploy our ranks in full light, and fight them blade without pretense or concealment. Still, Shisui shook his head, studying Yaren's impassive expression. Ultimately, the decision rests with our leader. Yaren smiled faintly, first at Shisui then at the others, and spoke. Sure, Sui is correct. Better to face them openly than cower in darkness. Let us draw our lines in plain sight, and clash with them sword to sword. And a palpable aura surged around Yaren, confident, untamed, electrifying. I stand among you, with 3 more of you beside me, who in this shinobi world dares bar our path. Even if every shinobi of the Land of Lightning converged upon us, they would rue the day they dared oppose us. Ha ha ha. Shirsue's eyes lit up instantly, as if gazing upon a kindred spirit. Yaren understood him completely. Their philosophies, their very rhythms of action were one and the same. Beside him, Itachi and Tsukuyo Uyami felt their pulses quicken. Indeed, within this team, one figure alone redefined possibility. Yaren. With his power, who could possibly matter? Agreed. Itachi nodded firmly. We follow our leader's command. No more delay. Let us hasten onward and reach the Land of Lightning before afternoon. Agreed. Yaren offered a subtle smile, nodding approvingly at the nascent unity coalescing within the Shadow Organization's first squad. At the border of the Land of Lightning, deep within a vast canyon, hundreds of shinobi lay concealed behind jagged black cliffs. Crouched low, pressed against cold stone, they stared intently toward the horizon, and downward onto the sole road linking the Land of Rice Fields to the Land of Lightning. Samui, is the intelligence accurate? Will Yaren's squad arrive at Death Canyon this afternoon? A 19-year-old woman stood poised atop the cliff's precipice, clad in azure battle attire, her chestnut-braided hair cascading elegantly, arms folded with serene authority, as she addressed Samui behind her. Yes. Samui, her chestnut hair cropped short, gave a firm nod. She crossed her arms lightly, her posture calm yet charged with quiet intensity. Per intel provided by Otogekure, Yaren's squad has already traversed over half the Land of Rice Fields, and should arrive within 2 hours. Excellent. A spark of fierce excitement flickered across Yujito Ni's youthful face, her eyes blazing with raw anticipation for battle. So it's true, Yaren himself and the 2 Uchiha prodigies, all reputedly peerless in strength. At last, an opportunity to test ourselves against them. Don't disappoint me. Yujito. Samui approached silently, her expression glacial, and spoke with measured gravity. Never underestimate these 4. According to reports from my informant embedded in Konoha, Yaren emerged into prominence only recently, yet his arrival shattered all precedent. He annihilated Danzo's root organization upon his first appearance. Such a man is not one we may afford to dismiss lightly. Yujito laughed coldly, the wind lifting her chestnut ponytail like a banner of defiance. So what? Does my Biju Matatabi merely graze on grass? If they retreat in fear, well and good. But should they persist in their folly, I shall make them taste the terrifying truth of a Jinchuriki who walks in perfect communion with her tailed beast. Movement. Suddenly, the lookout beside Yujito cried out. 4 figures approaching swiftly from the far end of Death Canyon. Estimated arrival 3 minutes. All units, prepare for engagement. Tap. Tap. On the distant horizon of the Death Gorge, 4 figures, 1 in front and 3 behind, galloped across the vast plain. They charged straight toward the Death Gorge. Are you sure? Youmuurin frowned impatiently, glancing at the ninja beside him, who was peering through a monocular telescope. Is it the Night Blade group? Well? The observing ninja hesitated, adjusting the angle of his telescope several times before reluctantly lowering it and addressing Youmuurin. Not entirely certain. The dust and smoke around those 4 are too thick, blocking my view. Youmuurin furrowed his brow. All hands on alert. Continue observing. Once you confirm it's the Night Blade group, give the order to attack without hesitation. Yes. The observing ninja, who also served as the messenger, nodded firmly, and raised the telescope to his eyes again. 5 minutes later, from the heart of the massive dust cloud, 4 figures, in white martial arts uniforms, with the character shadows stitched on their sleeves, gradually appeared in the observing ninja's telescope. This is
Among the four, a stir-faced Night Blade led the group at the front. Gulp. The observing ninja swallowed hard. He shouted directly, "The Night Blade group has arrived. Prepare to attack." Swish. All the ninjas on both sides of the cliff instantly raised their hands in front of them. They were waiting for the command to swiftly form hand seals and unleash an impenetrable barrage of ninjutsu upon the four. 1,000 meters. The observing ninja, cold sweat beading on his forehead, stared nervously at the Night Blade party approaching the Death Gorge. 500 meters. His grip on the telescope grew slightly moist. 300 meters. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. 100 meters. Everyone prepare. 50 meters. 30 meters. Now. The moment the observing ninja finished speaking, all the ninjas standing on the cliff edges swiftly began forming hand seals. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Most of the Cloud Village ninjas were adept at lightning release, but a few specialized in earth release. These few earth release users coordinated directly with the lightning release ninjas. Lightning release lightning blade. The ninjas on both sides of the cliff rapidly formed hand seals. Within 5 seconds, all of them wore solemn expressions, and in their hands materialized a sharp, crackling, straight lightning blade. Gazing at the four figures of Night Blade swiftly passing through the center of the gorge, the ninjas, who had executed the lightning blade technique, slashed down at the hard rock beneath their feet. Zzz. A continuous roar of lightning echoed from the cliff tops, followed by a succession of snapping rock sounds rumbling like thunder from the precipice. Screech. The sound of shoe soles scraping against the stone ground arose. Night Blade at the front abruptly halted and made a stop gesture to the three behind him. Frowning slightly, he spoke. "I think I heard some strange noise. Did you hear it?" Shui and Itachi exchanged glances, then furrowed their brows. "I think I heard it too. It sounded like..." Itachi's eyes widened suddenly. "The sound of thunder. If it's thunder, the land of lightning is filled with continuous mountain ranges and frequent thunderstorms. Thunderclaps should be commonplace." "No." Night Blade shook his head slightly. "It's not thunder. It sounds like a rumbling of rocks grinding and colliding. Moreover," Night Blade slowly looked upward, "it's coming from above us." Boom. Boom. At that moment a rumbling, muffled roar sounded again from above their heads. They all looked up instantly, their pupils sharply contracting. "This is Earth Release. Earth Cover descends from heaven," the ninjas on the mountaintop shouted in unison. In the pupils of Night Blade and his three companions, the colossal sky-obscuring boulders at the cliff edge under the ninjutsu of the ninjas standing atop them transformed into an enormous rock roof with vast area, extreme thickness, and immense weight. Amid a howling gale it pressed down rapidly upon them. "My heavens! This..." Itachi and Shui, staring at the massive rock hurtling down from above, wore grim expressions. "Sharingan." Shui frowned, and the pupils of his eyes instantly turned crimson, with three tomos slowly rotating. A Mangekyo Sharingan in the shape of a shuriken gradually emerged in Shui's eyes. Then his hands began to form seals rapidly, and he frowned. "Susanoo. Pat." Just as Shui was about to unleash the ultimate armor and spear Susanoo, Night Blade gently patted his shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Shui was startled. Then, seeing the disdain and confidence in Night Blade's eyes, he slowly nodded, his Mangekyo Sharingan gradually fading back into a three-tomo Sharingan. "Yugugo. Lend me your sword." Oh. Yuzuki Yugugo nodded firmly, unsheathed the sword at her waist, and handed it to Night Blade. "Heh. It's been so long since I last used this technique. Today you shall once again shine in your glory." Zzz. Night Blade's right hand was instantly enveloped in armament haki, then black mist coiled serpentinely, staining Yuzuki Yugugo's sword with a touch of darkness. Click.
Biting the swords hilt gently between his teeth, Night Blade drew the First Generation Kitetsu, and the black blade Inma from his waist. Zzz. The pure black Haki slithered like a serpent climbing onto the blades of the two swords. Then Night Blade pressed the hilts of both swords together, with the hilt of the sword in his mouth, forming a black triangle adorned with blades. Shave. Moonwalk. Boom. To the astonishment of the three companions, and the ninjas on the cliff, Night Blade wielding three pitch-black great swords soared into the air in an instant 36 seconds, and appeared directly beneath the massive rock. 9 mountains, 8 seas form one world. Gathering 1,000 worlds creates a small 1,000 world. This world multiplied by 3, nothing it cannot cut. 3 sword style ultimate. The two huge black swords in Night Blade's hand spun rapidly, leaving a trail of black misty afterimages. Then Night Blade stamped his feet again, and after a massive shockwave he instantly closed the distance to the enormous rock within attack range. One great 3,000 world. Clang. All they heard was a piercing screech of blade against stone, and a fleeting glimpse of Night Blade flashing from beneath the rock to above it. And boom! The 100 softmeters thick rock was cleaved in two by Night Blade's single strike. Boom! Boom boom! Before the stunned gazes of onlookers, two colossal boulders, sliced cleanly in two by Yaren's blade, slammed violently into the opposing cliff faces, unleashing deafening impacts. Samui, perched atop the cliff's edge, Yujuto Ni, her expression icy and composed, twitched at the corner of her mouth and nudged the frostbitten beauty beside her.
Did you see it? How did this man leap straight into the sky with a single step? Can he truly fly? I don't know.
Samui shook her head.
I've never witnessed such aerial maneuvering. It appears to be an entirely new ninjutsu technique. Very well.
Yujuto nodded in agreement and pressed further.
Then tell me, did you discern how he cleaved that massive boulder in half? With his sword.
Samui instinctively flexed her arms, subtly adjusting her posture, the motion gently compressing the ample curves she held close to her chest. Her expression darkened.
This.
A soft sigh escaped her lips, her eyes flickering with helplessness and something deeper, fear.
I couldn't see it either. Yet one truth remains undeniable. That colossal stone was severed, undoubtedly, by the blade in his hand. Heavens above!
Yujuto's exquisite eyes widened in disbelief.
Truly, does such peerless swordsmanship exist in this world? Compared to this, our Kumogakure Kenjutsu is little more than refuse.
Samui rolled her eyes at Yujuto.
Though I'm sorely tempted to agree, I must ask you in front of your subordinates to choose your words with greater discretion. Oh!
Yujuto nodded.
My apologies. Slip of the tongue. Slip of the tongue. Shursui, did you see it clearly?
Itachi Uchiha's Tomoe pattern Sharingan, activated without warning, glinted with quiet bewilderment as he turned to Shursui beside him. Shursui scratched lightly at the back of his head.
No, I didn't catch it. And you? Did your Sharingan capture the instant our leader drew his blade, or how he split that monolithic stone?
Itachi shot Shursui an exasperated glance.
Your Sharingan surpasses mine in depth. If even you saw nothing, then my eyes are no better. HSS.
Shursui stroked his chin, then spoke in astonishment.
So his sword stroke's velocity has exceeded the Sharingan's capacity to track rapid motion. Then not a fragment of his attack registered with us.
Itachi gave a wry, bitter smile and nodded.
It would seem so. Enough. Cease your discussion, now.
Suddenly Tsukuyo Yugao stepped forward, voice trembling with alarm, as she interrupted their analysis of Yaren's strike.
Haven't you noticed? Where did our leader vanish after cleaving that boulder? HSS.
Itachi and Shursui exchanged startled glances.
Right. After delivering that slash, he should have descended swiftly from midair, to regroup with us. So where is he?
Tsukuyo offered a hollow chuckle and pointed upward toward the sheer cliff face.
Look there. our leader, is strolling across thin air at the cliff's edge, as if preparing to launch himself straight up its face.
Itachi. Churasui.
He intends to ascend. Does he mean to confront the entire vanguard force of Kumogakure alone? There are hundreds of shinobi stationed atop that precipice.
Churasui stared incredulous.
This is utter madness.
Amid universal shock and dread, Yaren, dual blades drawn a third clenched between his teeth, calmly ascended, stepping rhythmically upon empty air.
Pong! Pong! Pong!
Each footfall resonated with invisible shockwaves booming through the stillness. With an austere countenance, Yaren soared upward, reaching the cliff's summit, and alighted softly beside Yujito and Samui.
Patter!
As his boots settled onto solid ground, he opened his mouth.
Shink!
The katana borrowed from Tsukuyo Yugao dropped instantly from his jaws, plunging deep into the stone beneath his feet, its obsidian-colored armament Haki slowly receding. Yet the twin blades in his hands remained wreathed in that same dark, unyielding armament Haki.
I ask you.
Yaren's gaze swept coldly over the petrified Kumogakure forces, and over Yujito and Samui alike.
Is this Kumogakure's notion of hospitality? To greet us with lethal intent from the very first moment? That seems rather impolite. Yaren!
A flicker of icy fury crossed Yujito's face.
Spare me your lectures on courtesy. 2 of our highest-ranking shinobi were slain on Konoha soil by your hand. Where then was your hospitality in those acts?
Humph. Yaren scoffed, disdain curling his lips.
Those 2 men you mourn. One sought to abduct my disciple, the other publicly insulted me. Were they not deserving of death? My conduct requires no instruction from you. You?
Yujito's fury ignited instantly. Her stance shifted, weight coiling like a spring, her eyes blazing with razor-sharp intensity.
Then words are spent. Let battle decide.
Yaren smiled faintly, his twin blades carving elegant arcs through the air.
Very well. Ninpo. Fire rat sphere.
Yujito sealed her hands in rapid succession, then expelled a tightly compressed azure flame straight toward Yaren's face.
Fire.
Yaren sneered.
Black blade path. One sword style flying dragon flame. Whoosh.
His right hand swung the First Generation Kitetsu, a blinding arc slicing through void, friction igniting a unique sapphire flame along its path. The flame coalesced into a cerulean dragon, surging forth to meet Yujito's fire rat sphere with a thunderous roar.
Roar! SSSHHH!
The sphere shattered, devoured whole by the dragon's maw. And before Yujito's widening eyes, frozen in horror, the azure dragon lunged onward, jaws wide, hurtling straight for her.
Lady Yujito. Earth release. Earth flow wall.
Several Kumogakure shinobi leapt before Yujito, hands flashing through seals, for towering earthen barriers erupted instantly, blocking the dragon's path.
Boom! Crack, crack! Roar!
The colossal cerulean dragon, radiating searing heat and cutting force, struck the 4 earthen walls, with cataclysmic might shattering them as though they were brittle clay. It slammed into the spot where Yujito had stood moments before.
Boom!
A deafening detonation echoed across the heights, leaving behind a vast charred crater gouged deep into the cliff's unyielding stone.
Huh?
5 meters away from the scorched pit, Youmuurin was half-squatting, panting heavily. Just moments ago, when the blue flame dragon sliced through the earthen barrier, Youmuurin sensed something, and rolled away just in time to evade the blade of Yaren. At this moment a slight sheen of sweat had appeared on her forehead.
The fire dragon generated by this blade cutting through the air possesses power comparable to enstrength ninjutsu. Is this the extent of this man's power?
The cold sweat on Youmuurin's forehead slowly dripped down. Suddenly a more terrifying possibility crossed her mind.
What if this strike is merely a casual attack from that man? Can our forces withstand the attacks of just one person? What significance does our vanguard have? Sammy!
Thinking of this, Youmuurin rushed to Sammy's side. While vigilantly watching Yaren, she spoke softly to him.
It seems the strength of this Yaren is indeed unfathomable, and currently we lack detailed information about this person, so.
Youmuurin looked at Sam-e with a serious expression.
Later I will engage in battle with Yaren. Please make sure to observe and carefully memorize this person's information and intelligence, and find an opportunity to escape delivering this intel to Lord Lei. This.
Sam-e's icy demeanor suddenly became unsettled.
Is this person really that strong?
Hearing Sam-e's question, Youmuurin, who had just faced Yaren in combat, couldn't help but bitterly smile, then slowly nodded under Sam-e's increasingly disbelieving gaze.
The strength of Yaren is unprecedented in my life. Even the pressure from Lord Lei pales in comparison to this Yaren.
Although unwilling to admit it, Youmuurin still followed her inner understanding, and provided Sam-e with such an answer.
How? How is that possible?
Sam-e's cold expression vanished in an instant, as he covered his slightly agape mouth with his hand. He spoke with a tone thick with disbelief.
Lord Lei's lightning release armor has already reached a peak level. He is just a swordsman without chakra, merely a swordsman.
Sam-e murmured.
How could he possibly be stronger than Lord Lei, who has mastered lightning release chakra body techniques? Have you sensed it incorrectly? No.
Youmuurin gently shook her head.
Within me resides the two-tailed beast whose exceptionally sensitive perception cannot be wrong. The two tails told me. This man before us, although lacking chakra flow in his body, possesses an extraordinarily dangerous and terrifying aura. It flows ceaselessly within him, raging endlessly. This.
Sam-e was suddenly alarmed, initially thinking Yaren's declaration of coming to the Land of Thunder to eliminate Lord Lei was merely a boast. But unexpectedly this man, with twin blades at his waist, was serious. Not only that, but his corresponding strength was also incredibly formidable. Sam-e even doubted that if they did not adequately counter Yaren, Lord Lei might truly be in danger.
All right.
A glimmer of determination flashed in Sam-e's eyes, as he turned to Youmuurin and spoke softly.
Then I entrust you, Youmuurin, to try and hold him off, or manage him as best as you can. I will observe seriously from the side, and when the opportunity arises to escape, I will risk my life to ensure this vital information reaches Lord Lei. All right.
Youmuurin nodded in agreement.
Thank you. Hey.
Yaren, holding two massive black blades wrapped in armed color Haki, glanced impatiently at the two individuals whispering several meters away.
What are you two whispering about? Have you said enough? Are we going to fight or not? I'm getting so bored I'm about to fall asleep. Haven't you reached a conclusion on your strategy yet?
Youmuurin slowly turned her head, looking at Yaren with a serious expression.
Although you are strong, it isn't yet to the point where we need to discuss strategy to defeat you. Let me have a duel with you today. Yaren. Huh?
Yaren yawned, lightly raising his hand, as the initial generation of the sword Guiche returned to its sheath.
Just you alone. If it's just you, then I will put Guiche away after all. You alone have no combat power.
Youmuurin was taken aback, and then a flicker of agitation passed over her proud face, as the power of the tailed beast within her began to boil.
Swish! Boom!
A surge of blue cat demon-patterned chakra erupted from Youmuurin, and her previously restrained ponytail instantly spread out behind her.
Crack!
A large volume of chakra surged forth, shattering the stones beneath Youmuurin's feet.
Don't underestimate me!
Youmuurin's eyes slowly transformed into cat-like vertical pupils, as she shouted loudly at Yaren.
I am the guardian deity of the cloud ninja Youmuurin. Prepare yourself. Fire release. Cat fire ball. Boom!
Dozens of chakra balls wrapped in blue flames immediately coalesced before Youmuurin, burning with fierce blue fire as they charged towards Yaren.
Another one of those tricks, but with more numbers it won't work. One sword style. Evil crow. Demon hunt. Clang.
The black chaotic blade Yin-Mo wrapped in armed color Haki began to swing rapidly in Yiren's hands, cutting through the blades. Yiren's body became elusive as the blades spun into a blur of white light. Meanwhile, Yiren's figure calmly approached Youmuurin step by step. Swish! 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 The sharp black blade instantaneously sliced through countless cat fire balls engulfed in blue flames. Under Youmuurin's grave expression, Yiren continued to swing his blade down at her. Humph! A bead of cold sweat trickled down Youmuurin's forehead. Gazing at the black blade in Yiren's hand that seemed capable of cutting through anything, a sense of impending death enveloped her. Two Tails! I'm here! With Youmuurin's roar, the two tails within her body instantly responded to her call. Half-tail beast transformation. Alright. Boom! A massive amount of chakra quickly formed on the surface of Youmuurin's body, and thick red chakra instantly enveloped her, revealing the form of a cat demon with two tails. Oh! Not bad, not bad. The night blade wielding a black-bladed cross knife gradually halted its offensive steps, squinting at the half-beastified Youmou, not far away, nodding slowly. This is the spirit of fighting me. Anyone unprepared to be cut down by me is merely cannon fodder in my eyes. Wah! The half-beastified Youmou was enveloped by an immense amount of dense, impenetrable red-tailed beast chakra. At this moment, a pair of cold, slitted eyes were fixated on the night blade. Finally, a piercing cat-like cry echoed. So, the night blade chuckled coldly, positioning the Enma before himself. Are you ready to die by my blade? A furious roar erupted from Yuma's throat, and in the next moment it charged towards the night blade, its claws suddenly extending. Under the sunlight, a sharp glint flashed. Clang! As the claws intertwined, powered by the tail beast's chakra, the fierce cat claw attack was directly parried by the night blade, producing a shrill metallic clash. Bang! Yuma's claws and the Enma were locked in a stalemate before the night blade kicked them into Yuma's abdomen. The latter was sent flying. Deep scratches were left on the stone by its claws. Not bad. The night blade lightly waved the Enma in his right hand, giving a slight smile at the Youmou on all fours. With your half-beastified state, your strength is decent, and your claws are quite sharp, but your attacking methods are somewhat singular. Wah! In its half-beastified state, Youmou had lost about half of its consciousness. It could distinguish friend from foe, but its combat instincts were wholly surrendered to its primal nature. Whoosh! Wrapped in red chakra, the half-beastified Youmou charged towards the night blade after a fierce roar. In the crimson-slitted eyes, the Enma in the night blade's hand gradually loomed larger. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out again. The claws of the half-beast state possessed remarkable hardness, capable of even piercing the armor of a first-stage Susanoo, as they slammed down upon the Enma with great force. Swish! The night blade smiled slightly, swiftly slicing down to block Yuma's attack. Clang! While parrying the attack, the night blade observed Youmou with calm composure. Experiencing a battle against a half-beastified cat demon is not something one encounters every day. The night blade was not in haste to defeat her. Instead, he wished to thoroughly test the power of the tail beast beneath the half-beastification. Moreover, the night blade smiled slightly. The strength of the half-beastified Youmou could only be deemed decent, although strength could not be measured by the number of tails. Still, if Youmou was merely half-beastified, the night blade truly felt no excitement. Clang! Another claw strike was easily blocked by the night blade. Youmou began to retreat. Hoo! On all fours, she intensely stared at the night blade, panting heavily. After consecutive high-intensity battles, even in her half-beastified state, she was starting to struggle, and a hint of fear flashed in her crimson-slitted eyes. Oh! Is this all you can do? Is your half-beastified strength merely this much? The night blade scoffed. How about trying full beastification? Otherwise you won't have even a shred of a chance to win. Wah! The half-beastified Youmou let out an angry roar. Then the red chakra around her slowly receded, revealing the half-crouched, extremely disheveled Yumu, who, her blue combat outfit, had been partially corroded by the red chakra, exposing her white skin that radiated with the glow of youth. Hey! The Nightblade frowned, looking at the tattered Yumu. What are you trying to do? If you can't win the fight, are you trying to seduce me? That's not very good, is it? As he spoke, the Nightblade covered his eyes with his empty left hand, leaving a tiny gap to gaze at Yumu. How could I, the Nightblade, be such a person? Even if you were completely undressed, I wouldn't spare you a second glance. Paw. The panting Yumu, upon hearing this, glanced at her own state, her face turning red as she spat at the Nightblade. Shameless. What? The Nightblade immediately lowered his hand that was covering his eyes, looking helplessly at Yumu. You say I'm shameless. All right then. Since it's already like this, I'll show you my shamelessness. Today not only will I wipe out your Yōnin advanced troops, but I will also take you. The Nightblade pointed at Yumu, then directed his finger towards Samui, who was silently observing from a distance. And her. I'll take them all. Yuma's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the Nightblade, her expression filled with fear. Knowing her own situation, she deeply understood after having fought him directly. What the Nightblade said was something he could easily accomplish. Moreover, they probably wouldn't even be able to escape because Uchiha Itachi and his companions had already climbed up from behind the cliff, slowly appearing behind the coalition of Yunin's advanced troops, creating an implicit pincer attack with the Nightblade. Since that's the case, Yumu bit her lip hard, watching the relaxed Nightblade, who didn't even seem to be out of breath, and steeled her heart. Yuyo. I'm here. There's no other way. Let's beastify and make our last stand. But beastification will cause tremendous harm to your body. It's too dangerous. We should escape. No. Yumu shook her head. We've both fought this man, and we know his strength. Not to mention whether we can escape from him. Even if we escape, what about Samui? What about our advanced troops? Don't say any more. Let's beastify, and he'll bear all the consequences. All right. Boom. The moment Yuyo agreed to Yuma's beastification, blue cat demon pattern chakra erupted violently from Yumu, expanding and stretching. In just a few seconds, a gigantic blue cat demon appeared right before the Nightblade. Roar. I will tear you apart. Yuma's voice merged with Yuyu's as the massive blue cat's mouth suddenly opened wide, gathering a blaze of orange-red fire within. Yuyo Great Fireball. Boom. A massive orange fireball radiating terrifying heat hurtled directly toward the face of Yaren, illuminating his stern visage. Heavenly Blade Technique. With a swift motion, Yaren sheathed his sword, the entire sheath of Yen-mo gleaming a deep black, the hardened armor-like aura adorning it. One sword style. Die. Lion Song. As the enormous fireball charged swiftly towards him, Yaren slightly bent his body. With a faint smile, a terrifying red light flickered in his pupils, and a breath of hot air slowly escaped his lips. Whoosh! The blade of Yen-mo resonated with a clear chime. Yaren's figure vanished from the spot, and the stone beneath his feet exploded into fragments in the next instant. Where did he go? The leader just arrived at the battlefield. Itachi and Shisui, their three-tomo Sharingan gazing at the spot where Yaren had disappeared, wore expressions of confusion. With the dynamic capture ability of the Sharingan, they could not see Yaren's trace at all. Clang! The sound of the blade rapidly slicing through the air rang out before Yaren as Yaren, maintaining a crouched posture while drawing his sword, dashed through the massive fireball, instantly appearing before Yaren. Sizzle! In Yaren's incredulous gaze, the gigantic fireball, reflected in his vertical pupils, was split into two halves. Even the tail of the flame was completely severed. What? What kind of monster is this that can easily cleave my fireball in two? Yaren's enormous body froze in place. The wooden man in the mental space was equally horrified, watching Yaren through Yaren's vertical pupils, a few drops of cold sweat trickling down his temples. I don't know. A hint of bitterness flashed at the corner of the wooden man's mouth. But I'm sorry, Yaren. I didn't expect this enemy to be so troublesome today. We might just die at this man's hands together. Yaren froze at the wooden man's words. Then he smiled gently. Hee. What nonsense are you saying? Since we are one, we should support and protect each other. Even in death, we must perish together. This is the fate of our tail beasts, and your Jinchuriki. What is there to be sorry about? Moreover, in the mental space, a fierce glint flashed across Yaren's blue feline face, as he spoke solemnly to the wooden man in front of him. Our trump cards have yet to be used. What do you mean we can't win? Are you saying? The wooden man's previously despondent mood suddenly shifted as he looked up at Yaren, who wore a confident expression. Shall we use that move? Yes. Yaren nodded vigorously. With this man's strength, even ordinary attacks would be futile in a close combat scenario. Even in full tail beast form, we wouldn't stand a chance. We might as well make our last stand. After a long contemplation, the wooden man in the mental space fell silent, then slowly raised his head to look at Yaren with concern. But this move is too powerful, and its range is extremely wide. Even our surroundings and several villages could be utterly destroyed by this move. Sigh. Hearing the wooden man's worries, Yaren gently shook his head. I only care about our safety. As for others, I am powerless. Moreover, Yaren's voice was filled with determination. If we don't use this move for a desperate gamble, we might not only perish ourselves, but even Samui and the army behind us could face annihilation. All right. After a difficult internal struggle, the wooden man slowly nodded, agreeing with Yaren's perspective. Let's go all out. Good. The vertical pupils in Yaren's eyes narrowed slightly as blue chakra flames roared more fiercely. Hey. Yaren slowly straightened his body. If you have any abilities, hurry up and use them, or you'll regret it when I want to kill you with one stroke. Humph. Yaren snapped back to reality, letting out a cold snort from his nostrils. I admit you are strong and acknowledge my status as the Two Tails. Close combat is indeed not your match. But what if I don't engage you in close combat? The yin-yang chakra around Yaren's body swiftly fluctuated and gathered. Hee. Yaren chuckled lightly, looking at the chakra ball slowly forming by Yaren's mouth in a ratio of 2:8, smiling slightly. I thought you had something new and exciting. Turns out it's just a tail beast ball. Yaren rolled his eyes lightly, resting his right hand on the hilt at his waist tauntingly. With this kind of tail beast's orb, you think you can take my life? That's a bit too childish, isn't it? Wait a minute. Snap. Yaren slowly turned around with his back to Yaren, who was gathering the massive tail beast ball, and walked unhurriedly back to where he initially stood. Sans. Yaren's footsteps were slow and steady as he walked gently across the black stone ground. Sigh. Approaching a pile of broken stones, Yaren scratched his head lightly, muttering to himself, where did the Yuin sword go? It's really giving me a headache. Crash. Crash. Yaren squatted down, slowly rummaging through the pile of rubble. At the moment Yaren crouched down, the massive tail beast ball in Yaren's mouth had finished gathering, and was aimed directly at the crouching Yaren, smiling faintly. Die. Tail beast ball. Leader. Yaren, big brother. Boss. The three Uchiha Itachi were immediately startled. The immense energy contained in the tail beast ball made even those far away feel a sense of dread. If that hits directly, there is no chance of survival. Just as the purple tail beast ball shot from Yaren's mouth towards the crouching Yaren at high speed. Yaren smiled slightly and stood up. I found it. Clang. The sword of Yuin, enveloped in armed color, was directly bitten into Yaren's mouth, with Guiche and Yen Mo in his left and right hands. The wind gently blew through Yaren's silver-white hair. Yaren tilted his head, aligning the tips of the three swords together. Heavenly blade technique. White tiger seal. Break the mountain. Clang. The sound of blades rang out. Roar. A massive white tiger adorned with black patterns instantly appeared before the blades converged. Then it extended its enormous claws, and fiercely clawed forward. Slash. The tailed beast's ball that had already reached Yaren's eyes was instantly split in two. And this is not over. The tailed beast's form Yaren's eyes narrowed, and a claw that penetrated the tailed beast's ball directly struck him. With a deafening scream, the enormous Yaren's body vanished in an instant, leaving only the unconscious wooden man on the ground. Clang. Boom. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the stunning slash that severed the tailed beast's ball and cut down the two tails rushed into the distance, splitting a mountain in two. Click. Yaren sheathed his dual swords, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Where the blade passes, 10,000 mountains can be cleaved. A crisp sound echoed, as several kilometers away the massive mountain peak was neatly sliced off by the Night Blade's technique. White Tiger Seal Broken Mountain. Amidst the horrified expressions of the crowd, it slowly slid down to the foot of the mountain. A deafening crash resonated from afar, and a cloud of dust instantly rose, like the shockwave from a bomb explosion, brushing against the faces of the onlookers. Along with the silver hair on the forehead of Night Blade, a ninja from Yōnin looked at the unconscious figure of the Two Tails. Yumu collapsed on the ground, immediately shouting her name. However, the disheveled Yumu had already fainted completely. He killed Lord Yumu. A ninja from Yōnin pointed at Night Blade and shouted, "We will kill him. For Lord Yumu's revenge. Kill him. Let's go together." The ninjas from Yōnin immediately went wild, looking at the seemingly lifeless Yumu on the ground. They all drew their weapons and charged at Night Blade. "Come at me." Night Blade smiled slightly. The only remaining weapon, the blade of Mitsuki Sayaka, was instantly enveloped by armed color haki, turning the blade completely black. A chilling sharp aura emanated from the blade. "Let's go together. Today I, Night Blade, will send each of you from Yōnin into hell at the gates of your land of thunder." Swish. Night Blade tore off the white martial arts uniform from his upper body, revealing the dense scars and well-defined muscles underneath. With a cold smile, he looked at the Yōnin troops charging towards him. Whoosh. The nearest Yōnin ninjas charged at Night Blade, first adept in body techniques, and lightning released directly, attaching the blue and white lightning onto their long blades. Swish. Die. 3 Yōnin jōnin approached Night Blade and slashed down at him. "Too weak, the blade is too poor." Break. With a light shout, Night Blade gently shook his head, wielding the narrow blade wrapped in armed color haki, slicing through like a new moon. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds of blades clashing rang out. Under the incredulous expressions of the 3 Yōnin jōnin, the lightning-enveloped blade shattered into countless pieces upon mere contact with Night Blade's weapon. Then, under their astonished gazes, the slashing force that severed the 3 long swords continued unabated, directly slicing through their waists. Shoo. Blood splattered, severed in two. 3 lords. Roar. The ninjas following closely behind let out a loud shout. Then a flash of blood red appeared in their eyes. Their steps quickened once more, charging towards Night Blade. "Kill him. We outnumber them, so we need not fear them. Eliminate them. Let them die. All who invaded the land of thunder die." The ninjas with blood-red eyes surged towards Night Blade, one after another. On the broad and desolate mountain cliff, ninjas surrounded Night Blade from all directions. Tong. Bang. Shoo. The muffled sounds of impacts, and the sound of blades slicing through flesh and bone rapidly filled the air around Night Blade as figures flew out in all directions. Knees, legs, elbows, fists. Upward thrusts, downward stabs, slashes, horizontal cuts, eye crescent. Night Blade's pupils turned blood red, his bronze muscles trembled slightly, and under the high-speed movement and intense physical exertion, thick vapor began to rise from him. Ha ha ha. Night Blade let out a wild laugh. "Come on. Keep coming, your attacks are still far from enough. Let's go together." One ninja after another was sent flying by Night Blade, knocked out by knee strikes, crushed skulls by fists, and pierced organs by elbows. One after another Yōnin ninjas fell at Night Blade's feet. Apart from the sweat vapor occasionally rising from him, there were no signs of fatigue whatsoever, let alone being injured. Mitsuki Sayaka rubbed her eyes. At first glance it seemed like the Yōnin people surrounded the leader, but upon closer inspection, it seems the leader has surrounded the entire Yōnin army by himself. And why does it seem like the leader has just warmed up? Indeed, a few drops of cold sweat dripped down Shizuo's forehead. At this rate an ordinary person would have long exhausted themselves and died, yet our leader seems to be growing stronger with each battle. What to do? Itachi watched the crowd being toppled like a wave by Night Blade and began to feel eager. Should we join in and warm up as well? No. Shizuo shot a glance at Itachi, his eyelids twitching. I want. The leader can navigate through the crowd like a fish in water, exuding tremendous momentum. Do you think you can do the same? I dare say. As long as we dare to step in the hatred they hold for the leader, will entirely shift onto us, and with our capabilities, we can't match the leader's strength against thousands. Shizuo gently patted Itachi's shoulder. Let's just watch from here. If there are any stragglers, we'll be responsible for bringing them back. All right. Fine. Under Shizuo's persuasion, Itachi finally abandoned the idea of charging into the crowd for a thrilling battle. The three stood together, blocking the only escape route for the Yōnin ninjas. Shadows flew and blades glimmered. In less than 10 minutes of Night Blade swinging his blade among the crowd, the Yōnin clan's ninja army suffered a loss of more than half, causing Samui, who was lurking nearby, to feel a sense of collapse. Stop. Night Blade, stop. Swish, swish, swish. Night Blade's eyes didn't linger on Samui's face for even a second. When he was having his fun, he drew out the two swords at his waist. Like a tornado, he recklessly slashed through the crowd. Night Blade. A look of despair flashed across Samui's cold face. Stop it. Lord Night Blade, please stop. Whoosh. As soon as Samui's voice fell, Night Blade's figure soared from the crowd, landing on a tall rock, crouching slightly, and smiling at Samui from a distance. Are you Samui? Why are you asking me to stop? Lord Night Blade from Konoha, in this battle we from Yōnin concede. Please, do not continue to slaughter my Yōnin ninjas. Concede? Night Blade chuckled lightly, looking at Samui, as if he were a fool. There should be a proper way to concede, right? What price are you willing to pay? The cost? Samui stood in place, bewildered, staring at Yaren, momentarily at a loss. Yaren, standing atop a massive stone block, chuckled softly, looking at the voluptuous Samui. Is there really a need to ask? As the defeated, the cost you must pay may not be essential to me, but it is your most precious possession. Do you understand what I mean? You? Samui's expression changed instantly, his light blue eyes fixed on Yaren as he slowly began to speak. I have nothing of value or worth, only my life. If you want it, you can take it at any time. However, I have a small request. Yaren smiled, nodding, gesturing for Samui to finish his words. If you wish to take my life, and that of the wooden man, then please spare these innocent Yōnin ninjas. Yaren remained silent, standing on the tall stone, with a mysterious smile, watching Samui speak confidently below the rock. Lord Samui, you don't need to sacrifice yourself for us. This person is our enemy from Yōnin village. Even if it comes to the last moment, I will never flee. Let's go. Kill Yaren. The lives of the Yōnin ninjas are in our own hands. Charge. Shut up. Samui suddenly bellowed from below the rock. Then he turned, shouting at all the Yōnin ninjas rushing this way. Don't you understand? Each of you is an indispensable fighting force for Yōnin village. If you all perish in this battle, who will protect the village? Who will protect Lord Liang? So, stop. Shoo. Shoo. After saying this, all the Yōnin ninjas charging this way halted in their tracks, their faces showing a hint of frustration. Yet behind that frustration there was a renewed understanding of their responsibilities as ninjas, and the ninja way they practiced. To protect Lord Liang. Lord Samui. The leading jōnin jōnin glanced at the unconscious two-tailed wooden man on the ground, then at Sammy, who was bending over before Yaren. He let out a tragic cry. We will definitely avenge the two lords. And Yaren, with a pinky in his ear, impatiently looked at the group of jōnin ninjas suddenly swearing below the rock, and loudly shouted to stop them from speaking. I haven't agreed to let you go yet. Do you really think you can leave? Itachi. Shirzue. Shien. Here. The three voices rang out simultaneously from not far behind the jōnin ninjas, their sharp gazes piercing through to Yaren atop the massive stone. They shouted in unison. Please give your orders, leader. Yaren smiled slightly, and tossed the sword that originally belonged to Matsushien in their direction. Clang. The sharp sword embedded itself into the stone, before Matsushien, and only then did Yaren begin to speak. From now on, anyone who dares to escape without my command, regardless of who it is, kill without mercy. Yes. The three Itachi responded loudly. Then they turned and took their positions at the only path behind all the jōnin ninjas, ready to kill any fleeing jōnin ninjas exuding a murderous aura. Ha ha ha. Yaren laughed heartily, then lowered his head to look at the not-so-pleasant-looking Sammy, deliberately emphasizing each word. You jōnin are surrounded by all four of us. Yaren. I have said this before. Sammy looked grimly at Yaren atop the stone, speaking with a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Not just myself, but also the wooden man. We are all willing to pay the price. You may kill or dismember us as you wish. But as a trade, please spare the other ninjas of jōnin village, because they have already surrendered. Oh! Yaren smiled slightly. Just because they surrendered, does that mean I must spare their lives? Who said that those who surrender can be treated kindly? Don't forget. The victor is the strong, while the defeated are the weak. What qualifications do the weak have to propose conditions to the strong? Sammy's eyes widened, then he looked at Yaren, his body trembling slightly, a beautiful but proud face filled with unwillingness and a kind of desperate fear. You? What must I do to spare the ninjas behind me? Uh-huh. Yaren smiled slightly. Since you asked, I will tell you the only choice left for you is to join me and the wooden man in the organization. I am creating the shadow organization, thus severing ties with jōnin village. Only then can I spare the remaining waste of jōnin. You? Who do you call waste? Yaren, you are truly too arrogant. Shut up. Sammy immediately turned and shouted at the jōnin ninjas behind him, then turned back to face Yaren, with a calm expression threatening him. Lord Yaren, if you simply kill me, there may still be room for reconciliation between you and jōnin village. But if you force us to join the shadow organization you founded, do you think you can withstand the full power of jōnin village? Yaren smiled slightly, waving his hand at Sammy. That is not something you need to worry about, whether jōnin spares me or not. I have already made it this far. Does it make a difference if I kill so many jōnin ninjas? Sammy. Enough. I am not a patient person. I won't give you much time to think, so make your decision quickly, before I change my mind waiting for your answer. Sammy felt a few cold drops of sweat trickle down his smooth forehead, suddenly calming down as the situation reached this point. As a member of jōnin village, he had no choice but to join Yaren's organization to save his fellow villagers. This could be seen as saving the village. Moreover, everyone witnessed the scene of Yaren threatening him. Lord Lei Ying would likely not blame him, as long as he endured a little longer. When Lord Lei Ying came to rescue him, it would be Yaren's end. All right. I agree. Looking at Sammy, who had suddenly regained his composure and responded to him with an expressionless face, Yaren revealed a smile full of meaning. All right. Lightly clapping his hands, Yaren sheathed his dual blades, his aura of armed color gradually fading as he jumped down from the boulder. He walked up to Sammy. Since you have agreed to my request, you are now a member of our shadow organization, and I am the leader of this organization. Come! Call me leader, and let me hear it. Leader. After a long pause, Sam-e with a cold expression finally called out the word leader to Yaren, his face turning red.
Ah, good.
Yaren laughed heartily, patting Sam-e's shoulder, the slightly heavy force causing the ample peaks of Sam-e to ripple.
I promise you.
Yaren turned to the large group of Yōnin army gathered behind him, smiling slightly as he spoke.
Itachi. Shirzue. Shien. Clear a path. Let them go. Sam-e and the wooden man stay. Yaren chuckled lightly, looking disdainfully at the bustling Yōnin ninjas, and spoke again.
The way out is right behind you.
And I will give you only 3 minutes if there are still people here after 3 minutes.
A glint of crimson light flashed in Yaren's eyes.
You will still die. We cannot leave.
A brave Yōnin ninja shouted at Yaren.
Exactly. We must take Lord Sam-e and Lord the Wooden Man with us. We cannot survive by abandoning our comrades, which is beneath a ninja's dignity. We will not leave.
With the first-person shout, the remaining Yōnin ninjas were also filled with righteous indignation.
We cannot only think of our own escape. If Lord the Wooden Man and Lord Sam-e cannot come with us, we would rather not leave. We will not leave.
Yaren leaned lightly against the massive rock behind him, casually picking up a shuriken from the ground to lightly file his nails, while not raising his head, as he spoke to all the Yōnin ninjas.
Whatever. Whether you leave or not is of no concern to me. But the time Sam-e bought for you is only 3 minutes. Oh no! Now there are only 2 minutes left.
Listening to Yaren's indifferent voice, all the Yōnin ninjas suddenly froze, and the previously clamorous shouts gradually quieted down. Sam-e anxiously advised from the side.
Everyone, please stop shouting. You need to leave quickly. You only have 2 minutes left. Don't let my and the Wooden Man's efforts be in vain. Hurry back to Yōnin village. Inform Lord Raikage of the situation here, and let him prepare. This is what you should be doing.
Under Yaren's emotionless words, and Sam-e's desperate persuasion, some of the Yōnin ninjas began to waver.
We should hurry and leave. We cannot let Lord Sam-e and Lord the Wooden Man sacrifice themselves in vain. Sending information back to Yōnin village would honor the sacrifices of the 2 lords. Nonsense. You are abandoning your comrades to save your own life. Do you still consider yourself a ninja? What does it matter if we are ninjas? Our duty is to protect Lord Raikage. If we cannot even relay the information from here, then not only would the sacrifices of Lord the Wooden Man and Lord Sam-e be in vain, but our sacrifices would also be worthless. That would be a pointless sacrifice. You? I agree. I agree too. Let's go. We must hurry and withdraw. We cannot let Lord the Wooden Man and Lord Sam-e sacrifice themselves in vain.
Just seconds later, all the Yōnin ninjas reached a consensus and retreated tearfully toward the path. The entire process took less than a minute. This speed of running away at a moment's notice made Yaren think of a phrase: orders must be followed. Yaren sneered, looking at the suddenly empty battlefield atop the cliff, disdainfully smiling at Sam-e.
Look, do these people really deserve your efforts to save them?
The Wooden Man returned to his cold demeanor, heavily snorting at Yaren.
The world of ninjas is just like the world of commoners. There are good ninjas and bad ninjas. But regardless, as long as they still belong to Yōnin village, their goals remain the same. To protect Lord Raikage. This has nothing to do with whether they are worth saving. It only relates to whether saving them can bring greater benefits to the village, nothing more.
Yaren smiled slightly at the composed Sam-e.
You are truly a calm woman. It is perfect for you to be our shadow organization strategist. From now on, you are the temporary strategist of our shadow organization. You must think for the organization in all matters.
Sam-e snorted coldly, slowly crossing her arms. A pair of hands were about to clap.
All right.
Yaren glanced at the cold Sam-e and turned to call out to the not far away ninjutsu Shien.
Shien, bring the Wooden Man. We are leaving. All right.
Land of Lightning. Located on a peninsula surrounded by the sea on 3 sides in the east, there is only one road leading in or out of the land of lightning. That is a massive canyon that passes through the land of rice. The Death Canyon. At this moment in the office of the Reikage in Yōnin village, a tall figure was sitting on the sofa looking at a document that had been handed over. His right hand, protected by iron wrist guards, trembled slightly.
What happened? Lord the Wooden Man and Sammy have all been captured. You all fled back.
The fourth Reikage glared fiercely at the kneeling Yōnin jōnin in front of him, questioning loudly.
I provided you with enough ninja troops to seriously injure Konoha village, and now you tell me that only you were attacked. Do you think I am truly losing my sight? Is your brain failing? No. It's not, Lord Reikage.
The jōnin, trembling with fear, stammered at the Reikage.
Although it is hard to believe you, the only person who attacked was indeed Yaren. He first defeated Lord the Wooden Man, and then with his incredibly miraculous, but even stronger than our lightning-release swordsmanship, he directly routed our ninjas. We didn't even have a chance to fight back. No one could match him in a single bout.
The Reikage's voice, like a thunderous roar, nearly overturned the entire office. His eyes bulged like copper bells, glaring fixedly at the trembling jōnin at his feet.
Yes, indeed.
The Kumogakure jōnin gritted his teeth and confirmed once more to the Reikage.
When Yaren arrived, there were 4 people accompanying him, but only he acted. He single-handedly defeated our entire ninja force. Is that so? Thud.
As the jōnin finished speaking, the Reikage's expression froze. He then slumped back onto the sofa, staring ahead with wide eyes, lost in thought. A flicker of fear crept into his heart, not for his own life, but for the future of Kumogakure village. If they had provoked someone else, or if Yaren had been insignificant, they could have dealt with him as they pleased, killing him without a second thought. Just as in their original plan to seize the Hyūga clan's Byakugan from Konoha at any cost, regardless of how many Konoha ninja they killed, it was all within Kumogakure's schemes. But Yaren, this sudden young man, was not only someone they could bully, it will his power surpassed even the entire Konoha village. With just 3 companions, he was like a formidable army, able to strike any nation without restraint. It was like the barefooted having no fear of the shod, and the barefooted being even more formidable. How could they fight? After a long silence, the Reikage finally rose from the sofa. His aura no longer carried the oppressive weight it had before, allowing the jōnin kneeling before him to breathe a sigh of relief.
Tell me, who were the other 3?
The kneeling jōnin recalled for a few seconds, then spoke respectfully to the Reikage.
One of the accompanying ninja was a young man who once served in Konoha's Umbu named Yūushi Yen.
The Reikage nodded. Yūushi Yen's name was not well known, and the Reikage had never heard of it.
The second was a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan known as Shursui of the body flicker Uchiha Shursui.
What? The Reikage was startled. Uchiha Shursui was a renowned ninja across all 5 great nations. Anyone who had faced him could never forget his overwhelming strength. Iya's younger brother Killer Bee, though he spent most of his time in the Cloud Valley, had still heard of the man bearing the title Shursui of the body flicker.
In this war, did Uchiha Shursui take action? Have you assessed his strength?
The jōnin's face showed difficulty.
No, because Yaren alone defeated Lady Yujito and crushed our entire ninja force. Uchiha Shursui obeyed orders to guard the rear. He sealed off the only escape route, so Uchiha Shursui did not fight. All right.
The Reikage nodded, frowning as he continued.
And the last one.
The jōnin glanced at the Reikage's grim expression and spoke hesitantly in a low voice.
It was Uchiha Itachi.
The Reikage was stunned, then asked the jōnin.
A 4-man squad, and 2 of them are geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Yaren brought these 2 out, didn't Konoha and the Uchiha clan stop him?
The jōnin. His face twisted in discomfort. He looked at the Reikage, wanting to speak, but not daring to, so he cast a pleading glance at Tutai, who stood beside the Reikage.
Ahem.
Tutai coughed lightly to draw the Rakich's attention, then spoke gently.
Well, to be honest, Konoha and the Uchiha clan did try their utmost to oppose Yaren's plan. It was also mentioned in Konoha's reply letter, but you, Lord Rakich, with your hasty temperament, didn't read it.
Humph. The Rakich was taken aback, then crossed his arms, and said to Tutai,
Then tell me, why didn't Konoha and the Uchiha clan succeed in stopping him? Well, according to reports from our intelligence ninja station in Konoha, during a collective meeting in the Hokage's office, Yaren, serving as a temporary advisor, kicked the opposing advisor Shuanshin Xiaochen out the window. He then threatened the Hokage, forcing everyone to support his plan. The Uchiha clan dared not raise any objections either. The
Rakich frowned.
This kid's fiery temper is quite like mine. If we weren't enemies, I'd love to have a drink with him. Damn it.
Tutai.
Lord Rakich, mind your words. Oh, fine. Hey.
The Rakich waved to Mabuyi, who stood on the other side.
Notify Killer Bee in the Cloud Valley to come see me immediately. I have important matters to discuss with him. Yes.
Mabuyi nodded, then pushed open the office door and left. The Rakich's eyes narrowed slightly.
Yaren, what exactly do you intend to do in my Kumogakure village? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
5 figures, no 6 with one person carried on another's shoulder, swiftly advanced toward a distant town.
Tell me, Samui.
Yaren glanced at Samui, whose robes fluttered, and whose 2 peaks rolled like waves, and smiled.
I heard that within your land of lightning there are famous hot springs everywhere. How about taking us to soak tonight?
Itachi, Chursui, Chien. Hearing the word hot spring, they couldn't help but recall the time Yaren and Jiraiya had demolished a hot spring, and they all shuddered simultaneously. They looked at Samui with eyes full of sympathy.
What's that for?
Yaren was displeased, and said coldly to Samui,
Don't forget, you're our prisoner now. If you disobey, I won't just kill you, I'll slaughter the ninjas of your Kumogakure village. Don't test my patience. I'll ask you one last time. Where are the hot springs with many beauties?
Yaren said with a straight face.
Famous hot springs where?
Samui was stunned and said with great grievance.
I'll take you there.
Land of Lightning, one of the 5 great shinobi nations. The nation is established on towering peaks that pierce the cloud shrouded in mist and echoing with deafening thunder. It is also home to the 2 Jinchuriki of the 2 Tails and 8 Tails. Most of the villagers have dark skin, are exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship and lightning release, and practice ninja body art. For instance, the 4th Rakish and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki are the foremost masters of this art. As a land where mountains, rivers, and oceans converge, the most abundant specialty in the Land of Lightning is its extensive hot spring regions. Now Samui has brought Yaren and his companions to one of the 5 most renowned hot springs in the entire Land of Lightning, Yamashio Hot Spring.
Who?
Yaren, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, stretched lazily.
That fight just now really worked up a sweat. I can't wait to soak in the hot spring and wash up. It does look quite nice.
Next to him, Yuzuki Yugao nodded repeatedly. Gazing at the enormous Japanese-style ancient building before them, with white mist wafting from within, Yugao inhaled deeply, and caught a faint fragrance of spices. A relaxing aroma filled the air.
The hot springs in the Land of Lightning are truly wonderful, much better than those in the Land of Fire. Miss Samui, could you please explain how to use the hot springs here?
Samui, who held a favorable impression of Yugao, as a fellow girl, nodded and said softly,
Due to the terrain and climate, the Land of Lightning has the most hot springs among the 5 great nations. Thus many different methods of soaking have developed here. One method is to add raw milk, which helps the girls of the Land of Lightning maintain their skin, keeping it in excellent condition, even under intense sunlight.
Oh! Yaren nodded and glanced at Samui.
Like yours.
Samui. With a cold snort, Samui crossed her arms and glared at Yaren.
This is natural. Oh, I see.
Yaren nodded.
Then continue your introduction. The second method is the favorite among travelers from other nations visiting the Land of Lightning. People rent a private hot spring room within a well-established hot spring facility. This combines soaking and accommodation. Various methods of soaking are available with professional attendants to guide you, though the price is several times higher than regular hot spring visits. As for the price,
Yaren smiled slightly.
Everyone don't worry at all. My salary as a consultant in Konoha this month has been paid in advance. We could even stay here every day. Oh!
Shursui was startled.
Chief, what is the salary that Konoha pays you as a consultant?
Yaren paused, scratched his head, and said to Shursui.
Not much, just 1 million Ryo per month. Sigh.
As he spoke, Yaren let out a sigh.
Now that I think about it, asking only 1 million Ryo from Hiruzen Sarutobi was too easy on him. I should have asked for more.
Shursui.
When I was the captain of the Umbu with mission rewards, I only got a little over 80,000 per month. Chief, you. Sigh. Comparing people is infuriating.
Shursui sighed. He suddenly turned to look at Uchiha Itachi beside him, patted his shoulder with a smile.
Brother, how much do you get per month?
Itachi.
With missions a little over 40,000. Ha ha.
A smile reappeared on Shizui's face. Though he couldn't match the chief's wealth, he was still far better off than Itachi. In contrast to Shizui's loud laughter, Itachi was dumbfounded. Wait, Shursui, aren't you my senior? You are my mentor and my good brother. Why are you doing this to me?
Ha ha, all right. Aren't we going to soak in the hot springs? Let's go, let's go.
Yaren smiled, patted the somewhat dejected Itachi on the shoulder, and with his other hand, holding the slightly shy Yuzuki Yugeo's hand, slowly walked into the hot spring inn.
Boss, give me 4 rooms.
Yaren tossed a bag of money to the owner, and said with a smile.
Coming right up.
The owner eyed the group, sizing up their clothing.
You folks aren't from the Land of Lightning, are you?
Yaren nodded.
We're from the Land of Fire here on vacation. We heard your hot springs are the best, so we came here.
A glint of shrewdness flickered in the owner's eyes.
Then 4 rooms it is. Here are the room number plates, please take them.
Yaren reached out and took the plates from the owner, smiling slightly.
These should be the best 4 rooms for the hot springs, right?
The owner was taken aback. Yaren then shook the room plates in his hand.
If they're not good, it'll kill you.
Owner.
Ahem.
Yaren's killing intent made the owner shudder. He quickly snatched the 4 room plates from Yaren's hand, then, with cold sweat, picked 4 new ones from the table and handed them to Yaren.
Hee. I made a mistake earlier. These are the best hot spring rooms in the inn. Wishing you all a pleasant stay.
Yaren rolled his eyes, took the 4 room plates, and turned to leave. He had encountered such things many times in the world of One Piece. Could he be cheated again in the world of Naruto?
Wait.
Samly suddenly blocked Yaren with a cold expression.
There are 6 of us here. Why did you only book 4 rooms? Heh.
Yaren sneered at Samly.
You 2 are our temporary captives and haven't joined my shadow organization yet. Why should I give you a separate room and create an opportunity for you to escape? You? Fine.
Samly nodded reluctantly.
You can book 4 rooms, but Yujito and I will stay with this female ninja.
Yaren smiled slightly.
That's not allowed either. What?
Samly crossed her arms, glaring at Yaren with cold fury, her eyes blazing.
You don't mean to make us stay in the same room as you?
Yaren nodded.
Exactly. That's right, you 2 will stay in the same room as me. Aye.
Samly began to tremble with rage, her chest heaving like gentle waves.
I refuse. You won't agree.
Yaren looked at Sammy with a malicious glint in his eyes, then smiled slightly.
Yes. Sammy glared at Yaren.
Rather than being insulted like this by you, you might as well kill me with a single strike. Sigh.
Yaren gently sighed, lifting his foot and slowly walking towards the entrance of the hot spring shop. It seems you have forgotten everything I said before. I mentioned that. You are now our captive without the power to make decisions not even regarding your own life or death. So if you refuse me...
Yiren's right foot had already stepped out of the door. He turned around, revealing a chilling smile to the stunned Sammy.
I will go hunt your Oni ninjas. Wait here. Shoo!
As soon as he finished speaking, Yaren stepped directly out of the hot spring shop's door and walked away quickly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Wait. Hold on.
Sammy gathered her courage and shouted loudly at the retreating Yaren.
I agree to share a room with you.
Sammy's face immediately turned crimson, and she shouted loudly at the distant Yaren, her whole body trembling violently from the utterance of those words. Her perfect figure was undeniably highlighted amidst the slight tremors.
Come back quickly.
Her final shout was nothing more than a weak whisper.
Shoo!
The soft sound of footsteps reappeared in front of Sammy. Yaren smiled gently as he raised her chin, with one hand brushing aside the hair from her face.
This is better. Look at you, wouldn't it have been better if you had agreed sooner? Did you really need me to resort to such poor means to threaten you? Let's go have Sammy assist me inside and help me undress for a bath.
To be fair, Yiren's request for Sammy to assist him in bathing was not said lightly, nor was it a joke. He genuinely wanted Sammy to do that for him. Just like now. By the edge of a misty hot spring pool, Yaren was half sitting in the hot spring, while beside him Sammy, her face flushed, lowered her head, and was vigorously scrubbing his back. Sammy's voluptuous figure appeared faintly in the swirling mist, stirring the imagination.
I say, Sammy, you're a ninja, at least put some effort into it while scrubbing my back. Are you even scrubbing my back?
Sammy,
I've been putting in a lot of effort, you. What?
Yaren turned his head in disbelief to look at Sammy, whose clothes were almost half soaked from the steam, and earnestly advised her.
You put in a lot of effort. I've told you many times, shall ye? I have no intention of looking at your body, and I won't glance at you. So don't be nervous or shy, just hold the scrub towel steady and scrub harder. Got it. Loosen up a bit. Okay. All right.
Sammy reached up to brush her slightly damp hair, blushing as she nodded, then started scrubbing Yiren's back with renewed vigor.
Ah, that's right. Right there, put in some effort. I haven't had such a comfortable bath in a long time. I've decided you'll be my personal scrubber in our shadow organization from now on. His. So comfortable.
An hour later, in Yiren's room, the shadow organization gathered with the captured Sammy and the wooden person sitting in a circle on the floor. After an entire afternoon, the wooden person slowly awoke. Upon hearing the news of her capture, a wave of despair washed over her. All night, she cast hateful glances at Yaren.
Cough.
Yaren glanced at the wooden person, who had been staring at him, and gently coughed.
You don't have to look at me like that. The victor is king, and you certainly shouldn't be a sore loser. Humph.
The wooden person paused, then turned her head away with a soft huff.
Let's hold a brief meeting to plan our next steps.
Yaren smiled as he looked at Chien, Itachi, and Shirzue beside him.
Splash.
Shirzue nodded slightly, then carefully unfolded the detailed map of the Land of Lightning on the wooden floor, pointing to one location as he spoke.
Leader, look here. This is the Death Canyon where we first battled the wooden person. Swoosh. Then Shizuo's gaze became serious as he slid his finger across the map to another location amidst the horrified expressions of the wooden person and Sammy.
Shirzue addressed Yaren.
Our next target is the Reikif's office. Leader, when do we depart?
Upon hearing Shizuo's words, Yaren did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow and began searching for something on the map, pointing here. Then he pointed over there.
His.
After a while, he withdrew his hand and slowly scratched his head. This left Shirzue and the others a bit baffled, unsure of what Yaren intended to do, yet they did not dare to ask, and could only wait anxiously. At this moment, the wooden person and Sammy exchanged glances, both seeing the fear in each other's eyes, and the worry over whether Yaren's next answer would align with Shizua's deciding to directly charge into the Rakich's office.
Huh?
After several seconds, Yaren gently exhaled, slowly shaking his head under the varied gazes of the crowd.
No, we aren't going to the Rakich's office.
Huh? Both Sammy and the wooden person let out a long sigh of relief and tightly embraced each other, their faces filled with joy.
Why?
Shizue was a bit confused.
We passed through the Death Canyon, and now, while the iron is hot, let's directly take down the Yōnin headquarters. This is the optimal plan. It's time efficient, yet frighteningly efficient.
Yaren nodded at Shizue.
I know what you're thinking, but there's someone I want to meet. Taking down the Rakich can wait. Oh.
Shizue was taken aback.
Who? Is it? Someone worthy of your special attention, leader.
Hee. Yaren smiled slightly. Confidently, he extended his right hand and pointed directly at a section of the map, slowly speaking to the crowd.
Yunlei Gorge. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee.
Yaren smiled slightly.
I've heard he is a formidable ninjutsu practitioner, and also a master of swordsmanship with the 8-sword style, wielding the blade with exceptional skill. I want to meet him.
Shizue hesitated, reaching out to grasp Yaren's right hand, then slowly pulled his finger to another location, awkwardly saying,
Leader, I understand the reasoning, but this is Yunlei Gorge.
Nightblade was taken aback for a moment, then followed Jishu's gaze to a small area on the map, his finger trembling slightly. Then, with a deadpan expression, he said seriously,
I know. This is the place.
Nightblade lightly tapped the map with his finger.
I was just testing the three of you on how familiar you are with this map. It seems that Jishui is quite knowledgeable about it. Not bad, not bad. Now let's continue our previous discussion.
Nightblade nodded, looking at the crowd around him with a serious demeanor, as if nothing had happened.
Ahem. Compared to seeking trouble with Lei, I would prefer to meet with Karabi at Yunlei Gorge first. I am very interested in his mastery of body techniques, and the 8-sword style, as well as the 8-tails ox demon. I believe.
Nightblade observed the strange expressions on the faces of Itachi, Jishui, and Shiyuin. He whispered to the three of them,
You must be looking forward to it as well.
Before Itachi and the others could express their confusion to Nightblade about why they would also look forward to finding Karabi first, Yuki, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and disdainfully scoffed at Nightblade.
Some people clearly don't know the way but make up these lame excuses. So pathetic.
Under the dim light, Nightblade's expression suddenly turned dark. The body beneath his pure white martial arts uniform began to tremble slightly. Even the two blades at his waist started to shake, emitting a clanging sound.
You? What did you say? Say that again.
Jishui was taken aback. At that moment, Itachi and Shiyuin, who were kneeling nearby, panicked, exchanging glances as they quickly made the right decision. Itachi grabbed Nightblade's left arm, Jishui grabbed his right arm. Shiyuin was even more direct, reaching out to tightly hold Nightblade's thigh and spoke to him.
Calm down, leader. Yuki doesn't know the truth of the matter. Ignorance is no crime. Please don't kill her.
Nightblade remained unmoved, and despite the three's desperate attempts to stop him, he calmly reached for the blade at his waist.
That.
Jishui, watching Nightblade slowly draw the blade, shouted loudly,
Leader, Yuki and Samui are important captives for us this time, and you personally said you wanted them to join our shadow organization. If you kill them, they will be gone.
Nightblade paused slightly, then, under the expectant gazes of everyone, slowly sheathed his blade.
Clang! Huff!
Jishui let out a light breath. Looking at Yuki and Samui, who sat across from them in shock, frozen in place by Nightblade's imposing aura, he said,
Yuki, you can't speak like that anymore. The leader dislikes hearing such things the most. Remember, you must never say such things again, or it could cost you your life. What? What did I say?
Yuki was taken aback. She had forgotten everything she had just said due to Nightblade's terrifying aura. Suddenly, she turned and saw Nightblade's expression soothing a bit, and she instantly realized.
Oh, I remember, it was about this. I said, Nightblade, you are a... woo-woo.
Samui quickly covered Yuki's mouth with her hand, looking awkwardly at Nightblade and the others, who were nearly sweating from fear.
Sorry. You all continue your conversation, pretend we're not here, haha.
Samui's cold face stiffened, and she forced a smile at the crowd. Jishui, Itachi, Chiyuin. Jishui glanced at Nightblade and quickly changed the subject.
Leader, you just said that we are going to find the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Karabi, and we should be looking forward to it. What does that mean?
Itachi and Chiyuin also turned their gazes toward Nightblade filled with anticipation. Nightblade smiled slightly.
I can't tell you the reason right now. Once we meet the Eight-Tails you will understand. But prepare yourselves. Because...
Nightblade chuckled.
Such an experience is not something just anyone can have.
Jishui was taken aback, then reluctantly nodded.
All right. Fine. Enough.
Nightblade stood up looking at the people sitting on the ground, smiling as he said,
Let's leave it at that for today. Everyone rest well tonight. We will set off tomorrow morning with the goal. Yunlei Gorge. The next morning the sun slowly rose from the eastern horizon of the Land of Thunder, and the hot climate awakened everyone.
At this time, at the entrance of the hot spring town, in the Land of Thunder, several imposing young ninjas stood. The leader was none other than Nightblade, the leader of the Shadow Organization from the Land of Fire. Behind him stood Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Jishui, Uzumaki, Chiyuin, Samui, and Yuki, who had recovered a bit.
Pat!
Nightblade lightly patted the shoulder of the person standing beside him, and smiled, saying,
Jishui, open the map and see where Yunlei Gorge is, and how we should get there. Okay.
Jishui nodded, took out the map they had used last night from his clothes, and quickly analyzed the location of Yunlei Gorge in relation to their current position.
It's over there.
After a few seconds, Jishui raised his head and pointed northeast, saying to the others behind him,
We are very close to the border of the Land of Thunder. Therefore Yunlei Gorge is somewhat far from our current position. That place is already considered the heart of the Hidden Cloud Village. However, the good news is that Yunlei Gorge is not far from the Reikage office on the other side. So if we go to meet Karabi first...
Jishui seemed to have been subtly influenced by Nightblade. His manner of speaking and acting began to grow bolder.
Then we can directly go find trouble with Laying afterwards. Ha ha.
Nightblade grabbed Jishui's shoulder and laughed loudly.
Not bad, not bad. Yunlei Gorge is close to the Reikage office, which saves us some trouble. Jishui, your map reading skills aren't bad.
Jishui,
hee. Shirzue will lead the way forward, stay close.
Ignoring Shizuo's bewildered expression, Yaren cast a sharp glance at his companions behind him, and bellowed aloud.
We depart now for the Cloud and Thunder Gorge. Affirmative.
Itachi and Yugugo nodded solemnly, and took their positions behind Yaren.
As for you two,
Yaren smiled faintly.
You'll accompany Shirzue at the vanguard. I trust you're intimately familiar with every corner of the Kumogakure village in the Land of Lightning.
Samui nodded resignedly, then obediently guided Yugo beside Shirzue.
Very well.
Yaren smiled faintly.
Let's move out.
The Cloud and Thunder Gorge lies at the heart of the Land of Lightning, deep within Kumogakure village, and has been a sacred forbidden sanctuary passed down through generations. Only the Reikage, or those sworn brothers who train alongside him in the ultimate technique Choko Rado, are granted permission to enter and cultivate within its hallowed confines. Killer Bee happens to be the younger brother of the fourth Reikage. Together, they are revered across the shinobi world as the legendary AB duo, unmatched in power and synergy. Ordinarily, Killer Bee secludes himself in the Cloud and Thunder Gorge for rigorous training, emerging only occasionally to host rap concerts with his disciples, a lifestyle he himself once described in verse.
I still have strength to spare. My charisma blazes bright. The eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is me. Yeah.
And it was precisely yesterday. Yaren led the Shadow Squad into the Land of Lightning, and after defeating the Kumo Alliance at Death Canyon, summoned Killer Bee to the Rakich's office. No one knows what transpired behind closed doors, but many witnessed Killer Bee emerging from the office, his expression dark, his robes bearing unmistakable massive footprints. By size and placement, those prints could belong only to the fourth Rakich. Immediately after the afternoon meeting concluded, Killer Bee retreated straight back to the Cloud and Thunder Gorge to resume seclusion. Rumors say his disciples had erected a concert stage to celebrate his latest emergence, yet Killer Bee showed not the slightest interest. Even his own students were baffled what had befallen their ever-cheerful rap legendary Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, the very embodiment of Kumogakure's lyrical might.
Whoosh! 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 Whoosh!
Yaren's squad sped across the Land of Lightning. Towering stone mountains and shifting landscapes blurred past them on either side. At that moment, a system chime resonated within Yaren's mind.
Ding! Detected narrative deviation. Host defeated the Kumo shinobi forces at Death Canyon, captured Samui and Hyūga, compelled the Rakich to abandon them, and earned Killer Bee's favorable impression. Reward 1500 points. Total points 4700. TCH.
Yaren drew a sharp icy breath mid-stride. Defeating the Kumo army and capturing Samui and Hyūga, yes, that constituted narrative deviation. Yaren fully grasped that. Even the system's note that the Rakich had formally relinquished the two captives was plausible, a modest but meaningful divergence. But what exactly was Killer Bee's favorable impression? Could such an intangible thing even qualify as narrative alteration? Yaren instantly envisioned Killer Bee, slick-haired, clad in a frilly skirt, sunglasses perched askew, spinning in circles while rapping off-key directly at him. A shiver ran down his spine.
No, absolutely not. This time I must eradicate Killer Bee's favorable impression completely.
Wiping cold sweat from his brow as he marched onward, Yaren muttered,
"That man is the most dangerous being in the entire shinobi world. He must never develop favorable feelings toward me. I'll crush him. Right. Crush him utterly. Most dangerous. And crush him."
Beside Yaren, Itachi furrowed his brow, having caught fragments of Yaren's muttered assessment and resolve, and instantly sharpened his focus, steeling his determination. He vowed silently, "I will perform flawlessly, to aid our leader in crushing Killer Bee."
"Leader,"
Itachi addressed Yaren, whose expression remained grim,
"do not fret. Leave Killer Bee to me. I shall ensure his demise, erasing him from the shinobi world forever. Rest assured."
Yaren blinked, then gave a quiet nod toward Itachi, who offered a serene, reassuring smile.
"Itachi-san, truly you understand me best." "Ha ha."
Itachi rubbed the back of his head.
"It's only natural."
Hours later, Yaren's squad arrived at the edge of the Cloud and Thunder Gorge. Carved into the mountain itself, the gorge lived up to its name, jagged peaks piercing cloudless skies, pristine white clouds drifting cool and silent, and thunder rumbling ceaselessly in the distance.
Patter.
At the gorge's heart, Yaren's squad halted upon a vast platform, Killer Bee's customary training ground. The immense platform stood utterly empty, not a single adversary in sight, only Yaren's group standing in stillness. Shirzue frowned, stroking his chin, as he surveyed the eerie, desolate expanse.
"This shouldn't be. They surely learned of our victory at Death Canyon yesterday, even granted them a full day to respond. Logically, Killer Bee should know we're coming. Could he be refusing battle, shutting himself away? Impossible."
Hyūga fixed Shirzue with a frosty glare.
"Master Killer Bee is the paragon of Jinchuriki, strong enough to rival a Kaguya even without invoking the tail beast's power. He would never hide from petty adversaries like you. Oh!
Tsukuyo Yugao bristled instantly.
Then what does that make you since those petty adversaries, just defeated you?
Yugao froze speechless.
Enough.
Yaren waved dismissively behind him.
Whether Killer Bee chooses not to face us, or whether he even knows we've arrived, matters not. Now!
Yaren gently rotated his neck.
Let's assume he doesn't know. Then,
he smiled faintly, and clenched his right fist before his chest.
VRR.
A strange resonance emanated from his fist as pure black armament Haki surged forth, encasing it completely.
I'll make him know I'm here, in my own way. Boom!
Before everyone's stunned, wide-eyed gaze, Yaren drove his fist straight into the colossal mountain ridge behind him. 100-meter-high stone pillar shattered at its base, its summit trembling violently, before collapsing seconds later with a deafening crash.
Boom!
An apocalyptic plume of dust blotted out the sky, merging with the thunder's deep roll, and shattering the cloud and thunder gorge's ancient silence forever.
This.
Sammy and Youmurin stared at Yaren, who acted with such blunt and straightforward decisiveness, and were momentarily stunned.
What this? This is the conduct of our leader. Before absolute power there are no so-called rules.
Mao Wuxian cast a disdainful glance at Youmurin. She declared proudly.
Humph!
Youmurin snorted coldly.
Wait until Kurabi comes out, and you witness his strength before you say such things.
10 seconds passed, yet Kiraba's figure did not appear at the entrance atop the massive platform. Yaren frowned slightly. 1 minute passed. Still no sign of Kurabi. 3 minutes passed. Kiraba's figure remained absent.
Humph!
Yaren frowned impatiently, and shouted directly toward the entrance on the platform.
Kurabi. I know you're in there, and I know you don't want to fight me, but this battle today is unavoidable. I can spare your life. But I said I will defeat you. Come out and fight. Sigh.
After a long while, a low sigh echoed from a pitch-black deep doorway on the platform.
Shuffle. Shuffle.
Soft footsteps gradually sounded from within the dark door. A sturdy arm first reached out, grasping the solid doorframe, bearing the character iron on its shoulder.
I've just emerged from seclusion, and you indeed come to visit. Though your intentions are unkind, I greatly admire it. Hey yo, Yaren of Mu Yi, your fame has long reached my ears.
A voice thick with the flavor of a lamb skewer vendor drifted from the dark doorway. Then Kurabi, with his dark skin, pale yellow hair, black sunglasses, and 7 narrow blades strapped to his back, slowly stepped out from the door. He glanced at Yaren and the others with a slight smile.
You fool, you idiot.
Yaren's face darkened.
You're really a lousy rapper. What were you hiding inside for? Why didn't you dare to come out and fight? Lousy.
Kurabi immediately took offense. Frowning at Yaren without another word, he dashed straight up to him, nearly pressing his head against Yaren's.
Little brother, your words need proof. My rap is invincibly strong, just like my combat power, invincible. Hey, little brother. Slap.
Yaren directly reached out and slapped Kiraba's face, slowly pushing away the massive head that had almost collided with his own.
Enough. With your rap level, I can drop a verse anytime that you can't keep up with. What?
Kurabi made an exaggerated expression of surprise, crossing his hands in a wide gesture.
Little brother, if your rap is truly stronger, prove it with action, not exaggeration. You fool, you idiot. Fine.
Yaren nodded, a strange gleam in his eyes, as he smiled at Kurabi. Then he asked Kurabi,
why do you people of Lei Country eat ramen? Ramen.
Kurabi blinked, momentarily puzzled. Then he answered Yaren honestly.
I love ramen. I eat it every day. Ramen is the best food. Good.
Yaren nodded, then facing the expectant Kurabi, slowly drew a breath and began.
I'm about to start. Listen closely. Look at this bowl so big and round. Look at this noodle so long and wide. You coming to my place to eat, I truly feel honored. Why clash and confront? Look at this bowl so big and round. When we gather, raise our cups. Look at this noodle so long and wide. Reading martial arts novels makes me cry.
Yaren directly sang the rap he had heard on Earth during his 2 previous lives to Karabi. Such novel melodies, such novel lyrics. And the rhythmic beat that flowed from Yaren's lips.
Whoosh!
Karabi without a second thought pulled a small notebook from his pocket and a pencil and began scribbling. His body swayed continuously, and he muttered to himself,
Beautiful rap gives me inspiration. Thanks to Yaren's arrival, I have new creative sparks. Oh ye! Ahem.
Yaren cleared his throat lightly, looking disdainfully at Karabi, who was frantically recording inspirations in his notebook.
Look at yourself. Is this kind of rap song just something anyone can spit out on the spot? After all these years of study, you're still at such a low level. I don't think you've got it.
Karabi paused, stuffed the notebook and pencil back into his pocket, then walked straight toward Yaren without a word.
Whoosh!
A gentle breeze brushed Yaren's cheek. The tall Karabi slowly bowed to Yaren and spoke.
Though we are enemies, I still thank you. Your rap level is unmatched. I, Karabi, admit defeat. Ye! In that case.
Yaren was taken aback, looking at the bowing Karabi with a hint of admiration. He smiled and reached out to pat Kirabi's shoulder marked with the character iron.
How about this? After I finish my business in your lake country, we'll become friends. I'll take you on world tours to hold concerts and teach you rap techniques. What do you think? His.
Karabi drew a sharp breath, looking at Yaren hesitantly, and asked,
Yaren of Mu Yi, are your words true? I am Karabi of Lake Country. Shall we seal this pact? Whoosh!
A gust of wind from a fist blow swept by. Karabi directly extended a fist toward Yaren, knuckles facing him, awaiting Yaren's response.
Boom!
Yaren smiled heartily, bumping his right fist against Kirabi's right fist, and nodded.
This is certainly true, but before that you need to understand one thing. Oh!
Karabi grew slightly puzzled.
What is it, young Yaren? Speak freely.
Yaren smiled and nodded at Karabi, then turned to look at the 3 bewildered people behind him, Jishueyu and Malueshian.
This battle's outcome will be decided by you 3 representing me against Karabi. You can all fight together.
Jishue was stunned, then asked Yaren.
Leader, is this the part you mentioned earlier that we should also look forward to? Ha. That's right.
Yaren smiled.
Surprised. Unexpected.
Heh. Hee. Zishui's mouth twitched slightly, and he let out a smile that was awkward yet polite. Although Yaren's decision was somewhat surprising and unexpected, Jishue was not averse to it. In fact, he somewhat agreed with Yaren's arrangement. Because throughout the journey with Yaren, all the battles were led by Yaren, charging ahead, leaving them with very few opportunities to take action. Therefore, in Zishui's heart, he was eager to test his own strength to see exactly what he was capable of. As he thought this, Jishue turned his gaze to the Yu beside him. Yu directly gave Jishue a thumbs up and nodded with a smile.
I feel the same way as you, elder brother. Good.
Jishue smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to Malueshian, the weakest among the 3.
What are you looking at?
Shiyin straightened her body and let out a cold snort.
Since all of you are going into battle as a member of the first squad of the Shadow Organization, what reason do I have not to join? Clang!
Shiyin instantly drew the sword from her waist, the blade pointing diagonally at the ground, and gave a cold smile.
We advance and retreat together. Good.
Jishue and the other 2 immediately stood opposite Kila by assuming their stances, and their momentum shot up to the sky.
Brother Yaren, Jishue of the instant body Yuzeboyu, and a little girl. Their strength is formidable. Wouldn't it be unfair for them to gang up on me?
Kilabai looked at the several people standing opposite him, feeling a headache coming on. Among them, having just Jishue of the instant body was already hard to deal with. Not to mention the addition of Yuzeboyu from the Umbu period and Malueshian.
What's the big deal?
Yaren reached out and patted Kilabai on the shoulder, encouraging him.
You are known as the most perfect Jinchuriki, the Lord Bai of the Yōnin village, also called Killer Bee. Even without using the tail beast's power, you are comparable to a cage-level combatant. What is there to fear when facing these three?
As he said this, Yaren pointed at the three who had prepared for battle, speaking carelessly to Kilabai.
If I were to go, I could take them all down with one hand.
Kilabai, Chishui, and the others.
Ahem. Lord Leader, whose side are you on? Shouldn't you be cheering us three on?
Chishui couldn't stand it anymore. Frowning, he said to Yaren.
Yaren
was startled, then seemed to suddenly realize the situation, and awkwardly laughed, waving his hand at Chishui and the others.
Sorry. I was just trying to cheer Kilabai up, otherwise wouldn't you have no opponent? All right.
Yaren walked directly to the other side of the huge platform, found a spot, and sat cross-legged. He smiled at the few people in the arena and said,
I won't disturb your fight. When you're ready, you can start anytime. I will rescue whichever side is in danger. All of you can fight with peace of mind.
Who? As Yaren left the arena, Chishui and the other two directly confronted Kilabai. For surging auras intersected, clashed, collided, and then annihilated at the center of the platform.
Swish, swish, swish.
First, Chishui began forming hand seals with his hands, while his eyes instantly turned into a three-dimensional yin state.
Let's go! Fire-style Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson.
Who? A huge fireball was expelled directly from Zishui's mouth, and then a large number of shuriken flew from his hand, wrapped in scorching fire, shooting toward Kilabai.
Swish, swish, swish.
Yuzebo, who was on the side, directly distanced himself and rushed toward Kilabai from another direction.
Fire style. Great fireball technique. Boom!
A huge fireball also carrying scorching heat flew toward Kilabai, dyeing half the sky red.
Crack. Whoosh.
Meanwhile, Mao Weizion's body directly disappeared from the spot as Yu and Chishui moved. At the same time, several cracks appeared on the ground where she had stood. Yaren, who was watching from the sidelines, nodded.
Not bad, not bad. That T technique seems to be getting the hang of it. I wonder how her sword techniques are.
While Yaren was continuously observing the strength and coordination of the three members, their attacks had already reached Kilabai.
Hula!
Kilabai leaped backward expressionlessly, then directly transformed his hands into tail beast forms, and crushed the two fire techniques in his palms.
Scorching fire technique's going to dry up the octopus. Hey-ya! Swish!
An octopus tail instantly emerged from behind him, pulled out a sword from his back, and directly blocked Mao Weizion's sword.
Clang!
A crisp sound. In an instant, the half-tailed beast transformed Kilabai blocked all three attacks.
The three of you are very strong. I'm going to go all out too. Hope you all survive. You idiot, you bastard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
As soon as Kilabai finished speaking, the octopus tail under his feet left behind two tails that maintained the power and attack strength of the half-tail beast form, and then he directly unsheathed the 7 narrow swords from his back.
Let's go! Swish!
Kilabai, with a narrow sword clamped in each joint of his limbs, leaped high into the sky and directly reversed at the highest point. Like a spiked hedgehog, he attacked the Yu and Chishui below.
Be careful.
Suddenly Yaren's voice sounded from afar.
His Huang Chao Lu Fa Dao technique is unpredictable and fast, making it impossible to guard against or clearly see. Now that he has also half-tailed beast transformed, his speed and power have increased again. I suggest you stop using the Xiaolu and Yen to predict. Use your senses.
Yaren said seriously.
Use your perception of danger.
Chishui frowned. The blade light in his Xiaolu and Yen eyes was almost continuous. He could barely see it, but he couldn't predict it.
Use the perception of danger. Let me try.
Chishui slowly deactivated his Xiaolu and Yen, stared at the charging Kilabai, and pulled out a kunai from behind.
Clang!
The first strike Chishui perfectly blocked.
Clang, clang! The next two strikes were also easily blocked by Jishui. Clang, 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 clang. Kilabai frowned slightly, and directly increased the speed and force of his sword swings, pressing Jishui to the spot, and rendering him unable to move. A drop of cold sweat slowly fell from Zishui's forehead. Jishui showed a difficult expression. Although I can block such immense force, is this the power of a tailed beast? Keep your movements synchronized. Sitting cross-legged at the platform's edge, Yaren frowned, as he watched the four combatants locked in brutal melee and spoke. Jishui has Kalabi restrained, he said. You two, find an opening and strike with everything you've got. Do not fear that your ninjutsu or swordsmanship might wound Jishui. In a fight like this, life is already entrusted to your comrades. If you want to win, you must dare to take risks. Yaren shouted, and Yu and Mao Yuxian's eyes brightened as they seized the cue. Both had relatively rich battlefield experience, yet this enemy was unusually powerful, and this was their first time cooperating, so hesitation was inevitable. All right. Yu nodded slightly. Yaren's reminder rekindled the old feeling of fighting shoulder to shoulder with Jishui. The dark pupils in his eyes slowly shifted. A pair of three-to-mo Sharingan emerged, spinning rapidly in his gaze, as Kalabi's strikes cut through the air. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Yu formed the seals in an instant, and from a tilted angle that would not strike Jishui, unleashed a fierce fire style jutsu at Kalabi. That angle spared Jishui. With a thunderous roar, a colossal searing dragon's head congealed before Yu and charged straight at Kalabi. Kalabi continued slashing at Jishui, while also watching the movements of the others. Sensing Yu's attack, he used the rebound from his strikes against Jishui to spring into the air, and spin, narrowly evading the great fire dragon technique. The dragon's blazing head slammed into the earth, erupting in waves of searing flame. At the same time, the sparks on the tip of Kalabi's long scarf slowly guttered out. A cold bead of sweat slipped down Kalabi's temple as he landed. Though he had single-handedly confronted two prodigies of the Ujibo family, and seemed overwhelmingly strong, only he knew the truth. Shishu's Sharingan could barely keep pace with Kalabi's frenzied blade, and that was with Kalabi in a half-tailed beast state, his strength and speed greatly amplified. Yu's feint had also set Kalabi's nerves on edge. Even so, Kalabi glanced at Yaren, and with a sudden grin spat out a few taunting lines. Your men gang up 3-1, and yet you ask me for a flaw. You fool, coward. Yaren let out a chuckle. They are juniors, you are the seasoned elder here. Kalabi snorted heavily, about to reply, when a sharp sense of danger brushed across his back. With a whoosh and the crack of stone, Mao Wuxian, who had been waiting for an opening, bolt rushed toward Kalabi at breathtaking speed. The ground beneath her feet split as she passed. A flash. Zion's eyes were ice-calm as she spoke. Mister, by never expose your back to the enemy in combat. And never underestimate your opponent, she continued. Single blade style. Aye. Zion's cold, confident expression swelled monstrously in Kalabi's view. The air hissed and steel rang as blades met, the sounds of swift friction and clashing metal filling the space. In an instant she vanished from behind Kalabi, and 36 seconds later reappeared before him, back turned to him, as if she had simply flickered into place. The katana slid slowly home into its sheath, with a soft click, a smile curving at Zion's lips. Teacher Yaren, your I finally managed to pull it off. I will not disappoint your instruction. Yaren, seated at the platform's rim, smiled faintly and nodded approval. Not bad, he murmured, though inwardly surprised. He remembered teaching Xian his blade technique on the road not long ago, and how unceremonious his guidance had been. Though his comprehension of the sword was unrivaled, teaching a pupil was another matter. Xian had asked him then how he produced that extremely fast, devastating single-blade AI. Yaren had told her that without a certain muscular foundation to propel high-speed movement, one must first practice a move called T to enhance velocity.
Only by mastering that could the full power of the II/ be unleashed. Shiyin had eagerly inquired what tea was, and how to train it. Yaren simply nodded and demonstrated tea on the spot. Before Yuji Shui and Zion's astonished eyes, the ground beneath him split under a tremendous concussive force. His body vanished from the original spot, and reappeared several dozen feet away.
Wow! Amazing!
Zion's eyes shone as she begged Yaren to teach her tea. He scratched his head, and began to explain. Zion's eyes glittered with expectation. Yaren, embarrassed, rubbed his head, and prepared to answer.
The essence of tea is this: within a single instant 36 seconds you stamp the ground dozens of times at high speed to generate an explosive reactive force for rapid movement, so that to an enemy's eyes it appears as if you have vanished in an instant. Moreover, that speed and impact, if used with an II/ makes the strike devastatingly lethal.
Zion's eyes glowed.
I understand the principle, but how does one actually practice tea? What are the techniques and key points? Or put plainly, what is the correct way to train it?
She pressed. Yaren fell silent for a moment, hemming and hawing. Then, scratching his head, tried to sound composed as he addressed the eager Shiyin.
The crux of tea is within that instant 36 second stamp the ground in rapid succession dozens of times, using the reaction to propel yourself into high-speed movement. So its essence is simply stamping the ground dozens of times in a flash.
Shiyin wore a rueful expression.
Teacher Yaren, are there any tips or focal points for this? Or rather, what is the proper way to train it?
She asked. Yaren scratched his head again, and with mock solemnity replied.
You stamp the ground rapidly, then, rumble, you vanish from the spot, and finally, whoosh, you appear somewhere else. That's it.
Yaren patted Shiyin on the shoulder.
Just practice that. Once you master tea, it'll teach you how to apply the II/.
Unexpectedly, in merely 3 days, Malwei Shiyin had already grasped the basics of tea.
What?
N.
Surely you're not serious.
And when Itachi and Shursui heard that Yuzuriha had roughly mastered the body flicker technique, Shunshin, within just 3 days their jaws dropped in utter astonishment. The Shunshin technique had already ignited intense envy in Itachi and Shursui the moment Yagami demonstrated it. This close-range physical combat technique achieved astonishing speed, so swift that within short-distance engagements it rivaled even the legendary Shunshin no Jutsu itself. Yet it differed fundamentally from Shijui's own Shunshin no Jutsu, whereas Shursui blurred his form to create afterimages and illusory clones. The Shunshin Yagami taught Yuzuriha was a devastating high-velocity offensive maneuver designed for intimate combat. But after listening carefully to Yagami's explanation, they tried relentlessly, yet failed utterly. In seeing Yuzuriha grasp its fundamentals in merely 3 days, both were left utterly dumbfounded. And Yuzuriha smiled faintly at Itachi's and Shursui's stunned expressions.
Well, honestly, I'm not quite sure how it happened. I simply stomped hard on the ground with a thud, and then, whoosh, I found myself far away. Truly, there seems to be no intricate artistry involved.
And as she spoke, Yuzuriha glanced sidelong at Yagami, who stood equally astonished nearby. And Itachi and Shursui exchanged a glance, and instantly felt a wave of crushing inadequacy. Yagami, however, offered a gentle knowing smile, and addressed the 2 young shinobi.
The reason Yuzuriha mastered it so swiftly is simple. Unlike you, who possess the Kekkei Genkai, she trained solely in the Konoha sword style. She has never excelled in ninjutsu. Moreover, her entire combat repertoire centers on swordsmanship and taijutsu. And thus this technique aligns perfectly with her foundation, and learning it came naturally. As for you too,
and Yagami gave a quiet, thoughtful nod.
With your Sharingan, the dojutsu capable of perceiving every technique, replicating any jutsu, and ultimately summoning the Susanoo, this particular method holds little strategic value. After all, Shursui already commands the Shunshin no Jutsu. And Itachi, your agility and mobility are peerless. and each of you possesses a distinct, unparalleled path of combat mastery. There is no need to force it.
In hearing Yagami's insight sway, and Itachi broke into sudden enlightened smiles, and bowed deeply to him. Yagami's words subtly yet profoundly shaped their future growth.
Master Yagami.
And Yuzuriha elegantly rested her right hand upon her sword hilt, mimicking Yagami's effortless grace.
How may one master your signature Aido technique, the Ushering? I have long yearned to wield this blade art. And please teach me.
And Yagami nodded solemnly. Just as he had when instructing Yuzuriha in Shunshin, Yagami now drew his blade before her, and executed the Ushering strike Shishigoka against a thick ancient tree.
Crack!
And Yagami vanished instantaneously, his feet erupting the earth beneath them.
Whoosh!
Shink! In the blink of an eye he reappeared behind the tree, blades smoothly sheathed. The massive trunk, wide enough for 2 arms to encircle, toppled thunderously moments later.
Boom!
This! And Yuzuriha's eyes lit up with awe.
Master Yagami, I want to learn it.
And Yagami smiled gently.
Very well. And I shall teach you. First sheathe your sword. Then crouch low, coiling your energy like a spring, while concentrating all power into your legs and right fingertips. Then, boom! Launch forward using Shunshin, and at the apex of motion, Shink. Pierce your target clean through.
Itachi. Inchirsui.
Cough, cough. Now I understand. It's not our inability, but rather the instructor's teaching method that's flawed.
Itachi's lips twitched. Inchirsui gently patted Itachi's shoulder.
Little brother, hold your tongue. If the commander hears that things will turn precarious indeed.
And Yuzuriha, though equally bewildered, obediently followed Yagami's instructions, and practiced diligently. Then, days later. During her duel against the strongest Jinchuriki, Yuzuriha flawlessly unleashed that very slash, clang, and Killer Bee barely managed to raise his narrow blade in defense, only for it to shatter instantly, its tip clattering onto the ground. And Bee turned slowly toward Yuzuriha, previously an unknown shinobi, and gazed at her with profound respect gleaming in his eyes.
That strike was breathtaking. My blade yielded without resistance. And may I ask your name, esteemed sword-wielding shinobi?
And though the blow failed to wound Bee, its sheer artistry left even this master swordsman visibly startled, and earned Yuzuriha his full unwavering regard.
Yuzuriha Tsukiyo.
And she turned calmly toward Bee, and replied, voice serene and unyielding.
I recognize your mastery. I wish to bestow upon you a title. Behold.
Bee grinned broadly, raising both hands into his signature gesture, and continued.
The dance of the flashing blade.
Yuzuriha paused, then bowed deeply, her tone reverent and resolute.
I am honored, Senior Bee, to receive this title. I shall strive ever harder. Excellent. Let us continue. This time, I shall hold nothing back. I will unleash my full strength. Beware. Whoosh. DZZRRT. Ultrasonic lightning vibration blade technique.
Bee's expression hardened as he saw Itachi Shisui and Yuzuriha converge upon him from 3 directions, and the narrow blades tucked across his body blazed with searing lightning chakra. He had infused each blade with lightning-natured chakra, sharpening their edges to lethal precision. By inducing ultra-high-frequency vibrations, the technique granted these blades penetrative force surpassing even wind-based techniques, amplified further by Bee's mastery of swordplay, and the raw power and velocity granted by his partial tail beast transformation. A palpable pressure descended upon the trio.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Inchirsue's hands flew through seals, and his form fragmented across the air in rapid succession. One after another tangible replicas of Shisui materialized before Bee.
B. And take care, every one of these is real.
B smiled faintly, his eyes behind black sunglasses gleaming with exhilaration. N.
So the legend of Shanshin Shui proves true after all. This is getting exciting.
N.
Boom!
N6 chakra tentacles erupted from B's feet. All 8 of his tail beast appendages now manifested, each surge of chakra magnifying his strength and speed anew.
Swoosh!
Nin, his fully partial tail beast state B's velocity surged beyond measure, vanishing from sight in an instant, and reappearing directly before Yuzuriha.
Whoosh!
NB brought his ultrasonic lightning vibration blade down in a single decisive arc, and Yuzuriha instinctively raised her katana to block in.
Clang!
Her samurai blade snapped cleanly in two. Shiyin was suddenly taken aback, staring blankly at the half of the warrior's blade left in her hand, a drop of cold sweat trickling down her temple. The one wielding the supersonic thunder escape blade, Kurabi, leaped backward.
Boom!
Just barely evading the great fireball technique of Shui.
The sneak attack of instant body Shui failed to hit, and the sword of dance of lightning has been severed. Next is my performance. The terrifying killer bee is me. Why? Hey!
Nightblade waved his hand at Kurabi, who was clutching 6 thunder escape blades.
It's not good to casually sever someone else's blade. You must know that for a swordsman their blade is often a second life. You're killing with intent.
Kurabi paused slightly, glancing at the broken narrow blade on the ground, thoughtfully speaking up.
Yeah. I am the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and I wield 8 blades. Since one was severed by dance of lightning, doesn't that mean I've lost a life? How shameful.
Nightblade.
Alright, I understand your point, so.
Nightblade sighed lightly.
The battle must continue. Without a blade, Shiyin cannot exert her full strength, and that would make this fight unfair. How about this? Zila.
Nightblade slowly drew out the original Ghost Cutter from his waist. The Supreme Great Blade Ghost Cutter, reflecting a chilling light, has recently been gradually infused with Nightblade's armament color and willpower, transforming it into a large black blade. In other words, the current original Ghost Cutter has been continuously transformed by Nightblade's armament color Haki into a black blade. The blade's characteristics have awakened, and will remain cloaked in the color of Conqueror's Haki. Indestructible, and forever unbroken.
Who?
Glancing at the Ghost Cutter in his hand, Nightblade raised his hand, and threw it toward Shiyin, who was not far away.
Use this one. Shiyin. His supersonic thunder escape blade is absolutely unbreakable. Thud.
Shiyin paused, instinctively gripping the huge long blade, original Ghost Cutter, flying toward her. An exaggerated blade guard, a long blade, and a long handle. It is a heroic blade. For a girl like Shiyin, such a long blade can only be wielded with both hands.
Who?
Zion's body slightly bent, gripping the handle of the original Ghost Cutter, with both hands angled toward the ground, glaring intently at Kurabi across from her. She exhaled softly.
The battle continues. Oh!
Kurabi looked at the black two-handed long blade Shiyin was holding, a hint of great confusion flashing in his small eyes behind his black sunglasses.
A black great blade, Nightblade's weapon. In the hands of its original owner it is indestructible. In the hands of Dance of Lightning it shatters upon contact. Yeah.
Kiraba's 6 sword surged with lightning. The next moment, Kurabi leaped into the air, the rotation of his body causing the 6 supersonic thunder escape blades to form a shining sphere of sharp light. He smashed it down fiercely towards Shiyin below.
Ding! Ding ding!
In the hands of the half-tailed beastified Kurabi, the 6 supersonic thunder escape blades slashed rapidly at the original Ghost Cutter in Zion's hands, which could only passively defend, producing an unending sound of metallic clashes.
Fire release. Great fire dragon technique.
Seeing Shiyin in a dire situation, Shui instantly formed hand seals, and 3 gigantic fire dragons flickering with crimson flames charged directly at Kurabi.
Very timely.
Kurabi smiled slightly. He jumped up, performing a flip in midair, charging directly toward Shui on the other side.
Since you care so much about your teammate, he'll deal with you first. Whoosh!
The terrifyingly fast Kurabi charged toward countless Shui clones, swinging the supersonic thunder escape blade, launching an unending series of attacks.
Swish, swish, swish. Pooh! Pooh, pooh!
Under Shijui's solemn expression, his clones vanished one after another under Kurabi's supersonic thunder escape blade.
Is it the afterimage left by my speed?
Kurabi shouted loudly.
Now my speed can completely keep up. Swish!
The final blow struck down. Only Shijui's main body remained in the arena, gazing at Kurabi with a serious expression.
Clang!
Just as Kurabi raised his blade, Shui swiftly reached behind him and drew the small tanto he had always carried.
Fire release! Uchiha-style solar eclipse dance! Who?
As Shijui's words fell, his mouth puffed slightly, and in the next moment scorching flames erupted from his mouth, enveloping the small tanto in his hand.
Instant body technique! Whoosh!
Shui disappeared from his original spot, reappearing directly behind Kurabi.
Hoorah!
The scorching flames of fire release, imbued with a hint of wind release, were instantly swung toward Kurabi by Shui in midair. A strike resembling a half-solar eclipse approached in an instant.
Boom!
Kurabi suddenly turned, the supersonic thunder escape blade in his hand cleaved against the blazing solar eclipse, erupting in a burst of red and blue electric currents and flames.
It's not over yet!
Shui shouted, his body instantly vanishing again. When he reappeared, it was once again behind Kurabi.
Swish!
Another solar eclipse dance was swung out.
Boom!
Kurabi barely turned in time, shattering the second solar eclipse dance into fragments.
Swish!
Shijui's figure vanished again, the third instant body technique bringing him to a short distance behind Kurabi, the corner of his mouth curling slightly as he spoke softly.
Third strike! Hoorah!
An even more intense flame erupted from the blazing small tanto. It struck fiercely at Kurabi's back. Kurabi had no time to turn around, he could only glance back at the solar eclipse dance, lifting his octopus tail to block it.
Zila!
The sound of flame-searing octopus flesh rang out. The aroma of grilled octopus wafted through the air.
Hiss!
Kurabi spun around, jumping away with both his feet, an octopus tail grumbling as he leaped away.
Hot, hot, hot! Instant body Shui, your fire release is trying to roast me alive. It really irritates me.
Meanwhile, Nightblade's eyes brightened.
Hiss! It's a bit fragrant, what a pity. There's no onion. Otherwise, such a large octopus would surely taste great when grilled. Hee.
Killer Bee's small eyes, hidden behind his black sunglasses, cast a sullen glance toward Nightblade, who stood nearby, restless and eager to strike. Then he slapped out the flickering embers still dancing across his tail.
Hey! Why?
N.
Brother Nightblade, your words sound terrifying. Do you really intend to devour this mighty octopus?
N.
Scary.
N.
The Shunshin Stop Fruit technique is truly formidable. Combining instantaneous movement with fire release marks an unprecedented cutting-edge innovation. Impressive.
N. Knee's thick hip-hop cadence injected rhythm and dynamism into the otherwise tense high-stakes battle. Yet Nightblade frowned deeply.
Listen, B.
N.
My earlier threat to roast you may have been in jest, but...
N.
If you persist with that clumsy off-key rapping, I'll personally sever your octopus tentacle and grill it over open flame.
NB, mouth half open to speak, recoiled in startled silence.
Ahem.
And with a soft cough, B clamped his lips shut. White smoke rose from his tail as the Ninetail's extraordinary regenerative power began healing the burns. The scorch marks faded gradually. N.
This.
Shui's eyes narrowed slightly. N.
Regeneration. The Eight Tails' abilities are simply overwhelming. It seems the only path lies in shattering B's will at the spiritual level.
In having resolved his strategy, Shui's three-to-mo Sharingan slowly rotated within his eye sockets. then seamlessly transformed into a pair of perfectly balanced curved bar Mangekyo Sharingan. Unlike the straight bar variant, which amplifies physical combat prowess, the flawless curved bar Sharingan like Shursue's enhances one singular domain, Injinjutsu.
Tsukuyomi Divine Radiance.
Shirsue covered his eyelids with his hand, his eerie Mangekyo Sharingan locking directly onto B. Golden light erupted violently from his eyes. And the radiance surged instantly, engulfing B entirely. If Shursue's original Tsukuyomi was pure will domination, the gaze that turned every beholder into a puppet under his absolute command, then this evolved variant was precision-crafted, a personalized Jinjutsu targeting one soul alone. And
what?
B froze mid-thought. Just as he strained to decipher the shifting patterns within Shursue's eyes, his surroundings warped violently, air-space-time, all twisted in an instant. Simultaneously his body ceased obeying his commands. Before him loomed jagged golden mountains, and from their peaks descended countless gleaming golden needles gliding inexorably toward him. In the next heartbeat, NB would be crushed to dust within the Jinjutsu realm, by Shursue's radiant illusion itself. Nan precisely then Shirsue smiled faintly, preparing to dispel the technique. And would be on the verge of defeat victory, for Team Shadow seemed assured, and when suddenly calamity struck.
B!
Na deep furious voice boomed directly inside B's mindscape. Yuki the Eight Tails clenched his fist, and slammed it squarely into B's dormant skull.
Boom!
N.
Wake up now!
N.
N. OW!
N.
You stinking octopus, Yuki, you threw everything into that punch. It left Master B utterly drained.
N.
Whoa!
N. And Yuki blinked, then without hesitation launched dual thunderous blows, hammering B's face with both fists.
Boom!
N.
Boom!
N.
Master B can't take much more. Big brother Yuki, please stop.
And dazed and reeling, B abandoned all bravado, and begged outright.
Humph.
And Yuki snorted coldly. N.
Fool!
N.
Look around you. When did you even fall under Jinjutsu? What use are you?
N. N.
Jinjutsu.
NB blinked, then opened his eyes, stunned to find himself no longer in the Cloud and Thunder Gorge, but suspended within a surreal alien dimension. Gigantic golden spikes and mountains hung overhead, descending slowly, relentlessly, poised to crush him in the next instant.
ABA.
N.
Break free.
N.
Understood.
And Yuki smiled faintly. Each time B called him by that affectionate name, warmth stirred deep within his ancient heart as he gazed upon his host. Swiftly raising both fists, Yuki struck downward, delivering a crushing blow onto B's head just before the golden spikes and mountains reached him.
Boom!
N.
B the RR.
NAS, the third party intruding into Shursue's Jinjutsu. Yuki disrupted the chakra flow within B's body through sheer percussive force, shattering the Tsukuyomi Divine Radiance instantly.
Huff, huff.
And emerging from the illusion, B's vision flared with light. Reality snapped back into focus. Once again, his feet touched solid ground, the vast platform beneath him. He nodded solemnly toward Shirsue, whose expression betrayed genuine astonishment. N.
The Uchiha Sharingan is indeed formidable. Even Killer B could not withstand it. Dangerous.
N.
Huh?
Shirsue staggered slightly, breath ragged, beads of sweat tracing paths down his temples.
So, he broke free.
N.
Even my perfected Tsukuyomi can't be deployed without risking fatal injury. Only direct confrontation remains. Itachi.
N.
Hyūga.
Shirsue barked sharply at his two comrades, speaking with lightning speed.
Hyūga, your blade can parry B's ultrasonic lightning slash. You'll hold the front line, absorbing his sword strikes. Itachi, your speed is unmatched. Use fire techniques as feints, while seeking openings to ensnare him briefly with Jinjutsu.
N.
And finally,
Shirsue fixed his gaze on B and smiled.
I will deliver the final blow.
N.
This battle has lasted long enough. It ends now.
N.
We must not let our leader underestimate us. Yes.
In.
Yes.
Hyūga and Itachi stiffened instantly, bodies leaning forward, muscles coiled ready to unleash coordinated assault at Shirsue's command.
Not bad.
Nightblade, seated calmly at the platform's edge, observed the trio's growing synergy, and gave a quiet approving nod. Unconsciously, Shirsue had become their strategist and leader, and under his precise coordination Itachi and Hyūga each fulfilled their roles with flawless efficiency, maximizing their full potential.
Heh?
A faint smile touched Nightblade's lips as he watched the three poised for attack, anticipation shimmering in his eyes.
Will this wave end cleanly and decisively?
Jisue smiled confidently, and looked at Kurabi not far away, then exhaled loudly.
Let's go together. Crack. Whoosh.
Mizuki Shiyen immediately used the shave technique she had just mastered, and as the stones under her feet shattered, her body instantaneously disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, she appeared in the air right in front of Kurabi.
Swish.
The sharp black blade of the Kicho descended heavily towards Kurabi.
Clang. ZZZ.
Kurabi raised both narrow blades above his head with all his might, and the two supersonic thunder escape blades collided with the pitch-black Kicho, producing a piercing sound. Mizuki Shiyen landed perfectly in front of Kurabi, blocking his line of sight.
ZZZ. ZZZ. Clang.
After Kurabi blocked the initial Kicho in Mizuki Shiyen's hands, the immense force sent her flying from the downward strike. Then Kurabi stepped forward in an instant. The supersonic thunder escape blade again aimed downwards at Mizuki Shiyen with the momentum of the attack.
Swish.
However, just as Kirabi's exquisitely swift attack, accompanied by a gusting wind, was about to strike the defenseless Shiyen, she seemed to have already anticipated it and lay back to retreat. While Mizuki Shiyen lay back retreating, a clear figure suddenly appeared behind her, gradually enlarging in Kirabi's view as he had just delivered a strike.
Whoosh.
The expressionless and slightly puzzled Uchiha Itachi flew towards Kurabi at an extremely high speed. Looking at his stance, it seemed he intended to perish together.
This.
Kurabi froze for a moment, then immediately used the octopus tentacles beneath him to escape, rapidly creating distance from Uchiha Itachi.
Uchiha Itachi arrived just in time. Watch me cleave you in two.
Why? With distance established, Kurabi immediately crossed the supersonic thunder escape blade in front of his chest, ready to slash horizontally at Uchiha Itachi in front of him. Suddenly, upon seeing Uchiha Itachi's eyes, Kurabi was momentarily stunned. It was this very instant that directly led Kurabi to make another choice.
Whoosh.
The supersonic thunder escape blade in his hand was instantly retracted, and Kurabi did not show even a hint of excess expression as he dashed towards the force of the tail beast's tail at a 90-degree angle.
Pong!
The expressionless Uchiha Itachi suddenly fell to the ground, and a few seconds later there was a tremendous explosion.
Boom! Dust rose slowly from the platform. Not far from the explosion point, Uchiha Itachi, forming a hand seal, softly uttered a few words. Shadow Clone Great Explosion.
Kurabi in midair watched the power of Itachi's Shadow Clone Great Explosion, swallowing hard. Originally only Uchiha Shirsue was a well-known master. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan is full of hidden talents. This Uchiha Itachi is no ordinary opponent. Suddenly Kurabi was taken aback.
Uchiha Shirsue. Where has Uchiha Shirsue gone? Whoosh.
Just as Kurabi was puzzled, a rapid sound of wind broke from behind him, carrying a strong sense of danger. Uchiha Shizui's expression was calm as he brought down a flaming short blade towards Kirabi's back.
Uchiha style. Gale sword. It's over.
Kurabi, still in midair and unable to turn in time or defend himself, felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he heard the rushing wind beside him. The sharp blade behind him seemed poised to pierce through his back in the next second. Kurabi frowned. An octopus has 8 tails. In emergencies, it can sever its tails to save its life. If one were to ask when the situation is critical, Kurabi believes now is the time.
ABA!
Karabi shouted loudly. The 8 octopus tails behind him began to twist and roll, and before Uchiha Shijui's short blade could stab down, 4 of the octopus tails blocked the blade at the last moment.
Clang! ZZZ!
The figure of the sharp weapon piercing flesh came from behind Karabi, as a flaming short blade pierced through his 4 tails in an instant. A thick smoke rose, and the scent of grilled octopus wafted across the platform again. In the midst of turning around, the blade tip pierced out, directly embedding itself in his back as Karabi looked dazed.
Drip!
A few drops of blood fell from the blade's edge in Shijui's hand. Karabi felt the wound on his back, and the lightning release on the thunder escape blade in his hand instantly extinguished his face, showing a hint of disheartenment.
Sigh! The pride of the Cloud Village Killer Bee! I lost. I feel ashamed. Hey, why, clang!
Ji Shui smiled faintly, and slowly withdrew the short blade from Kirabi's body, while at the same time, the 4 tails behind Karabi began to emit a white mist.
Hiss!
The 4 penetrating wounds gradually healed.
Thank you. Compared to my senior.
Ji Shui smiled slightly, sheathed the short blade behind his back, and nodded at Karabi.
Uh-huh.
Kirabi's expression of dismay lasted only a few seconds. He then returned to his previous optimism.
The younger generation must surpass the older generation. You 3 are fantastic. Strong. All right.
Yaren stood up and gently clapped for the shadow team, and Karabi smiling as he spoke.
You guys don't need to be polite with each other. Kirabi's extensive experience and formidable combat power allowed him to hold his ground against 3 for a short time, which is a testament to his strength. And you all?
Yaren looked at Itachi's trio with satisfaction and nodded slightly.
You have honed perfect teamwork in this practical exercise. From now on, continue to practice and strive to become a perfectly coordinated team. Yes. Thank you, leader.
Itachi Shursui and Shiyen exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they sensed a familiar feeling. This feeling only manifests after having cooperated and entrusted one's back to the other without a doubt. The bond between them had gradually been established.
Mr. Bye.
Yaren smiled slightly, just about to discuss the concert with Karabi, when a gradually intensifying sound of wind broke out behind him. Along with the sound of wind there came a furious shout from a brute.
Polishing ball!
The 4th Reikage propelled himself from the air using 1 foot as a fulcrum, like a cannonball, descending swiftly towards Night Blade on the platform. Subtle flashes of lightning danced across his body.
Boom! Rumble!
The immense force and extreme speed produced a series of sonic booms in midair, causing Night Blade on the platform to furrow his brow slightly.
What tremendous strength! Are you trying to kill me? Well, let's see if you can bite through this rock. Be careful with your teeth. V-room!
The white martial arts robe on Night Blade's body fluttered, as if moved by an invisible wind slowly slipping off him. His muscular arms were suddenly exposed to the air, and upon hearing the strange sound, black-armed Haki spread over Night Blade's arms. A scorching breath slowly escaped Night Blade's mouth. His pupils turned crimson, as he suddenly looked up at the 4th Reikage in midair.
First power rumble. Rumble.
Night Blade's right arm instantly swelled to twice its original size.
Second power rumble. Rumble.
Night Blade's right arm also inflated, matching the right arm's increase to over twice its original size.
Hee.
His arms radiated a rich black glow, filling the air of the Yunlei Gorge platform with a sense of danger.
No blade style.
Night Blade grinned. With the surprised gaze of the 4th Reikage, his hands intertwined, resembling 2 massive black hammers, slowly lifting them up.
White Tiger Seal. Seize the mountain. Rumble.
Before anyone could react, Night Blade charged upwards, directly meeting the 4th Reikage's descending strike. His massive pure black arms formed an X as they collided with the 4th Reikage's right foot.
Crack!
A faint sound of cracking bones echoed as the 4th Reikage was momentarily stunned. A wave of piercing pain surged from his foot coursing through his body, as he flew backwards, like a cannonball.
Rumble!
He crashed into a rock face. The rock crumbled, debris flying everywhere.
What?
Uchiha Shursui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and through his Sharingan, he could only barely discern the fourth Raikage's instantaneous kick in midair. And Nightblade's swift counter, with both fists directly striking the fourth Raikage back. He didn't catch much else.
What? What's happening? Who flew out?
Yuzuki Yuga scratched her head beside him. In her eyes she only saw a blurry figure rapidly flying towards the wild man, then swiftly returning along the same path in an instant.
Is this circus acrobatics?
Yugao looked at the serious faces of the crowd and tentatively asked.
Cough cough.
Uchiha Itachi whispered in Yuzuki Yugao's ear.
Not acrobatics. The fourth Raikage attempted to ambush our leader, but was instead sent flying by him.
While speaking, Itachi pointed to the middle-aged man embedded in the rocks not far away.
Look! It's right there! The fourth Raikage was directly punched into the mountain by our leader. Tis TSK.
Itachi looked at Nightblade with eyes full of admiration.
I only knew the leader was skilled with the sword. I didn't expect his physical skills to be enough to defeat even the Raikage known as the strongest in the Land of Lightning. Impressive. Hiss.
Yuzuki Yugao's eyes brightened as she nodded, stroking her chin.
Although I don't understand what you're saying, I realize now the leader is really powerful. Of course.
Just as the Shadow team whispered among themselves, Killer Bee looked in confusion at his brother, who had been sent flying back, crashing into the rock in the center of the mountain. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Beneath the black sunglasses, Killer Bee's small eyes stared blankly at Nightblade.
My brother returns faster than he came. That punch from Nightblade was incredibly fierce. The older brother, skilled in physical arts, actually miscalculated. Oh! No! Crash!
The fourth Raikage struggled to pull himself from the rocks halfway up the mountain, frowning, as he glared at Killer Bee, who was singing and dancing.
Stop your nonsense, Bee! This is Nightblade, the one I told you about, who came to invade our hidden cloud village. Are you not going to help me take him down? Oh!
Killer Bee was taken aback for a moment, then slowly shook his head at the fourth Raikage.
Brother, I've always said I have a strange sense of familiarity with Nightblade. As a tailed beast, I sense no malice from him. Therefore, I could never harm him. Brother, you should just give up. You idiot. You jerk. Seela.
Blue lightning erupted from the fourth Raikage's body again, but this time every strand of hair on his head stood upright.
Whoosh!
The figure of A flickered in place, and the next second he appeared right in front of Nightblade.
Since you won't make a move, I'll do it myself. Lightning release chakra. Full power mode. Whoosh!
The Raikage's figure instantly vanished, and the next moment a fist packed with immense force appeared right before Nightblade.
Body flicker technique. Lightning punishment level.
Nightblade smiled slightly, stepping on the ground amidst the flying debris. His figure transformed, landing a punch on his right wrist from the side.
Rumble.
As body was sent flying, instantly creating a large crater in the previously flat ground.
Not enough.
Nightblade gently shook his head, speaking to A, who was slowly standing up.
You have enough strength and speed, but not enough agility. You're too reckless. Then let's try this move. Body flicker technique.
The Raikage's figure vanished again, appearing above Nightblade the next instant. At that moment, Nightblade smiled slightly.
Hyūga sword. Whoosh!
Nightblade firmly grasped the first-generation sword Onamaru in his hand. At the same time, he drew the Yama slowly from his waist, wrapping it in haki, with the two large black swords positioned on either side of Nightblade.
Rather than brute force, I'm a swordsman. Two-sword style. Who?
A wave of scorching air slowly escaped from Nightblade's mouth.
Rumble.
Nightblade's arms, swollen to nearly twice their size, wielded the two pitch-black blades, slicing through the air at sonic speed towards the Raikage above.
Second power slash. Righteous Thunder Rage Axe. Clang!
Yiren's muscles in both arms bulged as he poured immense force and sharpness into the twin black blades. Two pale blue slashes tore through the air. With a sharp whistle, they shot upward toward the fourth Reikage, who was leaping down from midair. Boom! The Reikage in the sky refused to be outdone. His right leg, like a battle-axe, crackled with blue lightning descending vertically, with the speed of a razor-sharp Warwick's rivaling Yiren's slash. Boom! The two gained force slash, and the Righteous Thunder aggravated Raging Thunder Axe collided midair, one a slash, the other a lightning-release Taijutsu secret technique. Two distinct yet equally devastating attacks centered on Yaren and the fourth Reikage. A massive shockwave burst outward. Whoosh! Boom! The fierce gale stirred Yugao Yuzuki's shoulder-length hair and Uchiha Shizui's short hair. Swoosh! Bang! Following the shockwave came a rain of giant shattered rocks, which propelled by the blast flew like cannonballs, scattering in all directions without pattern. Aight! Killer Bee let out a loud roar, and the Eight Tails instantly understood, helping him fully transform into a tail beast. Its massive sturdy body directly blocked the flying fragments. At the same time it firmly gripped the platform, halfway up the mountain. Itachi Shursui and Lightning Dance. Quick, come over here to me. These flying rocks are terrifying. One wrong move, and you'll be crippled. Hide behind Eight, leave all the trouble to him. Yeehaw. Okay. Thank you, Senior B. Thanks. The three of them used the momentum of the shockwave to fly behind the Eight Tails, pressing close against its back, listening to the constant clashing of metal from the battlefield. Zap! Swoosh! Amid the swirling dust and smoke, Yiren's crimson pupils stood out sharply as he skillfully employed the shave technique. The red light flickered, with his movements drifting like a ghostly flame. Swoosh! Bang! The fourth Reikage's blue lightning release cloak, brimming with overwhelming force, periodically kicked up clouds of dust across the wide platform. The red and blue lights clashed madly within the dust. Ha ha ha! Yiren let out a laugh. I know your speed in this full-power lightning release chakra mode is astonishing, but in an instant 0.36 seconds Yiren's footwork frequency exceeded 100 strikes, boosting his speed to 5 times that of the shave in one piece. This speed was now on par with the Reikage's body flicker technique. Still not fast enough. Swoosh! Two-sword style second slash. Sand ripple. Yiren gripped both blades tightly, swinging them upward at a 45-degree angle, with immense force slashing toward the Reikage, who was now within arm's reach. What? The fourth Reikage's eyes widened slightly, seeing Yiren match his speed, and instantly appear before him to deliver a slash. The Reikage formed his right hand into a blade. Then, with crackling lightning, his right hand swept horizontally like a great sword. He let out an explosive roar. Hellstab Thousand Generation Dance. Boom! One was a hereditary hand blade honed through bone-shattering training, sharp as a flash of light. The other was the supreme two-sword style, backed by armament Haki. The two slashes collided instantly. Clang! Clatter! A metallic hum slowly emanated from the point of impact. The fourth Reikage's right hand and Yiren's twin blades parted for a brief moment due to the vibration of the collision. In that very instant, Yiren's scarlet eyes gleamed with deep confidence. He softly exhaled a stream of hot air, the result of activated cells. He flipped his hands, turning the descending black blades upward. Two-sword style. Second slash ascending stairs. Huh? The Reikage's eyes flew wide open. This kid. His second move is so tightly connected. Not good. His right hand had just been repelled, and while he was still recovering and preparing to retreat, the Reikage was completely caught off guard. Seeing Yiren's upward slash, the Reikage had no choice but to push his lightning release chakra mode to its limit, raising both hands in front of him. He used the weights on his wrists to meet Yiren's slash. Ding! Crack! The fourth rake's wrist weights were instantly severed by Yaren's slash, crashing to the ground. The slash even pierced through the weights, leaving a gash on the rake's wrist even in his full-power lightning release chakra mode. Thud. Yaren landed softly, gently biting Inma between his teeth, and smiled at the fourth rake.
Not bad. You actually blocked it. Though the weights did part of the work, your skin's hardness in this state is still quite impressive.
Humph. The fourth rake flexed his wrist slightly, and sneered at Yaren across from him.
This is my lightning release chakra cultivated for decades.
Wrapping lightning around my body enhances both hardness and speed. It's a living armor that activates my physique.
It's no inferior to your blades. Oh.
Yaren smiled faintly.
Stronger than my blades. Then you'd better be ready because the next strike. You'll lose.
The rake paused, then burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha. Lose? I might lose, but certainly not at your hands. I'll say the same to you, if you and your blades are only capable of this much. My next move. You'll lose too. This.
Killer Bee, watching from a distance, was startled. Seeing his brother preparing to go all out, his expression turned grim.
He must be about to use that technique. That technique.
Shursui, observing the battle from behind the eight tails, was puzzled and asked Killer Bee.
What does that technique mean? That technique.
Killer Bee's tone grew serious.
It's my brother gathering all his lightning release chakra to activate his body, then using his bonus extreme speed to drive his wrist's unparalleled strength. In an instant, he uses that unstoppable wrist power to directly intercept the opponent's decapitation strike, a taijutsu technique. Almost no one can dodge it. Oh!
Shursui nodded, his expression returning to indifference.
Then never mind.
He squinted lazily at the battlefield, watching the familiar gesture of Yaren slowly biting Inma. Shursui couldn't help but smile softly.
How exciting! What powerful swordsmanship will it be this time?
The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow's body erupted with surging lightning, flickering like a ferocious beast, its hair standing on end as a dangerous aura surged forth. At that moment, Yaren quietly connected with the system in his mind.
System. I am here. Host.
With a call, the system appeared in Yaren's mind, trembling with respect. Yaren smiled slightly.
Open the system store. I want to select another good knife. Okay.
Without hesitation, the system gently opened the store in Yaren's mind.
Zila.
The blue light curtain rippled like water, slowly revealing a marketplace in Yaren's mind where rare items flickered with light.
Hee.
Yaren chuckled lightly, not being dazzled by the array of treasures. Instead, he directly spoke to the system.
Check remaining points. Checking. Ding. Host currently has a total of 4,700 points remaining. Would you like to exclude items above 4,700 points in the store?
Yaren nodded.
Exclude? Zila.
The blue product bar fluctuated, and all items priced above 4,700 points silently disappeared from the store, leaving only knives available. Looking at the dazzling array of knives before him, Yaren was not confused. He directly reached out and clicked on the knife he had already chosen in his heart.
Black Blade Autumn Water. Black Blade Autumn Water, priced at 1,000 points. Would you like to exchange? Exchange. Ding.
Exchange successful. 1,000 points deducted. Host has 3,700 points remaining. Would you like to summon Black Blade Autumn Water immediately?
Summon.
A look of anticipation appeared on Yaren's face as he extended his empty right hand behind him, waiting for the arrival of Black Blade Autumn Water.
Pat!
A soft sound echoed behind Yaren, unseen by anyone. In an instant, Black Blade Autumn Water, along with its black sheath, was firmly grasped in Yaren's hand.
Zing!
The sheath slid off, revealing a wildly curved black blade in Yaren's right hand.
He
smiled lightly. Yaren looked at the original ghost blade in his left hand, the Black Blade Autumn Water in his right, and the Black Blade Yinma in his mouth, addressing the poised Thunder Shadow across from him.
In my hands? This black armor represents formidable defense and offense, and has now evolved into a powerful purple aura in my grasp, which I shall call Flowing Sakura Dominance. To become a great swordsman, one must refine a renowned blade into a permanent black blade using one's own dominance.
Yaren smiled as he lightly raised his hand.
Now I have 3. The slashing technique unseen in all 5 great ninja nations. Are you ready? Huh?
A wave of scorching air produced by the ultimate activation of his body cells slowly escaped from Yaren's mouth, his pupils transforming into a more enchanting purple.
Black Blade Way. 3 blades. Extreme Tiger Hunt. Boom!
Yaren held 2 black blades upright in front of him, with the black blade raging cross Yinmao horizontally positioned in front, as the purple flowing Sakura dominance swirled around his arms. Then, in a burst of immense strength, he slashed out.
Roar!
The incredibly swift strike created a white shockwave, as it sliced through the air, coalescing into the shape of a white tiger. Roaring, it charged directly towards the 4th generation Thunder Shadow.
Don't underestimate Thunder Shadow. Lightning release. Thunder Plow Heat Blade. Whoosh!
The 4th generation Thunder Shadow felt the incredible cut from Yaren, and instantly the lightning within him began to boil, as he slightly bent his right arm, explosive power gathering within. He charged violently towards Yaren.
Roar!
The white shockwave tiger roared madly.
Zila!
In an instant the strike collided with the Thunder Plow Heat Blade.
Boom!
A blue and white attack clashed on the enormous platform. Half the sky dyed blue by the flickering lightning on the 4th generation Thunder Shadow. The other half of the sky was eerily transformed into purple by Yaren's dark purple dominance and the white tiger.
Crack!
After merely a second of confrontation in the purple sky, the snow-white tiger suddenly opened its mouth and bit down, causing the figure of Thunder Shadow to vanish into the tiger's jaws. Instantly the blue lightning disappeared, and the white tiger lost its resistance, charging straight ahead.
Boom!
The giant white tiger diving down created a massive pit in the ground with shattered stones flying and the wind howling.
Brother!
Kurabi was startled, looking at the 4th generation Thunder Shadow, who had vanished, feeling a bit anxious.
Huh?
Maintaining the extreme tiger hunt state, Yaren exhaled, straightened up, and smiled at Kurabi.
Don't worry. He just fainted. Rest assured. I still have a sense of restraint.
Kurabi glanced at Yaren, slowly nodding, then hesitantly asked.
This. Yaren, you have a sense of restraint, but my brother was blasted away. Where did he go?
Yo.
Yaren
paused, the purple light in his eyes slowly fading, as he extended his hand to return the ghost blade and Yinmao to their sheaths.
Click!
After crouching to pick up the sheath of black blade autumn water, from behind him Yaren slowly walked towards a pile of rubble in front.
This.
Yaren smiled slightly at Kurabi, pointing at the stone mortar in front.
If I am not mistaken, he should be in this pile of rubble now, right? Could you help me dig? Maybe we can find him.
Kurabi.
All right. Fine.
Under the participation of Yaren, Kurabi, and later the Shadow team of 3, it didn't take long for them to unearth the 4th generation Thunder Shadow, who had already fainted under the rubble.
This.
Kurabi looked at the magnificent, but unconscious 4th generation Thunder Shadow, scratching his head. He turned to Yaren and the others.
I need to take my brother for treatment. You all rest here first. My room has everything, so don't hesitate to ask for anything to eat. Hey!
Yo! Yaren waved at Kurabi, smiling as he spoke.
You go ahead, we'll wait here for you. Whenever your brother wakes up, you can take us to find him. I have important matters to discuss with him.
Kurabi looked at the serious expression on Yaren's face, and slowly nodded. No problem, brother Yaren. As soon as my brother wakes up, we'll take you there. Am leaving now. My brother's life is important. Hey, go ahead. Yaren nodded at Kurabi, then turned and led the 3, including Jishui, into Kurabi's residence. His natural movements left Kurabi stunned. As expected of brother Yaren. Why? Pat. Pat. Yaren led the three walking leisurely through the forest in front of Kalabi's residence. At one point, he reached out and beckoned to Malwishian behind him. Come here, I have something to say to you. Me. Malwishian was startled. Yes, come over. Yaren nodded. Malwishian no longer hesitated, quickly walked up to Yaren's side, and the two walked side by side. Sniff, sniff. You? Malwishian lightly wrinkled her delicate nose. Smelling the peculiar scent wafting from Yaren, she recalled his strength, and the various formidable sword techniques he had displayed along the way. Her face suddenly flushed, thinking that she was the only one who had learned the shave, and the one-sword style eye draw that Yaren had taught she, and felt a strange sensation rise in her heart. It seemed she had a special connection with the leader. However, Malwishian recalled the katana that had broken in the previous battle, pouted slightly, and felt a bit dejected. Seeing that she had just learned the one-sword style eye draw, but her sword was broken. There should be shops selling katanas in the Land of Lightning, so she would have to find time to buy a new one. Shein. While Malwishian was lost in thought, Yaren's slightly raised voice rang repeatedly in her ears. Ah! What is it, leader? Shein was startled, slowly came back to her senses, and looked at Yaren in front of her. I say, your sword was broken in the previous battle. Are you worried about finding a new one? Yaren rubbed his forehead, gave a helpless smile at Shein, and slowly spoke. Shein looked at Yaren's smiling face, and nodded gently. Yes. I finally learned such a powerful swordsmanship as the one-sword style I draw, but my sword broke. Now I'm still worrying about where to buy another sword. Sigh. Shein sighed softly, looking a bit dejected. Oh! If you're worried about your sword, I actually have a solution. Although the ninja body techniques and lightning release of the Land of Lightning are formidable, and because the ninjas of this country are skilled in swordsmanship, there are countless sword shops in the village, but... Yaren gently reached out and touched Sion's hair. It's hard to find a sword that suits you right. Shein nodded gently. That's true. But not every swordsman can have a sword that resonates with them like the leader does. So I have to settle for a decent sword. Having said that, Shein suddenly leaned close to Yaren and asked in a low voice. So, leader, where did your swords come from? Oh well. Yaren smiled and scratched his head, trying to brush her off. I had them forged by a famous swordsmith well in advance. I just started using them these past few days. Shein looked at Yaren suspiciously with her feminine intuition. Really? That doesn't quite add up, does it? If they were forged long ago, why are you only using them now? Could it be? Do you have a big secret, leader? Yaren heard Malwishian's words, and smiled slightly, muttering inwardly, isn't that exactly a big secret? And not originally from this world. But this kind of thing. It's not appropriate to tell Malwishian now. Yaren looked at Shein with a headache thought. For a moment, his eyes lit up, and directly changed the subject. How about this? Yaren stroked his chin, pondering. Give me one night. I'll try to find you the most suitable sword, and its sharpness and hardness will be comparable to my own swords. Using it as your sword, it should feel very comfortable. Tr. Really? Malwishian's eyes widened, and she completely forgot about asking where Yaren's swords came from. She looked at Yaren with sparkling eyes, asking excitedly, is it really of the same grade as your sword, leader? Yaren nodded. Look, I easily pulled out these 3 swords. Could it be fake? His. Shein was startled, then nodded gently, murmuring softly. I trust you, leader, but I still want to know where your 3 swords, and the one you're going to give me, came from. Yaren covered his forehead. This damn question kept circling back again. He could only look at Malwishian, helplessly sighed and said, Secret. These are all my secrets. Secret means I can't tell anyone. Oh! Shein nodded. Then tell me secretly. am not an outsider. Yaren. I told you it's a secret. Stop asking. One night passed in the blink of an eye. Yaren and the three including Jishui slept soundly in Kalabi's house, and Yaren was undoubtedly the first to wake up. Thanks to his long-standing habit of practicing swordsmanship, Yaren only needed a few hours of deep sleep each day. Before dawn, he had already started training on the platform. Boom! A huge mountain 100 meters high slowly lifted 20 centimeters upward. 9,990. Boom! The mountain fell and rose again. 9,991. Boom! The mountain fell again. Beneath the huge mountain was Yaren, bare-chested, gritting his teeth slightly, as he did muscle training. After going through the pirate world, and then the system's enhancement after another reincarnation. Such a mountain was like a toy in Yaren's hands. Thud. A figure instantly descended from the distance onto the platform. Mr. Yaren, my brother is awake. Boom. 9,999. The mountain slowly fell. Yaren turned to look at the stunned Kalabi, his temple muscles bulging, and asked calmly, "Your brother is awake?" "Yes." Kalabi, sweating profusely, watched Yaren, who was supporting a massive mountain with one hand, while performing his daily lifting training, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "My elder brother woke up this morning and is fine. He was just knocked unconscious by the tremendous force." At this, Kalabi couldn't help but look at Yaren with admiration. It was the first time he had seen someone knock out his elder brother in a contest of strength. Such power. It was simply unbelievable. Yaren nodded lightly at Kalabi, as a few glistening beads of sweat slowly trickled down his bulging muscles. Drip. A few drops of sweat fell onto the stone surface. "All right, I understand." Yaren smiled slightly. "Wait for me a bit longer. I still have 10,000 lifts left with my left hand." Kalabi's cold sweat slowly dripped from his forehead. Generally speaking, ordinary people cannot train the strength of their left and right hands to be exactly the same, or even close, but based on his observations of Yaren over the past few days, the strength in his arms seemed almost equal, and both were astonishingly powerful. Whoosh! Just as Kalabi was staring at Yaren in amazement, Yaren, with an expression of utter calm, lightly tossed the several hundred metal mountain in his right hand. Under Kalabi's almost popping eyes, in the blink of an eye, Yaren directly extended his left hand and caught it steadily. Crack! The ground beneath Yaren's feet merely cracked into a few fissures. In other words, when Yaren tossed the 100-meter mountain from his right hand to his left, he completely used his own strength and body to forcibly absorb the mountain's gravity, rather than channeling the gravity through his feet into the ground. 1, 2. Kalabi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, swallowed hard, as he watched Yaren, who was now lifting the 100-meter mountain with his left hand at a constant pace. "Brother Yaren is truly strong. My elder brother only uses a 100-pound weight to train his wrist strength. In comparison, he's really inferior." Why, however, just when Kalabi thought that the fact that Yaren had trained his left and right hand strength to be so balanced, and could lift a 100-meter mountain, was already extremely abnormal. 5 minutes later. Boom! Having completed 10,000 lifts with his left hand, Yaren gently tossed the huge mountain, which then returned perfectly to its original position. Then he lightly clapped his hands, and draped the white martial arts robe over his shoulders. "Bye! Let's go! Don't keep your brother waiting too long. I sped up a bit because I have an important matter to discuss with your brother." Kalabi turned into a stiff stone statue right in front of Yaren. Even the eight-tails Jinchuriki inside him opened its eyes wide, filled with immense confusion. By what kind of monster is this man in front of you? Such power and control over it, even I as a tailed beast cannot achieve it." Kalabi nodded. "An amazing man, this role model. From now on, Yaren is my big brother, and I'll follow him." "Hey yo! You fool, you idiot!" Hearing Kalabi's rap, Yaren frowned, lightly patted the iron tattoo on Kalabi's shoulder and spoke.
Enough. Don't bother with that lame rap. Let's get down to business first. I'll teach you some rap when we have time. Ha.
With that, Yaren smiled slightly.
Then we can hold concerts all over the 5 great ninja nations. I'm really looking forward to it. Oh.
Kalabi's eyes lit up slightly.
Hold concerts. I'm really looking forward to it too.
The meeting place was set in the 4th Reikage office, where he usually handled village affairs. At that moment, the Reikage, still with a white bandage on his head, was lying on the sofa by the large floor-to-ceiling window drinking wine and looking out at the scenery. The corner of his mouth twitched, thinking about how yesterday his full-force lightning plow hot knife under the lightning release chakra mode had been easily parried by that brat Yaren, who even knocked him unconscious with a single sword strike. The Reikage felt a burning pain on his face.
Really?
The Reikage muttered to himself.
Who exactly is this kid? There actually exists someone in the ninja world who can oppose my lightning release chakra armor without relying on chakra, only with physical strength and astonishing swordsmanship. And he completely defeated me. For the Union Village, this is a huge threat. Bang, bang, bang.
Just as the Reikage was troubled, a knock sounded at the door of the office. The Reikage was startled, then glanced at Mabuyi beside him.
Go open the door. It should be Bai and that kid. Okay.
Mabuyi nodded, holding a folder in her arms, slowly walked to the door and opened it.
Elder brother.
Kalabi entered with Yaren behind him, calling out to the solemn-faced Reikage. The Reikage nodded it by signaling him to stand by his side, then turned his gaze directly to Yaren.
Young brother, I admit you are very strong, and I am no match for you, but I have also heard.
The 4th Reikage slowly sat up from the sofa.
Because of what our ninjas did in my village, you are very dissatisfied with our Union Village, and you declared that you would deal with the village and me, the Reikage.
With that, the Reikage's breath relaxed slightly. He slowly sat back down on the sofa.
Now you have done it. You indeed defeated me with ease, but...
The Reikage suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, staring at Yaren, flickered with a faint bright blue lightning.
If you try to do anything to this village, the 4th Reikage of Union Village, even if it costs me my life, I will fight you to the death, and with my last ounce of strength drag you to hell. Stop!
Yaren frowned, looked at the Reikage with disdain, and waved his hand.
No need, and besides, you are not worthy.
Yaren's eyes gleamed.
My purpose in coming to Union Village was indeed announced to the outside world as giving you and the village a hard time, but in truth, I came to make a deal with you. Who knew you would attack me without any explanation, so I had no choice but to react. Does your head still hurt?
The 4th Reikage instinctively reached up to touch the bandage on his head, his thick lips twitching slightly, as he looked at Yaren with a serious expression.
Well, let's not dwell on the past. I just heard you say you came here to make an unusual deal with me, so... What are the terms of this transaction?
Yaren observed the slight awkwardness on Reikage's face, and smiled gently, not mentioning that he had knocked him out earlier, but instead addressed him directly.
This matter is related to Killer Bee. Oh!
Reikage was momentarily taken aback.
Does it involve the 8 Tails Jinchuriki from our village, my brother? Go on.
Yaren nodded, turned, and sat down on the couch beside Reikage, pouring himself a glass of strong liquor from the table. After savoring a sip, he spoke to Reikage.
It's been quite a while, and Reikage likes to drink some strong liquor too. What a coincidence, I also enjoy drinking. How about we have a drink-off sometime?
Reikage frowned slightly, looking at Yaren, who was calmly sipping his drink, and seemed in no hurry, as if he were not the one who had proposed the deal.
Of course. But compared to that, I'm rather curious about what you said earlier. What is the deal?
Yaren took another sip of the strong liquor, and smiled faintly at Reikage.
You're really impatient, all right. I'm laying my cards on the table. I want your 8 Tails Jinchuriki, your brother Killer Bee, to join my organization, Ing. What do you think? Do you agree?
Yaren fixed his gaze on Reikage, speaking each word deliberately.
What? Reikage's eyes widened in disbelief.
He looked at Yaren with a face full of anger and surprise, shouting loudly.
You want to make my brother join some organization that you founded? I won't agree. Killer Bee is a member of our Yōnin village. He can't just leave to join your strange organization.
Reikage glared at Yaren, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument.
You should just give up on that idea. Sigh.
Yaren sighed lightly, gently tapping his fingers against his ear, rolling his eyes.
I mean, if you don't agree, then just say so, but could you not shout so loudly? You're going to deafen me. Yaren glanced disdainfully at the fourth Reikage and continued unhurriedly.
Listening to someone finish their words is the most basic respect right.
Moreover, I'm the one who defeated you.
The fourth Reikage froze for a moment, then a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face as he replied to Yaren in a calm tone.
Then tell me, on what basis do you think you can make Killer Bee follow you to join your organization?
Yaren nodded, looking at the fourth Reikage and speaking slowly.
I mentioned before that what I want to do with you is a trade. Since it's a trade, both sides should give something. So, my request is for your village's 8 Tails Jinchuriki to join my organization. Of course, the conditions I offer to Yōnin village will also be quite generous. Oh!
Reikage's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Although Killer Bee holds a very high position in both the village and in Reikage's heart, if he could join the organization without endangering Killer Bee's life in exchange for some advantageous conditions, Reikage felt he would consider it. He immediately asked Yaren,
What are the conditions? Tell me. All right.
Yaren nodded and said to Reikage,
One of the conditions of the deal is for Killer Bee to join my organization, and the benefit I can offer you is that once Killer Bee joins us, your Yōnin village will be under our organization's protection. As long as Killer Bee is with us for a day, no matter what happens to your Yōnin village or what crises you encounter, I and all the members of my organization will come to your aid. Ha.
After a moment of silence, the fourth Reikage looked at Yaren and broke into a slight smile, his 2 mustache ends twitching upwards.
I thought it was some grand deal. After listening to you, I realize this is clearly a Norris transaction. What do you take me for, Reikage? A Norris transaction.
Yaren rolled his eyes at the fourth Reikage.
This is clearly you trying to pull a fast one on me, and you still need to think about it. But
Yaren smiled faintly.
In fact, whether this transaction is really a Norris endeavor, if you had any brains, you'd realize that it is actually a deal with no cost for you. Oh!
Reikage became intrigued, staring at Yaren with wide eyes and asking,
Why is this deal also a no-cost transaction for us?
Yaren let out a light snort.
Isn't that simple? Just think with your head. Your brother, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, is already quite strong. Even if he walks alone in the 5 great ninja countries, he would have few rivals. Moreover,
Yaren smiled slightly,
once he joins our organization, he only needs to follow me for a personal rap concert in the 5 great countries, and your Yōnin village will gain our organization's protection. With such conditions, why wouldn't your Yōnin village want to?
The fourth Reikage pondered and nodded slightly.
You're right, Killer Bee is strong, and I don't need to worry about his safety. What?
Reikage fixed his intense gaze on Yaren.
Do we really need the benefit you mentioned, having your organization as our Yōnin village's umbrella? Our strength is already enough for self-protection. Self-protection?
Yaren sneered coldly.
Don't forget.
A cold glint flashed in Yaren's eyes, and he said coldly to the fourth Reikage, full of confidence in his own strength.
My strength alone can topple your entire Yōnin village whenever I want. You wouldn't even last a day, let alone talk about self-defense.
The fourth Reikage was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Yaren.
Are you threatening me? Duh. Do I even need to ask whether this is a threat?
Yaren arrogantly said to Reikage.
I've already given you face by chatting with you for this long. If you say one more word against it, Be careful, or I might just tear down your rakish office and wipe out your hidden village.
You? Lei Ying looked at Yaren with a cold expression, as if he would charge forward and strike him down for a single wrong word. Our Yōnin village is the most formidable ninja village among the 5 great nations of the ninja world. Do you think a mere threat will make us yield?
Oh!
Yaren let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Right now, Samui, and the 2 of you, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, are in my hands. At my command my subordinates will strike, and your Jinchuriki will perish. And the uncontrolled 2 tails will be unleashed anywhere in the land of lightning, slaughtering the citizens of the land of lightning. At the same time, Yaren continued, I will hunt down your jōnin Chunin and then genin of Yōnin village within the borders of the land of lightning. I will leave powerful warriors like you for last. In the end, I want you to witness your empty Yōnin village dying tragically and unwillingly beneath my sword. This is the ending I have set for you. Are you satisfied? Yaren coldly laughed, gently patting Lei Ying's shoulder, as he watched the latter's expression darken with his words. You? The firmness and certainty in Lei Ying's eyes gradually faded away. He looked into Yaren's beast-like eyes, and the flicker of hope in his heart instantly collapsed, finally bowing his head in defeat, sighing as he spoke. If you want me to join your shadow organization, I have 2 requests. Yaren nodded. Go ahead, whether I agree depends on my mood. Lei Ying smiled helplessly, looking at Yaren as he slowly voiced his 2 requests. The first request is that no matter what, I hope you, Lord Yaren, can do your best to ensure the safety of my younger brother, and not let him take risks alone. Yaren pondered for a moment, and nodded at Lei Ying. That's not a problem. When Yaren chose to let Kurabi join his shadow organization, he never intended to let Kurabi undertake missions alone. Rather, like himself, to lead a small team to execute missions. The shadow organization, established on the ruins of the root organization, inherited its structural framework. The entire shadow organization is divided into 4 combat teams. Each team consists of 4 combat squads. Each combat squad is made up of 4 ninjas whose strengths and abilities complement each other, working closely together, led by a squad leader. The first team in the shadow organization is the one Yaren initially formed, where he serves as the leader with members Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Yuzuki Yugo. Thus, after bringing Kurabi into the fold, Yaren's primary goal is to equip Kurabi with 3 teammates. There is certainly no difficulty with Lei Ying's first condition. State your second condition. Yaren looked at the 4th raikage and said, All right. Lei Ying smiled slightly, gazing at Yaren and the standing Kurabi, as he slowly began to speak. Since you are inviting my brother to join your organization, then we must ask whether he agrees. If he does not, you can't force him to join, right? He. Hearing Lei Ying's words, Yaren immediately nodded. Of course, but are you sure that as long as your brother is willing to join my organization, he can join? Of course. Lei Ying's eyes widened as he emphatically nodded at Yaren. As long as he agrees, he can join your organization. I, Lei Ying, keep my word and guarantee to follow through. Good. Yaren nodded and directly turned his gaze towards Kurabi, who had been standing aside for a long time. Kurabi. You heard me. I have discussed with your brother about letting you join my shadow organization. What do you think about this matter? Kiraba's small eyes behind his black sunglasses were filled with hesitation. Lord Yaren is my role model. I want to wander the world with him. But my brother and my village are important to protect. Such a choice is indeed too difficult for me. You bastard, you fool. Oh! Yaren smiled slightly, watching the peculiar glimmer in Kiraba's eyes, as he slowly spoke. Is the choice too difficult? Hee. Kurabi. I promise to take you to hold concerts across the 5 great ninja nations, and I will teach you the most powerful rap techniques. Aren't you excited? Kiraba's pupils behind his black sunglasses trembled, the scales in his heart shifting, and looking at the smile on Yaren's face, Kiraba's thoughts quickly dominated his mind. I'm sorry, brother. Suddenly, Under the bewildered gaze of the fourth Reikage, Kurabi bowed deeply to Lei Ying, speaking with a serious expression. I have always remembered your teachings over the years, but a person should pursue their ideals and hopes. If one day I achieve my dream, my brother will surely be proud of me. I have decided to join Lord Yiren's shadow organization. Lei Ying was taken aback, and then looked at Kurabi, who was slowly bowing in front of him, his expression transitioning from shock to tenderness. Well, I have never seen you speak to me so seriously. It seems this choice is very important to you, so. Lei Ying stood up and gently helped Kurabi up, smiling as he spoke. Follow your heart. The truest thoughts in your heart are what you should pursue. Go and accomplish it. Brother. Kurabi gently raised his head, looking at Lei Ying's gentle expression, and spoke with emotion. Thank you for your understanding, brother. I will not forget the village and you. After I hold 100 concerts, I will definitely come back. Lei Ying's expression suddenly changed. As Iron Fist. Boom. In an instant, before Kurabi could react, it directly hammered the bewildered Kurabi into the floor of the Reikage's office. Ha ha ha. Watching the bewildered Kurabi slowly rise from the ground, the fourth Reikage laughed heartily. Go, no matter how many concerts you want to hold. My love and hope for you are all in this punch. Go pursue your dreams. The village will be protected by me. Brother! Chi-Bai called out, emotionally gazing at the fourth Reikage with deep affection. The fourth Reikage looked at Chi-Bai with equal reluctance. Enough. Yiren's face darkened as he reached out to grab Chi-Bai by the collar, waving his hand dismissively at the fourth Reikage. Our deal is done. From now on, if anything comes up, just send someone to find me. No matter how difficult the problem, I will resolve it for you properly. As he spoke these words, Yaren was already walking toward the door. Chi-Bai was dragged along by the collar, his feet scraping against the floor. SSHHH. SSHHH. The Reikage was startled. Watching Yaren pull Chi-Bai by the collar and slowly drag him out of the Reikage's office, he asked in confusion. Yes, I understand all that. But is there something important you need me for? You seem to be in a great hurry. Nonsense. Yaren turned and addressed the stunned Reikage behind him. I've already achieved my goal in coming to your cloud-hidden village. What reason do I have to stay here? I have more important matters to attend to. That's it. Farewell. Well? The fourth Reikage scratched his head, hesitating as he spoke to Yaren. To celebrate our agreement, how about we have a drink? I recall you mentioned wanting to try the unique sake brewed from seawater in our village. SSH. When the Reikage mentioned drinking, Yaren's steps gradually halted. Under the Reikage's expectant gaze, Yaren turned slightly, shook the wine gourd at his waist, and then looked at the Reikage, saying, You almost made me forget. Your village's sake is quite good. Before we depart tomorrow, remember to find me a container and fill it with 100 caddies. It'll take it along for the journey. 100 caddies. The Reikage was taken aback. That much? Yaren nodded. For a swordsman, this is nothing. If the journey weren't so short and the sake not so hard to carry, I'd have asked for a few hundred more caddies. Very well. The Reikage nodded and said to Yaren, I'll see you off before you set out tomorrow morning, and he'll bring the sake containers along. Good. Yaren nodded, then left the Reikage's office with Chi-Bai in tow. 10 minutes later, when Yaren brought Chi-Bai back to his residence in Cloud Thunder Gorge, Yujishui and Shiyin had already awakened. Even Yumurren and Samui, who had been taken as prisoners, glared angrily at Yaren and Chi-Bai as they entered. Yumurren frowned. Are you going to collude with this man too? Huh? Chi-Bai was stunned. He had been so focused on the fight yesterday that he hadn't noticed Yumurren and Samui had become Yaren's captives. He let out a gasp of astonishment. Samui, Yumurren, what are you doing here? Could it be that you two have been drawn by Lord Yaren's charm? Yumurren rolled her eyes and said to Chi-La-Bai,
"Isn't it obvious? Before Yaren came to you, we had already fought a great battle with him in Death Canyon. The two of us were no match, so he captured us. But more importantly,"
Yūmuren frowned.
"Answer my question first. Why are you colluding with this man?"
"Well," Chi-La-Bai scratched his head.
"I was captivated by Lord Yaren's superb rap skills and formidable combat prowess, so I agreed to join his shadow organization." "You too?"
Chi-La-Bai looked at the shocked Yūmuren and Samui.
"Did you join too? How could that be?"
The two women exclaimed in unison.
"Heh heh."
Yaren smiled faintly.
"Why not?"
A few minutes later, after Yaren and Chi-La-Bai's explanation, Samui and Yūmuren finally believed that Chi-La-Bai had joined the shadow organization with the Reikage consent. They also learned that the village had reached an agreement with Yaren. If any threat befell the village, Yaren would protect Cloud Hidden Village. The two exchanged glances. The barrier in their hearts began to waver slightly.
"All right."
Yaren smiled, bringing his right hand from behind his back. A slender samurai sword with a snow-white scabbard cherry blossom pink hilt and a three-petal plum blossom tsuba appeared directly in Yaren's right hand. Under Shiyan's expectant gaze, Yaren gently pushed it toward her.
"Shiyan, the blade I promised you. Take a look. Does it please you?"
Yuzuki Shiyan carefully took the slender samurai sword from Yaren, slowly drawing it from the scabbard. A blade as clear as a stream of water slid out. It emitted a soft glow in the air.
"A fine blade."
Yuzuki Shiyan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Yaren expectantly, asking,
"Chief, does this sword have a name?" "It does."
Yaren smiled faintly, reaching out to flick the blade. The gleaming edge let out a strange sound like raindrops falling.
"The blade is clear as water. When plucked it sounds like listening to rain. This sword is called Timely Rain." "Timely Rain."
Yuzuki Shiyan stared blankly at the katana in her hand, savoring the name Timely Rain. After a few seconds, a look of delighted surprise spread across her face.
"With this Timely Rain, I can learn swordsmanship from Chief Yaren again." "Chief!"
Shiyan's eyes were filled with excitement as she looked at Yaren, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. She gently rose on her tiptoes, and in front of everyone lightly kissed Yaren on the cheek.
"Thank you."
Having said that, Shiyan's face flushed crimson, and she turned and ran out of the room under the amused gazes of the others.
"Ahem. Back to business."
Yaren was startled, then cleared his throat lightly as he looked at the oddly staring crowd.
"Well, our affairs in the Land of Lightning are essentially concluded, and we will also welcome a new teammate, the captain of Squad 2, Chi-La-Bai."
Yaren nodded slightly at Chi-La-Bai. Then he turned his gaze to Yūmuren and Samui.
"I am the captain of Squad 1 with Yuji Shui and Shiyan as my teammates. As for Squad 2, Samui and Yūmuren will serve as members for now. If you need to cooperate with Chi-La-Bai, you should be able to follow orders somewhat right."
Yūmuren opened her mouth, but finally lowered her head without saying anything. The village had already formed a cooperative relationship with Yaren, so there were no more positions or stances to consider. Naturally, they were no longer enemies.
"Good. If there are no issues, let me outline our next steps." "Shui."
Yaren smiled faintly.
"Bring up the map." Swish.
Without a word, Shui pulled out the world map of the 5 great ninja countries from his pocket and spread it out on the ground in front of everyone.
"Leader."
Yaren nodded. He squinted as he began searching the map for the Land of Lightning, the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth. Yaren nodded slightly. This map was quite comprehensive. He continued searching on the map. Everyone watched Yaren earnestly searching for the information he wanted, holding their breath in anticipation, ready to receive Yaren's command. Only Jishu's lips twitched slightly. He knew that if the leader couldn't find the desired location on the map within 3 seconds, he would enter a state of frenzied searching like a headless fly. However, Jishui did not dare to directly ask Yaren what he was looking for, as such a question would surely provoke the leader's anger.
Got it.
Just as everyone was becoming impatient, and Yaren's brow furrowed deeper, Jishu's eyes lit up with a brilliant idea.
Ahem. Leader, do we first need to return to Konoha for some time of rest?
Yaren paused, then looked at Jishui, who was smiling slightly, and instantly understood his meaning.
Not quite.
Yaren slowly straightened up, pointed to the map, and said to Jishui,
The lighting here is too dim, I can't see clearly. Can you help me take a look? There's a very small country called the Land of Rain. Is it situated in the angle between the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire?
Jishui was taken aback, then followed Yaren's gaze, and looked at the map. Kirabi and the others also began searching the map.
Here.
A few seconds later, Jishui pointed to a small country in the western part of the map and looked up at Yaren.
This is the Land of Rain. I have been there during a mission,
Jishui said solemnly to everyone.
Everyone must not underestimate this country. Although it is beset by internal strife and wars, and is strict about security due to fears of espionage, it is still formidable. Moreover, its affiliated ninja village is Amagakure, which has developed many unique techniques, pushing every ninja's abilities to their limits and continuously creating many distinctive jutsu. This ninja village's assassination techniques are highly advanced, often taking commissions for assassinations from foreign countries, making it an extremely dangerous nation.
Yaren nodded at Jishui.
Your intel is very detailed and aligns closely with what I know. However, you overlooked one crucial piece of information. The most important piece of information.
Jishui frowned at the Land of Rain on the map, pondering what other critical information lay within this country. After a long while, Jishui shook his head dejectedly and said to Yaren,
That's all I know.
Yaren smiled slightly at Jishui.
This is not your fault, as this important information is known only to a few people in the entire ninja world, and I am one of them.
Yaren gently poked the map of the Land of Rain and quietly asked everyone,
Do you know about the Akatsuki organization? What?
Jishui was taken aback, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead.
Are you referring to that? The mysterious organization wearing red cloud cloaks?
Yaren nodded. Looking at the surrounding members, who besides Jishui looked puzzled, he began to explain slowly.
The Akatsuki organization was just recently established, so it's understandable that you all don't know much about it. However, its current strength should not be underestimated. You may not know enough about this organization, but what I can tell you is, their leaders Yahiko Konan and Nagato have already killed the so-called demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, becoming the new rulers of Amagakure. The members now include the original three, along with the rogue ninja Orochimaru from Konoha Heighten and the Scorpion of the Red Sand, who turned the third Kazekage into a puppet.
Boom. Like dropping a massive bomb into a calm pond, Yaren's words changed everyone's expressions dramatically. Everyone fell silent. The amount of information contained in Yaren's brief words was overwhelming, forcing them to integrate this information in their minds. Digesting, Yaren looked at the silent group, smiling slightly in understanding. After all, the Akatsuki organization had only been established for a little over 2 years, and not many people knew about it. Jishui was the first to regain his senses, letting out a soft breath. Once he collected himself, he remembered Yaren's earlier question about the location of the Land of Rain.
Leader, you just confirmed the location of the Land of Rain with me because you want to.
Yaren smiled slightly. He tapped the map on the ground lightly and said,
We have 2 tasks this time. The first,
Yaren raised a finger.
We need to go to Awagakure to find someone and recruit them into our shadow organization.
Yaren smiled slightly, and then raised a second finger.
The second task, after we incorporate the last person I have chosen into the shadow organization, our 2 teams will officially be formed. After that, I will take you to the land of rains Amagakure. Where?
Yaren smiled slightly.
We will annihilate the Akatsuki organization and absorb their members into our ranks. Finally, we will make the entire Kumogakure our shadow organization's base, developing the shadow organization to achieve our ultimate plan. Unify the world. Hiss.
Both Mu-Ren and Samly exchanged glances, gasping in surprise. They looked at Yaren as if he were a madman.
Yaren, you can't be serious, right? Unifying the entire ninja world, something even the first Hokage, the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama, couldn't accomplish, you wish to do.
Yaren smiled slightly.
Is there a problem? If Hashirama couldn't do it, how can I? Little sister.
Yaren reached out and patted Mu-Ren's head, smiling.
Your thinking is flawed. As successors, our achievements must surpass those of our predecessors. Otherwise, how can we face the word development?
Mu-Ren looked at the confident man before him and fell into a brief silence.
Perhaps. He is right, isn't he?
Although the wooden man did not approve of Yaren's actions and ideas, and did not believe that Yaren had even the slightest chance of success, he still decided to observe for a while. What if he succeeds? Looking at the now silent wooden man, Yaren shifted his gaze to Kurabi. There's one more thing. We can actually hold an exciting rap concert in Yuin village right below the headquarters of the Shao organization.
How about it?
Let's do it.
What?
Really? Kiraba's small eyes behind his sunglasses were filled with excitement as he stared at Yaren dancing around and starting his daily rep. Joining the organization feels wonderful. The dream of holding concerts around the world is coming true. I feel great today. I can write amazing verses, thank you, leader Yaren. Yaren looked at the happy Kurabi, and instead of criticizing Kiraba's rapping, he chuckled and continued speaking. So you are the captain of our organization's second team. Now the Wooden Man and Samly are both your team members. During this journey from the Land of Thunder to the Land of Earth, your task is to facilitate teamwork among your teammates and fully utilize their strengths. Understood? Yaren asked Kurabi. Understood. No problem. Kurabi rarely became serious. Although I haven't led a ninja team in a long time, I still have the basic qualities, so don't worry, leader Yaren. During this time, I will definitely work well with him. Complete the task before we reach the Land of Earth. Okay. Yaren nodded slightly, speaking seriously to Kurabi. Then, once you and your team members have developed excellent teamwork, I will give you another important task. That is the recruitment plan for new members. New members. Kurabi blinked at Yaren. Is it the person you said you would personally recruit in the Land of Earth? Yes. Yaren nodded. This person's strength is quite good, reaching the baseline of our organization. Once recruited, they will directly join your team. In that case, the second team will be fully staffed. So, Kurabi looked at Yaren curiously. Who is this third teammate leader? He? Yaren smiled slightly. Don't rush. When the time comes to meet, you'll know. He's someone very similar to you, obsessed with art. Oh! Kiraba's eyes lit up. I am looking forward to it. Full throttle. Departing tomorrow. To the Land of Earth. Hey, why? A night of silence passed. When the first ray of sunlight spilled onto the training platform of Yunlei Gorge, everyone opened their eyes. At this moment, Yaren had just finished his routine morning exercises. He casually tossed the massive 100-meter peak back to its original place. Whoosh! Boom! Suddenly a huge figure descended from the sky, accompanied by the sound of liquid sloshing. The fourth Raikage stretched out his hand and handed a gigantic wine gourd to Yaren. Yaren. This is 100 pounds of our Yunin village's fine wine. I brought it for you. Splash. Yaren reached out and caught the wine gourd, gently weighing it in his hand. Then he nodded and smiled at the fourth Raikage. Not bad, not bad, you keep your word. Hey. Then, there should be no problem. By the way. The Raikage looked at Yaren, whose muscles were taut, and smiled slightly, lowering his voice to ask. Now that you're leaving our Yun-in village, who will be your next target of mischief? Yiren's expression darkened. What do you mean by mischief? Anne. I said, why do you look so proud on the surface, as if your nose is held high? In reality you're quite the gossip, aren't you? Cough cough. The Rikage felt a bit embarrassed, and Yiren's retort made his face turn slightly red. It's not mischief, it's just that I'm curious about which village you're going to next, so I asked. The Rikage smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. Do you really want to know? Yaren looked at the Rikage, a strange glint in his eyes. This? I suppose it's fine to listen. Oh. Yaren nodded. Then I won't say, since you don't really want to know. The Rikage's forehead darkened, as he gritted his teeth at Yaren. Actually, I really want to know. Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me quickly. Alright. Yaren smiled slightly, and said softly, my next target is the land of Earth. I'm laying my cards on the table. I have my eyes on the apprentice of Anoki, and I plan to kidnap him, and bring him into my organization. What? Kidnap? The Rikage's thick eyebrows instantly twitched as he shouted at Yaren. Why are you shouting so loud? Yaren rolled his eyes at the Rikage. Is kidnapping something you can just talk about? You're a Rikage, yet you're not even serious. The Rikage looked at Yaren with a strange expression, and said, who's not serious? It should be you, as the leader of the organization, who is being reckless, right? You just caused a commotion in my Yun-in village, and while all the major hidden villages are on guard, you want to go to the land of Earth to kidnap Anoki's apprentice. I must say, it's indeed you who is being reckless. Hey. Yaren smiled coldly, looking at the Rikage. On guard. Is being on guard useful? Wasn't your Yun-in village also on guard against my arrival? In the end, weren't you all still defeated by me? What lesson does this story teach us? The Rikage was taken aback, then looked at the slightly smiling Yaren with a puzzled expression, waiting for his next words. This story teaches us that Yaren's white martial arts suit fluttered without wind, his right hand gently resting on 3 swords, as he spoke calmly. In the face of absolute strength, what guard, what strategy, they are all nonsense. No matter how many schemes and tricks you have, I will break them all with my own strength. The Rikage was stunned and pondered deeply on Yaren's words. After a long time, the Rikage's eyes lit up. His right hand slapped his left palm. Smack. That makes sense. Is that so? Yaren said to Lei Ying with a half-smile. Trust me. Yaren patted his chest directly. In the future, when you encounter similar situations in Yun-in village, try not to chatter like you did today. If something happens, our shadow organization will take the blame for you. Chatter. Lei Ying was taken aback, looking at Yaren in confusion. What does that mean? Oh, this. Yaren patted his head, almost forgetting that Lei Ying didn't understand the meaning of chatter. He quickly smiled at the latter, and began to explain enthusiastically to Lei Ying. Chatter means talking too much. For example, before a fight, some people talk a lot before combat. At that time, you can use your fists to make them shut up. No more chatting. Hiss. Lei Ying, with a rough look, was stunned, his eyes suddenly wide like copper bells, looking at Yaren as if seeing a confidant. Brother Yaren, you are right. I just realized that we really are acquaintances through fighting. I am just like you. Bang! ZZZ. While speaking, Lei Ying collided his fists in the air a few times, producing a few sparkling bolts of lightning. I do not indulge those who love to chatter before a fight. I directly punch them. TSK TSK. Lei Ying said enviously, looking at Yaren. If I weren't Lei Ying from Yun-in village, I would really want to join your shadow organization. What a pity. Lei Ying sighed slightly. I still have my responsibilities. That really is a pity. Hee hee. Yaren glanced at Lei Ying sideways, and did not respond. Who would believe what Lei Ying just said? Others might not know, but Yaren certainly does. On the surface, Lei Ying seems like a rough man, but in reality, he is very meticulous. Otherwise, how could he manage such a large Yun-in village so well? Is it just brute force? No, it's brains. Yaren chuckled coldly, noting Lei Ying's attitude had made a complete turnaround from yesterday to today, and the reason was quite simple. Lei Ying saw hope in Yaren, or rather in the Shadow Organization. Rather than passively having the two human pillars of the village forcibly taken away by Yaren, it is better to build a good relationship with Yaren and firmly tie Yun'in Village and the Shadow Organization together. Then Yun'in Village would truly be at ease. Leader, Ji Shui was the first to walk out from the door.
Oh, Lei Ying is here too.
While Yaren and Lei Ying were talking, Ji Shui brought out a total of 6 people, including Karabi, slowly from the entrance of the Cloud Thunder Gorge's main platform. Standing neatly in front of Yaren, bathed in the soft golden light of the rising sun.
Leader, we are ready, and can set off at any time.
Yaren nodded solemnly.
Good speed, but starting tomorrow our rest time will be greatly shortened, and from tomorrow's journey I will put all of you through a trial. I will slowly inform you of the details of the trial on the way.
Yaren's eyes swept over each person's face.
And there is only one purpose for this trial. To become stronger. To become stronger. Still to become stronger. Is that clear enough?
Yaren's voice echoed with the rumble of thunder resonating throughout the Cloud Thunder Gorge.
Clear.
The 6 of them looked serious. They nodded to Yaren simultaneously and answered in unison. Even Yumu Ren and Sam E, who were somewhat resistant to join the Shadow Organization yesterday, had their final reservations collapse when they saw that even Lei Ying personally came to send them off. They also tried to integrate into this organization. After all, it is human nature to not want to miss an opportunity that is low risk and can make one stronger.
Good.
Looking at all the members of the Shadow Organization ready to set off, Yaren smiled, slightly nodded at Lei Ying, then waved his hand.
Let's go!
The Land of Earth is located to the west of the Land of Thunder. If the Land of Thunder is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with one side connected to the mainland, then the Land of Earth can be considered an immensely vast plain. Moreover, the plain in the Land of Earth is barren, filled with yellow earth hills, and yodden landforms eroded by strong winds year-round, with scarce vegetation. At this moment, as they just entered the border, Yaren and his companions were strangely scattered in various places along the border of the Land of Earth, seemingly doing something unusual.
Isn't this difficulty too high?
Ji Shui from the first team, covered in dirt, leaned against a slope at the border of the Land of Earth, gasping for breath as he took a hearty drink of water.
Yeah.
The nearby Itachi also wiped the sweat from his face.
It might be very difficult for us to pass this trial. To get past the leader's blockade and enter the Land of Earth, we can only have a distance of 5 kilometers between the 6 of us. Such a requirement is really too harsh. Who?
Splash. Matsuyuin splashed a jug of water gently on her face, slightly refreshing herself before reaching for the Shiyu that was stuck in the ground. She said to Itachi and Ji Shui,
Kiraba's team was just formed. Compared to them, our team's strength is greater. Brother Ji Shui, let's discuss our tactics again. Okay.
Ji Shui was startled for a moment, and then nodded firmly at the determined Yuin. She said to Itachi and Yuin,
Itachi is good at illusion, I am good at speed and illusion, while Yuin excels in sword techniques. According to the rules given by the leader. As long as one person from the team enters the territory of the Land of Earth, the team's trial task is considered complete. So I think we can let Yuin act as a feint while I pretend to launch an attack. Then at the last moment,
Ji Shui smiled slightly and pointed at Yuin.
We will do our best to assist Yuin in using Shave and Aido to break through and enter the Land of Earth. Ji
Shui smiled slightly.
In that case, we are bound to win.
Itachi and Yuin exchanged glances and saw hope in each other's eyes.
I think it's feasible. Feasible. Good.
Ji Shui smiled slightly.
Everyone prepare. In 5 minutes, we will set off towards the Land of Earth. Yes.
Itachi and Yugao responded in low voices, and within seconds their figures slowly faded into the uneven terrain of the land of Earth's border. They concealed themselves in the shadows of the border. Meanwhile, Killer Bee Samui and Yujito were also somewhat frantically hiding behind a dirt slope. Yujito brushed the dust off her blue robe.
Even you can't evade that man's perception. Sigh.
Killer Bee wiped the yellow earth from his forehead and gave a bitter smile.
You may not fully grasp how formidable Yaren is. This man, aside from not using chakra-based ninjutsu attacks, he is unparalleled in virtually every field I've ever encountered. As for concealment, even if I temporarily severed my connection with the Eight Tails and refrained from using any chakra at all, I still couldn't escape his perception. This guy.
Cold sweat trickled down Killer Bee's forehead.
This is a stealth technique that even Shursui of the Mangekyo and another squad couldn't detect.
Yujito was stunned, then a cold glint flashed in her eyes.
Then, how should we proceed? If we can't hide, can we defeat him and force our way through? Interrupting.
Samui, who had been standing with her arms crossed, slowly lowered her hands and gestured to cut off Yujito's words. As she moved slightly, her two peaks swayed gently.
If we're going to clash, Heiden, I don't agree.
Samui frowned and said calmly.
We had a direct confrontation with this man at Death Canyon before and ended in a crushing defeat. Then we lost to several of his subordinates. After that, the fourth Reikage was knocked unconscious by a single move of his. If we're going to fight Heiden...
Samui stared coldly at Bee and Yujito.
We don't stand a chance. Then...
Yujito was slightly disappointed and looked dejectedly at Samui.
What do we do? If we can't conceal ourselves, it seems the only way is to go all out. No.
Samui smiled slightly, her short hair dancing in the wind, making her appear even more elegant and confident.
You've overlooked one method. Oh, there's another way.
Now Killer Bee was also intrigued. His small eyes behind the dark glasses stared intently at Samui, and he asked in his unique rap.
Samui has a plan B, feels it's sure to be great. Share it quickly so we can all move together.
Yo. Listening to Killer Bee's awkward and bizarre rap, Samui's eyelid twitched, but she endured the discomfort and spoke slowly to the two.
Have you forgotten? Besides our squad, there's another team participating in this trial. And that squad's overall strength should be greater, since we can't succeed on our own.
Samui smiled slightly, looking at the suddenly enlightened Killer Bee.
Oh, Bee understands Samui's meaning. We need to form an alliance. Together we'll take down Yaren. Yo! Thrilling.
Samui, seeing Killer Bee launch into rap again, darkened her face and clenched her fist, warning sternly.
Lord Bee, I've tolerated you long enough. If you keep speaking in rap, I will not hesitate to reveal our position and end this trial early. Then I'll get as far away from you as possible and apply to Lord Yaren for a new squad.
Bee.
Fine. Fine. Bee will be a bit more normal. Samui, speak quickly.
Samui nodded, furrowed her brow, and opened her mouth to speak.
Oh! Slap.
Yujito's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands together.
An alliance is indeed a great idea.
Samui. She gently rubbed her forehead and looked at her two teammates. One was slow to react, outwardly cold, but inwardly passionate, while the other was an abnormal person who couldn't stop spouting rap. Samui felt a bit tired.
All right. Just listen to me.
Samui waved at Killer Bee and Yujito, lowering her voice as she spoke.
What I meant earlier wasn't about forming an alliance. It's about using them.
Samui smiled cunningly and began to explain confidently.
Both squads share the same goal, to bypass Yaren's blockade and enter the land of Earth. That requires not only stealth skills, but also the ability to break through by force when stealth fails. However, it's clear that both paths are blocked by the leader. Then,
Samui smiled confidently,
I suspect the first squad already has a complete plan. Two of them have Sharingan and one possesses speed, almost like a body flicker technique. So let me venture a guess. The female swordsman in their squad will be the breakthrough point.
Killer Bee pondered for a few seconds after hearing Samua's analysis, then slowly nodded.
You make sense, but how does that relate to our plan of using them?
Heh. Samly gave a cold smile.
It's very relevant. Listen to me. When the female swordsman makes a move, we do this. And it will work. Oh.
After hearing Samua's plan, Killer Bee and Yujito's eyes lit up, and they nodded to her in unison.
Understood. Leave it to us.
A gentle breeze blew, and wisps of yellow earth slowly shifted on the ground. Unbeknownst, a foot had lightly stepped on it.
Little brats.
Yaren chewed on a toothpick, casually draped his white martial arts robe over himself, and rested his right hand on the hilts of 3 swords, smiling as he gazed at the border horizon.
Are you ready?
Footsteps sounded from both sides of the border, raising clouds of dust. The first and second squads in perfect sync charged toward Yaren at a similar speed.
Oh! Planning a frontal assault this time.
With a soft clang, he slowly drew the enma from his waist, and Yaren smiled.
Let me test your mettle, my little brothers.
In the midst of the charge, Jishui caught sight of the team of Kurabi, who had almost rushed into the fray alongside them, causing his brows to furrow. Everyone be careful. It seems that Kiraba's team coincidentally launched their charge at the same time as our attack. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Let's be cautious, and not allow ourselves to be used by them. All right. Itachi and Shion quickly glanced at Kiraba's team on the other side, frowning as they agreed. The distance between Jishu's team and Yaren was closing until Yaren's figure became clear to everyone's eyes. Jishu's eyes instantly sharpened. Pay attention. He swiftly drew the small dagger from behind and formed seals with his hands, causing countless Jishui to appear out of thin air on the desolate, vast sandy ground. Instant body technique. We attack. Jishui shouted loudly, and Itachi and Shion rushed forward, the 3 of them forming a lineup together, surrounded by countless Jishui. Oh! Yaren squinted at the attack of Jishu's team, which was different from their previous approach. This time seemed somewhat different. Who is the breakthrough point? Huh? While observing, Jishui noticed that Kiraba's team was also moving, and it was a significant action, startling Yaren. Again the journey. Ah bah. Boom. Boom. With the loud shouts of the wooden man and Kurabi, a gigantic blue giant cat adorned with vibrant black patterns suddenly appeared on the yellow sand. Beside it was the 8-tailed beast, resembling a giant octopus with one horn broken. Between the 2-tailed beasts stood the stern-faced Samui. Under the loose robes, her proud figure was revealed by the fierce wind, with a pair of ears bouncing like a rabbit. Heh. Yaren chuckled softly. One team seeks to take advantage, while another intends to use their opponent. Both strategies are quite clever, but... A cold light flashed in Yaren's eyes. As long as you do not unite, you will never pass through here. Don't you understand? One sword style. Yaren watched as Jishui's team gradually approached, now within his attack range, his eyes narrowing slightly. The right hand holding the black blade Yen-mo tightened slightly. With a soft shout, he declared, "Swift as the wind!" Whoosh! Yaren's figure instantly vanished from his original spot, like a wisp of breeze effortlessly sweeping through the yellow sand, and in the blink of an eye he appeared amidst countless Jishui. Swish! In a moment of stillness, Yaren executed a slow circular slash, with Yen-mo around himself. Huh? As Jishui frowned, a pervasive breeze swept through all the Jishui instantly. In less than a moment, all the Jishui disappeared from the air. The entire flat ground on the yellow sand was instantly cleared. Useless. Watching Jishui approach from behind, Yaren smiled faintly. One sword style port bird. Swish. Yaren slashed downward towards Jishui. In the distance, the rapidly drawn blade creating a massive airwave by slicing through the air. The air currents gathered together, forming a gigantic wave of air energy tinged with a faint blue hue, rushing towards the startled Jishui. No way.
Jishui's still forming seals wore a bitter expression. I only executed a momentary body technique, leader. You don't need to go this far, do you? Heh. Yaren smiled slightly upon hearing this. Not needed to go this far. If I don't go all out in this trial, won't you suffer later when fighting others? Jishui was taken aback, muttering softly, who can be like the leader of freaks swinging such a terrifying blade? Besides, I've never lost before. Oh! Yaren smiled slightly, clearly hearing Jishu's soft mutter. Still dare to talk back. One sword style. Eat port bird? Boom. Under Jishu's incredulous expression, Yaren wore a playful smile, and slashed towards Jishui again, from another angle. Jishui was almost in tears, watching two sword waves directly seal him off, suddenly looking distressed. No way, leader. Is this going to kill me? Humph. Less nonsense. Meanwhile, as Yaren and Jishui were entangled, Shiyin, and Itachi closely following Jishui, had nearly reached the same line as Yaren. They launched an attack. Sharingan. Genjutsu confinement technique. Itachi formed seals in front of him, his black eyes turning, as the three-mo Sharingan appeared in his eyes, fixating intently on Yaren's gaze. On the other side, Zion's expression was serious, her body slightly hunched, her right hand gripping the hilt of Shiyu. One sword style. Shave. Aido Lion Song. Whoosh. In an instant, Zion's body vanished from the thick yellow earth, turning to face Yaren, and her right hand swiftly drew Shiyu from its sheath. Clang. The lightning-fast Aido slash was easily seen through by Yaren, who effortlessly blocked it with the back of his blade. It produced a crisp sound of impact. Genjutsu. Yaren smiled coldly. Conqueror's Haki. Boom. A wave of dense purple energy radiated from Yaren, striking outwards in a 1 kilometer radius. Jishui, who was dodging a port bird, Itachi, who was casting Genjutsu, Shiyin, who was sheathing her sword, and Kiraba's team rushing towards them. Everyone. In an instant they felt as if their hearts were gripped tightly, an indescribable force emanating from Yaren. It made them collectively feel drowsy. What? Kirabi and the Eight Tails, not very close to Yaren, and in their tail beast form, scratched their heads, looking at the fallen Samui beside them. They said in confusion, what happened? Was it the leader's power that made you faint? Kirabi looked slightly dejected. Or was it the leader's charm that captivated you? Hey. Why? As he spoke these words, Killer Bee also felt a wave of dizziness, and immediately asked the Eight Tails he had summoned into its tail beast form. Am feeling a bit dizzy. Is it you who's draining my chakra? Stop it quickly or Bisama will pass out. The Eight Tails replied. You idiot. With my massive chakra reserves, do I need to drain yours? However, within the seal of his mind, the Eight Tails rolled its eyes at Killer Bee, a few cold sweat drips falling from its enormous head. I don't know what's going on, but... The Eight Tails gazed solemnly at the distant figure of Yaren, whose robes billowed and expression was stern and indifferent, and spoke softly to Killer Bee. I sense an unusual aura from that man. It's forcing me to withdraw from my tail bee's state. How are you, Bee? Killer Bee's vision began to blur. While the Eight Tails was communicating with him, he had already become unsteady on his feet. Barely managing to hear the Eight Tails' analysis, Killer Bee suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, sending up a cloud of dust. Huh? The Eight Tails was stunned. But before it could try to rouse Killer Bee, its tail beast form was forcibly retracted back into Killer Bee's body, temporarily severing their connection. In the dark space, the Eight Tails broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of ability is this? That man is too terrifying, isn't he? Compared to the others, Killer Bee and the Eight Tails were actually the last to fall. Itachi and Shiyin, who were closest to Yaren, collapsed the moment he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Not far away, after just barely managing to evade Yaren's two sword strikes with all their might. They crashed to the ground. Next was the Two Tails Jinchuriki Yumaren. In truth, the earliest to fall was the weakest of them all, Samui. Ah.
Yaren was momentarily taken aback by the fierce battle that had just erupted, then smiled lightly, and walked back to his starting point, lifting the massive wine jug with one hand. He tilted his head back and took several hearty gulps.
Still not good enough. If even 1% of my conqueror's haki can't be withstood, then such strength is truly too lacking. Wait a bit.
Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yaren's throat bobbed, as a few glistening drops of sake trickled down his neck, shimmering with iridescent colors under the sunlight.
Also,
Yaren smiled faintly,
we've made quite a commotion on your border. The ones who should come have probably already arrived, haven't they? I await you.
At that moment, on a wide-less road near the border of the land of Earth, a squad of ninjas in red uniforms led by two individuals rushed at full speed toward Yaren's location.
Father! Who is this person who invaded our border and caused such a stir? Has the intelligence division given any directives?
A woman in a tight red outfit wearing a ninja vest with one sleeve missing looked at her father beside her and asked. Huangtu nodded lightly.
According to the village's intelligence division, the invading ninjas are a coalition from Kumogakure and Kumogakure. Among them are the recently risen swordsman Yaren Shunshin Shursui Sharingan Itachi Lightning Dance, Yuzuki Shien, and two Jinchuriki from Kumogakure. What?
Haida's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she looked at Huangtu in bewilderment.
With such formidable enemies, can we and the ninjas behind us really handle this incursion? Heh.
Huangtu turned to Haitu and smiled gently.
Don't be nervous. You're my most beloved daughter. As a chunin, do you think I brought you out here to fight them? Huh?
Haitu was puzzled, looking at her father.
Then, aren't we going to punish these ninjas who have invaded our land of Earth's border? No.
Huangtu shook his head.
That's not the case. Our mission this time is to probe their intentions. That is, we can figure out their purpose without combat, even if they force a fight. From a distance, combined with our mastery of Earth release, escaping is no problem.
Haida's brow relaxed slightly, and she nodded to Huangtu.
Then I understand. By the way, father.
A flicker of interest crossed Haida's eyes, as if something had occurred to her.
I've heard about that swordsman called Yaren. They say he's done many shocking things lately, killing the Kumogakure envoy, defeating the legendary Sana, and overcoming the Two-Tails Jinchuriki in Death Valley. How thrilling. I really want to meet this person.
Haida smiled.
I've heard. He's quite handsome, ha ha ha.
Huangtu was taken aback, watching his boisterously laughing daughter, with a hint of worry.
I hope you won't take an interest in that man. He's very dangerous.
Half an hour later, the 6 members of the Shadow Organization, who had been lying scattered on the ground, gradually regained consciousness, when they saw Yaren standing in the field drinking his sake. Their basic ninja instincts told them they had failed, and all of them had been defeated in an instant together. Shursui looked at the others, who were waking up one after another, all utterly bewildered, and let out a soft sigh.
I thought that with our efforts we might one day catch up to the leader. But it turns out just his aura alone was enough to knock us all out. Such a gap. It's truly disheartening. Who says it isn't?
Yuzuki Shien hugged her long sword figure and looked at Yaren with a disgruntled expression.
Our disparity isn't just in strength, it's also that the leader shows no mercy at all. He struck down girls like Samui Yumurin and me without any hesitation. Heh.
Yaren smiled softly, looking at the awakened group.
Perfect timing. Those of you who are awake, gather around me. Let's welcome our guest from Kumogakure.
Oh! Shishui rubbed his still dizzy head, slowly raised his foot, and stood beside Yaren, asking him. Has someone from Yanin village already arrived? Who could it be? I think it's very likely that it's that guy from Dainu. As Itachi walked over, he said to Shishui,
No, it shouldn't be.
The Karabi trio, who followed closely behind with slightly awkward expressions, were the ones who spoke, with Karabi standing on Yaren's left. He slowly stroked his chin and continued speaking to everyone. This time none of us announced our intention to invade his Yanin village and we've been here fighting for half a day, and we haven't caused any real damage to the land of Earth. They should see our entry this time as an ordinary event. Sending a few jōnin should be enough. No way.
Shiyen shook his head, still very much in favor of Zishui's opinion.
Our leader brought the elites from our 2 villages to the border of the land of Earth, causing such a huge commotion. Does Yanin village dare to send only a few jōnin? Cough, cough. Itachi gently coughed a few times, and said softly to Shiyen beside him,
"Actually, Karabi does have a point.
Because there's also the possibility that the people of Yanin village think that facing our leader, and this group of people, even if Tsuchikage came in person, it would be futile. Rather than putting Tsuchikage in a dangerous position, it's better to send a team of reconnaissance ninjas to probe the situation. This would be the safest strategy."
Shiyen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
It seems a little reasonable, but isn't it disrespectful to the leader if they don't send 2 stronger ninjas?
Hey. Itachi smiled slightly.
If it's disrespectful, then let's kill them all. Yaren was startled, watching Itachi's expression gradually turn cold. A hint of doubt surged in his heart. Looking at Itachi like this, it seemed that he had inadvertently touched upon the shadow organization he had established, and was stimulated by the goals and strong individuals within it. He began to rethink the term capacity. Perhaps this is precisely Itachi's period of confusion. A glimmer flashed in Yaren's eyes. It seemed it was time to have a good talk with Itachi. He could no longer let the changes in Itachi's heart gradually escalate. Tap tap. Rumble. As everyone stood beside Yaren facing the border of the land of Earth, a hurried sound of running came from afar. The yellow earth trembled, and after a while a pair of ninjas wearing red tight clothes and brown ninja vests appeared at the edge of the horizon. Oh! Karabi used his hand to shield his eyes, and looked at the 2 leading figures slowly appearing in the distance, frowning as he spoke to Yaren. Looking at the situation, there are about 10 people coming. The leader is the jōnin from Yanin village Huangtu. There's also a girl beside him.
Karabi frowned.
I don't know her very well.
Yaren frowned, suddenly remembering a Yanin ninja with short black hair and super long legs. Hyūga.
Is that girl the one with short black hair and very long legs? Karabi was taken aback, then turned his gaze to Hyūga, who was running with her clothes tightly wrapped around her legs by the fierce wind, and nodded slightly. Hearing the leader say this, it does seem like it. This girl's legs are much longer than those of you.
Yuma's expression darkened as he looked at Karabi, who was constantly gazing at the other side, gritting his teeth, and said,
"Just because she has long legs doesn't mean I'm short. Do you want to have a proper match with me?" Karabi. "I'm sorry. I absolutely meant no offense."
Yumu coldly snorted and turned his head away.
While everyone was discussing, a group of Yanin ninjas that had been running at high speed had already arrived not far in front of everyone. Is the person opposite the leader of the shadow organization Lord Yaren?
Huangtu frowned slightly and cautiously asked Yaren.
Yes.
Yaren nodded expressionlessly.
It is I. What guidance do you have?
Huangtu was slightly taken aback, then a few drops of cold sweat dripped down his temples as he looked at Yaren and the strong ninjas beside him, steeling himself to continue asking.
It's not really guidance. I just want to ask Lord Yaren. You came to the border of my land of Earth and made such a big commotion. What exactly is your purpose?
Huangtu awkwardly explained, looking at Yaren's gradually cooling expression.
Don't get me wrong. We are just conducting an investigation. If you don't intend to pose a threat to the safety of the land of Earth, we are very welcoming of you all.
Oh. Yaren smiled playfully.
What if we are here to threaten your land of Earth? Look at the people beside me.
Yaren extended his hands, pointing out each of his subordinates.
With us gathered together, do you think we lack the strength to threaten your land of Earth?
Cold sweat dripped down Huangtu's forehead as he unconsciously took a step forward, protecting his daughter Hyūga behind him.
Lord Yaren, please don't joke with me. We from Yanin village have never offended you, my lord. If you want to make things difficult for our Yanin village, you have no reason to do so. Hee.
Yaren smiled slightly.
All right. You do have a point. I won't make things difficult for you. I just want to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer well, I will absolutely not do anything to threaten the safety of the land of Earth. How about that? Do you agree?
Wantu was taken aback, then looked at Yaren's smiling face, thinking for a few seconds. Finally, he slowly nodded.
It's fine. As long as it doesn't involve the secrets of Yanin village, you can ask me anything, and I guarantee I won't deceive you. Good.
Yaren nodded.
Pleasant. Then let me ask you, where has that little friend Deidara from Yanin village, who loves to create bomb attacks, gone? Do you have any leads on him?
Deidara.
Hagane blinked in surprise, then gazed at Yaren, with an oddly perplexed expression, seeking confirmation once more.
Yes.
Yaren nodded solemnly.
It is indeed him. Do you know where this young man is now?
Startled by Yaren's sudden inquiry, Hagane hesitated visibly, his eyes instinctively darting away from Yaren's unwavering gaze.
What is it?
Yaren's brow furrowed faintly.
Do you not know, or do you simply refuse to tell me? Would you dare provoke war between my shadow organization and the land of Earth?
Yaren pressed Hagane, his gaze unrelenting, as the latter flushed with awkwardness. Flustered, Hagane hastily waved his hands before him.
No, Lord Yaren, it isn't that I withhold Deidara's whereabouts from you. Rather,
Hagane's face darkened with discomfort.
Over 2 years ago, Deidara was banished from our village by the Tsuchikage himself, for reckless use of clay explosives and acts of terror within the village. As for where he is now, I truly do not know.
Hagane explained urgently, his heart heavy with bitter resignation. Yaren's question had been simple, a mere inquiry into one man's location, yet fate had led him straight to Deidara's trail. This placed Hagane in an excruciating dilemma.
Oh, is that so?
Yaren paused slightly, recalling Deidara's known life path with quiet precision. Deidara had been expelled from the village around age 9, thereafter devoting himself to missions of annihilation, until approximately 2 years ago. That would place the current year around Konoha year 55, when in the land of Earth he encountered Uchiha Itachi and was coerced into joining the Akatsuki. Thus, with Itachi now serving under Yaren, Deidara must be nearing 11.5 years old. Though his precise location remained unknown, one truth stood unequivocal: Deidara still lingered somewhere within the borders of the land of Earth.
Very well.
Under Hagane and Kuratsuchi's tense scrutiny, Yaren gave a slow, deliberate nod.
Since you genuinely do not know where Deidara has gone, so be it. My organization's members and I have just concluded a training exercise, and now we seek lodging within your land of Earth. How fortuitous that you arrived just now. Lead the way. Find us a quiet, secluded place. Understood.
Without hesitation, Hagane readily accepted Yaren's request. After all, the earlier threats of war and demands for Deidara's whereabouts were matters far beyond his authority to resolve. Now presented with a comparatively simple task, he welcomed it with relief, immediately directing his shinobi to flank Yaren's entourage on both sides. He himself walked beside Yaren, accompanied by his daughter Kuratsuchi.
Hey.
Smiling faintly, Hagane glanced at Yaren, dressed in stark white martial robes radiating quiet, unassailable authority.
Lord Yaren, did you come all the way to the land of Earth specifically to seek Deidara?
Though inwardly trembling at Yaren's presence, and terrified of provoking him. As a shinobi of Kumogakure, it was his duty to discern the intent of any outsider who entered their nation and village uninvited.
Yes.
Yaren offered no pretense, smiling faintly at Hagane beside him.
I did not come merely to find Deidara. I intend to recruit him into my shadow organization. Thus, for the foreseeable future.
Yaren cast his gaze across the vast sun-baked expanse of the land of Earth.
I shall reside here until Deidara is found.
Hagane remained outwardly composed, but within alarm bells blared. News of Yaren's recent actions in Kumogakure had already reached Iwagakure. Combined with what Hagane had witnessed firsthand, the rumors circulating across the shinobi world proved strikingly accurate. Wherever this man walked, a Kage fell. Wherever he passed, a Jinchuriki vanished.
This. Understood.
Reluctantly Hagane nodded, pledging to assist Yaren to the fullest extent possible in locating Deidara.
You? Are you truly Yaren?
As Hagane spoke, a voice broke in from the side. Kuratsuchi, clad in a bold crimson bodysuit, one arm bare, her long legs swaying with effortless grace, blinked her almond-shaped eyes curiously at Yaren.
Oh no!
A cold sweat broke out along Hagane's temples, his pulse quickening sharply. Her expression left no doubt. She was captivated, intensely intrigued, by this formidable youthful sovereign. If Yaren succeeded in recruiting her too.
Yes, I am Yaren. And you must be Kuratsuchi.
Yaren smiled gently at the tall white-eyed beauty beside him.
I've long heard of the land of Earth's prodigious apprentice, the Tsuchikage's own student, whose natural elegance and poise radiate irresistible allure. To meet you today confirms every word. Ah.
Kuratsuchi froze. She'd grown up among boys, never once praised for her beauty. The most she'd ever received were cheers during sparring, shouts of
brilliant
or
tough one.
Such refined admiration. This was her first.
You truly think I'm beautiful? Of course.
Yaren smiled again, warm and assured.
Among all kunoichi I've encountered, your beauty ranks among the top 5. Ah.
Her cheeks flared crimson, her bashful blush drawing a sharp frown from Hagane nearby. Yaren smiled faintly, then silently to himself added without trace of irony.
Though admittedly I've met very few kunoichi. Hee. Brother Yaren, if you say I'm beautiful, may I join your shadow organization like these elder sisters? Oh.
Yaren paused, gazing at Kuratsuchi's hopeful expression and Hagane's stunned disbelief.
Why? What reason do you have for wishing to join my shadow organization? Huh?
Kuratsuchi grinned. Her eyes, bold-spirited, glowed with the unmistakable fire of raw ambition.
Brother Yaren's strength is undeniable, and the might of your shadow organization equally legendary. Within its ranks dwell countless peerless shinobi. My reason is simple. I wish to grow stronger.
At this her voice softened, her cheeks flushing faintly once more.
Of course. It also has something to do with you, Brother Yaren.
Oh. Yaren looked at the slightly shy Haito and smiled playfully as he asked. Haito was taken aback, his face turning even redder.
Of course. Of course, it's because Brother Yaren is powerful. If I join the organization Shadow that you established, I can learn something from you and make rapid progress.
So.
That's why I want to follow you. Good.
Yaren nodded and smiled gently at Haito. At such a young age you are already a chunin, and you should be skilled in lava release right. Since you have such potential and strength, I will reluctantly let you join our shadow organization. How about I assign you to Kiriba's team? Are you willing?
Really? Really?
Haito looked at Yaren, and the friendly Karabi from Team 1 beside him, his eyes widening, as he confirmed with Yaren, his cheeks flushed. Yaren smiled and nodded slightly.
Can I deceive you? If you are willing, you can start participating in our daily trials tomorrow.
Of course.
Haito replied, happily looking forward to the trial mentioned by Yaren.
When the others saw Haito's eager expression regarding the trial, they exchanged glances, and simultaneously cast worried looks at him. The little girl is still too naive, and doesn't understand Yaren's methods. Suddenly Huang Tu, who had been listening to his daughter and Yaren's conversation, spoke up. Lord Yaren, may I ask if you have officially agreed to let my daughter join the shadow organization you founded? Yaren looked at Huang Tu and nodded.
Yes, do you have a problem?
Huang Tu's face showed a hint of sweat. I don't have any major objections. After all, this is my daughter's own choice.
It's good for her to want to train herself, but what? Yiren's eyes grew slightly cold. But my agreement does not count. All ninjas are here to protect the land of Earth and the Hidden Rock Village and must strictly obey the orders of the Tsuchikage. If Lord Yiren wants Hyūga to join your organization, you will need the consent of Lord Tsuchikage. Oh. Yiren smiled slightly at Huang Tu. Are you saying that I need Lord Inoki's approval to take Hyūga into my organization? Are you threatening me? No. Huang Tu shook his head. Lord Yiren as a person from Konoha does not understand the current situation of our Hidden Rock Village. Huang Tu spoke bitterness evident in his tone. In recent years Hidden Rock Village has seen a decline in talent, and even the Deidara you mentioned was expelled from the village for his penchant for terrorist attacks. If Lord Yiren insists on taking Hyūga away, Huang Tu's expression turned resolute. Then the strength of the new generation in Hidden Rock Village will be greatly weakened. So if you insist on taking Hyūga, you will need to consult with our Tsuchikage. Looking at Huang Tu, who had provided a reasoned explanation, Yiren pondered with his chin in hand. Fine. Since you make a valid point, I won't make it difficult for you. If Hyūga needs Lord Inoki's consent to join my organization, then take me to your Hidden Rock Village. I will speak with Lord Inoki in person. Yiren's heart stirred, generating a new thought. By the way, I have something to discuss with Lord Inoki as well. Ah. Huang Tu was taken aback. Lord Yiren wants to meet our Tsuchikage now. Of course. Yiren rolled his eyes at Huang Tu. Hurry and lead the way. Hidden Rock Village is surrounded by rocky mountains boasting strong defenses that make it difficult for enemies to invade. However, the same terrain makes it relatively challenging for them to communicate with the outside world. Because of this topography, the land of Earth has developed more steadily than other countries over the past few decades. This can be seen from the time Lord Inoki has been in power. Up ahead is Hidden Rock Village. The tallest structure in the center is a giant tower with the character Earth on it, which is the Tsuchikage's office. Lord Inoki should be in there now. Lord Yiren, please wait here while I go in to announce your arrival. All right. Yiren nodded and stood patiently under the massive building. Time passed second by second. Half an hour later, Huang Tu slowly walked out from the giant building, sidling up to Yiren with a gesture of invitation. Lord Yiren, Lord Inoki requests your presence. Good. Yiren nodded and turned to smile at Shui and the others behind him. I will go up to meet Lord Inoki. You all wait for me down here. I will signal you if anything happens. Don't worry. All right. Shui nodded indifferently, and everyone beside him had a calm demeanor, as if Yiren meeting Lord Inoki was not a big deal. This left Hyūga standing aside, feeling a bit puzzled. Aren't you worried about the leader? After all, he is going alone into the Tsuchikage's office, where there are many powerful experts. Shui slightly tilted his head to look at the little girl Hyūga, and said with a smile, Experts abound. Do you want to bet with me that our Tsuchikage will fly out from several floors up in a bit? Fly out. Hyūga looked incredulous. How is that possible? Our Tsuchikage is the strongest of all generations, and if it's just a conversation, there shouldn't be any fighting, right? Hey. Shui smiled slightly, exchanging glances with his teammates, who also bore mysterious smiles, then fell silent. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Karabi and Tobarama recalled Yiren's previous actions in the cloud-hidden village, taking a few steps back. Huh? Hyūga was startled. Why are you stepping back? Karabi smiled slightly and began to rap. I'm afraid they might get too rough in a fight and accidentally harm us down here. Hey, why afraid of collateral damage? Hyūga paused, then nodded thoughtfully. Speaking of which, Lord Tsuchikage's dust release is quite terrifying, so it's reasonable for you to step back. I should step back a bit too. As everyone took a few steps back, Yiren followed Huang Tu up the steps to the Tsuchikage's office, where he met the great Inoki. Are you Yiren?
Onoki asked, his eyes sparkling with intensity.
Hey, are you the great Onoki?
Yaren rolled his eyes at Onoki. How pretentious, trying to leverage his age. If you give me this attitude, I will respond in kind. Not only will I respond, but I will also add more fuel to the fire.
What about that man with a bad back?
Onoki was taken aback.
If you speak like this, it seems a bit inappropriate considering I am the Tsuchikage of Kumogakure. Your disrespect towards me implies a lack of respect for the village itself, doesn't it? Oh.
Yaren smiled slightly.
Speaking of disrespect, your previous statement suggested that just because you are an elder you look down on me. In other words, your lack of respect for me also reflects your disdain for my organization, the Shadow.
Onoki originally had a simple intention to assert dominance over Yaren, who had just arrived in the land of Earth, but unexpectedly, he was outmaneuvered by Yaren. For if the Shadow organization of Yaren was mentioned, it had become well known during this time. Many young ninjas from the 5 great nations sought to find Yaren, the leader, to join it. At this moment, Yaren's words directly pinned the Tsuchikage down, leaving him speechless, unable to express his anger.
That's not the case,
Onoki said with a somewhat humiliating look at Yaren, who wore an amused smile, shaking his head gently.
Since you Lord Yaren come from Konoha, then Konoha has a very friendly relationship with our Kumogakure. Therefore, we in Kumogakure hold Konoha and Lord Yaren in high regard. Oh!
Yaren nodded and plopped down on the sofa opposite Onoki.
Since it's a friendly relationship, then this matter will be easy to handle.
Onoki was taken aback, looking at Yaren with a hint of confusion.
Matter? What matter? It's like this.
Yaren sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and smiled at the Tsuchikage, who was sitting behind the desk, seeming a bit shorter.
Today you sent Huang Tu and his daughter Hei Tu to the border to scout for news about me. And it was during that time.
Yaren smiled slightly.
I took a liking to Hei Tu's talents and potential for growth. So I wanted to inform you that Hei Tu has joined our Shadow organization.
What? Onoki's eyes widened, staring intently at Yaren.
Hei Tu is my apprentice. How could you make her join your organization just like that? I don't agree. Oh.
Yaren looked at the Tsuchikage, shrugging.
Looks like there's nothing to discuss then. It's not that there's nothing to discuss, but Hei Tu absolutely cannot be handed over to you or join your organization.
Drops of cold sweat trickled down Onoki's forehead.
I hope Lord Yaren can understand. Hee.
Yaren looked at Onoki, who had slightly furrowed his brows behind the desk, and sneered coldly.
What if I don't understand? What if I insist on Hei Tu joining my Shadow organization? What will you do then? Huh?
Onoki was momentarily stunned, and slowly straightened up, taking a deep breath, as he looked at Yaren with a cold smile.
If Lord Yaren insists on pressuring me, then don't blame me for using all my strength to ensure you leave behind something. Oh!
Yaren smiled slightly at Onoki.
Leave behind something. To be honest, you won't even be able to keep a single piece of my clothing. Clang!
A cold gleam flashed in Yaren's eyes, as he spoke, reaching for the First Generation Konoha blade at his waist, and slowly drawing it. He then said to the tense Onoki,
There's no point in talking, let's settle this with our fists. I prefer to reason things out with my strength. Humph. You'll regret this. Huh?
With no room left for negotiation, Onoki began to float slowly from his seat, looking at Yaren with a serious expression.
Dust release. Original world separation technique. Z.
A white transparent cube began to form as Onoki pulled his hands apart, and then it was hurled directly down upon Yaren's head.
Die. Humph.
Yaren coldly sneered.
Decomposing an object into its atomic state sounds frightening, but it's nothing but a facade. Yama Path.
The armed color of Hyūga gathered on Yaren's right hand, and under his control, it began to undergo a transformation. Strands of purple Hyūga began to appear, dyeing the black blade Onato in a deep purple hue.
One sword style. boil the mountains and cook the seas. Swish.
In the moment that Onoki's original world separation technique was thrown at Yaren, he swiftly slashed with the purple Onato above his head. Then,
clang!
In the blink of an eye, he sheathed his sword again.
Are you trying to make a joke?
Onoki watched as Yaren unsheathed his sword in an instant, and then sheathed it just as quickly, although the movement was extremely fast, to be honest. Onoki didn't feel the power of that slash at all.
A pretender!
Onoki sneered at Yaren, who was about to perish under his original world separation technique. Suddenly, just as Yaren swung his sword, a small white light point appeared at the tip of the blade. Then this small light point erupted with a stunning power, instantly evaporating Onoki's original world separation technique into thin air as the light spread. Moreover, not only that, but this expanding light, seemingly endless in its growth, crossed over the desk and surged directly toward Onoki behind it.
What? What is that thing?
Onoki exclaimed, quickly bringing his palms together as he concentrated all his chakra.
Dust release. Original world separation technique.
As the white cube was just pulled apart by Onoki, the intense white light engulfed him, and he hesitated no longer. He instantly pulled the transparent cube and dove into it.
Heh!
Nightblade looked at Onoki's actions with disdain, thinking that while Onoki's original realm separation technique could reduce everything to an atomic state, then his moves steaming mountains and boiling seas could reduce everything to a quark state. This was simply not on the same level. How could Onoki withstand it?
Boom!
As expected, when Onoki used his original realm glass to encase himself, he could indeed resist for a moment, but after a few moments Onoki suddenly felt something was off. It seemed his original realm separation technique couldn't withstand Nightblade's strike. Onoki's body involuntarily retreated. As he stepped back, he was secretly astonished. He had originally thought that the dangers of Nightblade were merely exaggerations by others, and that the leaders of Konoha and Kumogakure were just trying to save face for their villages. However, only when Onoki truly faced Nightblade did he realize Nightblade's strength had indeed surpassed his imagination.
Who?
The elder Onoki struggled to maintain his original realm separation technique against Nightblade's strike while slowly retreating. It wasn't that he could evade this move by retreating, but rather, Onoki simply couldn't hold on. He could only defend against Nightblade's sword while continuously stepping back.
Hey!
Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, Nightblade smiled slightly and pointed behind Onoki, saying,
Still retreating. If you keep backing away, you'll fly out of this 10-storied Suchikage office. Although you can fly, it wouldn't be a big deal, but being knocked out of the Suchikage's office would be quite embarrassing.
Onoki.
It's just a sword strike. I refuse to believe Onoki can't withstand it. Dust release. Micro-limit separation technique. Boom!
The transparent small cube in Onoki's hand suddenly expanded after he spoke, and in an instant the situation was reversed. The sword strike from Nightblade was directly shattered by Onoki's micro-limit separation technique.
Who?
Onoki, drenched in cold sweat, looked at Nightblade, who was sitting on the sofa, with a slight smile, and sighed softly.
Finally managed to block it. Clap.
Nightblade smiled slightly, and began to clap in front of Onoki, speaking to him in a strange tone.
Not bad. Your strength is indeed impressive. Although you're old and on the verge of the grave, you still have some skill.
Onoki floated slowly in the air, looking at Nightblade with a grin.
I am the Suchikage of Kumogakure. Do you think my title is just for show?
Nightblade shook his head, looking at Onoki with a strange smile.
I don't know if your title is just for show, but do you think blocking my sword means everything is fine now?
Nightblade raised his right hand again, lifting the purple onicho that was embedded in the ground, and smiled slightly at the pale-faced Onoki.
You think too much. One sword style. No. Wait.
Inoki's expression suddenly collapsed and his mouth involuntarily twitched, although he had just used all his strength to block Nightblade's strike that had taken everything he had. On the surface Inoki seemed to be fine, but the hands he had hidden behind him were shaking uncontrollably. Wait! Nightblade paid no attention to the terrified Inoki, and the first generation Oni Cho wrapped in the aura of Yama was similarly swung out. Swish! Steaming mountains and boiling seas. Ah! Inoki watched as a ray of light identical to the previous one condensed above Nightblade's head, and then rapidly rushed towards him, engulfing him in despair. Dust release? Enduring the pain in his body, Inoki once again attempted his bloodline limit. Original realm separation technique. Useless. Nightblade stood with his arms crossed, smiling slightly. The faintly glowing purple Yama aura instantly dissipated as he confidently sheathed the Oni Cho. You could barely withstand that last strike, this one. You should just roll out. But in the instant Nightblade's words fell, the original realm separation technique and Inoki's hands rapidly dimmed and his expression changed. He decisively chose to retreat, directly exiting the Tsuchikage office, floating in the air outside the office. Don't say any more, our Tsuchikage is very powerful. Kuratsuchi looked at the distant members of the Akatsuki organization behind him, frowning as he spoke. Although I admit that the leader is also very strong, that doesn't mean the leader can easily knock our Tsuchikage out of the Tsuchikage office. Boom! Just as Kuratsuchi finished speaking, a small figure broke through the wall of the 10-story building and flew out. So soon? Shizuka was slightly taken aback, then looked up at the ceiling. This. Itachi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Killer Bee beside him. It came a few minutes earlier than we expected. Does this mean the leader's temper is getting worse? Killer Bee was taken aback, then his mouth twitched. No way. How long has it been? The leader's temper shouldn't change this quickly, right? Who knows? But? Killer Bee smiled slightly at Kuratsuchi, who was staring blankly at the sky. Did you see that? That's your Tsuchikage, your master, being pummeled out of the Tsuchikage office by our leader. I wasn't lying to you, was I? This. Kuratsuchi opened his mouth, then slowly turned his gaze back to Killer Bee, struggling to say. Our Tsuchikage can fly. He just flew out of the Tsuchikage office. What's so significant about that? Oh! A voice of confusion came from above the 10-story building. No worries. Being able to fly isn't a concern. He'll take him down. Tsuchikage. No sword style. Yellow dragons roar. Roar! Nightblade's right hand transformed into a shimmering metallic purple in the eyes of everyone, who could hardly believe it, and he jumped directly out of the Tsuchikage office. He aimed a punch downwards at the astonished Inoki. Boom! The Nightblade's right fist, empowered by the armament of Yama, struck the air above Oyumuki with terrifying force. With a swift friction against the air, a surge of energy formed a massive dragon head entirely clad in golden hues. Howling, it plunged downward towards the astonished Oyumuki. There's no way out. A shadow flickered in Oyumuki's eyes. At this moment, he had already used the original realm severance technique twice, and the even more powerful chakra-consuming limitation severance technique. The burden on his body had reached its limit, but if he did not block this punch, he might very well die at the hands of Nightblade. Huh? He let out a soft breath. Only now did Oyumuki realize what kind of person Nightblade truly was. A chaotic force that played by no rules. Yet at this moment no one was capable of defeating him. Earth release. Earth-style rock technique. Boom! As Oyumuki rapidly lowered his altitude, he quickly formed hand seals in midair, summoning a gigantic rock creature from beneath the ground to shield himself. Boom! The massive golden dragon charged directly at the newly summoned rock creature. To Oyumuki's disbelief, the enormous rock giant was instantly shattered by the golden dragon. Crack! Oyumuki, just landing, watched as the rock giant protecting him crumbled, his eyes widening in shock. This. Did it not even last a second? How terrifying is this man's punch? Roar! just as Oyumuki lamented the strength of Nightblade the Golden Dragon having crushed the rock giant lunged toward him.
It's over. It didn't even have the slightest impact.
Oyumuki couldn't believe that his rock creature not only failed to withstand Nightblade's punch, but even after breaching his defense the punch's force remained undiminished. It charged forward again, slamming down upon him. Oyumuki's eyes widened, and in that fleeting moment, he gritted his teeth, expending the last ounce of strength, and quickly formed hand seals.
Earth release. Arm of rock. Roar.
The Golden Dragon struck down, sending a tremor throughout the entire rock-hidden village radiating from the Earth Shadow office.
Boom. Earth release. Earth flow wall.
Black Earth and Yellow Earth startled quickly formed hand seals, and with a stomp 2 massive sturdy walls instantly rose from the ground. Tightly interlocking they blocked the rampaging wind, sand, and debris.
This.
Yellow Earth felt the immense impact of the blow. His face turned pale.
Is Lord Earth Shadow. Okay.
Shizumi and the members of the Shadow organization behind the Earth Flow wall seemed unfazed by such events, beginning to chatter among themselves.
How many ribs do you think the Earth Shadow will break?
Mizuki Shion, enjoying the spectacle, asked the wooden man beside her. After some deep contemplation, the wooden man held up 3 fingers.
Probably 3. After all, the Earth Shadow still has some means of survival. No.
Shizumi's eyes had transformed into the 3-mo Sharingan, glowing faintly crimson amidst the swirling dust.
The Earth Shadow is not at the center of that punch's force. He has vanished without a trace. What?
Shiyen was taken aback, looking at Shizumi.
Vanished? Did you see how he disappeared?
Shizumi shook his head.
No. Could it be?
Zion's eyes darted towards Black Earth and Yellow Earth.
Hey. Have you guys Earth Shadow learned the body flicker technique without us noticing?
Black Earth and Yellow Earth exchanged a bitter glance, knowing their own affairs. Their Earth Shadow was not capable of any body flicker technique.
All right. It seems not.
Shiyen could tell from the expressions on Black Earth and Yellow Earth's faces. Aside from flying in the sky, the Earth Shadow had absolutely no body flicker technique. So,
where did the Earth Shadow go? Could he have evaporated? Hee. Right here with me.
Suddenly, as everyone was searching for where the Earth Shadow had gone, on the roof of a gray-brown building a figure was smiling lightly, holding the embarrassed Earth Shadow.
I saved him at the last moment,
Nightblade said, as he jumped down from the building, still holding the embarrassed Earth Shadow, like a chick approaching the crowd.
Thud!
Nightblade's hand suddenly loosened, and the sulking Earth Shadow fell to the ground. Earth Shadow.
Nightblade, I have no strength left in me. Can't you take care of the elderly? Throwing such a venerable elder on the ground, doesn't your conscience hurt?
Oh! Nightblade nodded at the Earth Shadow.
Indeed it doesn't. Lord Earth Shadow, let me help you up.
Black Earth rushed over to assist the Earth Shadow as soon as he saw him fall. This act immediately lifted the Earth Shadow's spirits slightly.
Ah, my disciple Black Earth is the best, truly considerate. By the way,
as he said this, the Earth Shadow rubbed his lower back and turned to Black Earth, who was supporting him.
I heard that Leader Nightblade wants to recruit you into the Shadow organization. What do you think?
The Earth Shadow waved his hand.
I already told Leader Nightblade that if you're willing, just go ahead.
Nightblade rolled his eyes.
You were beaten into submission.
The Earth Shadow rolled his eyes at Nightblade, exasperated.
You've beaten me, and now I can't even say a word. Not giving me a venerable elder any phase. Fine.
Nightblade scratched his head and said to the Earth Shadow,
That's not important, just hurry and ask if your precious disciple is willing to join my Shadow organization.
Humph. The Earth Shadow smiled slightly, looking at Nightblade confidently.
Impossible, my disciple would never leave the village.
As he spoke, the Earth Shadow pointed his chin at Black Earth.
Isn't that right, Black Earth?
Black Earth smiled awkwardly at the Earth Shadow, and under the increasingly stiff expression of the Earth Shadow firmly stated,
I want to join the shadow organization of Leader Night Blade.
What? Dayimu looked at his proud disciple Heitu beside him with disbelief trembling as he asked again.
What did you just say?
Can you repeat that? Heitu, noticing the odd expression on Dayimu's face, began to sweat nervously, but he glanced at Yaren, who was smiling and encouraging him. He firmly said once again,
I want to join the shadow organization led by Yaren.
Who? Dayimu let out a heavy breath, his entire being sagging like a deflated balloon as he lowered his head.
Why?
Heitu, you are my most prized disciple. Why are you telling me that you want to leave the village with an outsider now? Is it that I, the Earth Shadow, have truly failed too much? Heitu was taken aback, then scratched his head awkwardly, looking at the Earth Shadow. Lord Earth Shadow, why would you think that? I respect you greatly, and love the village deeply, but I still want to go to a larger stage, learn more powerful skills, and have a grander ideal, so please do not stop me, Lord Earth Shadow.
Is that so?
A glimmer of hope suddenly returned to the eyes of the Earth Shadow, who had a nose like a wine sack. If it's about learning skills, I can teach you. You can even try to learn my bloodline elimination. Heitu was taken aback, and under the expectant gaze of the Earth Shadow he slightly shook his head. This? No way. Why? The Earth Shadow didn't understand. For his disciple Heitu, he was willing to dedicate all he had learned, even attempting to have Heitu master his bloodline elimination. Yet Heitu remained unmoved. Was he really going to follow Yaren? Oh well, it's because I feel that Yaren's abilities are stronger. Dayimu's expression darkened. Heitu, who had just spoken, was also stunned, and then nervously looked at Dayimu to explain again. I didn't mean to say you were incapable, I meant that Yaren is a bit stronger. No, that's not right. I mean you are just slightly weaker. Heitu covered his mouth. That's not right. Anyway, I just think that following Yaren will allow me to learn more and grow faster. After saying these words, Heitu simply stopped trying to sidestep the issue, sighed deeply, and addressed Dayimu beside him. Sigh. Although the comfortable environment in the village is very safe, it does not benefit my growth and strength. I believe that if I follow Lord Yaren into the outside world, my abilities can improve more rapidly. So is that the reason? A bitter smile flashed across Dayimu's face. All right. Finally Dayimu nodded in agreement, allowing Heitu to join Yaren's shadow organization. Because Dayimu understood his disciple once, she had set her mind on something it would not change. If he forcibly tried to keep Heitu here, it would only backfire. Did you agree? Heitu was slightly stunned, and then looked at his teacher with surprise. Dayimu nodded with his eyes closed. I agree. But? Dayimu looked at Yaren beside Heitu with eyes shining with fervor. Leader Yaren, please take good care of my disciple, otherwise. What will happen otherwise? Yaren smirked playfully. Are you going to jump up and hit my knee? Then get pierced through by my sword? Dayimu, you can talk about how I was defeated by you. In this matter I concede, but please do not mention my height. Oh, if I say you are short, will you get angry? What will you do then? Do you want to hurry up and jump to hit my knee? Ha ha ha. Yaren's continuous taunts made it clear to everyone what he meant, and they all burst into laughter beside the two. Even Heitu, who looked bitter, couldn't help but laugh. Giggling. All right. I won't talk to this sword-wielding brute anymore. I'm going up. As long as you don't do anything excessive in the land of Earth, feel free to do as you wish. Don't bother me unless it's something important. Yes, yes. Heitu nodded vigorously, waving goodbye to Dayimu, who was turning to leave. Finally fulfilling his wish to join Yaren's shadow organization, Heitu's round eyes turned into crescent moons. All right. Yaren smiled slightly at the 7 people before him. He, Shirzue, Itachi, and Shien formed the first team. Now with Heitu's addition, the second team was also successfully formed, led by class leader Kurabi, with team members Samui, Yuki, and Heitu. Kurabi coordinated both offense and defense. Samui served as the brains of the team. Yuki was the spear of attack, and the newly joined Heitu was the shield of his team. Now that both teams of our organization have been formed, we have yet to achieve one of the purposes for coming to the land of Earth. Shirzue was slightly taken aback. Wasn't the original goal of the leader this time Heitu? Why is there another goal? Another goal? Itachi asked directly. Yes. Yaren smiled slightly at everyone. Do you remember the person I said I wanted to find in the land of Earth? That person is a member of the third team. His character is eccentric. Although he can't become a team leader, he can serve as a member of that group. Oh, are we going to form our third team? Shirzue said excitedly. This is incredible. And Shirzue looked around at everyone. All these members are extremely powerful. I wonder how many strong companions we will encounter. Heitu's eyes turned slightly. She remembered the first time she met Yaren at the border, when Yaren asked that question, and she immediately spoke up. Is the person you mentioned leader Deidara? My senior brother? Yes. After confirming that the person was indeed Deidara, Heitu's expression became somewhat sorrowful. But senior brother Deidara has been missing for 2 years. In such a vast ninja world, where are we supposed to search? Hee. Yaren smiled confidently at everyone. No need to search. He will surely come to us on his own. Coming to us willingly. Heitu looked at the utterly confident expression on Yaren's face, and asked perplexed. Why would that be, leader? Even I, his junior disciple, don't understand Deidara. How can you be certain he will seek you out of his own accord? Heh. Yaren smiled faintly at Heitu, who looked puzzled. It's simple. Although I've never met this Deidara, intelligence suggests he is extremely arrogant, deeply confident in his art and his power. Now, first point, I have already fully demonstrated my strength in the Hidden Rock Village. Then, Yaren flashed a subtle smile. That leaves only the second point. If I present a unique perspective on art that differs from his, then driven by that, Deidara will surely want to find me, to prove to me the true art in his heart. What you say makes sense, leader, but what method should we use? But how do we achieve that? Yaren smiled gently at Heitu. If anyone should know, it's you. Have you forgotten what Deidara loves most? What is the art he takes such pride in? His. Heitu drew a sharp breath, instantly sinking into thought. Then, after a mere few seconds, her eyes lit up, and she looked up at Yaren, exclaiming loudly. Leader, you mean the art of clay bomb explosions? Exactly. Yaren nodded. Deidara's greatest pride and joy is the art manifested by the explosion of the various clay bombs he creates. So, Yaren smiled, if I spread a certain rumor, barring any accidents, within a few days Deidara will surely come to the Hidden Rock Village to find me. Over the next few days, help me spread a single statement throughout the land of Earth. The next morning, a phrase radiated rapidly from the Hidden Rock Village, spreading across the entire land of Earth. At that very moment, a young man with golden hair was having breakfast at a small eatery in the land of Earth. The conversation at a nearby table caught his ear. Hey, have you heard? What? A Hidden Rock ninja spoke to another. Well, what else? Remember that ninja named Deidara, who was banished from the village by the Tsuchikage 2 years ago? TCH. Hearing the mention of his exile from the village, the golden-haired youth's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. Sigh. He let out a soft sigh, audible only to himself. Under the table, his hand slowly shaped a small centipede from white clay. They're talking about me again. An endless topic, it seems. I have no choice but to kill you both. Of course I remember. What about it? Hey, you asked me what about it. Your news is utterly outdated. The ninja who had first brought up the topic reached out and patted his companion's shoulder, speaking with a teasing grin. Been daydreaming about women lately, have you? Ha ha ha. Cut it out. If you have something to say, just tell me. My patience isn't limitless. The other ninja, his nerves struck, grew flustered and blurted out urgently to his companion.
All right, he'll stop teasing you.
The other patted his shoulder.
He'll tell you, a few days ago, Yaren, the leader of the newly formed shadow organization, came to our hidden rock village with his members.
Huh?
What did he come to our village for?
The other ninja was surprised.
What for?
The well-informed ninja smirked.
Apparently he came to recruit people. Word is he even took the Tsuchikage's disciple Heitu into his shadow organization.
What?
There's such a thing. Then, what does any of this have to do with Deidara, whom you mentioned earlier?
Hearing his name brought up again, Deidara paused the hand seal he had been forming beneath the table.
Aw, that's the thing, haha. I heard that when someone mentioned Deidara's name in front of Yaren, the leader of the shadow organization, just sneered dismissively. He said, what is Deidara? Nothing. That disgusting clay he needs. That's supposed to be art. Even if Deidara knelt before me and begged, I wouldn't let him join my organization. Ha ha ha.
The other ninja burst into laughter.
That's just too harsh. The kid who pulled off a terrorist attack 2 years ago got mocked by this Yaren. How satisfying. Ha ha. Hey.
Deidara, who had been eating nearby, suddenly rolled his neck and stood up. Turning to the two ninjas at the next table, he asked with a smile.
Excuse me, could you tell me where this Yaren is now? Would you be so kind as to inform me?
Because Deidara wore a bamboo hat revealing only a shock of golden hair, the two ninjas did not immediately recognize him. Instead, they smiled and said,
Oh, little brother, you want to see the esteemed leader Yaren in person too? Heh. Then you've come to the right person. I actually know where leader Yaren is right now. Oh.
Deidara smiled.
Then tell me his exact location. I really do want to see the demeanor of such a man.
The ninja smiled amicably.
He'll tell you. Right now, leader Yaren is in the hidden rock village, lodging at the residence arranged by the Tsuchikage. He probably won't leave the village anytime soon, so if you want to see him, you'd better go now. Heh. Thanks.
Deidara turned, making as if to leave. The ninja waved a hand.
No need to thank me. Anyone you ask could tell you. That's not the same.
Deidara smiled.
I still need to thank you. Explosion.
Boom. As Deidara's voice fell, a brilliant fire burst forth from the two ninjas seated at the table. In the midst of the two ninjas' panicked expressions, a massive explosion engulfed both of them and the entire shop.
Humph.
Deidara had already crafted a giant bird of explosive clay. At this moment, he was sitting on the back of the giant bird, watching the enormous explosion below. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Art is an explosion. Nightblade, you dare to say my art is a pile of dog shit? Are you ready to be blown to pieces?
A gust of wind swept through, rustling Deidara's clothes as the massive white bird soared rapidly into the sky. Looking in the direction, it was undoubtedly a Kumogakure. Just as Deidara hurried towards a Kumogakure, Nightblade arrived at a rocky plain with the entire Akatsuki organization and the newly joined Kuratsuchi. Aligning everyone in a row, Nightblade addressed them.
Before Kuratsuchi joined our organization, I had you undergo many trials.
Nightblade chuckled.
Of course, you never succeeded in any of those trials.
At this, Shursui and Killer Bee's faces flushed with embarrassment.
Well, it's because we didn't coordinate well.
Killer Bee shrugged.
Of course, Nightblade, your trials are always so peculiar.
What? Hearing Killer Bee's complaint, Nightblade mockingly placed a finger in his ear and smiled at him.
Is my trial really that strange? Is it because of the strangeness that you all failed?
Nightblade rolled his eyes at the lined-up members of Akatsuki and scolded them mercilessly.
It's because each of you is too proud. Although you all agreed on tactics before the battle, however,
a cold glint flashed in Nightblade's eyes.
Once it comes time to actually fight, you instinctively showcase your own strengths and rarely consider teamwork.
As Nightblade spoke, everyone lowered their heads and pondered seriously. Nightblade was right. Everyone present as members of Akatsuki were capable ninjas, who could execute missions independently. They all had their own set of principles and methods. Just like before, Shursui had also discussed methods and strategies with his teammates before entering the national border, although it seemed that the overall result was that Hyūga had charged in. But now reflecting on it, it truly was as Nightblade said. They had agreed on strategies, but issues arose in the details during execution. Itachi was focused on influencing Nightblade with Jinjutsu, while Shursui was preoccupied with ensuring his body flicker technique wouldn't be easily countered by Nightblade. Meanwhile, Hyūga was wondering to what extent her Aido had reached, and whether Nightblade would acknowledge it. That was all. Killer Bee's team was even further behind. They wanted to ride on Shijui's coattails without any coordination.
Yes!
After realizing all this, Shursui slowly lowered his head and sighed in frustration.
We indeed overlooked teamwork because of our overconfidence in our abilities.
Killer Bee nodded, cold sweat on his face.
We truly didn't consider coordination. It was a bit short-sighted, but fortunately Leader Nightblade is here to guide us. We found a way to correct it. Hey,
Nightblade smiled and nodded as he saw the core members from both teams understanding this point.
It seems you all have understood your issues, so.
Nightblade pointed at Kuratsuchi, who stood on Killer Bee's side, and smiled slightly.
Now that both your teams are assembled, we will conduct a trial today as usual. Oh, Shursui instantly became interested.
Last time we crossed the national border, this time is to break out of the national border, right? Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone laughed at Shijui's joke before departure, but their gazes towards Nightblade were filled with anticipation, waiting for him to reveal the details of this trial.
Ahem.
Nightblade looked at the laughing crowd, a playful smile flashing across his face, as he cleared his throat gently.
This time, we will have an escort mission trial. What? An escort mission? Who are we escorting?
Immediately as Nightblade announced the content of this trial, everyone widened their eyes in surprise, staring at him. However, Shursui and Itachi, who were proficient in escort missions, exchanged smiles. If it was a trial mission, they could indeed hone their skills.
The person we are escorting is me, but...
Nightblade smiled slightly, taking in the astonished expressions of everyone after hearing his first half of the sentence, and continued with a twist.
The one to assassinate is also me.
Everyone suddenly froze, looking at Nightblade with confusion.
What do you mean, leader? We are escorting you, and you also want to assassinate yourself. Yes.
Nightblade smiled at everyone, and then continued.
But the difference is the person you are escorting is a fake me. I will sit in a palanquin and use clay to create a fake version of myself to place inside. You will escort it all the way. And I...
Nightblade looked at everyone with a sly smile.
We'll take the opportunity to create chaos along your escort route and launch an assassination. Then...
Shursui frowned at Nightblade, asking the question everyone was eager to know.
Under what circumstances would our mission be considered a failure? Hee.
Nightblade praised Shursui with a smile.
That's a good question. So under what circumstances would your mission be considered a failure? That would be...
Nightblade smiled coldly, speaking to everyone in a harsh tone.
If the area of the clay figure I placed in the palanquin is reduced by more than 30%, then you will fail. In other words...
A cold light emanated from Nightblade's eyes.
Regardless of whether I attack the fake me sitting in the palanquin, even if it is damaged due to resisting ninjutsu or terrain changes leading to destruction from bumps, your mission would also be considered a failure.
Is that so? Upon hearing Yaren's requirements for the task, the strategists Jishui and Samu from both teams stroked their chins, lost in thought. Yaren's request undoubtedly raised the difficulty significantly. On one hand, while they were carrying the sedan chair during the assassination attempt, they must ensure that the fake Yaren inside does not suffer severe jolts that could shatter it. On the other hand, as long as the sedan chair Yaren is in is struck by an assassin's sword. Just one strike. Then without a doubt this trial task would completely fail. Moreover, this time, the assassin is none other than the leader Yaren, which makes the difficulty of this trial higher than all previous ones. Do you have any specific requirements for our route? Yaren glanced at Jishui, approvingly smiling as he spoke. You've hit the nail on the head with that question. For the route, you can use your creativity. As the expectations grew in everyone's eyes, Yaren smiled slightly. In other words, I will only tell you the starting point and the final destination. I won't interfere with what direction you take to reach this goal. As long as you arrive at the destination, that's all that matters. Oh! After hearing Yaren's explanation, Bai let out a long sound of realization. I understand the leader's intention. There are many ways for us to progress. Why? I get it. Yaren smiled slightly, observing how everyone's expressions had subtly changed after Bai's words. Exactly. Just as Bai said. To achieve your goal, you can use any means necessary, employing various methods, but do not forget one principle. In escort missions, the most successful escort is one where no combat occurs. Because as soon as combat breaks out, the person you are protecting may face the risk of death. Understood? Jishu's eyes brightened as he nodded towards Yaren. Then the next steps will be straightforward, leader. Let's arrange the starting point and the destination. All right. Seeing that everyone understood his intention, Yaren nodded and continued. This journey is long, but the range of your actions is also broad. Just escort me directly from Yaren village to the border of Yaren village. You decide which road to take, how to proceed, and how to allocate personnel. It's still up to you. Okay. Understood. The country of Earth is located in the northwest of the 5 major ninja countries in terms of Huaxia. It is naturally akin to the Lust Plateau, the Yodin landform, and deserts. So not to mention, the vast plains are bare and flat, with even plants being rarely seen. Of course, disguising an escort team becomes even more challenging. On this particular day at noon, under the blazing sun, a squad of ninjas dressed uniformly in white martial arts uniforms was swiftly traversing this desert. Jishui. As Bai ran, while carrying the sedan chair, he asked Jishui beside him. With our current speed, how long until we reach the land of rain? Jishui pondered for a moment, then looked into the distance to estimate, frowning, as he replied to Bai. At least 4 more hours. No need to rush. We just need to maintain this speed. In that case, Jishui said with a strange smile, we can proceed with our other arrangements with peace of mind. Bai nodded. This time our cooperation is seamless. We should be able to get through this trial safely, right? I hope so. Jishui frowned, although everything was well prepared. There was still a subtle feeling of unease in his heart. In the blue sky with white clouds, a giant white bird was flying rapidly. If people on the ground looked closely at that moment, they would definitely see a person atop this giant white bird. Deidara with golden hair snorted coldly. Is this Yaren afraid after speaking ill of me? He actually fled toward the border at the crack of dawn. No way. Deidara's face was filled with a fierce expression. No matter where you escape to, I will kill you. Whoosh. As Deidara's anxiety grew, the gigantic white clay bird beneath him also accelerated, rushing swiftly toward the direction of the Akatsuki team. Half an hour later, a vague team of rapidly moving ninjas on the horizon caught Deidara's attention. Deidara directly manipulated the giant bird beneath him, moving quickly toward that team of ninjas. Is that? Deidara narrowed his eyes, looking at the members of the ninja team. His eyes widened in shock. Chino. Recalling what a ninja Deidara had caught in Yaren village had said, Deidara instantly perked up. Since Chino is among this mysterious team, then the members of this team are undoubtedly from the Akatsuki organization. Then, Deidara squinted at the sedan chair being escorted by everyone in the middle. A cruel smile emerged on his face.
You're in there, Yaren. Then come and see just how profound my art truly is. As he muttered to himself, Deidara controlled the enormous clay bird to charge toward the rapidly moving team on the ground. At the same time, he continued to mold something in his hands. A gigantic clay bomb took shape in his hands. C2 Giant Dragon. As he approached this team of ninjas, Deidara's expression turned fierce, and he threw a white giant dragon from his hands down toward Jishui and the others, while shouting loudly, "Go!" Boom! The gigantic clay dragon rapidly expanded in the shocked gazes of Jishui and the others, and under Deidara's control, it directly spewed clay bombs at the team. Not good. Jishui looked at the crazed Deidara in the sky, then at the giant dragon spraying clay bombs toward them, and immediately made a decisive call. Protect the leader. Yes. Including Chi Law, by the members of the Akatsuki organization suddenly stopped with serious expressions, using ninjutsu to attack and defend. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Chino quickly formed hand seals, and erected a curved earth flow wall in front of the lowered sedan chair, to protect Yaren inside. Fire style. Yaren instantly crouched down, assuming an attacking stance toward Deidara in the sky. Cat fire bowl. Boom! The moment Yumirin's words fell, blue ghost flames erupted from her mouth, hurtling toward Deidara in the sky. Humph! Deidara immediately pulled his white clay bird higher, just barely letting 7 or 8 cat fire bowls fly past beneath him. Glancing at the people on the ground, who were glaring at him unwaveringly, Deidara's expression turned slightly grim. Although Deidara had a notorious reputation in the Hidden Rock Village, often seen as a reckless hothead, as someone who undertook assassination missions daily, he knew that intelligence was paramount. The moment he saw these people, Deidara understood that today's situation would be troublesome. He looked down at the crowd and spoke in a low voice. Killer Bee of the Hidden Cloud, Yumirin, and Samui. Deidara then turned his gaze to the others. Shursui Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf, Itachi Uchiha, and one more. Deidara's eyes narrowed slightly. My little junior sister Kuratsuchi, plus the leader of the shadow organization Yaren. Deidara stared at these people, who were all watching him with hostile intent, gritting his teeth as he spoke. The lineup of ninjas protecting Yaren is indeed formidable, but... Deidara's expression instantly twisted, with rage veins bulging on his face. Even so, Yaren, you insulted my art, and I will never forgive you. Today, even if I and my art must bloom perfectly here, I will make you die beneath my art. Huh? Shursui was momentarily stunned, looking at Deidara flying in the sky. Then he turned to his teammates and said gravely, The one attacking us isn't the leader, but Deidara, the one the leader has been searching for. Itachi nodded slightly, as he looked at Deidara, whose expression was twisted with fury, as he shouted wildly. It's him! No! After receiving Itachi's confirmation, Shursui frowned, a strange sense of unease slowly spreading in his heart. What's wrong? Itachi asked, puzzled, seeing Shizui's expression grow increasingly grim. The difficulty of our escort mission has increased. A bitter smile appeared on Shizui's lips. He glanced at Deidara in the sky, then turned to the members of the shadow organization beside him, and began to analyze slowly. In fact, the leader set up this situation from the very beginning. On the surface, it seems we are to guard against the leader's assassination attempts, but along this journey, Shursui pointed at Deidara in the sky, we also have to deal with this troublesome ninja flying up there. Because Deidara doesn't know that the person in this palanquin is not our leader Yaren, but a stone statue. Not only that, but he will attack this statue with all his might. Therefore, after listening to Shizui's analysis, Samui, who was standing guard on the side, frowned. She crossed her arms. The leader and Deidara have formed a combination, one in the open, one in the dark. The difficulty of our escort mission from now on will increase significantly. After hearing Shizui's words, everyone present frowned, and Kuratsuchi drew in a sharp breath.
It was her first time participating in a trial mission, and she had already been taught a lesson by Yaren's scheme. Judging by her teammates' tone, this trial seemed to be the most difficult one ever.
Then, what should we do?
Samui glanced at Shisui, who was deep in thought with a furrowed brow.
We all know that the current Yaren leader here is a fake. So is it necessary to sacrifice this decoy to take out Deidara?
Shisui stroked his chin.
It seems. That's the only way. Let's deal with Deidara first.
After Shisui and Samui's discussion, everyone reached a consensus, and they all turned their gaze toward Deidara in the sky.
Hey!
Shisui shouted at Deidara above.
What?
Deidara was startled, then immediately locked his eyes on Shisui Uchiha on the ground.
I guess you came here for our leader, right?
Shisui asked Deidara.
Heh heh.
Deidara smiled slightly, then said to Shisui with an angry expression,
If the leader you're talking about is named Yaren, then it's him.
As Deidara spoke, his expression grew increasingly ferocious.
How dare you say my art is worthless? I'll prove with actions that art is.
Deidara, seeing the clay dragon that had silently circled behind the large palanquin, began to form hand seals in front of him.
Boom!
The massive white clay dragon exploded with a thunderous roar right beside the palanquin carrying Yaren. Then dust and debris filled the air, and the entire palanquin carrying Yaren was shrouded in the thick smoke from the explosion. In an instant, everyone's vision was obscured.
Cough, cough.
Suddenly a soft cough echoed from the thick smoke, and a graceful figure in black slowly emerged from the thinning haze.
I say!
Kuratsuchi frowned slightly as she looked at Deidara, who was perched on the white clay bird.
Senior brother, you started with such a powerful explosion right away. Don't you care about old times at all? Humph!
Deidara glared coldly at Kuratsuchi, who had perfectly protected the entire palanquin with an upgraded version of the Ur-style wall, the Ur-style fortress.
Not bad, little junior sister. Your Ur-style is becoming more and more formidable. I wonder, how is your lava style? Would you like to let me see it? Humph!
Although they were once fellow disciples, Deidara's actions had threatened the village, so Kuratsuchi had little fondness for him now. She snorted coldly.
In these 2 years you've improved, and so have I. If you want to know the power of my lava style, then come and try. Lava style. Lime solidification technique.
With his voice fading, Heitu jumped up from his spot, his long legs, containing astonishing spring power, soaring 3 to 4 meters high. He then gently cupped his hand before his mouth. A misty grayish substance resembling cement erupted from Heitu's mouth, shooting towards Deidara in the sky. Deidara's expression changed as he watched the molten release shooting towards him. Although he was confident in his abilities, Heitu's molten release was not to be underestimated. Deidara quickly controlled the giant clay bird to rise higher into the sky, while his right hand flung out something he had prepared. C3. Number 18. A white puppet slid from Deidara's hand the moment he finished speaking, and began to plummet rapidly towards the ground. The initially small white puppet began to grow larger after leaving Deidara's hand, and then at a certain moment, it expanded directly. Not good. Heitu shouted as he watched the enormous white puppet increase in size, its descent accelerating. He immediately turned to his teammates and yelled, "Everyone scatter! This puppet will continuously grow larger in the air, and as its size increases, its falling speed will also increase. And it will explode the moment it hits the ground." While warning his teammates, Heitu dashed frantically away from the blast radius. The power of the explosion. Heitu stood on a cliff, observing his teammates quickly using their abilities to leave their original spots. His expression grave, he said it could easily destroy a village. Boom. Just as Heitu's words came to an end, the massive white puppet, which had been rapidly descending and growing in the sky, exploded with a thunderous roar. A tremendous shockwave surged outward from the explosion in all directions. A giant fireball erupted from the center of where everyone had been standing, illuminating half the blue sky in a fiery red. Ha ha ha. Deidara, standing atop the giant white bird, looked at the scene below and burst into loud laughter. Such a massive explosion. Isn't this art? Hee hee. Yebane, to die under such an explosion, you could be said to have died a worthy death. Ha ha ha. Big fool, what are you laughing at? Suddenly a teasing voice came from beneath Deidara, startling the laughing Deidara, causing his laughter to stop abruptly like a duck's quack cut short. Deidara's expression darkened. He looked down at Shirzue. Do you want to die? Hey. After spending so much time with the Ying organization, Shirzue inevitably remembered some of Yebane's mannerisms and habits. For instance, Shirzue now called Deidara Big Fool. Big Fool, do you think our leader Yebane has already died in your massive explosion? What do you see? In response to Deidara's puzzled expression, Shirzue sneered and pointed at a concealed area beneath the rock he was standing on, revealing a corner of a palanquin. What? Deidara's expression changed instantly. C3 number 18 was one of his strongest techniques, yet, under such unexpected circumstances, Yebane could still calmly escape the center of the explosion. That was indeed impressive. Humph. After realizing this, Deidara suppressed the last bit of disdain in his heart. High above, where no one could see, his right hand was continuously molding clay. At the same time, the high-level chakra within him was rapidly gathering towards the white clay. Even if you escape this explosion, so what? You people can only remain on the ground while I can soar in the sky. So, as Deidara kept molding, he spoke to Shirzue and the others, buying time. You can't do anything to me while I can harass you at any moment. Oh! Shirzue smiled slightly. From your words, I've gleaned several pieces of information. Shirzue looked at Deidara in the sky, counting on his fingers. First, you now know you are not our opponent, so you dare not come down easily. Shirzue confidently smiled, raising his second finger. Second, our leader is your primary target, and we are merely escorting him. Third. Shirzue smiled slightly, and signaled everyone to bring out the palanquin containing the fake Yebane. Calmly returning to the path, they headed towards the distant Rain Ninja village. You cannot kill our leader. Deidara did not respond, but watched the moving team and maneuvered the white giant bird to follow along. He was buying time, waiting for his ultimate move to be completed, so he could take them all down in one strike. But Shizue's purpose in boldly bringing out the palanquin with the fake Yebane was to tempt Deidara, to see when he would prepare his so-called killing move, and at the moment Deidara executed it, all the Ying organization members would strike in unison. Deidara would be instantly eliminated. Both sides were harboring their own intentions, and given the current situation, the outcome was still uncertain. Half an hour passed in a flash. Shirzue and the others communicated with their eyes, continuously refining their temporarily decided plan, while the bomb in Deidara's hand was almost ready. Ha ha ha. At a certain moment, Deidara finally stopped his hand movements, looking down at the rapidly moving ninja team with a cold smile. This time let's see how you escape. C4. Garuda. Whoosh! A small puppet was instantly thrown by Deidara from his hand, rapidly expanding in the air, transforming into a dark puppet that looked exactly like Deidara. It dove towards everyone on the ground. TSK. Shirzue looked at the giant puppet approaching overhead and sneered. Isn't it just a puppet in disguise? Did you really think this thing is art? Everyone believed that this puppet was like the previous ones, continually growing larger and exploding upon hitting the ground. Only Sammy sensed that something was amiss. Why is this puppet, which also explodes, designed to resemble Deidara, while the last one was unembellished? This is completely illogical. Therefore, before this giant puppet fell to the ground, Sammy issued a warning to everyone. Everyone! Hurry and leave a distance twice that of the last explosion to ensure absolute safety. Quickly! Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Even Shirzue, who had just mocked Deidara, took a moment to regain his composure. He gazed at the giant puppet descending from the sky, which bore a striking resemblance to Deidara, and fell into deep thought in an instant.
Could it be that this puppet hides something different inside it?
After pondering for 2 seconds, Shirzue nodded to his teammates behind him, and immediately dashed away to a distance twice that of the previous explosion. Watching the ninjas scatter like birds and beasts on the ground, Deidara let out a cold laugh.
My Karura contains thousands of microbombs. If you think that merely increasing your distance will save you from these microbombs, you are gravely mistaken. Ha ha ha.
With Deidara's words, as everyone had retreated far from the explosion center, the gigantic bomb identical to Deidara finally struck the ground.
Boom, 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 boom.
After the first explosion, the bomb instantly created a massive mushroom cloud, and the shockwave blasted outward in all directions.
Whoosh!
A fierce high-temperature whirlwind surged from the center of the explosion, sweeping across all directions. The intense wind lifted the hair of all those at a distance. It blew into everyone's nostrils, into their slightly parted mouths, their ears, and even their pores. Once the great whirlwind in the world subsided, a massive pit suddenly appeared in the flat, monotonous desert before everyone's eyes.
Ha ha ha!
Deidara, already seated on the giant white bird ascending into the sky, burst into loud laughter.
Did you think you escaped my explosion? You ignorant ants who understand nothing about art.
After the explosion had calmed down, Deidara controlled the giant white bird to slowly descend before everyone. Not only that, Deidara even maneuvered the white bird to land on the ground.
Now check your bodus meridians and crucial areas for any strange sensations. Is it?
Deidara's smile gradually became exaggerated.
Have you discovered many marvelous little things within your bodies?
Ha ha ha.
Deidara laughed heartily. The expressions on the faces of all the ninjas on the ground had changed. They seemed to have noticed something amiss in their bodies at Deidara's prompting. This.
Shirzue felt the flow of chakra within him in astonishment, followed by the actions of Kurabi and others coming to a halt. Upon sensing what existed within their bodies, or rather within their meridians, beads of sweat began to form on their faces.
Did you find it? Ha ha ha.
Deidara's excited smile grew wider as he watched the proud individuals from Konoha and Kumogakure fall under his control with just one move. Instantly exhilarated.
Snap!
Having confirmed that everyone was under his control, knowing that with just a gentle word explosion, they would all detonate, Deidara gently jumped off the giant white clay bird. As he walked toward Shirzue and the others, he muttered,
You probably still don't understand, right? My second explosion is not on the same level as the first. Not the same?
Shirzue gritted his teeth, his expression darkening.
Yes. It's different, completely different. The first was merely a pure explosion. As long as you escaped quickly enough, it wouldn't cause you any harm. However,
Deidara chuckled,
the second explosion is different, but ironically.
Deidara pointed at Shizue's pale face.
You thought that I made the second puppet elaborate because its explosive power is greater, but you completely misunderstood. The reason I modeled it after myself is, I am very satisfied with this creation. Because,
amidst everyone's puzzled expressions, Deidara unveiled the answer.
This time, the explosion will produce countless tiny clay spiders invisible to the naked eye, which will fly further away with the shockwave of the explosion. Then they will be inhaled into your bodies. When I utter the word explosion, these clay spiders omnipresent within you will explode in an instant.
Ha ha ha.
Deidara laughed heartily at the people frozen in fear, unable to move. At that moment, you will be blown to smithereens from the inside out. What do you think?
Deidara stared wide-eyed at the crowd.
Isn't this art? Hee hee.
After Deidara finished these words, a mocking voice suddenly sounded, followed by disdainful remarks in his ears.
What kind of art is this? It doesn't resemble art at all, just a bloody explosion sending people flying. Is that your art? Useless.
The surprise and various expressions on Shizuo's face vanished, leaving only a single expression on his face as he gazed at Deidara. Contempt?
You're talking nonsense.
Deidara exploded in anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he looked at Shizuo, who wore a disdainful expression.
I see you want to die. Do you believe that as soon as I form a hand seal, when I say explosion, you will all be blown to the sky? Hee hee. I don't believe it.
In Deidara's incredulous gaze, Shizuo smiled slightly and mocked him, then slowly raised his head under Deidara's surprised eyes. In his crimson Sharingan, 3 Tomo quietly gazed at him.
You don't believe.
Although Shizuo's eyes looked eerie, Deidara, with absolute confidence in his bomb, slowly raised his right hand in front of him.
Then in the next second, I will blow you into countless little pieces with my Archu. Are you ready? Ha ha ha. No.
Shizuo slightly shook his head, observing Deidara's disdainful expression, then smiled at him.
Before you decide to detonate your miniature clay spider, you better confirm what is around you. You don't want your art to accidentally harm yourself, do you?
What
do you mean?
Deidara paused, looking at Zishui's expression filled with confusion. Just as he was about to ask Shizuo, a strange feeling suddenly appeared beside him.
This.
Deidara turned his head and saw a strange white dust surrounding him, and with an incredulous look he shifted his gaze. He looked towards Zishui's side.
What is going on?
When he clearly saw the situation on Zishui's side, disbelief filled Deidara's face.
What on earth is happening? Why are my clay spiders around me inside my body? Why?
Shizuo coldly chuckled, his crimson Sharingan flickering with a strange light, as he coldly looked at the horrified Deidara.
When you crushed that so-called Garuda, you were already thinking about stalling for time when you saw my eyes. So,
Shizuo pointed to the space around Deidara.
At that moment you fell into the illusion space I created for you, and everything you did was under my control. You never detonated your so-called Garuda, and these clay spider bombs inside you were all sent in by yourself. Now,
Shizuo coldly smiled.
As long as you shout drink, your entire body will be engulfed by this terrifying explosion. Then, boom!
Shizuo made a gesture for an explosion.
It will become a sky filled with shredded meat. You?
Deidara's face turned pale instantly. He watched as the 3-Tomo Sharingan in Zishui's eyes slowly went dim, returning to black pupils. Yet he himself had become cold and numb. He didn't know when nor where he had silently fallen into Zishui's illusion, not even realizing it, until Zishui lifted the illusion and told him. Only then did he barely react. What a slow reaction! This was what a huge gap in power. He was alone, yet dared to challenge all of them below. Deidara's forehead was instantly dripping with cold sweat. Looking at all the ninjas beneath him casting cold glances, a thought of escape arose in his heart. Humph! He gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Deidara then gave a cold smile to Shizuo and the others on the ground.
All right. You are really impressive. It seems Deidara misjudged the situation. But?
Deidara maintained his composure in panic, giving a slight smile to all the members of the Akatsuki organization on the ground, while the white clay giant bird beneath him started to take off under his control. It slowly ascended into the sky.
You cannot keep me here. That is impossible. Until next time.
Deidara grinned at the crowd.
Next time, I will definitely be able to counter your Sharingan, and then using the art I believe in, I will blow you all up into the sky. Ha ha ha. Oh!
Suddenly a puzzled voice emerged from beneath Deidara.
You say you will leave when you're in the sky. Who?
Deidara's brow furrowed. He leaned over the giant clay bird, glancing down.
It's me. A person standing under the giant bird slowly raised his head, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Haven't you been desperately searching for me? How? Now that I'm right in front of you, you don't recognize me. You?
Deidara was taken aback, looking at the man below him dressed in pure white martial arts attire, with 3 huge samurai swords hanging at his waist, who was staring up at him. The murderous intent in his eyes was palpable.
You are Yaren. The man who mocked my art? He.
Yaren smiled slightly at Deidara above.
Yes, that's me. So I heard you wanted to blow me up, the one who mocked your art. Why do you want to leave just as I arrive?
Humph. Deidara narrowed his eyes at Yaren below, coldly snorting.
This time I'll let it slide. Next time I will take your life. I'm leaving.
Deidara turned his head, preparing to control the giant clay bird to leave. And just at that moment, Yaren watched Deidara, who was about to escape, and coldly smiled, slowly drawing out his first-generation Kicho from his waist.
Clang!
The sound of the blade scraping against the scabbard shot up into the sky, reaching Deidara's ears. Yaren smiled slightly at the giant clay bird in the sky, his right arm's muscles instantly bulging, like a coiled dragon filled with strength.
Since you're here, then come down and talk. What is this always talking to me from above? One sword style. Echo Tori. Clang!
Yaren's immense power propelled the sharp Kicho through the air, creating a dazzling streak of brilliance as the blade sliced through the atmosphere. It emitted a piercing shriek. This startled Deidara, who was preparing to flee in the sky.
You?
Deidara, who had just turned his head, almost fell from the white clay giant bird in shock, as he saw Yaren lightly slice the air with his black Kicho. A blue figure resembling a giant bird soaring through the sky flew towards him. The immense speed left Deidara unable to take any evasive action. Swish! The white clay giant bird was instantly cut in two by Yaren's strike, and Deidara, standing on the giant bird, fell along with it. He rapidly plummeted towards the ground.
Humph!
Yaren coldly looked at the falling Deidara, gently sheathing his Kicho, smiling as he spoke.
Now! We can have a good chat.
With a ripping sound, the enormous white giant bird beneath Deidara was severed in two by the blade of Guiche held by Yaren before he even had time to react.
What the hell?
Deidara's expression changed instantly, and he let out a few exclamatory words. In an instant, a tremendous gust of wind roared past his ears.
No way!
Deidara, falling through the air, secretly told himself that he couldn't let this happen. If he continued to fall like this, he would surely become Yaren's captive. Rather than that, I have to fight back somehow. As he watched Yaren, who was coldly smiling at him, getting closer beneath him, Deidara's right hand began to frantically chew. At a certain moment,
Clay Owl!
With a whoosh, a gigantic white owl appeared in the air, and Deidara grabbed tightly onto its claws, halting his descent. Then, carried by the soaring owl, he began to rise into the sky. Deidara's panicked expression vanished instantly, replaced by a mocking smile, as he looked down at Yaren and the others.
Goodbye. You think that after you cut down my giant bird, I didn't prepare a second one? Want to catch me? Next life.
Deidara laughed as he climbed onto the back of the white clay owl, using both hands to grip its claws and body. While Deidara struggled to reach the back of the enormous clay owl, the members of the Akatsuki organization on the ground remained unperturbed.
Doesn't Deidara seem a bit dim-witted?
Shursui, with his eyes returned to a dark brown, nudged Itachi beside him.
Yeah.
Itachi's two nasolabial folds slightly moved.
This guy really doesn't seem to think much. What difference does it make to change mounts like this?
Yaren watched Deidara, who was cautiously climbing with his rear in the air, and smiled faintly.
Oh, you think this white owl you summoned again can save you? Huh? Of course. The last time you cut me in half was because my clay giant bird was too close to the ground, and this time...
Deidara shouted at Yaren, looking down at the figures that had turned into black dots.
At this height, can you still cut me? If you can still cut me, then...
Yaren smiled with interest, his voice echoing up to Deidara, who was over a kilometer above.
What if I can still cut you?
Go ahead, tell me.
Humph.
Deidara sneered coldly.
If you can still cut me from this distance, then I'll come down and surrender, and you can kill or cut me as you please. Hey!
Yaren shook his head at Deidara's words.
That's not acceptable. If I cut you down and ruin your mount, you'd still fall from the sky, and whether you'd live or die would be up to me, right? No way, let's change it. Then,
Deidara paused, furrowing his brow as he thought. Yiren's logic seemed quite reasonable, and he nodded, preparing to speak.
How about this?
Yiren smiled at Deidara high up in the sky.
Since you can't think of a good solution, just listen to me. If I can cut your white owl beneath you from a kilometer away, then...
A strange smile flickered across Yiren's face.
You have to summon another owl, and let its claws grip you while you travel with us. What do you think?
Humph. Deidara coldly snorted after hearing Yiren's proposal.
If I lose, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Hey.
Yiren smiled slightly at Deidara.
Isn't that obvious? You've already lost. Who cares about being embarrassed or not? So will you agree or not?
Yiren said, rolling up the sleeves of his white martial garb, growing somewhat impatient.
Hee.
Hearing Yiren's impatient words, Deidara finally grinned, looking down at Yiren standing on the ground.
Sure. You probably haven't realized this from the beginning,
Deidara said proudly to Yiren.
While you were just talking to me, it was actually my delaying tactic. Look at the distance between my clay owl and you. Isn't it getting further away from you?
Deidara's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the sky.
Hee.
Yiren looked at Deidara, who seemed to have succeeded in his trick, and scoffed. He opened his mouth to Deidara above him.
It's just a few kilometers of distance. Do you really think that climbing a little higher is going to be useful against me? You are too naive. Clang.
The faint sound of the black blade of the original Kekkei rubbing against its sheath resonated slowly in the air, the black blade gradually unsheathing, tightly gripped by Yiren's right hand.
One sword style. Eagle of Doom.
Although it was the same technique, the effect of this slash was completely different from the last. With a purple arm and a purple-black blade, the air before Yiren was torn apart in an instant. A resounding cry echoed through the heavens. Screech! As the purple blade swept through, a purple point of light suddenly appeared in the world. Then the purple light suddenly expanded, its wings spread wide, transforming into a massive purple giant bird. It emitted a heart-stirring cry as it rapidly slashed toward Deidara, who was thousands of meters high.
Impossible.
Sweat beads began to trickle down Deidara's forehead. Although he had to admit that Yiren's strike was somewhat exaggerated to say that it could penetrate thousands of meters of sky, and then sever the owl beneath him.
That's utterly impossible.
Deidara stared intently at the rapidly ascending purple giant bird while frantically manipulating his hands. His expression suddenly turned frantic.
I can stop you.
Whoosh! The enormous purple giant bird soared towards the sky, almost vertically, heading straight for the gigantic white clay bird that Deidara was riding, which was over 1,000 meters high. In just a little over a second, the massive purple giant bird, unleashed from the knife in Yiren's hand, had already traversed nearly 2,000 meters through the air. This bizarre speed immediately caused Deidara, who was in the sky, to narrow his eyes. Cold sweat flowed down from his temples. No way. This strike could very well hit my clay owl. I must stop him. With gritted teeth, Deidara threw out a clay bomb. C2. Dragon. Deidara opted for a more agile and larger dragon, hurling it down towards the immense strike coming at him. Whoosh! The moment the white clay was released from Deidara's hand, it rapidly expanded in midair, charging towards the descending strike. Hee. Useless. Jishui, watching the spectacle from the ground, sneered. I haven't seen anyone evade the chief's strike yet. Do you really think Deidara can dodge it? Isn't that just wishful thinking? Indeed. Itachi nodded. The chief's previous strikes didn't have the ferocity of this one. Even Kurabi and the fourth Raikage couldn't withstand it. I can't even estimate the power of this strike. Deidara is in danger. Hey. Suddenly, while Itachi and Jishui were deep in conversation, Kurabi nudged the two of them. What are you guys doing? Mocking me in front of my face. Watch out for my 8-sword flow. I won't let you two off. You bastard. You fool. Cough cough. Jishui and Itachi instantly cleared their throats, changing the topic. Alright, the chief's strike is about to land. Let's see how Deidara will dodge it. Boom. A massive white clay figure flying from Daida-Law's hand transformed into a gigantic white dragon in midair. Its shape was identical to when Daida-Law attacked Jishu's team earlier. Go! Daida-Law wiped away the cold sweat from his brow. Blow that strike to pieces right there. Pong. As Daida-Law and the others below watched the strike shot upwards rapidly, while the clay dragon hurled itself downward towards the incoming strike. In a split second the purple-black strike collided violently with the white clay dragon. Zila. The white dragon spiraled up at incredible speed upon contact with the strike wrapping around the purple-black giant bird. From Daida-Law and Jishu's perspective it resembled a life-and-death duel between a snake and an eagle. Drink. Daida-Law no longer hesitated, placing his right hand in front of him, and shouting out the command for the clay dragon to explode. Drink. Boom! A tremendous explosion rang out in the sky. At the exact spot where the massive clay dragon collided with the purple-black sword energy bird, a huge fireball erupted with a diameter reaching an astonishing 500 meters. Hoo! Boom! The shockwave radiated outward from the explosion point in all directions. Whoosh! The immense shockwave caused Daida-Law suspended in the air to sway violently. With the turbulent clay owl beneath him, Daida-Law opened his eyes. Squinting, he gazed towards the explosive firelight. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the raging firelight of the explosion, Yaren's purple-black strike did not reappear, which meant a smile slowly spread across Daida-Law's face. Yaren, it seems you're not so impressive after all. What? Just as Daida-Law began to mock Yaren amidst the enormous firelight and gray dust, a purple-black giant bird resolutely reappeared in the sky. It was slashing towards a spot not far from Daida-Law. At this moment, the distance was only around 500 meters from Daida-Law, meaning this strike chilling to the hard one that even the explosion of the clay dragon couldn't halt would reach Daida-Law in just half a moment. 18 seconds. No! Daida-Law's eyes widened. In that brief moment, he couldn't understand why his dragon was utterly useless, why someone could strike with such height. He also couldn't fathom whether he would turn into a puddle of flesh after plummeting from 1,000 meters high. Swish! At that instant the purple-black giant bird sliced past the owl beneath Daida-Law. Whoosh! The strike flew far into the distant sky, while the clay owl under Daida-Law was cleaved neatly in two. Whoosh! The tremendous sound of wind returned to Daida-Law's ears. Sigh. Daida-Law's expression turned sorrowful. Am I really going to die in this desert today? No. Daida-Law quickly adjusted his position as he plummeted. He turned so that his head was down, looking at Yaren and the others staring at him below, and smiled gently. This way I want land head first. And I want dive into the desert. Even if I don't die from the fall, I want suffocate in the sand. Sigh. Daida-Law sighed, recalling his artistic career in that moment. Actually, ending it here wouldn't be so bad. After all, these are a group of terrifyingly strong people. Even when others remember me in the future, they will say, "Look, this is the place where Daida-Law single-handedly took on 8 opponents. How impressive." Whoosh! Whoosh! As the time of descent grew longer, the speed of the fall increased. Daida-Law's expression began to change involuntarily. The wind power blew his upper lip and eyelid up, and saliva flew in the air. Just as Daida-Law was about to plummet into the desert at an almost invisible speed, Yaren smiled slightly. Want to die? You haven't completed your punishment for losing yet. No blade flow. Buzz. As the words fell, Yaren's hands transformed into purple-black. Who? He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Cradle. Tornado. Whoosh! In an instant after Yaren's voice fell, his hands spun fiercely in the air with tremendous force. Boom! A mighty hurricane rose from the ground, catching the already blurred figure of Didera with precision. Aye! What is happening to me? Where am I? Didera caught in the air by Yaren's cradle. Tornado was spun around wildly by the tornado, muttering to himself. What on earth is going on? What's happening? Yaren slowly lowered his hands, the purple-black aura of the underworld king dissipating, gradually smiling as he looked at Deidara, who was spinning in the air like a top.
At this point, can't you understand? I cut your bird in half, and now you're falling. If my tornado hadn't caught you, you'd be a pancake by now. I know.
Deidara frantically nodded as Yaren finished speaking.
I know you cut my bird, and I know I'm falling. I also know I'm being caught by your tornado. But?
Deidara looked tearfully at Yaren and the members of the Akatsuki organization, who were smiling beneath the tornado.
Could you please let me down from this tornado to talk? Ha ha!
Everyone on the ground burst into laughter after Deidara's words.
He said to let him down? Isn't this a bit much? Ha ha!
Shizuka's stifling laughter said to Itachi beside him.
Yeah.
Itachi nodded.
Isn't this putting our leader in a difficult position? How do I remember that our leader's sword techniques never stop on their own? How can we let him down?
Itachi spoke seriously, causing Deidara, who was spinning like a top in the sky, to turn beet red. He looked down at the members of the Akatsuki organization, who were watching him like a monkey show, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face.
Woo-woo.
At this moment, Deidara finally couldn't hold it in any more, sniffled and cried out loud.
I just want others to acknowledge my art. I'm still a kid, why do you have to treat me like this? Woo-woo.
Deidara's tears floated and dissipated in the tornado, the glistening droplets continuously welling up in his eyes, almost making those watching on the ground shed tears of sympathy. Yaren cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke to the spinning Deidara in the sky.
I also want to let you down, but I can't just stop my attack instantly. But?
With a thoughtful expression, Yaren spoke to Deidara in the sky.
I have an immature idea, let me say it, and see if it's feasible. Quickly say it. I'm struggling here. Hurry up, I want to hear it.
Yaren nodded, then raised his head, sincerely looking at Deidara, who was continuously spiraling in the sky, and began to speak.
Actually, while I can't calm this huge tornado down, I can create another tornado with the same force. Then,
Yaren's expression gradually grew excited.
2 tornadoes with completely opposite directions will collide in midair. Positive and negative will cancel each other out, thus the force will dissipate.
Yaren smiled slightly at Deidara in the sky, revealing his white teeth.
Both enormous tornadoes will quickly come to a halt, and then you can easily land on the ground. What do you think? Is my method stable or not?
After hearing Yaren's words, Deidara, who was spinning quickly in the air, forcibly wiped his tears and shouted at Yaren standing on the ground.
I think it's doable, but are there any side effects? Or any risks? Hee.
After hearing Deidara's question, Yaren chuckled, looking at Deidara with a strange expression as he slowly began to speak.
The so-called fortune comes with risks. If you want to come down, don't you want to bear some risks? Huh?
Deidara was taken aback.
Does that mean using this method to save me down has risks?
Yaren nodded, then shook his head at Deidara.
Actually, when it comes to risks, it's not that big. Just think about it. If I create a tornado moving in a different direction, those 2 tornadoes will definitely collide, right? If these 2 powerful tornadoes collide, there will definitely be an explosion. Explosion?
Deidara was startled, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Yaren on the ground and asked somewhat nervously,
How big of an explosion? If you want to know how big the explosion is, I really can't describe it, but if you insist on asking, let me gesture it for you.
Saying this, Yaren spread his arms and smiled slightly at Deidara in the sky. With his arms outstretched, he made a hugging motion.
About just this big.
Deidara?
Are you kidding me, big brother?
Deidara was tossed around in the raging tornado, like a floating weed without roots, watching Yaren on the ground making gestures at him. And the members of the Akatsuki organization nearby, who were covering their mouths and laughing joyfully. Deidara felt an unprecedented humiliation.
A soldier can be killed but cannot be humiliated. If you have the ability, Then use the reverse tornado to strike this one that's sucking me in, and it'll take a chance. Let's see if my luck is really that bad. Huh?
Yaren was taken aback.
You want me to unleash a tornado in the opposite direction. You want to take a chance.
Deidara suddenly shouted loudly.
Hurry up, I definitely want to try, please give me a quick solution. Hiss.
Yaren frowned, slowly shaking his head under Deidara's eager gaze.
No. I can't do that. Why not?
Deidara looked tearful.
Because I think if I use a tornado going in the opposite direction to collide, that immense force will directly shatter you into pieces in the tornado.
Yaren said seriously.
Woo-woo. What should we do then? Sigh. There's no way, you'll just have to slowly stop yourself now.
After listening to Yaren's series of analysis, and the conclusion he reached, Deidara felt somewhat unwell. As he was helplessly spinning in the wind, Deidara fixed his furious gaze on Yaren.
Why can't you stop? Why are you still using this move on me? Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? What?
Upon hearing Deidara's words, Yaren directly reached up to scratch his ear.
Are you saying I used a tornado to catch you just to see you make a fool of yourself? I caught you to save your pathetic life.
Yaren looked at Deidara with visible impatience.
What are you, an idiot? All right.
Yaren chose not to argue further with Deidara and simply returned to the Shadow Organization's group, sitting down on the ground like everyone else. Watching Deidara, who seemed like a fool up in the sky, Yaren rolled his eyes at Chi-La by beside him.
Who is that? Where did you get those sunflower seeds? Share some with everyone. It's no fun eating alone.
Chi-La was momentarily taken aback, then shared some with everyone. Under the fiery gaze of Deidara, all members of the Shadow Organization, including their leader Yaren, sat directly on the desert. They began cracking sunflower seeds in unison, watching the fool in the sky, Deidara.
Phew!
After about 10 minutes, the swirling tornado slowly came to a halt. Yaren and the members of the Shadow Organization had just finished eating their sunflower seeds, and Yaren stood up after patting his backside.
All right.
Yaren raised a hand and tossed away the sunflower seed shells.
The time left for you and for us is limited, so I have a few questions to ask you.
Yaren stepped forward to Deidara, gently reaching out to help the pain Deidara up from the ground.
Deidara, the reason I previously said your art is trash was to deliberately mock you, to force you to come find me, and then,
Yaren smiled coldly,
to have you firmly under my control. So, now that I've achieved this goal, I want to ask you a few questions, and you need to answer me quickly.
Deidara was taken aback. Just moments ago, he was Yaren's prisoner. Now he had to answer questions, and he found it hard to accept, immediately retorting at Yaren.
Questions? If I don't answer well, will you kill me?
Sigh. Yaren coldly smiled while patting Deidara's shoulder.
You first need to answer this question. Once you answer this, then I'll know whether I should kill you, haha.
Yaren's cold smile made Deidara's heart race. Looking at Yaren with tears in his eyes, Deidara said,
I am still a child. Can you stop bullying me? You've got me hanging in the sky like a kite. What are you dissatisfied with?
Yaren was instead bewildered by Deidara's tearful demeanor.
How about this? I'll ask you, if I invite you to join my shadow organization, would you be willing? I will help you form an art group where you can be the captain. How about that? Hiss.
Upon hearing Yaren's words, Deidara stopped crying. His back no longer ached, and even his mind started to work better.
Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?
Deidara looked at Yaren with a grievance.
Why did you have to say my art is trash to force me to meet you? If you had just said you wanted to recruit me into the Shadow Organization, wouldn't I have come looking for you from 1,000 miles away? After all this back and forth. Woo-woo.
The 11-year-old Deidara finally cried out, after a whole day of torment from Yaren.
Wasn't that the point? Why didn't you just ask me directly?
Yaren scratched his head as he listened to Deidara's complaints, and after a long pause finally managed to say something to him.
I didn't expect this, haha.
Law. Half an hour later Yaren along with 7 members of the Shadow Organization plus Law, who was still flying in the sky, headed toward the border of the Land of Earth and the Land of Rain.
You guys!
Yaren looked at his team members with a bit of a headache.
You sent only one Chien to protect the real me, and then you just set off without a care. This, isn't it to create confusion and successfully complete the escort mission?
Ji Shui, who was beside Yaren, awkwardly explained.
Complete what? You let Chien escort the real me alone. Did you not consider what would happen if she encountered me? If she couldn't resist, the person would just be gone. Next time, be more careful. Don't engage in such self-defeating actions.
Ji Shui quickly nodded in agreement. Even though recently the Shadow Organization, including weaker members, like Chien, had greatly improved in strength, they were still lacking in strategy. Because of the overwhelming strength of their organization and leader, they were still falling short in some areas. Yaren would occasionally reprimand them to keep them alert. Do not let strategy lead to their downfall in the end.
Hey!
Just then a shout came from the sky.
I said, leader, I've been hanging up here for quite a while. Aren't you going to consider letting me down? If you do, I'll make an owl for each of our members. Wouldn't that make our journey much faster?
Yaren looked at Law in the sky, feeling that the time was right, and nodded at him.
Come down. Okay. You?
As soon as Yaren's words fell, Law swiftly maneuvered the owl down to the ground, as if released from prison.
All right.
Yaren looked at Law, who was still dripping with sweat from the downpour, and smiled slightly.
Just like you said, make a flying clay bird for each of us. I want a bluebird.
Law nodded.
All right, no problem. Well?
Ji Shui smiled slightly, and said to Law,
I want a huge eagle with our Uchiha clan emblem on its belly, okay?
Law's eyelids twitched.
Sure. Hey.
Law chuckled and affectionately said to Law,
I want an octopus-shaped one. Get lost.
In the end, Deidara compromised, crafting a magnificent blue bird for Yaren, and for Shui, and Itachi a colossal eagle adorned with the Uchiha clan crest. For Samui and Yujiro, he made a winged cat. For Chien a winged sword, and for Heitu a pair of gauntlets that delighted her greatly. Finally, it was Killer Bee's turn. Deidara nearly got into a fight with Killer Bee, but ultimately unable to defeat him, he reluctantly fashioned a giant octopus that floated in the sky.
Leader, we're almost at the border of the rain country. As far as I know.
Shui said to Yaren, his brow furrowed.
The rain country is perpetually drenched in endless rain, never ceasing. Shouldn't we make some preparations before entering?
Yaren nodded. He had already anticipated the situation in the rain country, though others might not know. But Yaren understood. The perpetual rain was not without reason. It was the rain tiger technique employed by Nagato through the Deva path. Under this technique, Pain's chakra resided in every falling raindrop, each droplet detecting any object or person it touched the moment it fell. Thus Pain could gather any intelligence about the village he desired. Of course, any outsider attempting to enter would be detected by Pain immediately.
As for preparations,
Yaren glanced at Deidara, who was still pouting sulkily atop the giant clay owl, and smiled slightly.
Shao Di. What?
Deidara turned reluctantly to look at Yaren.
There's a mission I need you to complete. What mission?
Deidara rolled his eyes.
Don't look at me like that. It's simple. With that bird beneath you, it couldn't be easier. Fine.
Deidara sighed wearily.
I'm already on your boat, so I have no choice. Tell me what to do, and I'll finish it quickly. Good.
Yaren smiled and continued.
You know the rain country, right? That's our destination. But do you know why we're going there?
Deidara's brow furrowed at the question.
Why? Heh.
Yaren let out a cold, murderous laugh.
To kill some people and subdue others. Oh. That little village in the rain country. Deidara looked at Yaren with suspicion. As far as I know, there's no one particularly formidable there. Just a few members of the Akatsuki organization. Unless... Deidara paused, staring at Yaren in disbelief. You're targeting them. Humph. Yaren nodded noncommittally. So your mission is to scout out their hideout. As long as you don't actually fight them, you should be able to escape safely once you have the information. Deidara fell silent, lowering his head in thought before asking. This reconnaissance won't be life-threatening, will it? How can you always ask if it's dangerous? Since when are ninja missions without risk? Yaren frowned. He remembered that in the original story Deidara wasn't such a coward. Why was he always asking about life-threatening dangers now? Ah, Deidara sighed. You don't understand. You're not much older than me yet. You've already reached the pinnacle of the world. But I haven't fulfilled my dream yet. To make everyone know my art. So, a glimmer shone in Deidara's eyes. I absolutely cannot die before I achieve that goal. All right. Yaren's gaze softened as he looked at the 12-year-old Deidara. Though Deidara seemed arrogant and capricious, he was still just a child after all. There's no great danger. I assigned you this mission with that in mind. You can simply soar on your owl, or even use your clay spiders to observe from inside. But be careful of one thing. Yaren looked at Deidara seriously. The endless rain in the rain country has a reason. The leader of the Akatsuki infuses his chakra into the rain to detect strangers entering the village. So, Yaren said firmly, you'll be discovered quickly. I need you to find the Akatsuki hideout as fast as possible, then flee immediately. Notify us. All right. Deidara frowned, but agreed, nodding slightly before speeding up on his clay owl. Yaren's gaze was heavy as he watched Deidara's retreating figure. Remember, don't fight, don't hesitate. If pursued, leave without delay. Whoosh! The distant Deidara raised a thumbs up in the air, his voice carrying back to Yaren. Don't worry. He'll survive and complete the mission. Though he didn't say it, tears glistened in Deidara's eyes as he flew far away on the owl. For the first time, a mission felt like it came from an elder. The mission isn't important, your life is. This was the first time Deidara had heard such words, and they would remain etched in his heart forever, influencing his entire life. The rain country, situated at the crossroads of the fire earth and river countries, had long been a crucial battleground in the ninja wars. Its former leader was the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, but now it was the Akatsuki organization. Called in, someone's coming. Oh, shall I go? No need. Pain, with orange hair and black piercings on his face, said expressionlessly to Conan. The one coming is Deidara from the Earth Country. He might want to join our organization. Show him the way. All right. Xiaonan, wearing a paper flower on her head and a red cloud robe, nodded to Pain, who was standing at the entrance of the Toad. Then, let me guide him. Go ahead. Pain slowly turned around his numb face, revealing a pair of strange eyes. In his purple eyes, there were swirling patterns, and this pair of eyes was known as the Rinnegan. Splash, splash. The heavy rain in the land of rain poured incessantly, shrouding the world in a hazy mist, obscuring the vision of nearly everyone. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small white dot began to fly closer from the distance, gradually becoming clearer in the misty rain-hidden village. Splash. This damned rain-hidden village, this weather is just too strange, isn't it? Deidara complained, as he felt the humid and sticky air around him, unable to escape the rain even while wearing his hat and white waterproof martial robe. Just earlier in the land of Earth, it was a sandstorm, and now it's continuous rain. How odd. Flap, flap. Yet in order to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki organization, Deidara continued to fly deeper into the rain-hidden village. I still don't know where the Akatsuki organization is. With this kind of visibility in this weather, my flying owl beneath me is utterly useless for gathering intelligence. Sigh. Deidara sighed, lightly tightening his grip on the white clay in his hand. Despite the rainy weather, the clay bombs could still explode. This was Deidara's last resort. Suddenly a cold wind pierced through the rain curtain, blowing against Deidara, causing the owl beneath him to sway slightly. Deidara reached up to adjust his hat, squinting into the distance. He saw a female ninja, in a red cloud robe with purple hair, floating in the air, quietly watching him, her back adorned with a pair of large white wings that seemed to be constantly flapping. From the looks of it, it seemed as if the wings were made of paper. "Who are you?" Deidara asked the young female ninja in the rain, adjusting his hat. "You must be Deidara, right?" Xiaonan asked expressionlessly as she hovered on her bird in the rain. "You know me." "Then you are?" Deidara furrowed his brows, startled. He had previously received assassination orders from the Akatsuki organization and had expressed a desire to join them. He hadn't expected that just by mentioning it, someone from the Akatsuki organization would have investigated him. "I am Xiaonan, the angel of the Akatsuki. What brings you to the rain-hidden village? If it's not something important, please leave. Otherwise, to prevent any leaks of information, I will have to kill you." Deidara was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his temples, mixing with the rain. But Xiaonan's expressionless face revealed a faint, reluctant smile aimed at Deidara. "If you came to join our Akatsuki organization, I can take you to meet our leader, and upon completing the task he assigns you, you'll be a member of our Akatsuki." "Oh!" Deidara's eyes lit up. "I actually came to the rain-hidden village intending to join your Akatsuki organization, so please, Angel, take me to meet your leader quickly." "Ha ha ha." A glimmer of anticipation flashed across Deidara's face as he looked at Xiaonan. "I can hardly wait." Xiaonan stared at Deidara for a few seconds, then flapped her paper wings and turned to fly in a certain direction, saying to Deidara behind her, "Follow me, I'll take you to meet our leader." A few minutes later, Deidara followed Xiaonan as they twisted and turned, flying over many oddly shaped buildings, finally arriving in front of a massive iron tower. "Pat." Xiaonan slowly retracted her paper wings and landed on the ground, slightly turning her head to speak to Deidara, who had also landed. "We're here. I'll go in and let them know, just wait here." "Okay." Deidara watched as Xiaonan slowly disappeared through the door, nodded, then lightly chewed on the mouth in his left hand, causing small, flying birds to appear from his hand. They flew off into the distance. A glint of clarity flashed in Deidara's eyes, and after finishing this, he placed his hands beneath his white martial robe, standing silently at the door waiting for news. Rustle. Rustle. After an unknown amount of time, soft footsteps echoed from within the dark room, and Xiaonan's figure slowly appeared at the door. "Let's go, Deidara. Come in, the leader wants to see you." "All right." Deidara nodded, following Xiaonan as they ascended the spiral staircase inside the building, slowly making their way to the top. "Pat." As Deidara reached the final step, the dim view in front of him suddenly brightened. At the very front of the room, there was a huge platform. Standing on the platform was a tall man in a red cloud robe, leaning against a protrusion on the ceiling. When he heard the footsteps behind him, he slowly turned around to look at Deidara. "You've come." Deidara was stunned, looking at Pain with his strange pupils, and slowly nodded before speaking. "I'm here." "Oh." Pain looked at Deidara expressionlessly. "So what is your purpose for coming here? Are you looking to join my Akatsuki organization?" "Yes." Deidara smiled slightly at Pain, speaking naturally. "Well, that's a bit strange. You come to the rain-hidden village wanting to join my Akatsuki organization, but why did you release some information transmission devices after arriving here? Could it be?" Pain's Rinnegan shone with a terrifying light. "Are you trying to infiltrate our Akatsuki organization as a spy? May I ask who your leader, or the person you serve, is?" I think you misunderstand the leader. I genuinely want to come to your side. There's no so-called backer behind me, I simply wish to join the Akatsuki." "Oh!"
Pain's tone was flat. Don't want to say. Alright. Shinra Tensei. A resonating hum seemed to emanate from within Deidara's soul, manifesting upon his body. After a brief tremor, he involuntarily flew towards Pain. With a sudden grip, Pain tightened his hold around Deidara's throat midair, the sound of bones scraping painfully echoing. With an expressionless face, Pain looked at Deidara, who appeared to be in pain, and slowly asked, "Speak. I will give you one last chance to tell me your purpose for coming to the Rain Village. Who exactly is the mastermind behind you?" Deidara struggled to articulate his words, as Pain's immense strength constricted his throat, looking pained. "I have no one behind me. I came to join the Akatsuki organization." "Oh!" Pain's expression remained unchanged, but there was a slight shift in his tone, as he addressed Deidara. "Are you implying that I did not notice those little spiders delivering information that you let go in the Rain Village? You think you can deceive my eyes?" Deidara's eyes instantly filled with horror. Unexpectedly, the carefully laid and cautiously crafted information for Yeblade and the others was discovered by Pain, causing a flicker of despair to cross Deidara's face. Am I really destined to die here after enduring 2 calamities in one day? Pain. Feeling that death was imminent, Deidara looked at Pain with less fear, and with blood-red eyes, he coldly smiled. "Though your strength is formidable, you are not the strongest in the shinobi world. Go ahead and kill me. When our leader arrives, it will be your demise." "Oh!" Pain slightly loosened his grip, observing the 12-handle firehold in front of him with interest, and smiled faintly. You claim your leader is stronger than me, and he will avenge you." "Humph." Deidara shot a cold glare at Pain. "You think so? As long as you dare to kill me, my leader will bring the entire Akatsuki to avenge me." Unknowingly, Deidara had already regarded Yeblade and the Akatsuki as his protective shield. When faced with Pain's life-threatening demand, he subconsciously saw Yeblade and the Akatsuki as his protection. "Avenge." "Humph." Pain sneered dismissively, slowly raising his right hand. The sleeves of his red cloud robe fell back, revealing a black rod with a sharp, slanted tip. "You won't have to wait for him to avenge you. He doesn't even know how you died. Just peacefully leave this world to a place without pain. Goodbye." Swish. In a moment of utter horror, Deidara watched as Pain lifted the sharp black rod and fiercely plunged it toward his own heart. The black iron rod in Deidara's vision kept enlarging, as if he could already see his heart pierced by Pain. One sword style. Maki. Clang. Just as Pain was about to thrust the black iron rod into Deidara's chest, a low voice echoed in everyone's ears. "What?" Susanoo panicked, feeling a razor-sharp slash heading her way, glancing at Pain beside her. Pain frowned, immediately understanding. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. Along with a massive slash descending from the distance, Pain unleashed his Shinra Tensei. Boom. The expanding Shinra Tensei collided violently with Yeblade's downward slash Maki. Crack. The enormous cylindrical structure was reduced to fragments by Yeblade's slash, and Pain Shinra Tensei scattering chaotically in the misty Rain Village. Crash. Crash. The entire building was instantly left in shambles, utterly destroyed by the combined might of Yeblade and Pain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Once the dust was extinguished by the rain, the situation in the area became clear to everyone's eyes. "Oh!" Susanoo frowned at the 8 individuals before her, who were of varying heights, but exuded a unified, overwhelming presence. She then looked at the man in a white martial arts outfit holding Deidara. "You must be the leader of the Akatsuki organization that Deidara spoke of, right? What brings you to our Rain Village today?" Yeblade gently set the trembling Deidara down on the ground, then looked up at the radiant Susanoo across from him and smiled. "I came here to marry you." Susanoo furrowed her brow. "Mr. Yeblade. In your Akatsuki organization, which includes powerful newcomers and seasoned veterans from Konoha Kumo and IWA, I imagine your purpose is not simple. Thus I do not believe you came to our Rain Village to marry me. Please do not make such jokes. He. Yeblade chuckled softly, resting his right hand on the hilt of the three swords at his waist. I am not joking. My purpose in coming to the Rain Village is to marry you, and have Nagato serve as my butler. How does that sound? Are you satisfied with such an arrangement? Humph. Pain coldly smiled at Yeblade. How did you know I am Nagato? Who exactly are you? Pain was astonished as to how Yeblade knew his true identity, considering that the existence of the village hidden in the clouds was a secret, and the Akatsuki organization was a secret within secrets. As for his identity, as Nagato, that was something only he and Shounen knew. Who exactly is this Yeblade? I not only know you are Nagato, but I also understand your attacking style. You are known as the 6 Paths of Pain, and you have 5 teammates. Look! Yeblade pointed towards a pile of rubble. They're hiding just behind that rubble. So, Yeblade looked at Shounen, and Pain, a cold smile on his face. Since I already know your information, my presence here means that you are no match for me when united. So, Yeblade smiled slightly at Shounen. Are you planning to do as I say for me to marry Shounen, and have Nagato serve as my butler? Or should I kill you? By the end of his sentence, Yeblade's tone was already filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing the threat from Yaren, and glancing at the 7 renowned ninjas behind him along with the recently rescued Deidara, a sense of foreboding filled the air. Shounen felt immense pressure. She slightly tilted her head to exchange a glance with Pain. Should we engage in this battle? The Scorpion and Jiao duo have gone out on a mission. Currently, the only members of Akatsuki in Yuin Village are the 2 of us. It may be a bit difficult to confront such a powerful organization. Pain nodded slightly, looking at Yaren, who stood loosely a short distance away, and spoke to Shounen. We have a total of 7 on our side, while they have 9. The other members are not much of a problem, but the leader Yaren possesses unknown strength, and we have no intelligence on him. Then, Shounen hesitated. Let's retreat for now. We can confront them next time. Pain nodded and spoke to Shounen. Indeed, this isn't the right time to engage. We'll wait for next time. Next time we'll leave them all here. Hey, what are you talking about over there? Do you think I can't hear you? People who openly criticize others in front of them probably aren't that capable, are they? What's wrong? Yaren scoffed coldly. We've reached your doorstep and dismantled your home, and you think you can run. Even if you have no shame, have you asked about this knife in my hand? Pain smiled slightly. Apologies, you must be Yaren, the leader of the organization, right? Pain spoke to Yaren expressionlessly. Today is merely a matter of our unwillingness to fight. To eliminate you would require a significant cost, one we are not willing to pay. So, let's meet again next time. Huh? Yaren smiled slightly, as he watched Pain and Shounen bid farewell, his hands slowly resting on the 3 knives at his waist. Are you implying that you think you can escape, or do you believe that I have no confidence in keeping you here today? Oh, you have confidence. Clap. Pain looked at Yaren expressionlessly as he clapped his hands. Swish, 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 swish. 5 ninjas, each with distinct appearances, but all clad in red cloud robes, swiftly emerged from the rubble and landed before Pain. Since you know that the one before you is Pain of the 6 Paths, then, do you have the capability to keep us at bay against them? Huh? Yaren chuckled coldly, slowly raising his head to look at Pain, and Shounen speaking with a smile. I believe you still haven't grasped what I just said. I came to find you today with the intention of having you comply with my orders. If you do not heed my words, then I will personally kill you. Ridiculous. Do you still think you can leave? Yaren chuckled coldly, reaching for each of the 3 swords at his waist, which had been tainted by his imposing aura, and now appeared pure black as they were drawn from their sheaths. Zing! The supreme great blade, the first generation of Guiche, was held in Yaren's mouth, while he grasped Yanemo in his left hand, and Chioshui in his right glaring intently at Pain of the Six Paths.
It's been a while since I've encountered such an interesting opponent. Your strength,
Yaren furrowed his brow, pondering slightly,
should be stronger than Jiraiya, right? Old teacher.
When Yaren mentioned Jiraiya, Pain and Xiaonan exchanged glances, looking at Yaren with furrowed brows.
What is your relationship with the teacher, Jiraiya?
Yaren glanced at the two blades in his hands, and the one in his mouth, smiling slightly at Pain and Xiaonan.
When I only had one knife or two knives, I couldn't quite recall. However, by that time, he was already my defeated opponent. He even gave me a title of a hero.
Yaren coldly glanced at the two before continuing.
Judging by strength, the two of you combined should be much stronger than Jiraiya, so I will have to go all out. By the way,
Yaren cautioned the two,
I advise you two not to entertain thoughts of escape while under my command. Otherwise, you will die in a most humiliating manner.
Xiaonan and Pain exchanged glances, both seeing wariness towards Yaren in each other's eyes. Today's situation seemed rather troublesome already.
No more talking. Onward. Swish.
Yaren's white martial arts robe slid off his body, and then he seemed to vanish from his original spot, his feet moving swiftly. The animal path instantly blocked everyone's way, quickly forming hand seals.
Summoning jutsu. Hellhound. Roar.
A single-headed hellhound with wings and a black iron pillar on its head slowly emerged from a cloud of white smoke, positioning itself before Pain of the Six Paths and Xiaonan. Xiaonan's expression darkened.
Paper jutsu. Swoosh.
Snow-white paper pieces instantly flew out from her body, gathering behind her into a pair of massive pure white wings.
Useless. Swish.
Yaren's figure flashed by, slicing down at the snarling hellhound. Before it could split apart again, Yaren's body surged forward to the animal path. Under the gaze of all of Pain before Pain and Xiaonan could react, the blade in Yaren's hand trembled. A subtle sound emanated from the blade.
Zung. Three-sword style. Bull needle. Swish, 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 swish.
With a look of disbelief on the animal path's face, the three knives in Yaren's hands and mouth lunged forward like three horns radiating cold light, quickly stabbing at the animal path. This thrusting technique allowed each knife to stab 8 times in an instant. Thus, in Yaren's hands, with 3 knives within that moment 36 seconds, he had already stabbed the animal path 24 times before anyone could react. As he passed by the animal path, he swiftly turned back and stabbed another 24 times into her back.
Zing. Clang.
All the black short rods on the animal path were reduced to iron shavings in under a second during these 2 moments. Crimson blood flowed directly from the animal path's body.
Thud.
Then she collapsed to the ground.
This.
In the distance, Deidara was instantly stunned, turning to look at the members, who had joined the Akatsuki organization earlier, with disbelief.
Has the leader's knife always been this fast?
Shimizu nodded, watching Deidara with an expression of rare astonishment.
Is it that surprising? Hurry up and watch, don't miss our chance to learn. All right then.
Deidara then realized that there were 2 reasons why everyone in the Akatsuki organization stood still, not moving to assist Yaren. One was that they completely believed in Yaren's strength, confident he could easily handle Conan and Pain. The other was also because with experts like Yaren facing off against Conan and Pain, they were certain to learn many combat techniques and battle awareness. Pain and Conan exchanged glances, both seeing a deep-seated fear in each other's eyes. This Yaren was a powerhouse they had never encountered before. Even the legendary salamander Hanzo was not particularly difficult to kill. However, in the very instant of action, Yaren, using his astonishing speed and ferocious blade techniques, directly annihilated the beast before it even had a chance to react. This was a bit hard for them to accept.
Dance of the paper. Paper rain.
Conan's face showed a hint of calmness, as a pair of wings made of white paper rapidly flapped toward Yaren, sending a flurry of powerful white paper blades raining down on him, creating gusts of urgent winds.
Crash! Crash! It's useless. Three-sword style.
Yaren's pupils slowly turned red, as a hot stream of air was released from his slightly parted lips.
Crow! Devil's hunt!
The blades flew through the air, the tearing sound echoing non-stop, as the hard, swift paper blades were swiftly shredded in the air by Yaren's three swords. Left with no choice, Konan had to withdraw this jutsu, otherwise she would end up with not a single paper left in her hands.
Whoosh!
At the same time Konan retreated, the remaining 5 of Pain's 6 paths instantly seized the opportunity and launched an attack on Yaren.
Freakish strike! Clang!
The ninja from the Azura path rushed towards Yaren, using his unparalleled speed and monstrous strength to launch a punch.
Clang!
Yaren raised his black blade Yinma to defend. A loud metallic collision echoed in everyone's ears as the Azura path's fist slightly caved in while the Yinma in Yaren's hand remained gleaming.
Freakish strength, huh?
Yaren coldly smiled as he watched the Azura path retreat after failing to land a hit.
Do you want to compete with me? Ha ha. First power. Second power. Boom! Boom!
In an instant Yaren's muscles swelled like a coiling dragon, and under his cold smile his arms turned black.
Huh?
A hot breath was exhaled from Yaren's mouth. The activation of his muscles reached its peak.
Hell's might! Buzz!
A strange sound instantly resonated from Yaren's body, as his massive black muscles transformed into purplured armored might in less than a breath.
Come on! Let's see whose strength is greater! Swish! Swish!
Yaren sheathed his Yinma, and Chioshui then stomped the ground.
Crack!
As the ground shattered, Yaren's figure charged towards the Azura path, like a fleeting shadow.
Boom!
Yaren struck with both hands, using the strength from his waist and legs to unleash 2 powerful punches at the Azura path.
Boom!
A mighty sound. The Azura path barely managed to catch Yaren's 2 punches, but the immense force caused the stones beneath him to crack like spider webs.
Oh! Blocked it.
Under everyone's gaze, Yaren smiled slightly at the nearby Azura path, and a surge of heat erupted from his arms, amplifying their strength.
Crack!
Suddenly the Azura path's arms made a breaking sound, and in the next moment, they were slowly twisted by Yaren's grip, being squeezed into a twisted shape.
Crunch! Crunch!
The sound of bone shattering echoed incessantly.
Ding!
Yaren disdainfully smiled, kicking the Azura path in the stomach, sending him flying into the debris, his body shattering in the air. Thus, in less than 3 minutes of combat, 2 of Pain's 6 paths were already taken out.
Hell path!
Pain frowned and nodded to the hungry ghost path beside him, then charged toward Yaren with Konan.
Oh!
Yaren, who understood Pain's tactics, smiled slightly.
Do you two want to hold me off while the Hell path revives the fallen hungry ghost path and Azura path? Dream on! Humph!
Pain, rushing towards Yaren, snorted coldly.
What if you know our goal? Whether you can stop us is another matter. What confidence do you have to say we are dreaming? Oh!
Yaren coldly smiled at Pain's words.
Since you think I lack the strength, then come and try. Clang!
Yaren slowly drew Yinma and Chioshui from his waist, coldly smiling at the approaching Konan and Pain.
Shave!
Yaren's figure vanished instantly, moving at an incredible speed under his current Hell's Might state.
Whoosh!
Yaren's body vanished and reappeared.
Dance of the paper. Paper spear rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
In the sky, Konan rapidly flapped her wings, continuously condensing spiral-shaped paper spears that rained down towards Yaren.
Humph!
Yaren scoffed. Just as the impenetrable paper spears were about to pierce him, he smiled lightly and slightly opened his mouth.
Tenfold. Shave!
Whoosh! Yaren's figure completely vanished, causing Pain and Konan to freeze in surprise as they rushed forward. And just in that moment of distraction,
PSHH!
The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed not far behind them. Yaren slowly withdrew Chioshui. The Hell Path slowly knelt on the ground. As the figure of Hell Path fell to the ground, Yaren drew the black knife Chioshui from his hand, while Pain and Xiaonan, who had been thrown behind him, finally reacted. They turned around looking in disbelief at Yaren standing in front of Hell Path. You? Your speed. Pain's voice was filled with confusion intermingled with a deeply hidden fear. What's wrong? The rising heat radiated from Yaren as he slowly turned around holding his knife, with an expressionless face smiling, as he looked at Pain and Xiaonan. You can't withstand such intensity in battle already. The Akatsuki you lead seems to be merely a facade. The strongest force within the organization is disappointingly fragile. Humph. Pain let out a cold snort. Looking at Yaren, who stood not far from him, the light in his eyes turned chilling. Yaren, the recently risen leader of the Ying organization, I want to ask you a question. Speak. What is the purpose of your Ying organization? Purpose? Yaren smiled slightly. Why do you ask about my purpose? I want to know. Pain looked at Yaren earnestly, his hands tightly clenched beneath his red cloud robe. Is your purpose in establishing the Ying organization the same as my purpose in founding the Akatsuki? The same? No. Yaren shook his head as he looked at Pain. Perhaps at the beginning of establishing the Akatsuki, that was indeed the thought, but... He cast a disdainful glance at Pain and Xiaonan. After experiencing trivial pain, your thoughts diverged from your initial ones, or rather, your thoughts were influenced by someone. What? Pain was taken aback. He incredulously questioned Yaren. What do you mean my thoughts were influenced? When were they influenced? How could my thoughts possibly be influenced by anyone? Pain's voice grew colder. Who exactly are you? What do you know? Humph. Yaren gave a cold smile. On the surface, you appear to be the leader of the Akatsuki, but in reality, you are also under the command of someone. This person dares not show their true face, usually wearing a mask when they meet you. You? Have you figured out who this person is? What? What? Hearing Yaren's straightforward words, both Pain and Xiaonan's expressions instantly changed, suspicion filling their faces. This person. Pain looked at Yaren and asked, Do you know them? Yaren shook his head, smiling at the bewildered Pain and Xiaonan. I don't know. Then how do you know? Pain frowned, looking at Yaren with confusion. If you don't know this person, how can you know that they are the masked man I've seen? Heh. Yaren gave a cold smile, looking at Pain and Xiaonan. I don't even need to think about it. Your change is because of Yahiko's death, but the true transformation of the organization's original goal was influenced by that man. So what is your dream now? To make the world suffer. Nagato. Xiaonan's eyes widened instantly, her purple pupils staring at Yaren, unable to utter a word. How do you know that it was Nagato controlling Pain? Hee. Yaren smiled slightly. Isn't it easy to guess? In this world, apart from the deceased person, there is currently only one person with the Rinnegan, and that is Nagato. And being able to manipulate the Rinnegan so adeptly must also be due to the pain from Yahiko's death, right? So, under that man's influence, you wish for the world to feel pain. How can one bag of rice carry several floors? You are right. The original intention of our Akatsuki organization was to allow all lonely people, all those who have not experienced the warmth of community, to join. We aim to create a warm family together and strive for world peace. But? Pain's voice grew filled with resentment at this point. We encountered one so-called reform and suppression after another, causing continuous sacrifices within our organization. Clearly, we were doing this for the good of the world, yet they sought to kill us. Even in the end, Danzo of Konoha teamed up with Hanzo of the Salamander to kill our only friend Yahiko. How can I not take revenge for such hatred? Yaren nodded. That makes sense. But? Before Yaren could finish speaking, Pain interrupted him with a cold smile. But I shouldn't act like this, should I?
I shouldn't make the world feel my pain, should I?
Pain's tone gradually grew passionate. Seeing Yaren's expression gradually turn grim.
No.
Yaren calmly shook his head.
I believe you are right. If my closest friend were killed, I would destroy the entire ninja world.
You? Pain was taken aback. He looked into Yaren's eyes, wanting to doubt the truth of Yaren's words, but when he saw the sincerity in Yaren's eyes, Pain realized that what Yaren said was true.
Why?
Pain looked at Yaren confused. When encountering someone like himself, no one feels that their actions are correct, all telling themselves not to fall into depravity, not to give up. Even though his closest friend had died, he still had to carry on. At that time Nagato thought all of this was nonsense. And he originally believed that Yaren's words would also be that nonsense, but Yaren gave him a different answer.
No reason.
Yaren shook his head.
Not everyone can understand the feelings of losing a close friend. When they cannot comprehend the words they utter are often very light. So as for me, I understand you.
The mist rose from Yaren's bare upper body, and the two black knives in his hands emitted a terrifying glow. Yaren slowly sheathed the twin knives in his hands. Then he said to Pain,
Those who killed my friend must die. No one can be spared.
You? Pain was momentarily stunned, watching as the wariness in Yaren's expression slowly faded away. You truly understand my thoughts, and even support them.
Yes.
Yaren's muscular arms gradually relaxed, the purple-black aura of Yama slowly dissipating, and the white mist around him began to rise. A soft footstep echoed between Pain and Yaren. Yaren paced forward step by step towards Pain and Xiaonan. So there is no need for us to fight, Yaren said to Pain in an unrefusable tone. Speak. Besides making the world feel pain, what other desires do you have? Speak, and I will help you realize the good ones and crush the bad ones. And that mysterious masked man who manipulated you before. If he shows up, I will help you kill him too. This. Pain's body suddenly stiffened. After hearing Yaren's words, he experienced a strange feeling reminiscent of the sense that Yahiko had previously instilled in him. No matter the situation or time, to understand oneself and support oneself is something even Xiaonan, who has been with him day and night, could not achieve. Then what is the purpose of the organization you established? Purpose? Yaren blinked and casually said to Pain. First, gather all the powerful individuals in the ninja world whom I deem worthy, then form a completing organization, after which we can maintain world peace, or influence the situation of the 5 great nations. Or even overthrow the 5 great nations, and become our own masters. All of this. Yaren smiled confidently. It's all at our discretion. Hiss. Pain and Xiaonan exchanged glances, taking a collective gasp. Their Akatsuki organization was indeed powerful, but even at its peak it never dared to openly declare to the world that they intended to maintain peace. Yet Yaren's organization, not even fully established, already harbored such ambition and courage. This is truly. Do you have confidence? Confidence. Yaren slowly walked up to Pain and Xiaonan, smiling gently at them. It seems you two still harbor some doubts about my strength. Before Yaren finished speaking, he had already vanished from the sight of Pain and Xiaonan, and in their astonished gaze, he appeared directly on a flat area 100 meters away. The twin blades in his hands were slowly sheathing. You? Xiaonan furrowed her brow slightly. We have already witnessed your speed, so there is no need to demonstrate it again. Moreover, during battles among ninjas, speed must also come with lethality. From your display this time we cannot discern much. Xiaonan's words came to an abrupt halt as she stared in disbelief at the situation in the distance. The members of the organization watching from afar had expressions of astonishment, staring at the giant mountain before Yaren. This? No way. This is too exaggerated. That huge mountain just vanished. Indeed? Itachi looked at his teammates with a face of disbelief. Shursue, pinch me. Am I dreaming? If not, you can pinch the guy next to me, Killer B. See if it hurts. If it does, then we are not dreaming.
Shursui. Killer bee. Cough cough. You might as well pinch yourself, just stay away from me. Shursui gave a disdainful glance at his increasingly useless foolish companion, then shifted his serious gaze back to Yaren's direction. Boom. Until Yaren sheathed his sword, the enormous sound like thunder finally reached everyone's ears after Xiaonan and Itachi finished speaking. What reached everyone's senses before the sound was the visual spectacle. Behind Yaren, facing Pain and Xiaonan, a massive mountain several thousand meters away was slowly sliding down. Pain and Xiaonan were shocked to discover that the mountain several thousand meters away had been severed by Yaren's sword. The cut was as smooth and even as a mirror, now descending under its own weight. Boom! The tremendous noise continued to reverberate towards them, causing disbelief to wash over the faces of everyone present. This? Deidara wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So the leader is this powerful. He recalled how he previously wanted to silence Yaren with his art. Now it seemed that not being killed by Yaren was his fortune. Huh? Pain slowly retracted his astonished expression, his eyes reflecting a complex light as he gazed at Yaren, who was approaching him. I admit your strength is indeed formidable, but what you speak of is far too ethereal. For now I cannot give you an answer. So, Yaren waved his hand, interrupting Pain, and said with a smile. So you need some time to think. Please. Don't dawdle like a woman. Among men, decisions often require just a word or a glance. A meeting that doesn't involve fighting is just a formality. Is it really that difficult? Yes. Pain nodded, a new light flickering in his eyes as he spoke to Yaren. If what you say is true, and our goals align, and if your ambitions are as grand as you say, I am willing to join your organization. Good. Yaren smiled slightly at Pain, and slowly walked towards him, extending his hand. Welcome to your joining. Now that I have joined your organization, I will also obey your commands and rules. May I ask, what is my codename, leader? He? Yaren smiled slightly. Codename. That was a rule from your previous organization. Now our organization does not require codenames, we merely have teams. For now. Yaren pointed at Xiaonan and Pain. You two will be grouped together temporarily. Due to the special nature of Pain's 6 paths, you will continue to set up camp here in the Land of Rain. I will notify you when I need you. You will be the 0 team of Ing. 0. N. Team. And Pain and Conan exchanged a glance, then Conan blinked her beautiful eyes, and smiled playfully at Nightblade. Leader. N. That's rather inconsistent. Just moments ago, you insisted we needed no codenames, yet now you assigned us one. How delightfully ironic, leader. And Conan teased Nightblade with a light chuckle. As Pain nodded his assent to join the shadow organization, harmony settled among them all. Not till an abrupt voice pierced the air, echoing in every ear. While I was away for just a moment, you've already pledged allegiance to the Shadow Organization. How swiftly you've switched loyalties. A calm yet profoundly ominous voice resonated through the chamber. N. Nagato. N. And Nightblade, the leader of the Shadow Organization. What are you conspiring about? In tap, and the chilling words faded, and before them materialized a man clad in crimson cloud robes, wearing an orange spiral-patterned mask. And instantly a crimson Sharingan with 3 tomo manifested in both Nightblade's and Pain's eyes. N. Madara. N. What brings you here? Conan's violet pupils contracted sharply, her body stiffened as she gazed upon the masked man. And he was a peer of Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, belonging to the same legendary era. Having endured centuries, this ancient relic, a veteran sovereign whose name echoed across ages, stood before her, compelling awe and unease alike. What brings me here? N. Ni's voice, rich and shadowed, reverberated once more. N. You're betraying my organization from within my own domain. Should I not return? Nightblade. And the masked man turned slowly toward him and spoke. N. So, You're that Nightblade, the enigmatic leader of the Shadow organization famed across the 5 great nations. It is I.
And Nightblade gave a slight nod. N.
Do you seek something from me?
N. N.
You've poached members from my ranks. What else could possibly bring me here? Ah.
And Nightblade inclined his head. N.
You resent the Akatsuki's merger into my organization. And I ask that why you intend to wrest it back from my grasp. What of it?
And the masked man fixed Nightblade with a cold, disdainful snort. N.
Is it forbidden? Though rumors paint you as unbeatable beyond mortal reckoning, here, in my presence in Madara Uchiha's domain, what arrogance do you possess to stand so tall?
Huh? And far away Susanoo's eyes narrowed. Gazing at the orange-masked figure draped in crimson clouds, cold sweat traced paths down his temples.
This man, he's a mythic figure from our clan, Madara Uchiha himself.
N.
No.
And cold beads glistened on Susanoo's brow as he swiftly dismissed the thought.
Madara Uchiha belonged to the era of the first Hokage. He should have perished long ago. Yet here he stands vigorous and unyielding. Not a single trace of age mars his form.
N.
Could this truly be real, heh?
In Asher sway, and the others stood frozen, doubting, questioning, stunned beyond speech. Nightblade let out a soft, unruffled laugh.
You?
N.
Madara Uchiha.
N.
You'd be lucky to qualify as his grandson. Don't flatter yourself.
Nightblade scoffed, curling his lip dismissively. N.
Why don't you just ascend to the heavens?
N. N.
Foolish child.
And the masked man remained composed, but his brow furrowed as Nightblade laughed aloud.
You comprehend nothing. My existence transcends time and space itself. How could a mere swordsman like you ever fathom the magnitude of my power?
And Nightblade burst into laughter. N.
Look up, there's something in the sky.
N.
HM.
And startled, the masked man instinctively followed Nightblade's gaze upward.
What is it?
And then he realized there was nothing. And Nightblade, who had prompted the glance, now smiled faintly, eyes laced with quiet contempt.
There's nothing up there.
N.
How utterly tedious you are.
N.
No, no, no.
And Nightblade lifted a finger, wagging it gently at the masked man.
How could the sky be empty?
N.
Surely you simply fail to observe closely enough. I saw it plainly, a cow soaring through the heavens. Tell me, why? A cow.
And the masked man paused, then shook his head at Nightblade in mild bewilderment.
I know not why, but your question is absurdly trivial. Have you finished your jest? If so, let us discuss the organization. Ah.
N.
How can you see nothing?
N.
There it is, precisely the cow you blew aloft. Can't you see it?
No faint tremor ran through the masked man's frame. N.
Nightblade, are you deliberately provoking me?
N.
Do you grasp the consequences of such insolence? Oh.
And Nightblade rolled his eyes. N.
I'm genuinely curious. What are those consequences? Show me.
Nightblade's hand settled upon his sword hilt, his back bent slightly, not posture poised for life or death combat, as he faced the masked man.
Let me witness them firsthand.
N. And the masked man fell silent. Then, under the weight of every gaze, offered Nightblade a faint, knowing smile.
I am elder, you younger, and I grant you the privilege of striking first, yet you will never lay a hand upon me. So, and I advise you to spare yourself the futility of resistance. Oh.
And Nightblade shook his head slowly. N.
On the contrary, I thrive on struggle. How else shall we know the final outcome? Moreover, you claim even my first strike cannot touch you. Do you speak in earnest?
N.
Absolutely.
N.
Huh?
And the masked man smiled faintly, addressing all present.
Even if all of you attack together, not a single hair on my body shall stir. Doubt it. Then test me. Come forth.
N.
No, no, no.
Nightblade waved a hand dismissively. N.
A group assault would be grossly unfair, and if you lose, you'll surely invent excuses afterward. Very well.
A sly enigmatic smile flickered across Nightblade's face. Slowly, he drew 2 obsidian-black blades from his waist, and placed the third between his teeth.
VRR.
Nyama's armament haki surged instantly, coiling around the blades like dark lightning.
Are you ready?
I can handle this alone. How about it? Do you dare to take my challenge? The masked man was slightly taken aback, then looked at Yaren and chuckled softly. After all these years, only you would dare to speak to me like this. You alone have the guts to provoke me. All right. If you think you can do it, then let it be just you. But let's clarify the rules first. I can let you attack me without moving, but if you can't even land a hit on me, then you lose this battle, and both you and your shadow organization will be at my disposal. What do you think? Do you agree to these conditions? No problem. But this condition can't be just in your favor. What if I defeat you? Then what should we do? The masked man seemed to have never thought about such a question, and after pondering for a few seconds under everyone's gaze, he looked up at Yaren. How about this? If I lose, then I will join your shadow organization and serve you. No. If I win, I have only one demand, which is, you must remove your mask and let us see your true face. How about it? Will you agree to this condition? Oh! The masked man was slightly taken aback, and his Sharingan glimmered with unusual light as he looked at Yaren. Of course. I want to see what's beneath your mask. I know what Uchiha Madara looks like. Once you remove your mask, we can all know if you are telling the truth. Will you agree to this condition? The masked man fell into deep contemplation. After a few seconds, he nodded at Yaren. Fine. As long as you can defeat me, I will agree to this request, but you must also remember the consequences of losing. You don't need to worry about that. Since you dared to propose such a condition, whether I win or lose, I will fulfill my promise, but if you lose, and do not keep your word, I will use my sword to make you comply. The masked man smiled slightly. Such words can only be said after you really defeat me. All right. Yaren's cold smile revealed that he was ready with both his swords and his words. Are you ready? If so, I will begin my attack. Crack. The masked man cracked his neck and said to Yaren indifferently, I am ready at any time. With that word, Yaren's figure instantly vanished from the eyes of those around him, and the next moment a loud crack resounded as the ground shattered before the masked man. In a flash, Yaren appeared before the masked man, wielding 3 large black blades in his hands and mouth. Such speed! Shouldn't this be enough to hit him? But as Yaren's 3 large black blades struck the body of the masked man, dressed in a red cloud robe, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, it was as if Yaren's 3 blades had penetrated through the air and passed through the masked man's body, and Yaren was pushed forward by the momentum of his blades. Then he suddenly came to a halt. Yaren turned to look at the masked man, who appeared completely unharmed, and smiled faintly. So it is. My attack passes through your body, as if you do not exist at all. This is the ability of my Sharingan. As I said earlier, it is impossible for you to penetrate my body and attack me, let alone defeat me. So what do you say? Should you just admit defeat? Defeat? Yaren smiled coldly. The word defeat does not exist in my dictionary. If I can't hit you with a short attack, can I keep attacking you continuously? Or rather, if my attack speed is fast enough, can you even keep up with my attacks? How about? Yaren smiled slightly as his arms and legs transformed into a purplish-red armored form, and wisps of white mist rose from his body. Let me give it a try. Yen Luochi. 9-blade style. In the gaze of everyone, the white and purplish-red mist emanating from Yaren's body instantly enveloped him, and amidst the astonished expressions of all, Yaren's body appeared to have 2 additional heads and 4 extra arms. The newly appeared hands and mouths also wielded identical 3 swords. This was completely imperceptible to the masked man's Sharingan. The pupils of the masked man slightly constricted. Under his three-tomo Sharingan, Yaren's three bodies showed no signs of illusion, they were all real. The masked man's expression gradually darkened. He felt a sense of unease in his heart. Ashura. A deep voice shouted from Yaren's mouth. One Miss Silver. Tenfold shake. With two explosive sounds breaking the sound barrier, a massive sonic boom cloud appeared right where Yaren had just been standing. Swish. In the masked man's incredulous gaze, Yaren's 9 blades instantly slashed towards his right hand. Ripping sound of fabric tearing. A heavy thud echoed as an object fell to the ground, and at the same moment an arm dressed in a red cloud robe dropped onto the floor. Strangely enough, the fallen arm did not bleed. The members of the shadow organization nearby were instantly stunned. They were astonished by Yaren's speed and strength, which repeatedly shattered their perception, and they were also puzzled as to why the mysterious masked man's hand had been severed without any blood flowing. Beneath the orange mask, cold sweat dripped down the pale face of the mysterious masked man as his crimson Sharingan fixated on Yaren, who opened his mouth to speak.
Your speed is surprisingly fast. I underestimated you before. However,
the crimson three-tomo Sharingan of the mysterious masked man began to rotate slowly.
After this, hitting me again won't be so easy.
Yaren smirked disdainfully, glancing at the gloomy-faced mysterious masked man as he planted his dual blades into the ground.
What a joke. You've already lost. What more is there to fight about? Just fulfill your promise.
The mysterious masked man froze for a moment, then glanced at Yaren, who was looking at him with disdain, and his expression darkened once more.
Yaren, do you know? This world is one for the strong, so.
The mysterious masked man straightened his body, and his right hand slowly regrew, albeit with a pale hue and a texture resembling wood. He slowly raised his right hand and spoke to the astonished crowd in a somber tone.
All the rules are established by the strong. The rules I mentioned earlier are now void. Because I am angry.
The masked man glared at Yaren.
Your strike really made me furious. So I must kill you.
Yaren coldly chuckled at the mysterious masked man.
You're already going back on your word, and now you're saying such childish things.
Yaren smiled slightly at the members of the shadow organization as well as Pain and Conan before continuing to address the mysterious masked man. He slowly drew out the 2 black blades stuck in the ground.
Do you think you can kill me? Such bold words. Don't forget it was I who severed your right arm. Under my unparalleled strength you deserve only to tremble on the ground. You still want to take me down? Go ahead and try.
After hearing Yaren's words, the mysterious masked man's expression darkened even further. The Sharingan in his right eye began to tremble, and a wave of spatial distortion suddenly appeared before him. A Uchiha fan was suddenly grasped in the mysterious masked man's hand. This fan was a weapon wielded by Uchiha Madara during the first Hokage era, capable of controlling wind and fire techniques, as well as reflecting ninjutsu.
It's impervious to water and fire, and blades cannot sever it. I was simply not serious before, just wanting to wager with you. Now I am going to get serious. Are you prepared for death? Oh!
Yaren coldly smiled at the mysterious masked man.
You carry a dead mouse at your waist, yet you dare to pretend to be hunting in front of me. Do you think that just because you have an Uchiha fan with your flashy demeanor, you are Uchiha Madara?
Yaren spat on the ground.
You're just an imposter. Today, if I don't make you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't be surnamed ye.
The mysterious masked man narrowed his eyes, but before he could speak, he was directly interrupted by Yaren's movements. Having witnessed Yaren's speed, the mysterious masked man dared not be careless. He tightly gripped the Uchiha fan and the scythe attached to the chain behind it. With a hawk-like gaze, he used his Sharingan to observe everywhere.
Swish!
Yaren's body appeared in an instant, and 3 blades swung toward the masked man simultaneously.
Clang!
The masked man's expression stiffened as he quickly extended his hands to block Yaren's attack with the Uchiha symbol on the fan. A deafening sound erupted from the surface of the fan, the material unclear. Boom! However, even though the masked man blocked Yaren's 3 blades, the immense force caused his face to change color. In the moment of contact between the blades and the Uchiha fan, both the man and the fan were sent flying backward. Clang! Observing the mysterious masked man flying uncontrollably backward, Yaren directly planted his dual blades into the ground. He sighed as he looked at the masked man.
Sigh. I originally thought you were strong, but it turns out you are nothing more than a weakling. How about this? Let's change the rules of our duel.
Yaren coldly smiled at the masked man.
Since you can't withstand my sword, then it's your turn to attack. It's still the same rule, but this time we'll do it the other way around.
Yaren disdainfully glanced at the man wearing the orange mask and pointed to the ground beneath him.
I'll sit here, you come over and attack. No matter how you attack, as long as you can make me leave this spot, then I will lead my shadow organization to obey you. But if you can't do it, not only will you have to reveal your true identity, but you will also have to pledge loyalty to me and share your greatest secret with me. What do you say?
The mysterious masked man snorted.
Didn't you just say you wouldn't bet with me again, that you wouldn't trust me? Why are you betting with me again this time?
Yaren stretched lazily, glancing at the mysterious masked man, who had just barely stopped speaking casually.
Isn't it just because it seems boring? Moreover, even if you lose this time, and don't keep your promise, I have ways to deal with you. At worst.
Yaren's cold gaze locked onto the distant mysterious masked man, his murderous intent fully exposed.
I will kill you.
The mysterious masked man's expression froze as he heard Yaren's words, and he gripped his weapons tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent.
Your tone is quite bold. I hope you can maintain such composure when I defeat you later. Enough talk. Hurry up and make your move. If we could fight, who would be comparing words like this? A decent person. Who's talking nonsense?
The mysterious masked man's expression shifted instantly, his gaze toward Yaren brimming with icy coldness.
Are you mocking me for talking too much before a fight?
The mysterious masked man continued, speaking to himself.
Ridiculous. I'm only reminding you not to die too quickly, otherwise this battle would be meaningless. Whoosh.
As the mysterious masked man finished speaking, he charged directly at Yaren, not far away, holding an Uchiha fan in one hand and a massive sickle in the other.
Ridiculous.
Yaren sneered coldly, his eyes locked firmly on the swiftly approaching mysterious masked man. He thrust the 2 large black blades in his hands into the ground, blocking the path of the Uchiha fan.
Clang!
The Uchiha fan, made of an unknown material, struck the black blade inma in Yaren's hand with a crisp ringing sound. Feeling the force transmitted through the blade, Yaren smirked disdainfully.
Is this the extent of your strength, thinking it could make me take a single step back? Get back.
Swoosh. Seated on the rock, Yaren's expression turned cold. He swung his blade in a reverse strike at the mysterious masked man who had lunged at him. The immense force cleaved directly into the Uchiha fan in the masked man's hands.
Shriek!
The masked man panicked. He had never imagined that Yaren's strike would be so powerful, directly halting his charge, and even sending him flying back.
This.
The mysterious masked man barely managed to halt his retreat on the ground, his heart filled with shock as he stared at Yaren not far away.
This kid's strength and technique are both top-notch.
The mysterious masked man glanced at the Uchiha fan in his hand.
And this fan can only reflect ninjutsu damage. His slashes carry no trace of chakra at all. I have no advantage. What's the matter?
Yaren sneered mockingly at the mysterious masked man who had stopped in place.
We haven't even started fighting properly, and you're already taking a break. Are you even capable? If you're not, just say so. Surrender now, and save yourself the embarrassment.
The mysterious masked man.
Don't get too cocky. I was just searching for your weakness. Now I've found it, so prepare to die. Heh.
Yaren looked at the mysterious masked man with a contemptuous smirk.
You found my weakness. You're like a toad jumping off a cliff pretending to be Batman. Fine.
Yaren thrust one blade into the ground, gripping the other tightly in his hand, and looked disdainfully at the mysterious masked man not far away.
He sneered and said, "I'll give you this chance. You claim to have found my weakness, and now I've discarded one of my swords. Doesn't that mean your chances of winning against me are even higher now?"
The mysterious masked man.
"Then what are you waiting for?"
Yaren laughed heartily.
"Come on. Charge right at my weakness. I've roamed the ninja world for so long and never tasted defeat. I hope you can give me a little surprise."
Seeing Yaren's extremely mocking expression, the mysterious masked man gave a cold snort. He once again brandished the Uchiha fan and rushed toward Yaren.
Whoosh!
The massive Uchiha fan swept horizontally in front of Yaren, blocking the line of sight between Yaren and the mysterious masked man.
Swoosh!
At that moment, the sickle in the masked man's other hand swiftly slashed toward Yaren from a blind spot.
Useless.
Yaren laughed coldly. Without even glancing at the sickle, he reached out and seized the Uchiha fan firmly, while using his other hand to block the sickle with his sword.
Ha.
Suddenly a triumphant smile flashed across the mysterious masked man's face.
You fell for it. Swoosh!
The massive sickle passed straight through the black blade inma that Yaren had used to block and sliced toward his waist.
Ha. Now you're done for. Is that all?
Suddenly a disdainful expression flickered across Yaren's face, and he stomped repeatedly on the ground.
Shave! Moonwalk!
Pong! The combination of the two movement techniques caused Yaren's body to vanish from the masked man's sight in an instant. The sound of a sonic boom rang in the masked man's ears. Yaren's body shot directly into the sky in the blink of an eye. Then, Yaren's black blade inma came crashing down from above with lightning speed.
One sword style. Demon horse.
Swoosh! A jet-black sword light sliced through the space in an instant, just as everyone thought it would cleave the mysterious masked man in two.
Whoosh!
The wind created by the blade swept past the masked man's head and down the length of his body. Yet the mysterious masked man remained completely unharmed.
Boom!
The powerful sword strike slammed into the ground, followed by a deafening explosion. When the smoke cleared, a massive fissure appeared right where the masked man had stood.
Whoosh!
A distortion in space, and the mysterious masked man reappeared in another location. At that exact moment, Yaren with his sword landed back on the original spot, not an inch displaced.
I have to admit.
A low voice came from the direction of the mysterious masked man.
Your speed and the power of your slashes are formidable, but it's clear you can't do anything to me right now. How about we fight another time?
The mysterious masked man sneered coldly.
Farewell.
After this brief exchange, the masked man had already formed the intention to retreat. To be honest, he was utterly helpless against Yaren. But, after gaining an objective understanding of Yaren's speed and slashing power, the masked man was also certain that Yaren could not kill him under these circumstances. Thus the masked man smiled faintly at Yaren. The space around his right eye began to warp, as if he would vanish from this place in the next second.
Oh, do you think you can leave?
Yaren slowly rose to his feet.
Until I say you can go, you can only stay here and fight me. Either you lose or I lose. There is no option for you to leave. Whoosh! 20-fold shave.
Yaren's body flashed. The stone under his feet exploded into fragments. In less than a tenth of a moment before the mysterious masked man could even react, Yaren directly grabbed the masked man's right hand, which was halfway into the spatial teleportation, and forcibly yanked him out of the Sharingan space-time ability. He slammed him onto the ground.
Boom!
The mysterious masked man was thrown flat onto the ground by Yaren, sprawling. The entire scene fell into a pin-drop silence.
Cough, cough.
After a long moment, the masked man's coughing echoed from the dust that shrouded the heavens.
Your speed. Why is it so fast?
The masked man coughed as he asked Yaren, his voice trembling with horror. In his memory, even the battle with the fourth Hokage back then had not been as shocking or as visceral as the speed Yaren displayed this time. The back still aching from the Rasengan delivered by the Flying Thunder God years ago reminded the masked man that he would never repeat such a mistake. But today, the masked man felt every bone in his body seemed to shatter, his mind and body reeling.
Why?
Huff.
The dust slowly dissipated, and Yaren's figure appeared beside the masked man, who lay prostrate on the ground.
This is the crushing force of power. No matter how flashy your tricks, I overcome them with sheer might. Don't you understand? Impossible.
The single Sharingan eye of the masked man gleamed with a crimson light fixed on Yaren as he shouted hoarsely. This is space-time ninjutsu. How did you pull me back from the space? You?
The masked man stared intently at Yaren before him.
Who exactly are you? Sigh. Why is it that whenever a villain sees the protagonist's power beyond comprehension, they always ask who he is? Will knowing that let you survive?
You?
The masked man's blood-red right eye trembled slightly.
Can you spare me a few words?
The masked man's voice suddenly lowered as he spoke softly to Yaren, who stood before him. Oh, you have something to say to me? Fine.
Yaren laughed heartily.
A man's words are kind when his end is near.
Since you have something to say, then go ahead.
Yaren reached out, lifted the masked man, who lay on the ground utterly spent, and gestured to the members of the shadow organization behind him. You don't need to follow. I have words to say to this Uchiha Madara, haha, and don't be frightened by any noise.
Because that means I've already killed him. Ha ha ha.
The others exchanged glances, speechless.
From the first encounter with the masked man to the exchange of blows in less than 10 minutes, the arrogant man, who called himself Uchiha Madara, had been utterly defeated by Yaren. Such terrifying power left everyone far behind.
Shoo! SHHHH!
The masked man, whose bones had been shattered by Yaren, was dragged across the ground. His wretched appearance made everyone in the field hold their breath.
Thump!
Yaren tossed the masked man onto the ground and said,
Speak, what do you want to tell me?
While you still have time. I'll give you 3 minutes. You? Fine.
The masked man's blood-red eye flickered as he gritted his teeth and spoke to Yaren. If I'm not mistaken, the purpose of your shadow organization is also to unify the world, right? Also, heh.
Yaren looked down at the prostrate masked man with a contemptuous smile.
Let's not even talk about whether my goal is world unification. What right do you have to stand on equal footing with me?
Even the one behind you doesn't have the right to speak to me like that Uchiha Obito. Still pretending. You know who I am.
The eye beneath the masked man's mask flickered wildly, his pupils contracting to pinpricks at Yaren's words. Of course.
Yaren sat down beside the prostrate Uchiha Obito, speaking disdainfully.
The one behind you is Uchiha Madara. Back in the Battle of Canopy Bridge, you never actually died.
Instead, on the brink of death, Uchiha Madara sent someone to save you. And it was Uchiha Madara who orchestrated the implantation of the 3 tails into Lin's body, even placing a seal on her heart. This seal.
Yaren smiled as he looked at the increasingly shocked Uchiha Obito beneath his gaze.
He continued,
It was meant to prevent Lin from harming herself. So to avoid being taken back to Konoha and endangering the village, Lin chose to die under Kakashi's lightning cutter.
This is the truth.
In the narrow cave, Yaren laid out the entire truth to Uchiha Obito word by word.
And the latter was stunned into silence by the revelation.
No. Impossible.
After a long while, Uchiha Obito stared at Yaren, shouting hysterically.
Lin was killed by Kakashi. Uchiha Madara saved me. He wanted to help me create a world without pain, a world with Lin. That's the world I want.
You're wrong. Slap.
Yaren, expressionless, directly slapped the hysterical Uchiha Obito. Deluded? I've told you 100 times. Uchiha Madara is a liar, a liar. Still you don't believe me.
Building a world without pain. What nonsense. It's all a scheme. You're nothing but a pawn being used. Impossible.
Fine. Yaren nodded.
Then let me explain it to you properly.
Half an hour later, Yaren had laid out the entire story from beginning to end, and the truth Uchiha Obito never knew right before his eyes. These, are they all true?
Yaren nodded.
What I told you, much has already happened, much is happening now, and much will happen.
But without exception, they all point to one person, Uchiha Madara.
Good. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and smiled faintly at Yaren, still somewhat coldly. I'll listen to you. Let's overthrow Uchiha Madara together. Good.
Yaren smiled.
Ha ha, with those words, our two organizations working in unison will greatly accelerate the process of uniting the world. Ha ha.
Uchiha Obito nodded.
Yes. From today on, let us join hands and fight to kill for the sake of this world. Good.